In an extraordinary world, Lord Qin Yun discovers his ability to modify the attributes of all items. Young man, have you heard that your aptitude is lacking? Fear not, for extraordinary talent and unparalleled genius are at your disposal, ensuring your ascendance to legend. Are you still in need of weapons and equipment? Feel free to utilize the vast array of gear in the warehouse. With a modified six-barreled Holy Steel armor-piercing Gatling gun and titanium magical steel mech, donning them would make even the divine retreat in fear. Gazing upon the glittering legendary weapons in the warehouse, the crowd fell silent. With the attribute modifier in hand, a commoner can transform into a phoenix, and a kitchen knife into a divine artifact given enough time. Even a brick could become a nuclear bomb. However, as he glanced at the attributes of the maid by his side, Qin Yun fell into contemplation. In Qingyuan town, within the ancient castle, Qin Yun struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, laboriously opening his eyes. The sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat overwhelming, causing him to squint as he surveyed his surroundings. The sheer curtains, goose-down bed, and solid wood furniture, all evoking a medieval ambience, left Qin Yun in a daze. Where was he? Wasn't he supposed to be working overtime at the office? As his consciousness gradually cleared, an influx of memories that did not belong to him began to surface and merge within his mind. Suddenly, Qin Yun gasped in shock at the astonishing revelation before him. He had traversed into another realm. As a keyboard warrior of the 21st century, he had witnessed countless scenarios, yet this was an entirely novel experience. The civilization of this world resembled that of Blue Star during the Middle Ages, replete with various empires and kingdoms, and even the presence of wizards, elves, and dragons, fantastical beings indeed. His current identity was that of a noble young master exiled to the frontier, perilously close to the savage lands, a mere 2 days' journey from the malevolent Asturian Orc Empire. In such a treacherous locale, his former self had indulged in a life of luxury, recently organizing hunting parties. Alas, they were ambushed by an unknown force, leaving him gravely injured and in this state. This is dire. I am wounded, and without a doctor or a priest to cast healing spells, survival is now in question. Qin Yun succumbed to despair. This world was one where even a simple cold could prove fatal. Moreover, he was nearly incapacitated, lying in bed. A sharp pain coursed through his back, causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. He feared that even if he managed to cling to life, he would spend his remaining days confined to a wheelchair, living as a disabled individual. Was he destined to be bettered? Qin Yun lamented inwardly. What a wretched beginning this is. At that moment, a floating light screen appeared before him. The essential golden finger of traversing had manifested, yet this panel seemed rather lackluster. As he pondered the inadequacy of his situation, a string of text appeared next to the attributes on the screen, drawing his gaze for inspection. Aimless, lacking direction, engaged in meaningless routines, resulting in decreased efficiency in all endeavors. Debauchery, long-term indulgence in vice has significantly diminished physical prowess. Innate insulation, unable to sense any vitality or magical energy. MMP, while I have not partaken in debauchery, this shattered physique has certainly been bestowed upon me. Qin Yun gazed at the introduction, muttering a low curse under his breath. However, the small text beside it captured his attention. Daily modification attempts remaining 3. Modification. Upon encountering this term, Qin Yun felt a surge of excitement. The content of the original entry began to shift, revealing 3 entirely new entries before him. Dragon's Might. Do you desire a robust physique? Do you wish to grow larger and fiercer at night for combat? Then, Obsessive-compulsive disorder. To engage in any task until it meets one's satisfaction. Alcoholic. A life relying on alcohol, suffering greatly when deprived. Target refresh attempts. 3. The ability to modify his own entry was already a pleasant surprise for Qin Yun, and now he could refresh any unsatisfactory entries. Such thoughtful service moved him deeply. However, he did not intend to refresh the current entries. Among the 3 entries presented, 2 appeared to carry negative effects, suggesting that the next 5 refresh attempts might not yield any entries to enhance his physical prowess. He looked at the entry Dragon's Might, which, although seemingly frivolous, indicated it could indeed strengthen one's body. At this moment, What Qin Yun lacked most was physical quality. He certainly did not wish to spend the latter part of his life confined to a bed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to replace alcoholic with dragon's might. As the modification commenced, Qin Yun suddenly experienced a moment of darkness, as if his mind had been struck by an unseen force. This mental fatigue quickly subsided, and he soon felt a refreshing sensation at his back, followed by a gradual alleviation of the pain that had been persistent. Yet this was not the end. A surge of warmth flowed throughout his body, ultimately converging at his waist. The miraculous transformation of his physique was far from over. Qin Yun distinctly sensed his previously fragile and weak body gradually expanding. In no time, his once frail frame vanished, replaced by a well-defined muscular form. Ah, what delight! The absence of pain and the remarkable transformation of his body compelled Qin Yun to leap from the bed in sheer exhilaration. His recovery filled him with joy, prompting him to approach a nearby copper mirror to observe the overall changes in his physique. As he gazed into the reflection, Qin Yun could not help but silently admire himself. TSK, no wonder it's me. Even after traversing realms, I remain undeniably handsome. The enhanced physique subtly revealed beneath his loose nightgown showcased a unique allure in the copper mirror. Beholding his robust form, a satisfied expression graced Qin Yun's face, as everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Osteoporosis, night blindness, hair loss warrior. Looking at the entries that were straightforward to comprehend, Qin Yun felt a sense of relief for not choosing to refresh them. Otherwise, he might still be languishing in bed. After all, the splendid life in this otherworldly realm had only just begun, and matters such as family issues and territory governance were far from his concern. At this moment, Qin Yun has already formulated plans for the future. Having indulged in a life of leisure for so many years, he believes it is not unreasonable to embrace the lifestyle of the aristocracy. After enduring the relentless grind of the 996 existence for years, what is so wrong with savoring the exotic charm of another world? Although he possesses an external aid, he harbors no delusions of conquering the world, for it appears from his memories that deities truly exist in this realm. Should he inadvertently offend a divine being, even the assistance of his external aid may prove insufficient. Unless, of course, the entity reveals its health bar. Shaking his head to dispel the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Yun gazes into the bronze mirror, takes a deep breath, and softly declares, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Guden Aldea." Chapter 2. A vengeful legendary maid. After officially embracing her identity, Guden walked barefoot to the window, eager to witness the world beyond. Through the glass, the distinct customs of this foreign realm were obscured by the earthen brown walls, yet in the distance, a snow-capped mountain range captured his attention. This was the Everfrost mountain range, the boundary line of the empire depicted in his memories. The first time he arrived here, he was equally awestruck by the grandeur of the mountains, and the sense of magnificence remained as he beheld them once more. The slightly blurred peaks within his line of sight suggested a considerable distance from his current position. Guden silently calculated the distance in his mind. Using the knowledge acquired from 9 years of compulsory education, it appeared that this imposing range was at least 100 kilometers away, with an elevation of at least 3,000 to 4,000 meters, if not more. Most impressive was its length, spanning thousands of kilometers, as it obscured the skyline from the west to the north. Such a breathtaking vista held his gaze captive, and he was lost in contemplation when a gentle knock interrupted the silence. Tap, tap, tap. Before Guden could react, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a maid clad in a grayish-white gown. Eileen entered with a basin of warm water, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Guden standing by the window. "Oh, young master? You're awake. How do you feel? Do you need me to summon the physician?" Noticing the young master's silence, Eileen felt a pang of worry. Could it be that he had lost the ability to speak after his grievous injury? Guden, however, was rendered speechless by the panel before him. Name, Eileen. Occupation, maid. Strength, none. Attributes, wholehearted, legendary knight. Universal maid, vengeful. Potential, unfading legend. Affection, 65, friendly. Description, a legendary figure is rising, so hold her tightly. But remember, do not provoke her. The golden potential attribute shone far more brilliantly than his own dull gray, hopeless state. Astonishingly, the first 2 of Eileen's 4 attributes were extraordinarily powerful. Wholehearted, capable of mastering any task or subject in an exceptionally short time, with the ability to intuitively grasp concepts. Legendary Knight possesses a legendary presence. The moment one embarks on the path of knighthood, a new legendary ballad will be added to this world. Not yet awakened. Universal maid. Proficient in both the parlor and the kitchen, skilled in various life techniques, able to perfectly manage daily affairs. Vengeful. Records any grievances in a notebook, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate, such as diluting wine with water. What does legendary signify? It represents an almost ceiling-level combat prowess in this world. The hierarchy of power is delineated into 8 tiers: awakening, initial, intermediate, advanced, master, extraordinary, legendary, and saintly. According to the memories of his predecessor, in an empire of hundreds of millions, there were perhaps only 20 individuals who had attained the legendary status, while the saintly, as the foundation of the nation, numbered only 1. Before him stood a maid of legendary stature. Young master? Young master? Are you all right? I am fine, I am fine. Gooden resumed his appraisal of this remarkable knightly maid. Her long, silvery white hair was elegantly gathered atop her head, while her pale green eyes, paired with slightly cherubic cheeks, rendered her exceedingly attractive. How curious. Did my predecessor never recognize such formidable potential by his side? Gooden mused silently, clearing his throat as he emulated the demeanor and tone of his former self, commanding, "Ahem, please prepare some food for me. And kindly summon the butler and Captain Reg to gather in the dining hall. You should freshen up first, young master. I will attend to it immediately," she replied, executing a slight curtsy before exiting the bedroom. Once outside, Erin lifted the sides of her long skirt and hurried off to find butler Joseph, eager to relay the splendid news of the young master's awakening. Observing Erin's retreating figure, Gooden's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must devise a means to win over this formidable figure. This was a legendary individual. If he could secure her loyalty, would he ever need to worry about sustenance or leisure in the future? And should any trouble arise, who would dare confront him with such a powerful ally at his side? The mysterious panel could actually display information about others. Moreover, he had just noticed that there were editable prompts at the bottom. The sheer potency of this modification feature filled Gooden with exhilaration. If he were ever to encounter danger, could he not simply alter his adversary into a fool? Yet, that seemed somewhat wasteful. How splendid it would be if he could modify items as well. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Gooden's mind, prompting him to glance at the noble longsword hanging on the wall of the bedroom. In the next moment, the familiar panel appeared before him. Could it truly be modified? Name: inferior noble longsword. Attributes: silver-tipped blade. Quality: inferior. Description: a shoddy, deceptive half-finished weapon. If one must fight with it, may it not shatter unexpectedly. The description before Gooden caused his lips to twitch in dismay. If memory served him correctly, he had purchased this longsword for 20 imperial gold coins. What does 20 imperial gold coins signify? 3 coins could comfortably sustain a peasant family of 4 or 5 for an entire year. With that amount, one could forge complete sets of armor and weapons for 2 soldiers. These would be practical, battle-ready gear, not mere ornamentation. Truly a wasteful purchase. Gooden muttered a quiet curse. However, this was a consequence of his predecessor's extravagance, not his own. He then redirected his gaze to explore other items that might reveal information panels. After a brief examination, he understood the panel function. Any named and usable item could manifest such information. Yet, not all items possessed attributes and descriptions, some bore only a name. Even so, this capability was astonishingly powerful, for those items with attributes were indeed modifiable. Suppressing one's curiosity, I simply refreshed myself with the warm water provided and proceeded directly to the dining hall. After all, within my own castle, it mattered little whether I changed my attire. Donning a bathrobe while moving about the castle was indeed a habit I had long embraced. Chapter 3. The trader halts the transaction. In the restaurant, Joseph and Reg were already waiting, having received the notification, with a modest array of food laid out on the table. Upon seeing the lively Gooden, they exchanged astonished glances, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. When Joseph received the news, he initially thought Erin was jesting. But only when Erin assured him with her work that it was no jest did he realize that the young master seemed to have truly recovered. However, according to the physician, who had been summoned from afar, the best outcome for the young master was to spend the remainder of his life confined to bed. How could he suddenly be able to walk freely now? Moreover, he appeared to be in vibrant spirits, showing no signs of having recently emerged from a grave illness. Gooden, Under the astonished gazes of the two, took his seat at the head of the table and casually grabbed a piece of bread from the platter. Only to find it unexpectedly hard. This attempt nearly caused him to lose a tooth. It seemed this bread was meant to be consumed with hot soup. A bit embarrassed, Gooden pretended nothing had happened, placing the bread back on his plate before breaking the silence. How long has it been since I was attacked? Including today. It's already the 4th day. Have the assailants been located? Gooden directed this inquiry at Reg young master. I have nearly completed the investigation on that group of bandits. I have already sent a request to the Imperial garrison in your family's name to eliminate them. As Gooden listened, his extreme hunger led him to snatch some unfamiliar berries from the table, their sweet and sour flavor quite appetizing. Once Reg finished speaking, Gooden cast a sidelong glance at him, intending to examine Reg's panel information. Reg caught this glance, and his heart tightened. Would his words inadvertently reveal anything? After a prolonged silence from the young master, Reg's anxious feelings began to ease slightly. Meanwhile, Gooden paid no heed to Reg's apprehensions, focusing entirely on the panel before him. Name, Reg. Occupation, swordsman, strength, intermediate, traits, resilience, smooth talker, gambling addict. Potential, average, loyalty, 60, follows the lead. Description, a knight unwilling to accept mediocrity, yet helplessly ordinary loyalty, 60? There's certainly something amiss. Upon glancing at Reg's panel attributes, Gooden deduced the oddities surrounding the attack on his person. At the time of the assault, there were supposed to be members of his guard present, yet only 2 or 3 had appeared, and Reg, the captain, had arrived late to the fray. Even with his limited intellect, combining the memories left by his predecessor with the current panel's validation allowed him to infer that this captain must have his own hidden motives. Nonetheless, Gooden did not reveal any particular expression, instead directing his gaze towards Joseph, the butler beside him. Name, Joseph. Occupation, steward. Strength, awakened. Traits, diligent. Loyal to master. Potential, ordinary. Loyalty, 100. Absolute loyalty. Introduction, though lacking remarkable skills, he is a person worthy of trust. The steely loyalty displayed on the panel astonished Gooden. However, considering that Joseph had been appointed from his family, it was somewhat understandable. With a general grasp of the circumstances surrounding them, Gooden's mind raced. The incident leading to his predecessor's attack was shrouded in mystery. Yet he had inexplicably survived. If another assassination attempt were to occur, he might not withstand it. Thus, he must eliminate this risk in advance. At that moment, Eileen served the prepared meal, artfully arranging each dish on the table. The enticing aroma of vegetable soup combined with the delicious scent of roasted meat ignited Gooden's appetite. He quickly pulled the vegetable soup closer, plunging a piece of hard bread into it to soften. Subsequently, he cut a small piece of meat and placed it into his mouth, casting a glance at the already departed Eileen as he mumbled indistinctly. The notification to the Imperial garrison was executed commendably, allowing the still nervous Reg to finally relax. However, the young master's subsequent remark sent chills down his spine. I suspect there may be someone in the guard who intends to harm me. No one has defected in these past few days, have they? Very well. Inform the guard to assemble. Once I finish my meal, I shall verify this personally. I hope I am mistaken. Gooden concluded, deliberately lowering his tone and shaking his head slightly. Yes, young master. Reg placed his right hand on his chest, bowed, and promptly set about arranging the young master's task. Exiting the dining room, Reg exhaled deeply. The young master seemed somewhat altered since his awakening. Just those few words had nearly frightened him to death, yet fortunately, he was not suspected. Shaking his head slightly, he hurried to summon the personnel below, preparing for the young master's verification. Inside the dining hall, Gooden heartily indulged in the banquet before him, interspersing his feast with indistinct sounds of enjoyment. Old Joseph. Has Reg exhibited any unusual behavior during my days of unconsciousness? Faced with such an inquiry, Joseph understood it as a suspicion directed at Reg young master. Do you suspect him? It is not mere suspicion, it is certainty. When hunting, I chose locations at random. How did that band of thugs find me? A chance encounter? Why would they attempt to take my life when there was no enmity? Even if they were unaware of my identity. Capturing me would surely yield a handsome reward in imperial gold for a noble scion. Moreover, as the captain of the guard, he was mysteriously absent during my attack, only appearing to rescue me when I was on the brink of death. Surely, he could not have overlooked that band prior to my near demise? Gooden's words left Joseph somewhat astonished. He too had harbored doubts regarding the young master's bizarre attack and speculated the presence of a traitor. However, he had not anticipated that the young master, upon awakening, would analyze the entire situation with such clarity. Was this still the same young master who had previously squandered his days in indulgence? Gooden paid no heed to the expressions of others, after all. He could place a modicum of trust in the unwavering loyalty he had encountered. Surely, the golden opportunity could not betray him. He lifted a bowl of exquisite vegetable soup and consumed it in one go, then let out a long sigh of contentment before inquiring, by the way. When did Eileen commence her duties at the castle? That diligent young lady? It must have been about a year since she arrived. Is something amiss, my lord? No. I find her quite commendable. Let us promote her to headmaid. Joseph. At that moment, as if summoned by fate, Eileen entered the dining hall, delivering an announcement. My lord, the old housekeeper, the representatives of the Charleston family have arrived, stating they wish to discuss matters concerning the debt with you. Chapter 4. The debt crisis. The name of the Charleston family conjured vivid associations in Gu Doyen's mind, yet it soon transformed into a frown of concern. How had his predecessor bequeathed him such a plethora of troubles? The matter of debt, while seemingly straightforward, harbored complexities beneath the surface. It was merely a scheme orchestrated by neighboring noble lords to siphon his funds, one lacking the means to exploit mineral resources, while the other possessed wealth. He, as an intermediary, had unwittingly borrowed funds to facilitate development. Ultimately, the mining venture collapsed, compounded by his own near-fatal ambush, leaving the Charleston family to pursue repayment. It was evident to any discerning observer that he had been ensnared in a trap, yet his predecessor had plunged headlong into this quagmire without hesitation. Now, however, it was he who bore the brunt of the suffering. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. But he stifled his outburst to maintain his composure. Turning to Eileen, Gu Doyen pondered and inquired, I trust you have not disclosed my awakening? No. Eileen responded with a shake of her head. Good. Please refrain from revealing my whereabouts as well. For now, escort the others to the adjoining hall. Yes, young master. Eileen nodded lightly before hastening to make arrangements. Gu Doyen then shifted his gaze to the butler. Old Joseph, I need you to represent me shortly and gauge their attitude. Understood, came the reply. I shall listen in from the sidelines and will intervene if necessary. With that, Gu Doyen rose and approached a nearby washstand to cleanse his greasy hands and rinse his mouth. Following the guidance of his memories, he stealthily made his way to a concealed chamber within the adjoining hall, where he could clearly hear the ongoing conversation, aided by a cleverly hidden peephole for observation. Such a design left Gu Doyen in awe. This place was akin to a sanctuary for certain individuals. Inside the adjoining hall, the emissaries of the Charleston family had commenced their discussion with Joseph. We sincerely apologize for intruding at such a time. We express our sympathy regarding young Master Gu Doyen's predicament, yet we must address the matter of the debts separately. The debt issue falls under the purview of young Master Gu Doyen, and I am not fully informed. Perhaps you could remain here for a few days until he awakens, allowing for a more thorough discussion. However, the Charleston emissaries displayed little patience, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. We are not here to negotiate. We are here to inform you. If the owed sum is not remitted within 7 days, we will regrettably have to escalate matters to the Imperial Arbitration Court. At that point, the Lord of Qingyuan Town may find himself renamed. Hiding in the shadows, Gu Doyen raised an eyebrow at this audacious proclamation. They were willing to risk imperial arbitration over a mere 300 imperial gold coins? Even amidst such a blatant threat, Joseph remained unperturbed, responding languidly. That would be most welcome. I'm quite curious to see which side the arbitration will favor. You. The opposing emissary, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately spat out a venomous retort. Once you've made your show, it would be wise to flee quickly. This is their territory. Should they decide to act irrationally and detain you, the consequences could be dire. Joseph paid little heed to the messenger's earlier words. Yet the final remark evidently ignited his ire, prompting a slight furrow of his brow as he regarded the retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, Gooden, concealed in the shadows, approached the adjacent chamber. The demeanor of the other party was quite assertive. How much gold do we currently possess? If memory serves, there remains 13 gold and 64 silver pieces. The old steward promptly reported the household's finances to Gooden, for it was imperative that a steward maintain a vigilant eye on the purse strings. Is that all that is left? Gooden was somewhat taken aback. Yet he bore no resentment, acknowledging that the extravagant expenditures were the doing of his former self. At that moment, Joseph suddenly recalled a letter received the previous day. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate to mention it at this juncture, it was essential to inform the young master. Ah, my lord. A letter arrived yesterday from the family in the capital. It stated that henceforth, the financial matters concerning Qingyuan Town are to be resolved by you alone. and there will be no further allocations from the family. Oh, I see. What? No more funding? Upon grasping the implication, Gooden was rendered speechless. The leisurely existence of his former self was entirely reliant on the family's support from the capital, receiving 500 imperial gold coins annually. Now, he found himself in a new reality where he was informed that the funds would cease. He had intended to resolve the burdensome debts with the family's allocations, only to find himself abruptly cut off. A series of unforeseen complications left Gooden feeling increasingly vexed. Why was nothing proceeding smoothly? Lacking a clear direction, Gooden resolved to cease his contemplation. With a decisive slap on the table, he rose and declared, "Enough of this. Let us first address the issue of the traitor. Come, assist me in staging a performance." Old Joseph instantly grasped the young master's intent and swiftly joined him as they made their way to the quarters of the castle's guards. Gooden had formulated a rough plan in his mind. For the time being, he would leave Reg alone. His immediate objective was to lower the guard's defenses, awaiting an opportunity to lure out those orchestrating the machinations behind him. In the castle courtyard, surveying the ranks of guards standing at attention, Gooden casually inquired of Reg, "Is everyone present? Aside from 2 who fell in battle and 1 who is too injured to rise, all are here." The guard contingent comprised 20 individuals, yet only 17 had reported. Gooden methodically scanned each face, swiftly assessing the specifics of the 17 present. To his surprise, 6 among them were calculated based on their favorability, indicating that he might not be able to command them at a crucial moment. Having been granted a second chance at life, he realized he must take great care of himself, for he still had pleasures to pursue. Without further ado, Gooden singled out the 6. "From this moment forth, you are no longer my guards. Surrender your weapons and equipment. You shall leave the castle today." As the command left Gooden's lips, the entire unit erupted in uproar. "What? My lord, what wrong have they committed? Why expel them? My lord, I am your most loyal subordinate. You cannot treat us this way. Your safety depends on us, even if we have faltered in our duty during your attack." Observing the raucous crowd, Gooden's gaze turned somewhat frigid, and he coldly declared, "Those who continue to bicker may leave with them." As his words echoed, the previously supportive individuals fell silent, leaving only the 6 who persisted in their cacophony. Chapter 5. Warrior, I bestow upon you a secret mission. Though the actions of Gooden elicited some discontent among the crowd, none were willing to forfeit their status as guards. After all, possessing a master who was both foolish and affluent, coupled with a preference for tranquility, had rendered their past 2 years in the guard akin to a leisurely accumulation of wealth. One must remember, the salary of a guard amounted to a staggering 40 silver coins per month. For families with numerous dependents, such an income could comfortably sustain them for 2 to 3 months, and this was merely the remuneration of a single guard. You. Step forward and oversee the surrender of their weapons and equipment. For every item missing, there will be a penalty equivalent to 1 month's wage. Gooden casually selected a few soldiers with decent loyalty levels to supervise the process. After all, the gear and weapons donned by the soldiers were bespoke and quite costly. Nearby, Joseph silently nodded to himself, having long harbored disdain for the 6 individuals who had just been summoned. These men had repeatedly feigned compliance, even absconding to slumber during their long shifts. Although he had previously alerted his master to their misdeeds, it seemed to have been disregarded. However, today marked a shift in his perception. It was not that his master had forgotten, but rather that he was seeking an opportunity to expel them openly. Gooden rubbed his slightly itchy nose and turned his gaze to the remaining soldiers, fixating on one with the highest loyalty score of 83. "Surely, entrusting this task to you poses no issue," he mused inwardly. "Warrior, it is you." He then bellowed, pointing dramatically, "You, traitor, seize him." The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in shock, and the soldier thus accused stood frozen in disbelief. Stammering, he protested, "Master, surely you have made a mistake. I have never betrayed you." Observing the crowd's stunned silence, Gooden stoked the flames further. "What are you waiting for? Capture him. This month's salary will be doubled." Upon hearing the mention of a salary increase, the soldiers swiftly cast aside their hesitation and decisively turned against their erstwhile comrade. In an instant, the accused traitor found himself beset by several burly men. "Take him to the dungeon. I shall interrogate him personally." "Yes, master." The wronged soldier continued to wail his innocence, but Gooden chose to feign deafness to his cries. Joseph, however, could no longer bear the sight. He had been keeping a watchful eye on the wrongly accused boy. Was it possible that his master had erred in judgment? Just as he contemplated voicing a defense, Gooden spoke first. "The traitors have been dealt with. Reg, you shall arrange for those 6 individuals. I do not wish to see them causing a ruckus in the town, understood? Yes, master, I shall see to it. Reg nodded fervently in agreement. Initially, when his master had mentioned capturing a traitor, he had felt a surge of panic, contemplating how he might escape if discovered. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that his foolish master would select a mere scapegoat. Humming an unknown tune, Reg leisurely made his way out of the castle. As the thoughts of celebrating at the bar that evening danced in his mind, Gudon had seemingly cast aside the orders recently given by the young master. After sending Reg off, he made his way to the dungeon. Old Joseph remains. The rest of you may leave. I shall personally handle the interrogation. Yes, young master. With the idle onlookers dismissed, only Roy, bound and gagged, emitted muffled sounds within the dim confines of the dungeon. Observing the pitiable figure of Roy, Gudon approached and removed the rag from his mouth. In the next instant, Roy let out a deafening wail. Young master, I am wronged. Truly wronged. I am no traitor. Old steward, I implore you to help me. I am not a traitor. The cacophony compelled Gudon to rub his ears in discomfort. Cease your howling. It is becoming tiresome, he said, irritation creeping into his voice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Roy quickly silenced himself, casting a look of despair at the two men. Ah, brave one. Do you aspire to be a hero? Gudon cleared his throat, adopting a more benevolent demeanor as he addressed Roy. Eh? The abrupt shift left both Joseph and Roy bewildered. What was unfolding before them? Gudon paused, activating his persuasive rhetoric. It is true that there are traitors within the castle, but you are not among them. I can sense your loyalty, and it is precisely this loyalty that has led me to choose you. As my devoted soldier, Roy, would you assist me in eliminating this threat? Overwhelmed by the young master's faith in him, Roy was moved to tears, eagerly nodding in affirmation. I am willing. Your problems are my problems, and I would brave fire and water for you, young master. Excellent. Once we have dealt with the traitor, you shall be appointed captain of the guard, and your rewards will be plentiful, Gudon replied, nodding approvingly and casting a tempting prospect before him. Yes, young master. How may I assist you? Being bound, I find myself unable to contribute. Roy bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grain, attempting to express his predicament. Do not fret. Your bindings serve to lower the traitor's guard. In order to maintain our ruse, you may have to endure some hardships in the dungeon for a few days, Gudon stated, acknowledging the concern that flickered in Roy's eyes as he contemplated the prospect of enduring punishment while playing a role. Do not worry. Wait a moment. I shall devise a plan to transform you. Gudon interjected, swiftly activating the panel to commence the modification of attributes. With 2 modifications and 3 refreshes remaining, he intended to utilize them all on Roy. Having previously experienced the wondrous effects of attribute modification, he deemed it nothing short of miraculous. 2 modifications were sufficient to craft Roy into a formidable warrior, ensuring that when the time came for him to endure a beating as part of their charade, he would not be exposed. Feminine charm, grinding teeth, slippery feet. What nonsensical attributes are these? Refresh. After a cursory glance at the attribute descriptions, Gudon decisively reset. And with the emergence of the second round of attributes, he finally found one that could be of use. The phrase rugged and resilient, tough skin and flesh can withstand numerous unnecessary troubles perfectly aligns with Gudon's forthcoming plans, prompting an immediate and decisive replacement. Soon, a new phrase emerged, and fortune smiled upon him as he unveiled a powerful descriptor, battle-hardened, possessing abundant combat experience. One can preserve oneself while vanquishing more foes on the perilous battlefield. A fleeting glance at Roy's loyalty revealed it had inexplicably risen to 89. Without further hesitation, Gudon proceeded to modify and replace the descriptor. Bound to the torture chair, Roy appeared somewhat dazed, his mind swirling with inexplicable thoughts. As he gazed at his young master, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He felt that should the other advance a single step, he would effortlessly eliminate him. Chapter 6, Awakening? I pretend the fleeting glint of menace in Roy's eyes startled Gudon, yet fortunately, the latter quickly regained composure and became somewhat animated. Young master, this. Roy did not attribute his remarkable transformation to his own merit. After all, the young master had just mentioned a transformation for him, and soon after, this sensation emerged. Observing Roy's excitement, Gudon offered a faint smile. This change is merely the beginning. If matters proceed favorably, I can bestow upon you even greater powers. However, Gudon paused, his smile fading, and his tone grew somewhat indifferent. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, I can just as easily revoke these abilities. Do you understand? By the gods above, I, Roy, vow to loyally follow young Master Gudon unto death, never to betray. Roy slightly bowed his head, his voice imbued with solemnity as he swore. At that moment, Gooden observed Roy's loyalty metrics soaring from 89 to an impressive 99, though it regrettably halted just shy of a full ascent. Nevertheless, the final increment of loyalty was merely a matter of time. Perhaps once all promised conditions were fulfilled, Roy would become his first fully loyal warrior. Excellent, Gooden remarked with a satisfied nod. Meanwhile, Joseph, who had been a silent observer throughout, felt a chill run down his spine. The capabilities displayed by his young master bore a striking resemblance to those of a demon. He had witnessed Roy's transformation in its entirety. That fierce gaze was not characteristic of a mere idle guard. It was evident that this was the aura of one who had clawed their way back from the brink of death. Had the young master managed to transform this timid lamb into a ferocious tiger with just a few words? Such feats were the dominion of gods and demons alike. Recalling the peculiar behaviors exhibited by his young master since his awakening, Joseph could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Could it be that his young master was truly being seduced by demonic influences? Before long, Roy's appearance underwent a drastic alteration. His disheveled hair and bloodied attire rendered him a pitiable sight. Fortunately, his robust physique dulled the pain, yet to enhance the realism of his act, Roy spontaneously began to wail. The sound sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers stationed outside the dungeon. Before long, the young master and the old steward emerged from the dungeon. Upon seeing the young master's composed demeanor, the guards stationed at the dungeon began to feel a sense of trepidation. You too, keep a vigilant watch over the dungeon. No one is to approach without my command. Understood? Understood. Young master, we assure you that not even a mouse will pass through. As the young master departed, the guards could not help but engage in hushed conversations. How did we not realize the young master was so ruthless before? The commotion inside could leave one dead or crippled. I find it quite normal. Consider this. If someone sought to kill you, would you treat them with kindness after capturing them? True. If it were me, I would certainly ensure that the scoundrel suffered to the utmost. But speaking of which, Roy did not seem so audacious before. How dare he conspire with bandits? Who knows? I always suspected he was up to no good while trying to curry favor with the old steward, and it seems I was right. He dared to act in front of the other party, which surely meant he had prepared his words. In order to prevent the other from discovering the changes in his temperament in the future, Gudrun planned to reveal some information, half-truths and half-lies. In the study on the second floor of the castle, Gudrun casually flipped through the books on the desk while Joseph silently poured him a cup of tea. After a while, Gudrun paused in his reading and spoke slowly. Old Joseph, your concerns are unwarranted. If I were possessed by a demon, the priest would have already incinerated me. I was once powerless, but that depends on the time. Now that someone wishes to kill me, should I not pay attention? Joseph was rendered speechless by the young master's words, and Gudrun seized the moment to continue. Old Joseph, I have awakened, though the nature of my abilities is somewhat peculiar, and I have yet to sort it out. Awakened. Upon hearing this, Joseph was taken aback, his wrinkled face displaying shock. He was well aware of the young master's physique, naturally resistant, and even the physician and priest summoned in the capital had shaken their heads in disbelief. How could he awaken after a brush with death? Recalling the state of the young master after awakening, Joseph quickly grasped Gudrun's arm, attempting to channel a trace of vitality. But unfortunately, he was unable to succeed. Ah, old Joseph, did I not mention? My awakened abilities are indeed peculiar. Please allow me to finish. Hearing the young master's words, Joseph hastily withdrew his hand. My apologies, young master. I was too agitated. Please continue. It seems that my awakened abilities do not align with the systems of vitality or magical power. Rather, they resemble a form of magic that does not require magical energy. However, this magic cannot be directly manifested. It requires the aid of others. You are aware of my injuries, are you not? Joseph nodded, for he had sourced both the physician and priests, and thus was most knowledgeable about the young master's condition. When I awakened, even moving was a struggle. Yet I discovered that I could heal myself, restoring all my injuries. Joseph's eyes widened in astonishment. The healing power of such magic was extraordinary. Previously, he had spent a considerable sum to hire a bishop from a nearby city, a high-ranking priest, who had cast numerous healing spells without effect, barely managing to keep the young master alive. Yet here was the young master, freshly awakened, able to restore himself with a single spell. Seeing that he had successfully captivated Joseph's attention, Gudrun decided to conclude the topic. Old Joseph, you have watched me grow up. In the capital, I could not venture out to cause trouble, and you had it easy. However, since coming here, I have stirred quite a bit of trouble, and you have always helped me manage it. But from today onward, you shall not have to face these troubles. I will be mindful of my actions." Gudrun's heartfelt words brought a lump to Joseph's throat. Oh heavens and earth, the young master has finally matured. I may yet live a few more years. However, upon reflection, it seemed that this incident of the young master's attack was not entirely a misfortune after all. Moreover, my abilities are exceedingly unique, should others become aware of them. It would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Therefore, I sincerely hope you can safeguard this secret for me, including from our family. This request is not unreasonable. And Joseph readily acquiesced. With his concerns alleviated, Gudrun felt that he could finally commence discussing matters of importance. Chapter 7. The destitution of Qingyuan town suddenly burdened with debt and severed from familial financial support. Gudrun found his aspirations of living a life of indulgence in tatters. If he did not address the issue of his debts, he feared he would soon find himself wandering the streets. However, he was not particularly anxious about resolving the debt itself. Rather, the absence of a source of income shattered his dreams of nightly revelry. With a soft sigh, Gudrun reflected on how just an hour prior, he had been vowing to live as a debauched heir, unconcerned with matters of governance. Yet here he was, compelled to engage in serious contemplation, for his inherent diligence would not allow him to squander his time idly. In an effort to secure a more leisurely existence, Gudrun reluctantly took on the burden of his current predicament. Old Joseph, please provide me with a brief overview of the specifics of our territory, including population, taxation, economic sources, and the boundaries of the land. After a moment of pensive deliberation, Joseph relayed the information to his young master. Before long, Gudrun gained a rough understanding of the state of his domain. The situation in Qingyuan town was even bleaker than he had anticipated. With a total population barely exceeding 1,000, including the scattered farmers, hunters, and fishermen who relied on their environment for sustenance. In reality, the number of residents actually living within Qingyuan town was likely closer to 600 or 700. Furthermore, the town's annual revenue amounted to only 700 to 800 imperial gold coins, and after deducting taxes, the average income per resident was a meager 45 silver coins per year. To put this into perspective, his guard soldiers earned 40 silver coins a month, equivalent to the entire annual income of a local inhabitant, which explained the agitation of the dismissed soldiers. Additionally, the town boasted no specialties. It merely sustained its residents through agriculture and hunting. Located on the fringes of the empire, merchant caravans were a rare sight. Overall, assuming the role of lord in this place felt akin to being exiled, which, in truth, it was. Gudrun was taken aback when he learned from Joseph about the extent of Qingyuan town's land. The territory stretched from the west to the northern boundary, reaching the foot of the Everfrost Mountains at the empire's edge, with the remaining directions extending approximately 30 kilometers. If one were to outline the territory on a map from a bird's-eye view, it would resemble the shape of a shuttlecock. Such an expansive area was nearly comparable to that of some small nations. Alas, despite this vast expanse, the only inhabited area was Qingyuan town. The rest consisted of desolate forests and hills. After some contemplation, Gudrun turned his focus to the matter of taxation and inquired of Joseph. I recall there being an annual tax revenue for the town, correct? Indeed, young master, Joseph affirmed. In previous years, aside from the taxes owed to the empire, the remainder has been allocated for the town's operations. This year's tax collection date is still 2 months away, so it is unlikely we can rely on it to settle the debts. Joseph's words were clear. Depending on tax revenue to surmount their difficulties would prove futile. In regard to this, Gudrun remained unperturbed. He had no worries about Charlison, for he possessed a solution. Observing the young master's confident demeanor, old Joseph hesitated to dampen his spirits and gently remarked, "Let us hope so. However, if matters escalate to the arbitration council, you must firmly assert that the borrowed funds for the mining operation are in question. This may yield a turning point." Indeed, Gudrun nodded slightly. Old Joseph, please make the necessary preparations. We shall venture out shortly. However, before Joseph could complete his thought, Gudrun interjected, "I will remain nearby and shall not stray too far." Reluctantly, Joseph acquiesced and set about his preparations. He had already gleaned a fair understanding of the general situation in Qingyuan town, and now it was time for on-site investigation. As an outsider in this fantastical medieval realm, Gudrun's mind brimmed with countless entrepreneurial ideas. After all, 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. Amassing 300 gold coins from scratch within a week posed a formidable challenge. Yet with the aid of a modification tool, Gudrun felt a profound sense of confidence. However, Prior to that, he needed to immerse himself in the operational rules of this new world. Venturing forth without a comprehensive grasp of this realm's dynamics could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Yet, once he acquired a fundamental understanding, his plans for generating wealth could swiftly commence. Having finalized his plans, Gooden prepared to don a suit of light armor for his outing. Although he was merely within the confines of the small town, it was prudent to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Compared to that exorbitantly priced longsword, this armor seemed quite practical, classified as legitimate protective gear. As Gooden attempted to don the armor, he found himself at a loss. He had no experience in wearing such attire. Traditionally, he had relied on others to assist him in adorning the armor, and mastering the art of donning a full suit alone proved to be a significant challenge. In desperation, Gooden called upon Eileen for assistance. Unfortunately, Eileen, too, was unfamiliar with the process of donning armor, as this task had never fallen within her purview. For a moment, Gooden found himself without alternative help, so he urged Eileen to give it a try. With no pressing tasks at hand, Eileen nodded in agreement. Her fingers brushed against the gleaming metal of the armor, and she felt a thrill, as it was her first encounter with such equipment. Noticing Eileen's curiosity as she examined the armor, Gooden was inspired to inquire, "Are you intrigued by this?" Eileen, caught off guard by the question, felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a child, she had little interest in tales of princes rescuing princesses. Instead, she yearned to become a knight herself and save those unfortunate princesses. However, she soon realized the difficulty of such aspirations, for even the most affordable knight's gear cost 20 gold coins and was both heavy and stifling. Upon hearing this, Gooden couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this had been the source of her frustration in aspiring to be a legendary knight. While engaging in conversation, they simultaneously continued the task at hand. Though inexperienced with such armor, Eileen's exposure to various experiences allowed her to assist Gooden effectively, guided by his memories and the cinematic knowledge of his past life. After a flurry of activity, he finally donned his armor. Perhaps due to the modifications made to the gear, Gooden felt as though the armor had shrunk slightly, causing a certain discomfort. Once attired, Gooden selected 2 reasonably loyal soldiers to accompany him on his investigation, setting off with the prepared old Joseph. Upon stepping outside, Gooden realized that the castle was perched atop a hill, with the so-called Qingyuan town constructed around it. From his elevated vantage point, he observed a scatter of old houses in disarray, their chaotic arrangement indicating a complete lack of planning. Even with his expectations set, Gooden couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. In such a backward place, referring to it as a town was indeed an elevation of its status. Chapter 8. Elegance. Timeless. Gripping the reins, Gooden urged his steed to advance slowly. The town of Qingyuan was constructed around a castle, yet there remained a considerable distance between the two. Upon entering the quaint town, a street appeared before him, leading to an unknown destination. Simultaneously, a pungent odor assailed his senses from all directions, nearly overwhelming Gooden, who was caught unawares. In this moment, he truly experienced the essence of a medieval world from a different realm. The muddy path was flanked by a mixture of animal and human waste, coupled with various forms of polluted water, creating an indescribable stench that permeated the street. Gooden finally comprehended why his predecessor had such an affinity for bustling cities. In such an environment, each venture outdoors was a torment, contemplating plans for the transformation of the roads and surroundings. He consciously slowed his breathing to minimize exposure to the foul air. At the same time, he urged his horse to hasten towards their destination. To grasp the true conditions of this world, one must visit a tavern, the quintessential microcosm of society, where one could discern the living standards of the inhabitants. The arrival of Gooden and his companions soon attracted the attention of the locals, who displayed a mix of astonishment upon seeing him. Could it be that the rumors circulating were false? Might he be a long-lost brother of the family? It had been quite some time since anyone from his family had visited him. It was entirely possible that young Master Gooden had met his demise, leading to yet another change in the lordship of this area. Rumors swiftly morphed into fantastical tales, and with the town's limited population, various versions circulated rapidly. Meanwhile, Gooden had just reached the tavern, and it was midday, with few patrons present. However, the sight of Gooden's arrival elicited surprise from both the servers and the customers. Upon entering the tavern, Gooden took a tentative breath. The scent of beer mingled with other aromas, though peculiar, was a vast improvement over the street outside. Resuming a normal breathing pattern, he made his way directly to the bar. In a corner of the tavern, Carol, who was heartily enjoying his meal, froze upon seeing Gooden. Hadn't it been said that he was still unconscious? Then who was this person before him? Recalling his earlier assertiveness in the castle, Carol suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Could it be that the man intended to silence him? In a flash, Carol lowered his head and curled his body to diminish his visibility. Damn it, had I known, I would have skipped the meal and left without a word. Oblivious to Carol's presence, Gudon approached the bar, surveying the surroundings only to discover the absence of a menu. A sudden realization struck him. This was a remote frontier of the empire, where the literate were few and far between, rendering the concept of a menu incomprehensible to the majority. Noticing Gudon's momentary bewilderment, the bartender inquired, "My lord, what do you require?" After a moment of contemplation, Gudon replied, "Pray, do provide me with a brief overview of your offerings, along with their prices." Upon hearing this request, the server promptly began to recite the menu. A medium mug of ale cost 5 copper coins, a large mug 7 copper coins, and an extra-large mug 10 copper coins. Hard bread is 2 copper coins, while a bowl of vegetable soup is 5 copper coins. As he listened to the prices being announced, Gudon silently calculated in his mind. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Judging by the tavern's pricing, the purchasing power of a single silver coin remains quite substantial. If one merely seeks to sate their hunger, one might not even need 10 copper coins in a day. Upon learning of Master Gudon's arrival, the tavern owner hastily approached to offer his service. "Welcome, my lord. May I offer you something to drink?" As he spoke, the owner discreetly tugged at the server's sleeve, signaling him to step aside. Having gathered sufficient information, Gudon decided to order 4 mugs of ale to savor the flavors of this unfamiliar realm. "Let it be 4 mugs of ale." "Certainly, 4 mugs of ale," the tavern owner echoed loudly before discreetly signaling the server. Understanding the unspoken command, the server swiftly went to fetch 4 mugs of unadulterated ale. The pure, malty aroma wafted from the glasses, causing a stir among the seasoned patrons in the tavern. Observing the 4 mugs of fresh ale, one patron could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Old Mike, why have you not watered down the ale this time?" Old Mike widened his eyes in protest. "How dare you besmirch my reputation?" "Reputation? I witnessed you adding water to the barrel just the other day," the patron countered. Old Mike's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, "What of it? Adding water to the ale still makes it ale." Amidst the laughter, Gudon took a sip of the finest ale. The slightly chilled beverage presented a bitter taste, with malty notes exploding within his mouth. Yet, in comparison to modern spirits, it fell short. Each mug contained roughly 400 milliliters, and Gudon finished his drink in just a few gulps. Though it bore the name of ale, its alcohol content was surprisingly low. He would require at least several dozen more to feel intoxicated. His purpose was merely to experience and investigate, and after finishing, he instructed old Joseph to settle the bill in preparation for their next destination. If a tavern reflects the economic status of a town, then a blacksmith shop embodies the current industrial capabilities. Upon noticing Gudon's departure from the tavern, Carol, who had been lurking in a corner, hastily rose to flee, leaving behind the remnants of food and ale on the table. He had no desire to linger in Clear Spring Town for even a moment longer. On their way to the blacksmith shop, old Joseph suddenly spoke. "My lord, the emissary from the Charleston family was also present there." "Indeed, I am aware," Gudon nodded slightly. Although they had not met face to face, he had caught a glimpse of the other party through a small opening in the adjoining hall. In the tavern, there were only a few individuals present. Even if one were to curl up in a corner, they could still be detected. "As for your news of not meeting him upon your awakening, I fear, no matter, the fact that they do not dare to greet me indicates their unease. It is quite possible that the incident of my ambush was orchestrated by them." Goodman spoke slowly in a tone audible only to the two of them. Chapter 9. Boom. Such a bold conjecture startled Joseph. Yet after some contemplation, he considered the possibility that the other party might indeed be correct. However, he refrained from giving a definitive answer, continually evading with vague remarks. Following the young master's assault, the opposing party had sent individuals to make contact with him, accompanied by threats. Fortunately, the young master had awakened and, through misfortune, had gained a special ability. It seemed that Lady Luck still favored their young master. The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the town, at the blacksmith shop. Upon the arrival of Gudon and his entourage, the blacksmith promptly set aside his work and came out to greet them. "My lord, have you come to place an order?" "Sort of," Gudon replied with a nod, as he dismounted with the assistance of a guard. Buck then warmly invited Gudon to inspect the wares. As a lord, his demand for iron goods far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It could be said that more than half of the blacksmith's business was tied to the Lord, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the shop existed primarily for the Lord's needs. The crafting and maintenance of horseshoes, stirrups, weapons, and armor were almost entirely entrusted to this blacksmith, and the profits he garnered could easily fund another shop. Thus, Buck was exceedingly enthusiastic upon seeing Gooden. "Do you have any finished weapons?" Gooden casually inquired, observing the bustling apprentices. "Yes, Pansy, fetch a long sword that hasn't been sharpened yet," Buck instructed, summoning an apprentice who swiftly retrieved the blade. However, Pansy did not hand the sword directly to the Lord, but first passed it to his master, Buck, who then presented it to Gooden. After all, the Lord had been attacked just days prior, and any presumptuous act on Pansy's part could lead to undesirable consequences. Buck was pleased with this astute display. Receiving the sword, he examined it briefly before offering the hilt towards Gooden. Taking the long sword in hand, Gooden inspected it using the interface. Name: unsharpened ordinary longsword. Attributes: sturdy, quality, ordinary. Description: a fairly decent longsword, with assured quality. Gooden twirled the sword a couple of times before inquiring, "How long would it take to forge one of these?" "This is already the fastest we can manage, my lord. With the limited number of staff in my shop, we can produce 5 or 6 in a single batch without issue." Gooden nodded slightly and continued his questioning. "What about a set of armor for ordinary soldiers? How long would it take to forge a complete set at the quickest pace?" Buck pondered for a moment before responding. 15. No, 10 days. We could complete a set in 10 days. The unexpected visit from the Lord, coupled with his inquiries, hinted to Buck that something unusual was afoot. Considering the recent attack, he surmised that the Lord might soon engage in conflict with certain factions. To secure this lucrative order, he resolved to work through the night to fulfill the request. Upon hearing that a complete set of armor could be forged in as little as 10 days, Gooden felt a flicker of surprise within him. The ordinary armor he referred to was indeed plate armor, which is relatively easier to craft. Compared to the more labor-intensive chainmail or scale armor, 10 days is indeed a remarkably swift time frame. However, there are inherent drawbacks. The weight of the armor, its cumbersome nature, and lack of ventilation are all issues associated with plate armor. This suggests that the forging and smelting techniques in this world are quite advanced, and perhaps future forging requirements could be arranged through the blacksmith's workshop. "Very well, I shall place an order with you in a couple of days," Gooden stated with satisfaction, tossing the long sword back to the other party. Upon hearing of the impending order, Buck's face brightened, and he eagerly agreed. The investigation of the blacksmith's workshop had only just begun, and Gooden continued his discourse with Buck, posing 7 or 8 more questions while inspecting the ore and iron ingots twice before finally departing with a sense of fulfillment. After seeing off the Lord, Buck wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Today, the Lord had been exceedingly peculiar, although the subsequent inquiries were indeed related to forging. He found himself unable to answer half of them. Terms like metal reactions and modular forging were utterly bewildering. Nevertheless, seeing the Lord's satisfied expression reassured him that his order would likely remain intact. Gooden then prepared to visit the nearby farms of Qingyuan town, as agricultural matters could not be overlooked either. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carroll finally arrived at Charleston Castle just before nightfall. Upon returning to his domain, he set aside any thoughts of cleansing himself and hurriedly requested an audience with the current head of the Charleston family, Baron Gigel. Upon seeing the muddy Carroll, Gigel was momentarily taken aback. When questioned, Carroll's expression revealed his agitation as he quickly recounted the events to the Lord. "My lord, you must advocate for me. As your envoy, I went to Qingyuan town to discuss the debt issue, yet Gooden refused to meet with me. I was instead received by that old steward, who, once we began discussing the debts, became evasive. When I mentioned going to the arbitration office, he displayed an unwavering stance. Immediately after I left the castle, they sent someone to pursue me. My current state is a result of my flight. Had I not been swift, I fear I would never see you again," Carroll lamented, his voice tinged with desperation as if he had truly escaped death. However, Gigel's focus shifted away from Carroll's plight as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "You say Gooden refused to see you? Was he not gravely injured and unconscious? Has he now awakened?" "The one who pursued me was Gooden himself. He did not appear to be in a state of severe injury or unconsciousness. I swear by the gods, everything I say is the truth." At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder erupted outside, heralding the arrival of a torrential downpour. Chapter 10. Refreshing requires a face wash. A sudden clap of thunder startled Carroll, causing her to tremble. At that moment, Gigel furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze towards the muddy Carol and, with a tone of admiration, remarked, "You did well. Now go and freshen up. I shall have the kitchen prepare something warm for you. Your reward will be given tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord." Carol quickly bowed and exited the room. Inside, Jijil remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "What do you think? The awakening is real. But the pursuit, haha." A raspy voice suddenly emerged from the corner of the room. Its laughter akin to two pieces of glass scraping against each other. Jijil frowned slightly at the sound, pondering for a moment. "Please inform Baron Welber to come see me. There seems to be something peculiar regarding Gooden's awakening." "Understood. By the way, have we gathered any information about Gooden's family in the capital?" "None. How can someone gravely injured and on the brink of death mysteriously come back to life? A family engaged in commerce in the capital has no news whatsoever. Who exactly is this fellow?" Moreover, as he lay on the verge of death, not a single family member came to visit or take over the territory. This is exceedingly strange. Qingyuan Town, Castle. Soaking in the warm water, Gooden could not help but emit a sound of comfort. After a day of running about investigating, his body, although strengthened, could not endure the strain. Unfortunately, the scene he had anticipated of being attended to by a maid had not materialized. Aside from feeling exhausted, Gooden quickly had a simple dinner before retreating to his study. He took a blank sheet of paper and began to devise plans for future developments based on the information he had gathered today. He had a fair understanding of the situation in Qingyuan Town, and a rough outline for specific arrangements was taking shape. First, he needed to generate some funds for subsequent operations. His modest treasury contained only 13 gold coins, coupled with the castle's future maintenance expenses. He could only sustain himself for a month at most before running dry. Gooden had a solution in mind. He would sell that inferior noble sword. However, he would not sell the subpar item outright. Instead, he would enhance it through modification before selling. A practical yet luxurious noble sword should alleviate some of his financial pressure. After all, if he could produce favorable modifications, it might even acquire the title of a magical sword. If he could fetch a good price, perhaps he could also resolve his debt issues. Nonetheless, prompted by Joseph's reminder, Gooden had noticed a loophole regarding the mine's debts. He planned to take some time tomorrow to investigate. If he could find a way to break the deadlock, he might just be able to clear that debt entirely. This way, any money earned could be wholly directed towards future business ventures and town development. In a flurry of thoughts, a preliminary renovation plan for Qingyuan Town was soon drafted. Due to his recent arrival in this world, Gooden found it somewhat challenging to write in the local language. Thus the plan was directly penned in Chinese. Gazing at the 3 or 4 sheets of paper filled with notes, Gooden nodded with a hint of satisfaction. From the ensuing self-sustaining business plan to the various reconstruction efforts in Qingyuan Town, nearly everything Gooden could conceive was meticulously added to the agenda. This included plans for road renovations, housing layouts, and environmental improvements such as sewage disposal. Alongside these, industrial ambitions emerged, including the establishment of brick factories, cement plants, and steel mills, representing a heavy industrial focus. As a modern individual, Gooden yearned to transform Qingyuan Town into a more contemporary locale, enhancing both comfort and his own sense of belonging. However, he found himself at a loss regarding commercial development. Products like sugar and fine salt were luxuries only the nobility could afford. The prospect of large-scale steel smelting was equally constrained by the scarcity of raw materials. The town's poverty was palpable. Regardless of the innovative goods he could create, there would be no market to sustain them. The optimal choice would be to sell externally. Yet this would render initial costs uncontrollable. Consequently, Gooden recognized the need for further observation of this world before making any definitive decisions. After completing the business plan, Gooden retrieved a few more sheets of paper and placed them before him. His conversation with Eileen from the previous day sparked an idea. Perhaps her inability to become a knight stemmed from a lack of suitable equipment. The cumbersome armor was ill-suited for her, prompting Gooden to resolve to design a bespoke set of gear for her. After all, he had consumed a wealth of films and anime in his past life. Blending elements from various sources along with his ability to modify attributes would make crafting an attractive yet functional ensemble a breeze. Of course, this was merely Gooden's personal notion. He scribbled and revised on the paper until the late hours of the night. And only after the thunderstorm outside had subsided did he set down his pen. Observing the flickering candlelight on his desk, he rubbed his weary eyes, lamenting the inadequate brightness of the flame. How wonderful it would be to have electric lights. The following morning, awakening from slumber, Gu Dian instinctively reached for his pillow, wishing to check the time on his phone. After a moment of futile searching, he suddenly sat up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. It dawned on him that his journey to this world was not merely a dream. Shaking off the fleeting sense of loss, he accessed his attribute panel, ready to refresh his attribute pool. His recent excursions had revealed that each item had an independent number of attribute refreshes, rather than a shared quota of 3. This realization allowed him to allocate his limited daily modifications with greater precision. In his current weakened state, he was particularly hopeful for an attribute that could enhance his combat prowess. Alas, fate seemed unkind, as 2 consecutive refreshes yielded no desirable results. With only 1 refresh opportunity remaining, Gu Dian sighed and quietly rose from his bed. Before embarking on such a venture reliant on fortune, it is indeed prudent to refresh oneself. He summoned a maid to bring warm water for a brief wash, all the while donning his armor. Today, he intended to inspect the situation at the mine, hastily settling for a light breakfast. However, prior to his departure, Gooden made a visit to the dungeon. In addition to refreshing Roy's entries, he took the opportunity to convey certain instructions, all while not forgetting to maintain his FAAD. The guards waiting outside the dungeon, hearing the screams emanating from within, felt an unsettling chill. Once all arrangements were in place, Gooden set out for the mine, accompanied by old Joseph, Reg, and 10 guards for the investigation. Chapter 11. Breaking the deadlock. The mine is situated at the juncture of the Songhai Forest and the Qingyuan Snow Ridge. Yet the controlled area lies within the Songhai Forest itself. The former is the territory of the Lance family, who conspired to deceive him into seeking a loan from the Charleston family, while the latter is collectively known as the domain of Gooden. Departing from Qingyuan town towards the mine, the straight-line distance is approximately 31 or 32 kilometers, but the actual road conditions can extend this to 40 or 50 kilometers. Consequently, this journey may necessitate overnight camping, and the accompanying party has prepared their supplies abundantly. As this expedition requires the presence of Reg, Gooden refrained from explicitly stating their destination prior to departure, merely instructing them to be ready. The group did not gallop wildly along the way. Instead, they trotted leisurely on their warhorses. Gooden was not pressed for time. This distance could be covered in a mere half-day at most. Along the route, he adapted to the jolts of riding while also taking in the scenic beauty beyond the town. The heavy rain from the previous night infused the air with the aroma of earth and grass, prompting Gooden to indulge in several deep breaths. A world devoid of industrial pollution is truly magnificent. After a series of stops and starts, they arrived at their destination just before noon. The mine is located in a clearing within the forest, an open-pit operation. Surrounding the mine are several constructed shelters and some second-hand mining equipment. Upon securing the mine's land as collateral from the Lance family, everything within this area, including the equipment, became his. Gooden surveyed the surroundings and commanded for a view. Split into 2 groups, patrol the perimeter. The rest, establish a temporary camp here. Yes, young master. The group swiftly dismounted and began setting up from their supplies. Once assisted off his horse, Gooden made no effort to rest and proceeded towards the mining area. Arriving at a pile of ore stacked in the open, he crouched down to examine a piece closely. The dark brown stone exhibited a hint of metallic luster, interspersed with yellowish-brown material. Although Gooden's expertise did not lie in mining, this ore did not appear to be iron. After all, the Lance family had claimed to discover iron ore here, which had prompted the mining plan. On the day the mine officially commenced operations, his predecessor had inspected the site and witnessed firsthand the extraction and smelting of iron. However, just days after that inspection, he was informed that the iron mine was no longer yielding iron, and shortly thereafter, the mine along with the surrounding territory was hastily mortgaged to him to alleviate debts. Old Joseph, take a look at these ores. Do you recognize them? Gooden casually handed a piece to Joseph, who examined it meticulously. After a moment, he shook his head. Young master, this indeed resembles ore, but it is not iron ore. I do not recognize this material. Perhaps Buck from the blacksmith shop might know. Joseph added. Ah, how could I have forgotten Buck? Gooden exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. The counterpart, as the proprietor of a blacksmith shop, is undoubtedly more adept at dealing with ores than they are. Although Guduin possesses camping equipment, it serves merely as a precaution, as he does not intend to spend the night outside. If this substance is not, or, then what could it possibly be? Observing the well-equipped mining facilities around him, Guduin suddenly inquired, Old Joseph, do you think this could be a false mine? Perhaps it only has a superficial layer of, or? It seems rather unlikely, Joseph replied. Since they dared to come to the United Pit, well, to deceive you out of your money, they wouldn't resort to deceit in the mining operation. Oh, please continue, Goodwin urged, discarding the ore in his hand and moving towards another pile for inspection. Joseph leisurely followed, elucidating. Given their bold threat to escalate matters to the arbitration board, they must have prepared thoroughly. If they had merely tossed some ore into a random location and claimed it was a mining area, any subsequent investigation by the arbitration board would surely expose their ruse. There must indeed be some mineral presence beneath this mining site, but whether it is iron or remains to be seen. If they intend to swindle you out of your money and territory, they must be prepared with a genuine or bearing counterfeit. After hearing this explanation, Goodwin silently nodded in agreement. It appears they have indeed invested significantly, specifically selecting a defunct mine for him. However, for Goodwin, who had memorized the periodic table, any mineral is useful as long as the fundamental principles of physics remain unchanged. Yet, he must ascertain what type of ore it is to determine its applicability. Having long since returned his knowledge of physical chemistry to his instructor, he found it difficult to identify using modern understanding. Meanwhile, the guards were busy setting up camp and preparing a meal, consisting of pickled meat and mushroom soup paired with hard bread for lunch. While traveling, Goodwin did not have high culinary expectations. He simply needed to be satiated. As he consumed the hard bread with the meat soup, he continued to ponder matters concerning the mining site. Noticing the sparse equipment within the mine, Goodwin abruptly asked, "Old Joseph, does establishing such a mining site truly require such a substantial investment?" Upon hearing the young master's question, Joseph, initially taken aback, was about to explain. But upon observing the seemingly meager state of the mining facility, realization dawned upon him. "Young master, do you mean?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Joseph's eyes. Yet he refrained from articulating it outright due to Reg's presence. Unfazed, Goodwin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the development of this mining site requires far less capital than claimed. Yet the Lantis family insists they have exhausted all their gold, thereby mortgaging the mine. Should the arbitration board intervene to assess the mine's value? Deceiving the lord into bearing debt while attempting to seize the territory. Ha! Goodwin's sardonic laughter sent a chill down Reg's spine as he quietly ate his meal beside them. The Imperial Arbitration Board exists to uphold fairness, addressing disputes with impartiality and equanimity. The scale of the mining site before them is far from sufficient to expend hundreds of gold coins within mere days. Goodwin had meticulously calculated the purchasing power of a single gold coin, and the existing equipment within this mining area barely amounts to 50 gold coins in total. Furthermore, this land is inherently the territory of the Lantis family, rendering the notion of purchasing land entirely obsolete. Even if one were to hire 100 laborers at a generous daily wage of a silver coin each, it would only total 1 gold coin. How could it be that they have squandered 300 gold coins in such a short span? This account will ultimately require a thorough reckoning with the Lantis family. After Goodwin coldly articulated his thoughts, he turned his attention to his meal, while Reg's mind was fervently racing alongside him. Chapter 12. A Glimmer of Hope and Prosperity. Upon discovering a solution to the mine's debts, Goodwin's spirits lifted significantly. After all, this was a substantial debt, and without a resolution, he would have been obliged to pay 300 gold coins. In his newfound elation, Goodwin hastened his meal, swiftly consuming the bread and meat soup before him. However, even in high spirits, he could not afford to pause his work. After granting a brief respite to his team, he commenced directing them with renewed vigor. Armed with an incongruous high salary and the ease of their tasks, this was indeed their prime moment to exert their efforts. The team was divided into 2 groups, one for vigilance and the other for mineral collection, alternating their duties. They were to gather samples of every type of ore already extracted from the mine and load them onto the mine's carts. Additionally, they were to excavate a few specimens from the newly developed shafts, not too many, but a wide variety, even sampling the soil within the pits. Understood, young master. As the leader, Goodwin, along with Joseph, took refuge in the tent to escape the heat. Reg, on the other hand, was dispatched to oversee operations on site. Observing Reg's industrious silhouette under the sun, Goodwin sipped some cool water and mused softly. Reg must have already heard of the breakthrough. If he had connections with the Lance or Charlison families, there would undoubtedly be some movement in the coming days. Do you have any thoughts? Joseph surmised Goodwin's intentions. At this juncture, Goodwin was deep in contemplation, pondering whether to enhance Roy's attributes further. With loyalty no longer a concern, the stronger Roy became, the greater his potential for subterfuge within enemy ranks. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to utilize a refresh opportunity from the morning. Stealing a glance at the midday sun, he wondered if it was wise to seek any ominous attributes at this time. Opening his panel, he noted the singular refresh available. Gooden silently offered a prayer and then confirmed his choice. The attributes flickered, revealing 3 new options before him. 1. Mineral Appraiser, capable of swiftly identifying the elemental properties of various minerals. 2. Martial Virtuoso, possessing exceptional martial skills, though unable to challenge higher tiers. He remains unrivaled among equals. 3. Orator, equipped with superb eloquence, able to swiftly sway the emotions of others. In one fleeting moment, Gooden appeared lost in thought, only to erupt an exclamation, startling Joseph considerably. By the heavens! Young master, are you all right? Cough. I am fine. Please pour me some more water. Gooden waved dismissively at the concerned Joseph. Faced with these 3 attributes, Gooden found himself in a quandary. It seemed that either no worthy attributes would arise, or, in this case, he was presented with 3 at once. Contemplating the most suitable option, he weighed the merits. The mineral appraiser would not only address his current dilemma, but also prepare him for future industrial endeavors. The martial virtuoso appeared to bolster his combat prowess, yet there was an essential caveat. His panel still identified him as an ordinary individual. Although deceiving Joseph by claiming to have undergone a breakthrough awakening, it was nothing but a fabrication. As an ordinary individual, even with a skill set, he could merely contend with other commoners. When confronted by an awakened being, he would undoubtedly falter. The eloquence associated with the title of orator was not merely a boastful claim from Gooden. In this realm, his rhetorical abilities were undoubtedly among the elite. The combination of 9 years of compulsory education and intensive online interactions provided him with an exposure that was unattainable for the indigenous inhabitants of this world. After much contemplation, Gooden ultimately decided to replace the aimless title with mineral expert. Upon confirming this modification, he felt as though something within his mind had been liberated, and his consciousness became instantly more agile and lucid. Young master? Young master? Huh? What is it? I believe I have identified the type of mineral. Let us have them bring 2 pieces. No, let us go see if my assumption is correct. With that, Gooden hurriedly exited the tent and jogged towards the pile of minerals, with old Joseph trailing behind with a water bottle in hand. Squatting beside the mineral heap, he picked up another piece of ore, and this time a new interface appeared before his eyes. Manganese ore. Description: a natural elemental mineral containing a substantial amount of manganese. Indeed, the title of mineral expert not only upgraded his interface but also provided him with information regarding this type of ore. Even without the confirmation from the interface, based on his previous observations, Gooden had already deduced that this was a manganese mine. As a crucial strategic mineral resource for modern industry, manganese serves a myriad of purposes, the most significant of which is in steel production. In this era, steel remains a scarce luxury, and with the presence of manganese, Gooden could forge steel in abundance. This represented an immense fortune, as the price of steel is several times that of iron. A mere iron sword might fetch 40 to 50 silver coins, but a steel sword would command over 2 gold coins. The business opportunity was known only to Gooden, provided that the significance of manganese remained concealed. Setting aside the mineral, he discreetly glanced in Reg's direction. The latter was turned away, directing the soldiers below, oblivious to the happenings on Gooden's end. Inside the tent, once certain that no one could overhear their conversation, Gooden divulged the discovery of the manganese mine to old Joseph. We are on the brink of wealth. Eh? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Joseph's eyes. This is a manganese mine. It is normal for iron ore to be found on the surface. But once the surface is depleted, the iron will vanish. Manganese. Joseph was somewhat unfamiliar with the term. This element can be used for steel production, and it can be easily processed in large quantities. Based on a 10-to-1 ratio of iron to manganese, for every ton of manganese mined and refined, we could earn thousands of imperial gold. Thousands of imperial gold. Joseph was taken aback by this figure, by this calculation. Could it be that this mine is more lucrative than copper and silver mines? Chapter 13. The Orc Scout Attack. Young master, you are not deceiving me, are you? Is this truly of such immense value? At this moment, Joseph found it hard to believe in the authenticity of the situation. For how could the Langart family resort to such a ruse against their own young master? Indeed, this substance possessed great worth. But there was a prerequisite. One must recognize its significance and know how to utilize it. I happen to be that individual, and fortuitously, I possess a rough understanding of its application. However, the process of smelting manganese steel is somewhat known. By adding a small quantity of manganese to iron, it would indeed become as fragile as glass. Yet, Should the manganese content exceed 13%, the resultant steel would be both hard and resilient, remarkably sturdy yet light. Joseph remained skeptical of his master's declarations, but observing the unwavering confidence etched on Gooden's face, he refrained from voicing his doubts. The task of collecting did not require an extensive amount of time, and given the limited carrying capacity, the soldiers of the guard managed to procure approximately 3 to 4 kilograms of each type of mineral, with the assistance of the entry terms. There was no need to carry these samples. Yet, to maintain discretion, they had no choice but to continue bearing these burdensome loads. Would the Landis family regret their actions once they discern the true potential of this ore? After all, a resource comparable to that of a gold mine was being pawned off for a mere 300 gold coins, a debt that Gooden was unlikely to settle. Suddenly, an enemy assault. Take cover. A heart-wrenching scream was abruptly silenced as the soldier at the forefront, who had been clearing the way, fell victim to 2 gaping wounds. The dark metal crossbow bolts pierced through his armor. The unexpected onslaught sent the entire unit into disarray. Steady yourselves. Do not panic. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle. Old Joseph, despite his advanced age, possessed reflexes as an awakened that surpassed even those of Gooden. Although the ambushers had the jungle as their cover, Joseph was able to discern their appearances. Werewolves wielding bone blades and monkey demons lurking amidst the trees. The horrifying scene triggered a memory within old Joseph, prompting him to turn and shout towards Gooden. Run, young master. These are the scout troops of the Astor Empire. The Astor Empire? Scout troops? Hearing this, Gooden's mind momentarily halted as relevant memories swiftly surfaced. However, his countenance soon darkened considerably. How could they be present within the Empire's territory? Especially so deep within the vicinity of towns hundreds of kilometers away. With no time for further contemplation, Gooden promptly adhered to old Joseph's warning. After all, heeding the words of the elderly was always prudent, and in this dire situation, preserving his own life was paramount. As he turned his steed and prepared to spur it into a gallop, he suddenly realized that an orc soldier had stealthily approached from behind, having already set up 2 barricade ropes. Should he charge recklessly forward, he would undoubtedly be ensnared. Cursed be it, we are surrounded. The unexpected encounter filled Gooden with a sense of panic as he glanced at Reg, who was calming the warhorse and preparing for battle, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Unfortunately, Reg's face revealed nothing beyond sheer anxiety. It seemed that the current predicament involving the orc scout party did not concern him. Meanwhile, the guards at the forefront clashed with the enemy. Although these guards spent their days idly, they possessed the fundamental skills required of their rank. The minimum standard to join the guard was to have awakened abilities, thus ensuring a baseline level of competence. Yet, they were now confronted by the orc Imperial Scouts of Astor, with none of the assailants being below mid-tier strength. Among Gooden's entourage, Reg was the most formidable warrior, yet even his prowess barely reached mid-tier. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and after a swift assessment of the situation, Gooden commanded Reg to break through. Reg, organize the men and flank the enemy through the forest. We cannot await our demise here. Understood, young master. Reg gritted his teeth as he accepted the directive. He had considered fleeing alone, but the ambush made such an escape implausible. The optimal strategy now was to break through as a unit, and then reassess the circumstances for either retreating together or departing alone. 2 of you, assist me in charging from the flank. If we do not collide with them, we shall perish here. But should we collide, there lies our chance of survival. Reg shouted orders while brandishing his long sword to counter the enemy's onslaught. Gooden, sheltered within the ranks, had drawn his own sword, however, lacking any formal training in swordsmanship. He could only grasp it for comfort. The number of guards was already sparse, and in the sudden ambush, one had perished. During the course of battle, 2 more guards fell from their mounts, while the enemy seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of warriors, their shadows flitting among the foliage. Reg, accompanied by the soldiers, attempted to break through, yet the enemy's assault was relentless, and the trio found themselves unable to advance. With a harrowing scream, Reg fell from his horse, his fate uncertain. The number of combat-ready soldiers dwindled, and Gooden's heart sank to an icy depths. Young master, be cautious. In that instant, Gooden felt a force push against him, causing his steed to stumble sideways. The chilling sound of bone slicing through flesh reached his ears, and upon turning his head, he saw that Joseph had intercepted the blow meant for him. At that moment, a red and white bone blade protruded from Joseph's abdomen, blood streaming forth. Old Joseph. Witnessing this, Gooden was instantly engulfed in panic. Despite their brief acquaintance, Joseph had genuinely cared for him. Gooden could sense Joseph's suspicions regarding his identity. Yet he had not confronted him, instead continuing to provide unwavering support, even risking his life to shield him now. Urgently pulling on the reins, Gooden drew closer to Joseph, striving to keep him mounted. "Young master, flee," Joseph uttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice a mere whisper filled with struggle. At that moment, Gidel noticed an array of white lights suddenly illuminating the surroundings. These luminous points seemed to possess their own intent, gently drifting towards the fallen soldiers and the wounds of old Joseph. The once tumultuous battlefield had quietly settled, rendering an unexpected tranquility. Suddenly, a warm current began to flow across Gidel's skin, accompanied by a faint, ethereal whisper in his ears. "My child, the holy light shall protect you." Chapter 14. May the sacred light protect you. A cacophony of sounds drew Guden's attention. The once standing orc scouts now lay sprawled on the ground. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that apart from his soldiers, no orc remained upright. One braver soldier cautiously approached, prodding with his sword before kneeling to inspect. "Are they dead? My lord, these orcs are dead." Upon hearing his guard's report, Guden's expression turned bewildered. "Orcs dead? How did this happen? Who's there?" The surviving soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, grew alert at the rustling in the bushes. This commotion captured the attention of the other guards as well. Had they delayed treatment any longer, the wounded soldier would surely have perished. A melodious female voice echoed through the forest, and soon two mysterious figures clad in flowing white robes emerged from the thicket. Their loose garments concealed their forms entirely, while their hoods obscured their faces. However, the staffs they wielded suggested they belonged to a priestly vocation. The luminous particles and the fallen orcs must surely be connected to them. Realizing this, Guden hastily called out, "You are not enemies. I am grateful for your timely intervention. Please, assist my old steward." Hearing their lord's words, the group exhaled in relief and promptly moved to support the elder steward. Guden, meanwhile, struggled to dismount from his steed, his legs trembling as he approached to express his gratitude further. Yet, the figures began to wield their staffs, casting restorative magic to heal the injured soldiers. "O sacred light, may your mercy shine upon the earth." Moments later, beams of green light shot forth from the tips of their staffs, accurately targeting each soldier's wounds. Guden, witnessing magic for the first time, held his breath in awe, his eyes wide with curiosity. The miraculous display captivated him. He resolved that if an opportunity arose, he too would learn the art of magic. However, after the initial healing spell was cast, the figures showed no signs of cessation. With the second and third spells, everyone present felt a comforting warmth coursing through their bodies, dispelling the fatigue from the recent battle. Old Joseph's injuries began to mend under the magic's influence, though he remained unconscious. As the figures paused, Guden quickly approached to express his gratitude and forge a connection. "Thank you for your timely assistance. I am Guden Aldea, the Lord of Qingyuan Snowridge. If you would not mind, I invite you to rest at my castle." While speaking, he discreetly utilized his interface to assess their attributes. Name: Arcane Cloak. Attributes: Arcane Shield, Lightweight Comfort, Color Change, Quality, Rare. Description: An essential piece of equipment for home, travel, and combat. Both individuals' panels were obscured by the arcane cloak, preventing him from discerning their identities. Upon hearing the name of the Gooden family, the two exchanged startled glances, seemingly engaged in a silent conversation. "Aldea? Direct line or collateral? I have never encountered this individual from the direct line. Collateral? That seems unlikely, with just these individuals around." Having been so thoroughly defeated by Aster's scouts, the news would surely invite ridicule. Yet, when he spoke, his soul remained undisturbed. It could not have been falsehood. "Strange. Let us acquiesce to his request. It would be prudent to investigate, especially since Aster's scouts have appeared here. It seems the northern journey may conclude at this juncture." The two communicated swiftly in a magical dialect, and upon reaching a consensus, Anna spoke up. "It is fortuitous, as we are in need of supplies. We appreciate your assistance." "My lord, you may simply call me Guden. My lord feels excessively formal, and I am not deserving of such honorifics." Guden hastily gestured, noting that the other had effortlessly dispatched the orc scout with an unknown spell, certainly indicative of at least a master-level practitioner. Given the presence of such a formidable individual, it was wise to adopt a humble demeanor and seek favor. "May I inquire as to how I should address you both?" Anna, the woman at the forefront, replied first. "Moss," responded the steady male voice from behind, obscured by his magical cloak, though he too appeared to belong to the arcane profession. After briefly exchanging names, Gooden began to make arrangements. "Allow me to organize the party. I will procure 2 horses for you. Please bear with me a moment." With that, Gooden swiftly set about his tasks, clearing the cart bearing or samples, discarding useless earth and low-quality minerals, and ensuring the bodies of 2 fallen soldiers were retrieved. He settled the injured onto the wagon, thereby freeing up 2 horses specifically for the enigmatic figures. Following this flurry of activity, the group was soon prepared to continue their journey. When he presented the 2 steeds to his companions, they accepted without hesitation. Mounting their horses and trailing quietly at the rear of the party, Gooden harbored notable concern for the condition of old Joseph. After reorganizing the group, he consulted the panel information to assess Joseph's status. Satisfied that he was unharmed, he leisurely approached the back of the group to foster a connection. Unfortunately, the 2 exhibited a certain aloofness, and after a few exchanges, it became apparent they had no desire for conversation. As dusk fell and the party finally arrived at Qingyuan town, chaos erupted within the secret chamber of Charleston Castle. "Jejel, we have just received urgent intelligence. A scout team has been annihilated at the borders of Qingyuan territory." Bertaya, annihilated? How is that possible? "Jejel, the most recent team to investigate the scene found no survivors. It is reported that all were simultaneously slain by a magical assault." Bertaya, could it be the Empire's doing? Jejel, no, the assailant employed divine light magic. At the mention of divine light magic, Bertaya's brow furrowed even deeper. To be capable of instantaneously exterminating a scout team, the perpetrator must at least be a master, if not a transcendent figure. The notion that such a powerful individual would engage with a fool like Gooden was astounding. The people of the Kingdom of Hefloth have also made their appearance. By the way, could the awakening of Gooden be related to them? Jejel nodded slightly, voicing what was on his mind. This morning, Gooden set out with a squad. The destination shrouded in mystery, and by the afternoon, this incident unfolded. I had been contemplating how Gooden, despite his severe injuries, managed to recover overnight. If he had indeed come into contact with the people of the Kingdom of Hefloth, it would certainly explain the situation. However, the most pressing concern now is to ascertain Gooden's stance. How much does he truly know about us, and what course of action will he pursue next? At this juncture, Jejel reached a decision. The plan to expel Gooden would be put on hold for the time being, and I intend to absolve him of his debts to prevent him from seeking arbitration and potentially attracting the Empire's attention. This course of action is feasible, yet it leaves us little time. Meticulous arrangements must be made in advance. Bertaya raised no objections, merely offering a gentle reminder. Indeed, if we cannot eliminate him ourselves, we shall employ the Empire's hand to do so. Chapter 15. The disc action. Gooden gazed upon the familiar town, his previously anxious heart finally beginning to ease. "This is my domain, Qingyuan town. If you do not mind, you are welcome to rest in my castle, where I shall host a banquet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Anna remained as taciturn as ever. Yet the fact that they had agreed to come was indeed delightful. Surely, they could not dine while still clad in their long robes. Gooden's curiosity was piqued by their information panels. Although his castle boasted a legendary nightly maid, that was yet to materialize. Coupled with his intrigue regarding magic, Gooden contemplated how best to forge a connection during the evening feast, perhaps even glean a skill or 2. Upon returning to the castle, Gooden summoned Eileen to attend to Anna and Moss. He then turned his attention to resolving some issues concerning the guard squad. After all, the deaths of 2 soldiers was a grave matter. Gathering the still weary personnel, Gooden spoke with a serious countenance. "I implore you to keep the news of our encounter with the orcs to yourselves. This matter is of utmost importance to the safety of our territory. Should I discover that anyone has leaked this information, I assure you that the consequences will be more dire than those faced by Roy in the dungeon." His words caused the gathered soldiers to instinctively shrink back. They vividly remembered Roy's fate. "Nevertheless, I am also aware of your contributions today, and I will not forget the bounty. Compensation will be arranged for the families of the fallen soldiers. Shortly, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a meat feast for you. Enjoy a fine meal tonight." Gooden had witnessed such tactics of reward and punishment throughout society and could effortlessly employ them. With the promise of bounty and a lavish feast, the soldiers became less resistant to the confidentiality issue. After the encounter with the orcs following their departure from the mine, Gooden decided to activate Roy's assignment ahead of schedule. Entering the dungeon, Gooden quickly approached Roy and instructed him, "This evening, I shall send Reg to interrogate you. Seize the opportunity to indicate your true intent to defect. If he shows no inclination to accept you, make your escape. If he does, proceed according to the plan we discussed this morning. I will not fail you, master." Roy nodded earnestly, affirming his understanding. Godin then added a new entry to Roy's repertoire, Master of Disguise, capable of utilizing existing conditions to conceal oneself in any environment without revealing any flaws. This was an entry he had unlocked earlier that morning, but he had withheld it until now for precautionary reasons. As the task was set to commence, Godin applied this second modification to Roy. Feeling the influx of new knowledge, Roy's regard for Godin deepened with respect. "Do well, I shall take my leave now." The cuisine of this era remains quite rudimentary, consisting mainly of steaming, boiling, or roasting. Moreover, the scarcity of seasonings meant that few dishes worthy of the table were available to him. At this evening's banquet, Godin, eager to curry favor, resolved to don the apron himself. After shedding his armor and performing a hasty ablution, he made his way into the kitchen. The maid, busy at her tasks, mistook his presence for a summons and spoke up. "Young master, the banquet will soon be ready. Please bear with us a moment longer. Continue with your duties." "Just send someone to assist me and clear a space on the stove," Godin replied, advancing to the countertop to select the ingredients he intended to prepare for dinner. The sight of their master taking to the kitchen startled the maids, prompting a chorus of protests. "You need not concern yourself, young master. We are more than capable here. Whatever you require can be entrusted to us. The dishes I wish to prepare are beyond your expertise. Attend to your own tasks and send someone to help me gather the ingredients," Godin insisted, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to commence. "I need wild greens, wheat flour, potatoes, tomatoes, and pork ribs, sufficient for at least 5 servings. Additionally, gather honey, sugar, salt, fruit vinegar, garlic, pork fat, sesame, and malt liquor." Seeing their master's determination, the maids exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Godin urged, and with no alternative, they reluctantly began to assist. Although he had requested merely one helper, his status dictated that he would ultimately command the kitchen, relegating others to mere bystanders. Due to the limitations of available seasonings, Godin had a rather restricted selection of dishes. Nonetheless, he managed to devise a suitable menu: wheat vegetable rice, vinegar-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour ribs. Had rice and chili been on hand, he would have directly served rice and spicy shredded potatoes instead of seeking substitutes. These dishes were of a homely nature, and for Godin, who had spent years toiling alone, their preparation was effortless. However, before he could begin frying, he needed to prepare a crucial ingredient: lard, the essential component for cooking. Fortunately, as a lord, meat was not a scarce commodity for him. As the maids completed the arrangement of ingredients, Godin set to work. In this world, woks were an unknown entity, and the time to commission a blacksmith was not on his side. Thus, he opted to use a stew pot to render the lard while utilizing a frying pan for the cooking. He placed the fatty meat into the stew pot, commencing the process of rendering lard. This task required no personal oversight from him. After demonstrating the procedure, he entrusted it to the maid. Meanwhile, he wielded a small knife to prepare the vegetables, as a chef's knife was similarly absent from this realm. Fortunately, Godin's skill with a knife was adequate, allowing him to slice the potatoes into strips with ease. Once all the ingredients were prepared, he cleared another burner to steam the wheat vegetable rice. The wheat vegetable rice shall serve as tonight's staple. This dish is remarkably simple to prepare. Chop the wild greens into small pieces, then mix them with wheat flour. Once the mixture attains a granular texture, place it directly into the steamer. Meanwhile, the lard will be nearing perfection, and after a simple filtration to remove any residue, Godin commences the preparation of sweet and sour spare ribs. The maids, standing by in astonishment, gaze at their young master's adept culinary skills. Initially, they believed he was merely fooling around, but as the various processes unfolded and an enticing aroma wafted from the pot, they realized that such exquisite flavors truly exist in this world. The gleaming, delectable spare ribs, the tangy and appetizing shredded potatoes, and the sumptuous scrambled eggs with tomatoes that could easily accompany 3 bowls of wheat rice. Just watching these dishes being prepared was enough to ignite their appetites. What could the actual taste be like? Godin was generous enough not to keep this culinary delight to himself. He prepared a serving for everyone to taste, and the subsequent feedback was a chorus of clean plates. Observing the scene, Godin chuckled softly, noting that his culinary skills were indeed commendable. Chapter 16. The Year of Astonishment for Godin. After spending a brief moment in the kitchen, Godin was drenched in perspiration and aromas, prompting a quick freshening up before the official banquet. In the reception room, the awakened Joseph was entertaining Anna and Moss in Godin's stead. Having once navigated the royal city, Joseph could vaguely discern Miss Anna's esteemed identity. Her regal demeanor was not easily emulated, and coupled with their previous encounters and her appearance, it became evident to him that she hailed from the kingdom of Hevlos. As the fourth largest nation in the world, Hevlos was a bastion of light, boasting countless adherents both within and beyond its borders. Unlike other empires, Hevlos maintained absolute neutrality, refraining from engaging in foreign political or military affairs. The kingdom was governed not by a pope, but by an empress. The trio engaged in casual conversation, and upon his late arrival, Gudin was instantly captivated by Anna's beauty. Having encountered numerous so-called beauties online in his previous life, none could compare to the exquisite vision before him. Her elongated, fair neck and somewhat aloof oval face stirred his imagination. Most striking were her golden tresses and crystalline blue eyes, which combined with her previous features created a beauty that transcended mere allure, evoking a sense of sanctity that rendered any impure thoughts impossible. This stark contrast nearly ensnared Gudin at first glance. After a few moments of staring, realizing his rudeness, he quickly donned a smile and apologized. "My sincerest apologies for keeping you both waiting." He then made his way to his designated seat. Given the remote nature of Qingyuan town, which lacked the amenities of larger cities, he added, "I appreciate your understanding regarding the limitations here." "It is of no concern," Anna replied, her voice soft yet remarkably clear. "In comparison to camping outdoors, the ambience here is rather pleasant." Gudin acknowledged her graciousness with a slight nod. "Now that I have finally welcomed you, I trust you must be quite famished? Let us serve the dishes." With that, he clapped his hands, summoning the waiting maidservants to bring in the culinary offerings. In this world and era, it was customary for individuals not to share a common platter. Hence, Gudin arranged each dish in 3 portions, while the maidservants assisted in serving the rice separately. In addition to the 3 dishes he prepared, there was also a mushroom soup crafted by the maidservants. The peculiar dishes, accompanied by their enticing aromas, provoked salivation among those present. Joseph, who had initially felt a twinge of apprehension about Gudin's culinary skills, now felt reassured by the dishes' presentation and fragrance, suspecting their taste would not disappoint. After a day of travel, Anna was indeed on the brink of hunger. Yet she restrained her emotions in accordance with etiquette. As she reached for the knife and fork prepared at the table, she found herself momentarily at a loss on how to approach the tantalizing fare before her. Gudin, noticing her hesitation, smiled and offered. "The names of these 4 dishes are vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and the signature mushroom soup of Qingyuan town. These dishes are meant to be enjoyed alongside the wheat vegetable rice, just as demonstrated." As Gudin spoke, he skillfully used his fork to scoop some shredded potatoes into his bowl, subsequently savoring them with the rice. The tangy and delectable flavor of the potatoes melded with the unique aroma of the wheat vegetable rice, creating a delightful burst of sensations in Gudin's mouth. Observing Gudin's initial demonstration, Moss discreetly performed a poison detection spell on the food at the table, ensuring its safety before subtly indicating to Anna. With Gudin's example and Moss's confirmation, Anna felt reassured and mimicked Gudin's actions, selecting a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs to taste. The sweet and sour flavor combined with the tender, crisp texture of the meat left her wide-eyed in astonishment. What an exquisite flavor! How could the tang and sweetness blend so perfectly? Overwhelmed by the deliciousness, Anna couldn't resist indulging in several more pieces. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had forgotten to provide her feedback and that her eating manners were somewhat unrefined, prompting her to glance at Moss beside her. However, noticing that he was fully engrossed in his meal, Anna disregarded any dining etiquette and hurriedly devoured the delectable dishes before her. Observing the 2 of them lost in their meals, Gudin's face broke into a satisfied smile. This was merely an appetizer of the culinary wonders of Huaxia. Subsequently, Gudin beckoned old Joseph and whispered, "I have saved 2 portions in the kitchen. You and Eileen should give them a try." Old Joseph paused momentarily, realizing he also had a share. "Remember to call Reg after you finish. Don't forget," Gudin added before he began to leisurely enjoy the feast he had prepared for the evening. After all, the sweet and sour ribs alone had consumed the 5 gold coins worth of sugar he had used. Nonetheless, while relishing his meal, Gudin did not forget to check the information panels of the 2. Name, Anna Hevlos. Occupation, High Priestess, Saint. Strength, Master. Attributes, Innate Divine Power, Raven's Mouth. Berserker, Light Princess. Potential, Affection, 65. Friendly, Innate Divine Power, possessing extraordinary strength since birth. This divine power will grow stronger with increased ability, Raven's Mouth, when speaking of certain misfortunes. there is a significant chance they will come to pass. Berserker, preferring to resolve issues with her fists rather than magic. Light Princess, the sole heir of the divine light kingdom. The future empress honing her skills on the path of trials, awakening not yet achieved. Gulp. The opulent panel before Gudrun made it difficult for him to swallow the wheat vegetable rice in his mouth. The future empress of the Hevelos kingdom was dining right in his castle. He quickly glanced at the panel again to assess the person beside him. Name, Mosralt. Occupation, divine light sorcerer. Strength, legendary. Attributes, affinity for divine light. Magical legend, absolute focus. Potential, eternal radiant star. Affinity, 62, friendly. At this moment, countless exclamations of astonishment raced through Gudrun's mind. A living legend stood right before him. Gudrun was utterly astounded, his inner thoughts in a state of tumult, as he gazed at the lengthy list of attributes belonging to the two individuals, feeling vindicated in his decision. Had he prepared this banquet according to the so-called noble standards, it was likely that they would merely take a few bites before departing. What exquisite delicacies had these eminent figures not tasted? Most astonishing of all was Mos, who appeared to be barely in his 30s yet had attained legendary status, while Anna's potential remained an enigma. In that moment, Gudrun sensed that the atmosphere of the banquet had taken on a weighty seriousness. Knowing too much, it seemed, was not necessarily a blessing. Chapter 17. The turmoil of the night banquet. Gudrun's astonishment was momentarily uncontained, drawing the attention of Mos, who was busily indulging in his meal nearby. As a legendary light sorcerer, multitasking was as effortless as eating or drinking for him, even without direct visual focus. His formidable mental acuity could sense the surrounding nuances. While continuing to savor his meal, Mos discreetly sent a magical message to Anna. Pay attention while dining. It appears this lord has become aware of your true identity. Anna paused her movements for a brief moment before resuming her meal. So what if he knows? He might still be a follower of the Holy Light. If a devotee of the Holy Light were to witness the future princess dining in such a manner, one wonders if their faith would crumble. Be quiet. You are no different, Anna retorted. A distinguished light sorcerer, appearing as if he has never tasted food, imagine the rumors that would spread beyond the followers of the faith. Coughing slightly, Mos hastily gulped down a bowl of mushroom soup, the delicious broth alleviating the heaviness in his mouth. With Mos's reminder, Anna's dining etiquette became somewhat more refined. Unfamiliar with the private exchange between the two, Gudrun observed their earnest enjoyment of the meal and felt less constrained than before. As long as they were intent on concealing their identities, what was there to fear? As he continued to eat, Gudrun embraced his role as host, enlivening the atmosphere of the banquet. Once the guests were sufficiently satiated, he ordered the empty silver platters to be cleared, replacing them with an assortment of fruits and juices to aid digestion. After all, the hearty grain dish was quite filling. Gudrun himself felt somewhat stuffed after consuming 2 generous bowls. What do you both think of this banquet? Very novel. I have traversed many places and savored numerous delicacies, yet none can compare to these exquisite dishes. Mos nodded in agreement, a testament to his status as the continent's youngest legend. He had attended countless state banquets, but the culinary offerings of this evening were in a league of their own, incomparable to any he had encountered before. Your praise brings me great relief. I was genuinely concerned that you might find the fare unappealing. Gudrun's initial worry had dissipated once the finished dishes were met with the maid's enthusiastic reception. If we cannot relish such earthly delights, we might as well be dwelling in hell. For the first time during the banquet, Mos articulated a complete thought. Well said. Gudrun wholeheartedly concurred. Gudrun, might I have the pleasure of meeting the chef responsible for such delightful cuisine? I am quite curious to see the person behind these heavenly creations. Anna, no longer holding back, directly expressed her desire to meet the chef. Through the brief interactions of the banquet, Anna discerned that Gudrun was not merely a stereotypical noble lord. In addressing one another, the formality is not held in high regard. Calling someone by their name can indeed foster a sense of intimacy. At this moment, Gudrun was eagerly anticipating the question, relishing the splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. Of course, no problem, but you have already met that person. Who is it? Anna inquired, momentarily perplexed. Could it be that the chef among the maids who had just assisted in serving the dishes was the one in question? Observing Anna's bewilderment, Gudrun chose not to prolong the suspense and revealed, I personally prepared all these dishes, which is why I arrived at the banquet a bit late. Upon hearing that it was Gudrun himself who had taken to the kitchen, Mos cast a surprised glance in his direction. A lord, no less, personally cooking to entertain guests? Anna, too, exhibited a look of astonishment. You made these dishes? Although she experienced a fleeting moment of disbelief, her unique ability allowed her to discern authenticity. At that moment, her curiosity about Gudrun's current status grew even stronger. As a member of the Aldea family, he was serving as a lord in such a remote region of the empire. Furthermore, the guards accompanying him appeared rather unimposing, setting aside her masterful prowess. Anna felt confident in her ability to handle them single-handedly. Most intriguingly, Gudrun was capable of crafting such delectable cuisine. Indeed, it was I who prepared them. Take the wheat vegetable rice, for instance. One must first use finely ground wheat flour and fresh wild greens. Gudrun began to elaborate on the preparation of each dish, vividly describing the process, which rekindled the appetites of his two listeners. Regrettably, the scarcity of resources here limited the variety of exquisite dishes he could create. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted goslings. A plethora of unfamiliar dish names left the two in a state of astonishment, their minds racing to contemplate the flavors of such delicacies. Secretly observing their expressions, Gudrun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The rich culinary traditions spanning millennia were bound to captivate them completely. With Gudrun's initial remarks, the conversation flowed effortlessly, traversing from tales of distant lands to curious anecdotes, and from peculiar stories to the geopolitical landscape of the continent. Essentially, anything and everything was up for discussion. Despite his lack of information about this world, Gudrun found it easy to engage with them, drawing upon his previous experiences. As the trio reveled in their lively exchange, Aaron suddenly burst into the sitting room in a flurry. "I apologize, young master, esteemed guests, for interrupting your conversation." After offering her apologies, Aaron swiftly approached Gudrun and leaned in to whisper, "Young master, the prisoners in the dungeon have escaped, and the old steward is currently leading a pursuit. Captain Reg is also missing." Upon receiving this news, Gudrun's smile faded, and he turned his attention to Anna and Moss. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, "I regret to inform you that our delightful conversation must come to an early conclusion. I need to address an issue concerning my soldiers." "Not a problem. Our discussion has already been quite enjoyable and does not impede your responsibilities," Moss replied. "Yes, thank you for your understanding," Gudrun concluded. Gudrun nodded slightly and then instructed Aaron. "Aaron, please assist in attending to our two guests." "Yes, young master," she replied. After giving this brief directive, Gudrun promptly rose and exited the reception room. Making his way directly outside the castle, Roy had already signaled. It was now time to ensnare and interrogate. Leaving the castle, Gudrun found himself alone in a dilapidated warehouse. In the pitch darkness of the night, he relied on the moonlight to faintly discern the interior. The missing captain of the Lord's Guard, Reg, was firmly bound by heavy iron chains to a beam. Meanwhile, Roy, who should have been evading capture, sat calmly nearby. Upon noticing the young master's arrival, he quickly stood and respectfully bowed. "Young master." Chapter 18. The night trial arrangement bound tightly. Reg felt a wave of despair wash over him upon recognizing his visitor. The struggle and whimpers that had previously fueled his defiance were now utterly extinguished. How could it be Master Gudrun? Casting a glance at Reg, who was tied to the pillar, Gudrun patted Roy on the shoulder. "Well done. What did he divulge to you?" "In accordance with your plan, my lord, I began to plead for mercy during his interrogation, expressing a desire to offer money for my escape. I hinted at my intention to serve the Charlesons or the Langarts. Yet he remained cautious, refusing to agree. However, following your contingency plan, I revealed the location of the hidden gold to demonstrate my sincerity, prompting him to seek the coins. Indeed, as you anticipated, he acquiesced and even offered to recommend me to serve the Charleson family." Reg listened intently to Roy's words, his heart sinking into utter despair. It dawned on him that all of this had been a trap. The master had never trusted him from the very beginning, and capturing Roy had merely been a ploy to lower his guard. Had he not been so greedy for the gold, perhaps he could have awaited a day of complete liberation. But now, the opportunity had vanished. "Excellent work. Where is the money?" Gudrun inquired with a nod. "Here it is," Roy replied, retrieving 2 gleaming coins from his pocket to return to his master. To set the bait, these coins had been provided by Gudrun himself. As Gudrun accepted the coins, noticing that Roy was about to produce more, he interjected, "Keep the rest. It may prove useful when we reach the Charlesons." Indeed, these coins had been plundered from Reg, and Gudrun had little interest in quibbling over such trifles, casually bestowing them as a reward to Roy. Having grasped the situation, Gudrun approached Reg, who appeared utterly despondent. "Do you have anything else to say?" Reg merely shook his head, the chains clanking in response. "Remove the gag from his mouth," commanded Gudrun, and without hesitation, Roy stepped forward to untie the rag from Reg's mouth. Despite being bound by iron chains, as a mid-level swordsman, Gooden maintained a cautious distance. Such tasks were beneath him. After all, preserving one's life took precedence. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Reg shook his head once more, then inquired, Master, when did you discover my true intentions? Do you think I am unaware of the affairs within my territory? Just as you tolerated those 6 individuals, Gooden replied. Hearing this, Reg mechanically nodded, falling silent. It became clear that the master had been feigning ignorance, not truly neglecting the affairs of the realm. Initially, he had wondered why other noble lords acted with such caution and meticulousness. It turned out that none of these individuals were virtuous. Speak, then. What threats or temptations did the Charlison family use against you? Reg, who was fully prepared for a severed fate, found himself momentarily stunned by the young master's inquiry. How could the young master possibly know? Young master, I was coerced. I truly bear no treachery in my heart towards you. After a lamenting cry, Reg began to recount his experiences of being manipulated by the Charlison family. His tale was largely in line with Gooden's suspicions. It was merely a matter of succumbing to gambling addiction, leading him to be ensnared and burdened with insurmountable debts. With no other recourse, he reluctantly agreed to intermittently act as an informant, relaying Gooden's daily affairs to the adversary. His last hunting excursion was merely a casual notification, yet to his dismay, the Charlesons had struck decisively. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Reg had taken refuge with his men, only emerging when the time seemed right to intervene. Upon hearing Reg's narrative, Gooden displayed no semblance of sympathy, only calmly posing a question. The young master's emotionally detached words sent a shiver down Reg's spine, prompting him to fervently nod in agreement. Now aware of the puppet master pulling the strings, Gooden resolved not to let this matter slide. Although many of these issues were tied to his predecessor, having assumed this body, he felt compelled to take action. One day, he would seek vengeance against the Charlison family, thereby avenging the wrongs of his former self. Tilting his head slightly, Gooden whispered to Roy to listen attentively and commit to memory, as this information may prove invaluable later. After issuing this instruction, Gooden commenced the interrogation. Interrogation requires finesse. One cannot simply latch onto a critical point from the outset. A gradual approach is essential. Simultaneously, Gooden would repeat questions to ascertain the consistency of Reg's responses. In under 10 minutes, Reg's secrets were laid bare, including the childhood indiscretion of peeping at a neighbor girl bathing. Roy, who was eavesdropping, felt an increasing reverence for the young master. Have you stored Reg's testimony in your memory? Gooden inquired. Indeed, Roy nodded earnestly, recognizing the importance of retaining every detail. When they reached the Charlesons, mere words might not suffice to gain their trust. Thus, he would follow Gooden's instructions meticulously. With the information at hand, the likelihood of the Charlesons believing Roy would significantly increase. That should suffice. Render him unconscious. I will procure a horse for your escape, Gooden instructed. Roy nodded, seizing a nearby wooden stick and delivering a decisive blow to Reg's head. The brutal physical impact was remarkably effective. Reg's head slumped, and he lost consciousness immediately. Concerned about potentially causing fatal harm, Roy checked for breath, only relaxing once he confirmed Reg was still alive. By the time Reg regained consciousness, it was already the following day. At that moment, Gooden had yet to complete the final act of this unfolding drama. Chapter 19. The legendary voyeur dragging the unconscious Reg. Gooden summoned old Joseph to bind him once more. However, upon recognizing the bound figure as Captain Reg, the other soldiers expressed their astonishment. Young master, could it be that you have mistaken the person? Reg had colluded with external enemies and deliberately attempted to assassinate the young master. While the young master hosted a banquet for guests, Reg had surreptitiously ventured into the dungeon, resulting in the traitor's escape. These facts were evident. How could you fail to see them? Gooden remained silent, allowing old Joseph to voice the reprimand. Following this admonition, the soldiers dared not speak further, as the truths were irrefutable. After restraining Reg once more and sending him to the dungeon, the situation temporarily settled for the night. The residents of Qingyuan town witnessed this spectacle in vivid detail, transforming the previously quiet town into a hub of activity. Coincidentally, the tavern's business inexplicably thrived. Originally, this opportunity was meant for old Joseph, but after 3 failed attempts, Gooden regrettably decided to apply it to the noble sword instead. It was inevitable that modifications would be made sooner or later. Why not today? While Gooden meticulously examined each entry, not far away, Anna and Moss were commenting on his recent actions. It seems our Lord possesses a certain degree of influence, not to mention. The ability to win hearts is a skill worthy of much study, Moss remarked, observing the scene unfolding in the realm of magical power. As the interrogation concluded, he could not resist adding, this peculiar method of questioning should certainly be sent to the temple for the holy judgment to learn from. They must achieve such efficiency in their inquiries, regardless of the risk of letting a cult escape. Seizing a moment of silence from Moss, Anna interjected, "Humph. I am tired and wish to sleep." With that, Anna turned her back on the floating image, striding toward her grand bed. Casting a glance at the spot where Moss had departed, she cast a light feather spell upon her staff and prepared herself for rest. Moss found Gooden's actions and demeanor exceedingly intriguing. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered someone quite like Gooden before. In the castle's master bedroom, Gooden regarded the pristine noble longsword, silently nodding in approval. Name, noble longsword. Attributes, forged through countless trials. Quality, excellent. Description, a prime quality weapon, suitable for decoration, yet resilient enough for practical combat. Forged through countless trials, crafted through 1,000 strikes and refined 100 times, possessing unparalleled resilience and strength. The unexpected surprises from the mine, the appearance of the Orc scouts, and the assassination attempt by the Charlson family heightened Gooden's sense of urgency. Glancing at the plan, he pondered for a moment before adding a few statements at the end. First, there is an urgent need for firearms and enhancements to bolster the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Second, address the crisis regarding seasonings, with priority given to achieving freedom in sugar acquisition. 3. Develop manganese mines, construct manganese steel production lines, and achieve freedom in steel production. With a fresh strategic vision, Gooden was able to seamlessly continue refining his ideas. Compared to the developmental outline designed yesterday, this document resembled more of the inception of the first 5-year plan. As the sorcerer Moss quietly observed Gooden's written words through the veil of magic, he found himself overwhelmed. While he would not claim to have perused countless texts as a radiant sorcerer, he had certainly sifted through a considerable number of ancient tomes and encountered a variety of languages. Yet, what lay before him were these jumbled, blocky characters. Could it be that Gooden had sensed his covert observation? The mere thought startled Moss, but upon closer inspection, it did not appear to be the case. Suddenly, a manuscript of a skirt armor caught his attention. Utilizing his mental prowess, he carefully replicated it, subsequently displaying it before himself. Within mere seconds, he had conjured a three-dimensional holographic model of the components depicted in the 7 or 8 manuscripts. Gazing at the initial design of the skirt armor, Moss pondered for a moment before sending a magical message to Anna. "Are you asleep?" "Yes. It seems we can hardly count on that young lady anymore." It appears this lord has also recognized her potential. I just noticed a set of skirt armor on his desk, ingeniously designed and particularly suitable for knights. I suspect it was intended for her. Are you spying on her again?" "Cough. How could this be called spying? Isn't it merely a matter of ensuring your safety? How can I have a teacher like you? What do you think we should do? Will you bring this up tomorrow?" "Enough. Sleep." With Anna abruptly severing the magical communication, Moss turned his attention away from Gooden. He casually cast several protective spells outside the 2 rooms and then laid down to sleep. As for Gooden, he toiled away until deep into the night, only pausing when he realized he could no longer afford to burn the midnight oil. No more late nights. "I must go to bed early tomorrow," he silently vowed, before collapsing onto his soft bed, where he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at Snow Valley Ridge, after a night of relentless riding, Roy finally arrived at his destination. Under the moonlight and the distant glow of lights, he affectionately patted the neck of his warhorse, as if to reassure it that rest was imminent. Exhaling clouds of vapor, Roy tightened his stirrups and made his way towards the castle. Chapter 20. The dilemma of manganese steel. Awakened from his slumber, Jegel was in a foul mood. Irked that he had been roused from his cozy bed for a trivial matter in the dead of night. Wrapped in his nightclothes, he trudged into the living room. The sight of Roy, covered in mud and blood, startled him momentarily. However, upon scrutinizing the man's features, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Roy, a wretched soul expelled from Qingyuan town." At this moment, Roy adeptly embodied the persona of a master of disguise, leaving no doubt that he bore a plethora of tales. Yet, Jegel was in no mood to entertain the melancholy visage Roy presented. His mood was already sour. It was quite generous of him not to have ejected this unknown individual on the spot, given the disturbance to his rest. "If you lack a legitimate reason to justify your rudeness tonight, I assure you, come dawn, there shall be another nameless corpse in Shuegu Ridge." In the face of Jegel's threat, Roy remained unperturbed. My lord, Captain Reg has been captured by Gadeen. I intruded upon your rest with pressing news to relay. The news of Reg's capture was indeed unexpected for Jejel, though he feigned indifference. Eager to discern the contents of Roy's message, he waited, but the other man remained silent. Unable to contain his impatience, Jejel urged, "Speak." "Oh, where was I?" "Ah, yes," Roy nodded, sensing Jejel's impending explosion. He quickly added, "Before I divulge the news, I hope my lord can grant me a request." "Speak," Jejel managed through gritted teeth, suppressing his ire. Granted, he acquiesced without a moment's thought. Eager to hear the unfolding tale, Roy nodded slightly and proceeded to recount the narrative imparted to him by young Master Gadeen. Gadeen, in his incompetence and folly, has shifted all his wrath for the ambush onto me, deriving pleasure from torturing me in the dungeon. I could bear it no longer. So I bribed Captain Reg with gold, yet during my escape, we were discovered. Despite our flight, he was ultimately captured. However, before his apprehension, he instructed me to seek refuge with you and to remind you not to forget our agreement. Additionally, Captain Reg entrusted me with crucial intelligence. As each piece of information was relayed, Jejel's expression transformed. After a while, he gently shook the bell on the table. The butler, waiting outside, entered upon receiving the signal to attend to his orders. "Prepare some hot soup and water for him," Jejel commanded, then turned to Roy. "I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. Should I discover you are deceiving me, you shall know what awaits you." Roy nodded, maintaining his composure, and Jejel continued. "For now, settle in the castle. If this matter holds truth, you shall find employment here." "Thank you, my lord." Roy gratefully bowed, understanding the implication of his dismissal, before departing with the butler to freshen up and partake in refreshments. Within the confines of the room, Jejel's index finger rhythmically tapped upon the table. Suddenly, he broke the silence, posing a question to the air. How much faith could one place in his words? Essentially, it was a matter of little concern. A voice floated from the corner of the room, and with this utterance, Jejel felt a sense of reassurance. If only he could turn back the clock by a decade or two, perhaps he would have sought assistance immediately. But alas, at this moment, as dawn broke, compelled by the inexorable march of his biological clock, Guding groggily rose from his bed. As a lord, it was commendable to begin work so early in the day. He entrusted the task of hosting Anna and Moss to old Joseph, instructing that a message be sent should they decide to depart. From a distance, Pansy, who was tidying up the blacksmith shop, spotted the lord and his entourage and hastily abandoned his work to inform Master Buck, still languishing in bed. Buck sprang up upon hearing Pansy's alert and hurried outside to greet Guding. "My lord, is there some urgent order this early in the morning?" he inquired. "Sort of." Guding replied with a slight nod. He then retrieved several sheets of drawing paper from his belt pouch and handed them to Buck. These depicted various items such as pots, kitchen knives, and spatulas, complete with size specifications and cross-sectional diagrams. "You can comprehend these, I trust?" Buck took a moment to examine the drawings before nodding slowly. Literacy was indeed essential for a professional blacksmith. "Can these be ready by tonight?" Guding asked. "Yes, you can leave these tasks to my subordinates. But I require the use of the blacksmith shop for another matter," he continued, gesturing towards the manganese ore on the cart beside him. "This is a special type of ore, and I need to utilize the blacksmith's resources for its refinement." Though slightly disappointed by the absence of a major order, Buck nonetheless offered his enthusiastic assistance. The furnace required time to heat up, allowing Guding and Buck to engage in casual conversation to pass the time. As the temperature of the furnaces steadily rose, the apprentices commenced their work for the day, while Buck helped sort the ore in preparation for its placement in the furnace. However, upon observing the apprentices retrieving glowing red ingots from the furnace, an idea struck Guding, prompting him to inquire, "Buck, do you have a furnace capable of converting iron into molten iron?" "Well, my lord, that request is somewhat complicated," Buck replied, looking troubled. "Across the entire continent, only the dwarves can smelt iron into molten iron without relying on magic, and their techniques are deeply guarded, making them impossible to learn." At this revelation, Guding recognized the gravity of the situation. Even with the assistance of a bellows, traditional furnaces could only reach temperatures of around 1,000 degrees. To transform iron into molten form, one would require a scorching heat of at least 1,500 degrees or more. Moreover, the forging of manganese steel hinges on the necessity of liquefying iron, integrating manganese, and subsequently applying even higher temperatures to eliminate impurities and achieve fusion. Faced with such insurmountable conditions, how could he possibly forge this steel? But soon, Guding slapped his thigh and a look of sudden enlightenment crossed his face. Why should he be troubled by this matter when he had the ability to amend entries? A simple alteration to the furnace would suffice. Chapter 21. The foundation for opening a new world. Inertia of thought had skewed Gooden's direction. Despite possessing such an unreasonable advantage, why should he ponder the rationality of forging? Upon formulating a solution, Gooden promptly commenced action, meticulously inspecting each furnace in the blacksmith shop. After a thorough comparison, he selected a suitable furnace. Buck, is this furnace for sale? Huh. My lord, are you jesting? Why would a blacksmith sell a furnace? The furnaces here do not meet my requirements. I intend to purchase one and modify it for use here, Gooden stated plainly. Well, if that is the case, then consider the furnace a gift to you, my lord. It holds little value, Buck replied nonchalantly, not giving the matter much thought. The notion that a mere furnace could be modified to melt iron seemed absurd to him, unless magic were involved. Gooden, undeterred by Buck's dismissive attitude, persisted. Let me put a number to it. Otherwise, if your furnace is damaged, you shall have a headache. Very well, let it be 30 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Buck finally proposed a price. Agreed. I shall have old Joseph bring the coins shortly. I will take this one in the corner, Gooden decided. Pointing to the furnace, Buck nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this furnace, having served for nearly a few years, could be discarded without regret. The 30 silver coins could serve as a down payment on future orders. After acquiring the furnace, Gooden refrained from immediate modifications. Instead, he mysteriously requested some tools and instructed others to surround the furnace with wooden planks and cloth. Inside, he began to hammer away, a secretive demeanor piquing Buck's curiosity. Could it be that Master Gooden possessed some extraordinary technique that could transform iron blocks into molten metal? At that moment, as Gooden continued his rhythmic tapping, he completed the modification of the first entry. Stirring the flames, with the assistance of wind, the furnace's temperature can rapidly increase and surpass its limits. Upon equipping this enhancement, Gooden resumed refreshing the entries, hoping for another useful outcome. The fortune did not favor him that day. Having achieved one enhancement, he remained indifferent to the possibility of a second. If it came, so be it. If not, no matter. He then instructed the removal of the surrounding barriers and directed, bring some iron blocks for a test. Observing the unchanged furnace, Buck felt a tinge of curiosity, yet could discern nothing amiss at the moment. He signaled the apprentices to ignite the furnace, fueling it with charcoal and utilizing a bellows to supply a continuous flow of fresh air to aid combustion. Subsequently, they placed some pre-melted iron blocks into the crucible to gauge the effectiveness. Normally, a furnace requires an hour or two of heating to render iron red-hot. However, the revamped furnace, in less than half an hour, had ignited the iron block within the crucible to a brilliant red glow, indicating the imminent transformation into molten iron. As a skilled blacksmith, Buck could not possibly overlook the changes taking place. Gazing through the flickering orange flames at the slowly flowing molten iron, Buck wore an expression of disbelief. As the iron block fully melted into liquid, Buck, filled with excitement, inquired of Gooden, "My lord, how did you accomplish this?" The thought of an antiquated furnace being capable of melting iron into liquid at the Lord's mere touch seemed almost unbelievable to him. Cease adding fuel and blowing air. Let us examine the crucible, he suggested. After receiving a nod of approval from his master, the busy apprentice cautiously retrieved the glowing crucible using tongs. Meanwhile, Buck, having produced a mold from an unknown source, tossed it onto the ground and declared, "Let us pour it in and see." Without hesitation, the young apprentice decisively poured all the molten iron into the mold. The incandescent liquid iron created a dazzling orange trail in the air, while the surrounding atmosphere shimmered under the intense heat. However, without the furnace's heat, the temperature of the molten iron began to drop swiftly as it reformed within the mold. Once it cooled to a sufficient degree, the apprentice sprinkled water over the surface of the ingot to expedite the cooling process. As the moisture ceased to evaporate, he carefully extracted the entire iron ingot and submerged it into a water bucket. After the bubbles within the bucket subsided, he retrieved the ingot, which still retained some warmth but was now cool enough to touch. Handing it over to his master, Buck could not restrain himself from caressing and scrutinizing the ingot. The purification process had eliminated all impurities from the molten iron, revealing a lustrous silver sheen that attested to its remarkable purity. This is a miracle. At that moment, Buck found himself at a loss for words. As a blacksmith, he yearned to forge a perfect ingot with his own hands. But despite years of attempts and little progress, the Lord had merely tapped and struck, achieving results. With hopeful anticipation, he looked towards the Lord, eager for an explanation. Yet Gooden remained reticent. He gestured towards the manganese or outside, instructing, retrieve those somewhat soft ores and refine them with charcoal. Under the Lord's command, the apprentice selected suitable manganese ore from the cart, crushed it, and combined it with charcoal in the crucible for refining. As the furnace blazed with intense heat, the manganese ore began to shed its impurities gradually. Once the fire had stripped away the contaminants, a reaction commenced between the manganese and the accompanying charcoal, revealing a glimmer of silvery white metallic luster within the crucible. Subsequently, more of this silvery white metal emerged, slowly coalescing together. The furnace emitted a glaring orange glow, which was somewhat blinding when gazed at for too long. Gooden only glanced at it occasionally, and once he confirmed that the crucible had reached an adequate temperature, he instructed the extraction of the manganese ore. Approximately 2 to 3 kilograms of soft manganese ore ultimately yielded a lump of manganese roughly the size of a fist and weighing less than a kilogram after being weighed. Gooden paid little heed to such a trivial amount. This smelting was merely an experimental endeavor. After silently calculating the proportions, he inquired of Buck, "Do you have any iron ingots left? Perhaps around 14.5 pounds? Yes, Ponchi, go fetch them," came Buck's reply. Although he was uncertain of the Lord's intentions, he had an inkling that he was about to witness something historic. As Ponchi brought the iron ingots, Gooden instructed him to place them all into the crucible to be melted into molten iron. The previously refined manganese was set aside for manual slag removal. As purification is never entirely effective, and some residue inevitably remains, to ensure the successful forging of manganese steel, meticulous care was necessary. Once the 6.6 kilograms of iron ingots had completely transformed into molten iron, Gooden directed the addition of manganese for fusion. The melting point of solid manganese is significantly lower than that of iron, allowing it to merge seamlessly into the molten iron upon introduction. At this juncture, the concoction within the crucible could be aptly termed manganese steel melt. After the mixture was poured out and allowed to cool into shape, a block of manganese steel was born in this otherworldly realm. As Buck examined the heavy, dark gray ingot, curiosity filled his eyes. "My lord, what is this? It appears somewhat different from ordinary iron ingots." "This is called high manganese steel," Gooden replied. "It surpasses regular steel in strength and durability. It is a fundamental substance of the new world, capable of transforming existence itself. While I have crafted steel before, it is merely a slightly harder and more durable version of iron." Chapter 22. Dining in? Turn left and head to the tavern at present. The capabilities of the manganese steel ingot remain obscured. However, once fashioned into a finished product, its remarkable properties will undoubtedly become apparent. Nevertheless, Gooden has no intention of prematurely unveiling the potential of this manganese steel ingot, as the mine has yet to acquire the full capacity to manage it. Revealing the ingot's capabilities too soon would only invite unnecessary complications. As the old adage suggests, one should quietly amass wealth, for that is the true path to prosperity. Gooden casually picked up a hammer and struck the manganese steel ingot twice. Confirming that it did not shatter, he deemed the smelting process successful. "I shall take this ingot with me, and you can assist in refining the ore on the cart. I will have old Joseph settle the payment," he stated. "As you have just witnessed the refining process, ensure that the finished product is stored in a dry, well-ventilated area. I will send someone to collect it." "Understood, my lord." Buck nodded, then glanced at the modified furnace, hesitatingly asking, "Additionally, my lord, after refining these minerals, might I borrow the furnace?" Buck felt somewhat bashful. After all, the furnace belonged to the lord. His curiosity about how it surpassed the limits of temperature compelled him to make the request. "Not a problem. Just prioritize completing my task, and you may manage the subsequent allocation as you see fit." Gooden generously permitted the blacksmith to borrow it. "Thank you, my lord." Without a reprimand, Buck quickly expressed his gratitude. He had wished to craft a pair of chopsticks during yesterday's banquet, as using knives, forks, and spoons felt rather peculiar. However, there was no time for immediate creation, so he opted to arrange it for today. Upon arriving at the carpenter's workshop, he conveyed his requirements, to which the carpenter readily agreed. In no time, several pairs of chopsticks were produced. As for the matter of payment, Gooden indicated that old Joseph would handle that. After all, as the lord, extending a small credit was hardly a concern. Upon returning to the castle, Gooden did not immediately test the manganese steel ingot. Instead, he plunged directly into the kitchen. Although the foreign cuisine was not insufferable, its blandness did not suit Gooden's palate. The constant cycle of bread, vegetable soup, and roasted meat was becoming intolerable. It would be better to teach the maids the essence of Huaxia cuisine, thus relieving himself of the need to cook in the future. In the kitchen, Gudwin instructed everyone to knead some dough, intending to prepare noodles for lunch, and use the excess to create dumplings and buns. The process of kneading flour was second nature to one maid, who completed it in no time. However, the techniques that Master Gudwin subsequently taught them were quite novel. He simply applied lard to the dough and began to knead and stretch it. Then, he brought the ends together and repeated the stretching process. Before long, the initially thick and long dough transformed into delicate strands of noodles. The maids encircling him watched in awe, each one captivated by the transformation. "Young master, how did you manage to stretch such delicate dough without breaking it?" one of the maids inquired. "And how will you bake it once it's elongated like that?" "Ah, that's a mystery to you, isn't it? Young master is experimenting with a new dish, much like the one from last night." Though the maid's chatter was somewhat noisy, Gudwin found it rather endearing. This was the quintessential life of a noble in another world. After providing a brief lesson on the techniques of noodle making, Gudwin assigned a few individuals to begin rolling out the dough in preparation for dumplings. The dough could not be too thick or too thin. It needed to be just right. He reminded them not to forget to sprinkle a layer of flour between the sheets to prevent them from sticking together. While Gudwin was wholeheartedly teaching everyone how to roll the dough, a maid suddenly entered the kitchen with news. "Young master, Baron Jigel, the head of the Charison family, has come to pay a visit. He is currently in the reception room with the old steward." Upon hearing this lengthy title, Gudwin paused momentarily, pondering the reason for the Baroness' visit. Could it be a debt collection? After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Understood. You may continue to attend to him. I shall join shortly." "Yes, young master." Gudwin nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Aaron. "All right." Aaron acknowledged with a nod, indicating her understanding. After organizing the kitchen affairs, Gudwin did not rush to the reception room, but first washed the flour dust from his hands before proceeding to meet the Baron. "Baron Jigel, do you have something of great importance to discuss with me in person?" Gudwin inquired loudly upon entering the reception room, though his expression remained composed as he strode towards his seat. "Regrettably, the turmoil at the border has necessitated my personal involvement in certain matters, causing my delay in visiting. However, seeing you in such good health, young master, brings me great relief." "Ah, so you were worried I might perish and be unable to repay my debts?" Caught off guard by the bluntness of the inquiry, Jigel felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly clarified. "This situation was unforeseen, young Master Gudwin. I dispatched Carol to ascertain your condition and see if I could be of assistance. However, I was unaware that he would broach this subject without my consent. I have since reprimanded him in hopes of alleviating your displeasure." Gudwin, of course, found it hard to believe this explanation, yet, for the sake of pretense, he merely nodded in acquiescence. Noticing Gudwin's skepticism, Jigel took a deep breath and continued with the purpose of his visit. "Young master, it is indeed unfortunate that you have been burdened with this debt. I have conferred with Baron Bertea of the Matsahai territory, and it has been decided that this debt will no longer rest upon your shoulders. Instead, it will be taken over by Baron Bertea himself." "Really?" Gudwin was taken aback by Jigel's revelation that his debts might be absolved. "Certainly. I have brought the contract with me. This is my copy, and this is Baron Bertea's." As he spoke, Jigel produced 2 parchment scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Gudwin. These constituted a standard triplicate contract. Gudwin possessed 1 copy himself, and now, with the 2 additional scrolls placed in his hands, he realized that by destroying all 3 contracts, the debt of 300 gold coins would vanish entirely from existence. Unfurling the parchment, he cast a cursory glance at the terms inscribed upon it, finding no discrepancies. Accepting the contracts, Gudwin nodded, feigning gratitude. "I truly appreciate your efforts. Both of you. Is there anything else?" Nothing more?" "Oh, then let us take our leave. I am not providing lunch, should you wish to dine. Turn left upon exiting to find the tavern, which should be open by now." "Very well, Master Gudwin. We bid you farewell." Chapter 23. The invitation for further studies. Jigel departed from the castle, accompanied by his entourage, while Gudwin promptly sent out his men. "Remember, do not follow too closely. If they head to a tavern, remain outside and observe who enters and exits. Take note of everything." "Yes, young master." Within his own domain, Gudwin harbored only Reg as an informant. He could place no trust in Jigel's words. It was evident that Jigel had also embedded numerous spies among the townsfolk, who would serve to validate the veracity of last night's news. Gudwin had no intention of eliminating these individuals, as their presence could facilitate the dissemination of misinformation on his behalf. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Returning to the kitchen, Gudwin had already attended to the tasks assigned to the maids. He immediately began preparing the base for the soup and its accompaniments. Meanwhile, within the castle's guest quarters, Moss was manipulating a manganese steel ingot with a magical hand, marveling at its properties. This has yet to undergo any enchantment. Yet its hardness and toughness nearly rival that of magical steel. The manufacturing process is so straightforward, those old men would surely go mad if they knew. He pondered the implications of secretly learning the process of this manganese steel ingot. Anna, shifting her focus from the realm of magic, glanced at Moss and remarked, "I have a foreboding sensation that should you pursue such a course, your fate will be dire." Her words carried weight. She had once witnessed a legendary swordsman fail to strike a beast for 3 consecutive days due to her casual utterance. Anna, why would such a person willingly remain in such a remote location? With their mindset, acumen, and strategies, they could thrive in any major city, could they not? Perhaps they are not here by choice? Moss pondered, momentarily distracted as he lifted his gaze to the image within the magical mirror. By the way, what do you think of this young girl? If she were to undergo systematic training, reaching legendary status is not beyond the realm of possibility. It would be a shame to squander such potential here. I will inquire during the luncheon. If she consents, that would be splendid. If not, we cannot force her. Anna paused, casting a serious glance at Eileen within the magical mirror. If we were to resort to coercion, I fear we may not escape this place. Although her close quarters combat skills were somewhat lacking, with Anna present, unless the adversary was a legendary swordsman or a violent knight, none could best her. As long as he could secure a few seconds, he could unleash a multitude of offensive or defensive spells. Even legendary forbidden incantations might be within reach. Yet, under such circumstances, Anna suggested they might both be unable to leave. Casting a wary glance at the seemingly harmless Gooden, Moss shivered slightly. It was the first time he had heard Anna utter such a grave premonition. Thus, it would be wise to curtail your prying, lest they retaliate in the future. In the kitchen, after completing the preparation of lunch, Gooden summoned 2 guests to partake in the meal. After all, noodles, if left to linger, lose their delightful taste. Upon taking their seats, the 2 guests expressed curiosity towards the steaming bowl of noodles before them, due to the limitations of available ingredients. Gooden had prepared a simple clear broth meat noodle dish, utilizing stewed pork ribs as the base, complemented by an assortment of vegetables. The enticing aroma had already begun to stir their appetites. Yet the noodles were so delicate that using a fork might prove somewhat inconvenient. As the host, Gooden was keen to alleviate any awkwardness, promptly introducing the chopsticks while demonstrating their use. Of course, should they find it challenging, they could resort to using silver forks as a makeshift alternative. However, it soon became apparent that Gooden had underestimated their ability to learn. Within moments, they were wielding the chopsticks with remarkable dexterity. It turns out these chopsticks are quite handy. Compared to the previous day's meals, which could be managed with forks and spoons, chopsticks were undeniably more convenient. As he slurped his noodles, Moss praised the practicality of the chopsticks. In contrast, Anna's eating style was notably more refined, savoring the noodles, broth, and side dishes in a leisurely manner. The exquisite flavor of the clear broth meat noodles captivated her so completely that she momentarily forgot the words she intended to speak during the lunch gathering. Gazing into the nearly empty bowl, she fell into a contemplative silence. Would indulging in such a meal lead to significant weight gain? Noticing her quietude, Gooden assumed she had not had her fill and inquired, "Miss Anna, would you like another bowl? There is more in the kitchen." Anna quickly waved her hand in refusal, to which Gooden nodded slightly, satisfied that she had eaten enough. He then turned to Moss, asking, "Mr. Moss, what about you? Then I would appreciate another bowl." Moss replied. Anna silently sighed at her teacher's eating habits, then turned to Gooden to voice what she had momentarily forgotten. "Gooden, actually, we hail from the Kingdom of Hevros and are members of a missionary expedition traveling across the continent." Upon hearing this introduction, Gooden initially feigned surprise before returning to his usual demeanor. "I could have guessed your origins. Your adeptness at restoring the holy light suggests that only individuals from the Kingdom of Hevros possess such skill." Having recognized their identities early on, he felt no need to act overly astonished, allowing for a small boast in their direction, which might yield future opportunities for assistance. I knew it. Gooden, you had already discerned our identities while we were trying to be discreet," Anna continued, seamlessly transitioning to the main topic of conversation. "Gooden, the maid by your side, named Eileen, possesses remarkable talents in certain areas. I would like to extend an invitation for her to come to the Kingdom of Hevros for further study, if you would permit it." "Eileen? Her?" Gooden was taken aback, not anticipating Anna's direct request to take away his treasured and legendary maid. Faced with Gooden's astonishment, Anna hastily pressed on. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Hevelos, I shall personally recommend her and assess her aptitude. Prestigious institutions such as the Holy Knight Order and the Sacred Arts Academy would indeed present opportunities for her admission. Anna possesses a remarkable discernment when it comes to judging character. She would not obscure the truth from someone like Gudon, but rather convey the facts directly. If Gudon were merely a greedy figure, she would not elaborate extensively, instead tossing a few white gold coins to secure Eileen's release. Should the other party contemplate treachery, however, the staff she wields, weighing several hundred kilograms, is no trivial matter. In response to the conditions proposed by Gudon, he pondered momentarily before articulating his thoughts. Indeed, I have also recognized Eileen's potential. However, as her guardian, she is not my slave, and I have no authority to infringe upon her freedom of choice. He continued, if you wish for her to journey to Hevelos, you must first seek her consent. Should she agree, I would be willing to release her, but if she refuses, you shall not take her against her will. As Gudon spoke, he activated the panels of both individuals, silently preparing for a potential exchange of dire consequences. At that moment, Moss felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been marked by a venomous serpent, aware that even if he were to survive, he would be left gravely weakened. Chapter 24. I once believed in the holy light. The legendary intuition should not be underestimated. Moss set down his utensils and sat up slightly, scrutinizing the unassuming Gudon before him. Aside from a hint of physical robustness, he was, in every other conceivable sense, utterly ineffectual. Such a person would not warrant a second glance in a crowd, were it not for his noble title and esteemed family name. After rescuing Gudon, their immediate journey to the Everfrost Mountains was merely a pretext for resupply. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous individual instilled in him a palpable sense of threat. The very notion of a mere mortal posing a danger to a legendary holy light mage was laughable. Who would believe such a tale? Had one consumed counterfeit ale the night prior? In the face of their scrutinizing gazes, Gudon remained remarkably composed and indifferent. Should they forcibly attempt to take Eileen, he could only acquiesce, given his current state of power. However, on a future day when he had amassed sufficient strength, he would not hesitate to obliterate the entire Hefloth family. Though such thoughts seemed preposterous, with the assurance of his modified attributes and modern knowledge, Gudon felt emboldened. After a prolonged silence, Anna broke the tension. Young Master Gudon, we harbor no such intentions. Eileen's fate rests solely in her hands. We are not brigands to act so rudely. I believe you, Gudon nodded, then picked up the bell on the table and gave it a gentle shake. Outside, old Joseph promptly entered, having overheard the recent debate. He regretted not having advised the young master sooner. Upon learning of Anna's identity, he recognized her as the heir to Hefloth. It was evident that most would reveal their true selves after merely a few days, given the complexities involved. Young master, old Joseph addressed, please summon Eileen. Very well. After their brief exchange, old Joseph glanced at the poised Anna, nodded slightly, and exited the room. This minor interaction did not go unnoticed by either Gudon or Anna. Anna felt a twinge of helplessness regarding her exposed identity. Who would have guessed that a mere steward of a border lord could possess such knowledge? The habits she exhibited were unmistakably traceable to their origin, leaving no room for concealment. Meanwhile, Gudon found old Joseph's demeanor intriguing. He should not have overheard their conversation in the sitting room, yet now he showed such deference to Anna. Could it be that old Joseph was aware of her true identity? That raised questions. How could old Joseph have known? Young master, your guests have arrived, Eileen announced as she briefly greeted both sides. Indeed, Gudon acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned to Anna. This matter is best explained by you. Without hesitation, Anna recounted the entire saga, adding numerous supplementary conditions along the way. All of this left Gudon somewhat astonished. If Eileen were indeed to pursue her studies at Hefros, it would require the expenditure of several thousand gold coins annually for her training. This calculation only scratches the surface. When considering the selection of mentors, guidance and cultivation, and the costs of potions and other hidden resources, tens of thousands of gold coins might prove insufficient. After all, merely enlisting the guidance of extraordinary individuals would command daily wages exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Such advantageous conditions stirred something within Gudon. He pondered internally whether he should act as a benefactor if Eileen truly agreed to further her education. After all, a favor from a legendary figure holds immeasurable value. Yet, on the other hand, Gudon felt a twinge of reluctance. If Eileen could study at Hefros, why couldn't she remain here to learn? With his ability to modify attributes, perhaps he could expedite her journey to legendary status. While Gooden contemplated these matters, Eileen arrived at her own decision. I apologize, Miss Anna, but I must decline your generous offer. Anna did not display any overt emotion in response to the refusal, but instead inquired, could you share the reason behind your decision? Eileen nodded slightly and began to elucidate her rationale. Qingyuan town is my second home. Though it may be somewhat remote, the people here have been exceedingly kind to me, often assisting in my care. Moreover, thanks to the young master's support, I have secured a stable job that allows me to look after my family. I have only my mother and younger sister at home, and if I were to leave, no one would be there to care for them. Of course, Miss Anna. You mentioned the possibility of bringing family along, but I fear my mother would not consent. At this juncture, Eileen paused, allowing the silence to linger as no one interrupted her. My family was once devoted followers of the Holy Light. However, after my father suffered a grave injury in an accident and found no relief from numerous physicians, we turned to the church we once revered. As frequent petitioners of prayers, the priest welcomed us, but just when we thought hope was within reach, he demanded a fee of 1 gold coin for his services. At that time, after exhausting our resources seeking medical help, we had little left and could only plead with the priest, promising to repay him in the future. Yet, he remained unwilling to assist until my father succumbed before him. Subsequently, the priest took from me 23 silver and 40 copper coins, claiming it was for the burial expenses. However, after seizing that money, he did nothing to aid us. Once, I too believed in the holy light and dreamed of becoming a paladin, traversing the continent to aid others and spread the light. Yet now, I find myself more inclined to become a knight, fighting to protect my family. Eileen spoke with a remarkable calmness, as though recounting an event entirely detached from her own existence. The assembled crowd fell into a profound silence upon hearing the words. Morse wished to articulate something, yet despite the movement of his lips, no sound emerged. I am sorry, Eileen. No, it is not your fault, Miss Anna. Eileen shook her head. Indeed, it is certainly not her fault. Anna sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. Well then, old Joseph, please escort Eileen downstairs and grant her a half-day's respite. Certainly, young master. As the two departed, Anna turned to Gooden with a hint of reproach. Why didn't you inform me of such matters earlier? I would not have been put in such an awkward position. Gooden shook his head in response. I was unaware of this situation myself. When I first encountered Eileen, I merely felt pity for her plight, which prompted me to offer her employment at the castle. Gooden spoke truthfully. His initial compassion had indeed led to her joining the castle staff. As for any indiscretions, he was well aware that they had not occurred within the confines of the estate, but rather in the neighboring metropolis, where he had indulged in reckless escapades. Chapter 25. 3 decrees. With a sincere expression on his face, Gooden received a slight nod from Anna, who chose to remain silent. Gooden, too, refrained from revisiting the topic and swiftly redirected the conversation to other matters. Before long, the trio returned to their joyful banter. Meanwhile, outside the tavern, Jigel glanced towards the castle. Lost in thought, having just gathered information from other spies regarding the events of the previous night, he found the reports aligned closely with Roy's account. After Jigel's departure, a group of plainclothes soldiers remained, continuing to monitor the internal personnel, while another contingent persistently tracked and observed. In the castle's dining hall, following the conclusion of the luncheons, Gooden promptly went to check on Eileen's condition. As a potential legendary figure, it was imperative for Gooden to keep abreast of her status. Satisfied that her demeanor appeared stable, he felt reassured and prepared to attend to pressing matters. Contemplating the manganese steel ingots forged that morning, Gooden began to draft his inaugural development decree in the local tongue on a sheet of paper. The establishment of a brickworks and a smelting facility was paramount. For Gooden, the more manganese steel produced, the better. However, relying solely on the output of the blacksmith shop would not suffice to meet mass production demands. Thus, the construction of a dedicated smelting plant was essential for processing manganese steel, while the brickworks would prepare for the various types of buildings to follow. Currently, most houses in the town were constructed haphazardly from stone, wood, and mud, and Gooden had no desire for his facilities to be erected in the same manner. To ensure safety and stability, utilizing bricks for construction was a necessity. This concept had long been percolating in Gooden's mind, allowing him to articulate it swiftly on paper. Subsequently, Gooden pulled out several blank sheets and pinned a bounty notice. This bounty targeted rare mineral resources rather than individuals. In addition to urgently needed strategic resources like lime and saltpeter, he required various unknown minerals. However, The bounty notice could not simply bear a single name for citizens to seek. He meticulously included descriptions of each urgently needed item, detailing their appearance, color, and basic reactions. This way, when residents received the notice, they could efficiently search for the minerals he required. Of course, the bounty notice encompassed more than just minerals. It also included rewards for various spice materials. After all, in this vast world, sustenance reigns supreme. Upon completing the two plans, Gooden reflected and succinctly drafted a recruitment notice for soldiers on a fresh sheet of paper. With 3 documents finalized, Gooden set off to find Old Joseph, intending for him to disseminate the orders throughout the territory. However, the anticipated expenditure for the bounty seemed excessive, offering 10 gold coins for the discoverer of the saltpeter mine, 50 for iron ore. Young master, our funds are already limited. Combined with the establishment of this brickworks and the recruitment efforts, we may struggle to last until next month. I shall resolve the matter of finances, for there is an imminent auction in Jinuanqing, where I intend to sell some items. Gooden waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern, as he possessed superior items for sale, namely manganese steel. However, there is no room for hesitation. By this evening, I must witness the bustling activity within Qingyuan town. Under the overwhelming authority of the young master, Old Joseph had no choice but to acquiesce silently, proceeding to publicize and arrange 3 official orders. The literate population in Qingyuan town is rather sparse. To ensure the complete dissemination of Gooden's orders to the residents, someone was needed to assist in reading the contents aloud. As the clock chimed, the townsfolk set aside their tasks and made their way to the small square. For the occasions when the bell rang were few and far between in recent years. Previous gatherings had revolved around the change of lord or tax collection matters. The community was rather taken aback by this summons, eager to discover the cause of the commotion. As the crowd in the square grew larger, Old Joseph signaled that it was time to commence the reading. To facilitate the construction of the new town, young Master Gooden required the recruitment of 20 workers, stipulating that they must be adults, without disabilities, and possess experience in building houses, with a wage of 1 silver coin, paid daily, including meals. Concurrently, workers for the kiln were to be recruited, necessitating prior training. During the learning period, there would be no wage, but meals would be provided, with the same requirements as above and no limit on numbers. The number of kiln workers was capped at 20, with those demonstrating exceptional learning prioritized for recruitment as kiln workers, earning 50 silver coins, paid monthly. The second order, a bounty notice, was slightly lengthier, while the others were read swiftly. At this moment, the residents in the square erupted with excitement. They had heard whispers of their lord's extravagance. A guard's monthly salary was merely 40 silver coins, while a maid could earn 20 silver coins a month. Yet, the position of kiln worker offered an astonishing 50 silver coins monthly. Although training was required to qualify, the opportunity was ripe for the taking, and they were determined to vie for it. Additionally, some individuals who did not meet the requirements of the bounty notice began to take notice, pondering the possibility of stumbling upon even a single item desired by their lord, thus alleviating their struggles during the winter. As for conscription, they would consider that if they fell short of becoming kiln workers. Observing the bustling crowd, Old Joseph raised his voice with authority. Silence. The resounding command drew the people's attention back to the podium. A registration point would be established at the edge of the square for those wishing to participate. However, it must be remembered that those who engage in kiln training would be ineligible for conscription, while those not selected for conscription would still have the chance to join the training, thus they must choose wisely. This stipulation was deliberately included by Gooden to prevent individuals from attempting to evade training by seeking conscription as a means of idleness. This rule has evidently sparked discontent among some individuals. However, given that the counterpart is a lord, they can only reluctantly acquiesce and proceed to register for the apprenticeship in kiln craftsmanship. Chapter 26. The Temptation of Ice Cream. 2 hours later, Gooden stretched languidly, invigorating his muscles. His unfamiliarity with the script of this otherworldly realm compelled him to ponder extensively before committing any words to paper. Reclining in his chair, he squinted contentedly during his moment of respite, gazing at the dark manganese steel ingot on the table, and instinctively reached out to caress its coarse surface. The hardness of manganese steel was undoubtedly impressive. However, it posed a pressing question. How could it be reshaped? Given the current technology, molding a manganese steel ingot was not unattainable, yet the time required was something Gooden could ill afford. Thus, he needed a swift and efficient method for the intricate process of reformation. At that moment, a singular notion illuminated his mind. Magic. in this fantastical world. The concept of magic was undeniably enchanting to the materialistic Gooden. If he hoped to achieve the standards swirling in his imagination within a brief span, perhaps only magic could fulfill such aspirations. But no one in the town possessed magical abilities. Wait. Suddenly, Gooden recalled Moss, a legendary luminary of the arcane arts, presumably a member of the magical professions. Surely, he must possess knowledge of some fundamental universal spells? With this thought, Gooden's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Why not seek to learn from him? Gazing out at the still warm sunlight filtering through the window, Gooden contemplated before promptly rising to head towards the kitchen. To embark on his magical learning journey, he needed a plausible excuse, did he not? Afternoon tea seemed a fitting pretext, and it was entirely reasonable to suggest that the preparation of such a repast might require magical assistance. Presenting his request for basic magical instruction under the guise of needing culinary aid appeared quite logical. In an instant, Gooden devised a comprehensive plan, quickening his pace. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he assessed the available ingredients and communicated the missing items to the maids, instructing them to procure them immediately. The missing items were merely some fresh dairy products, such as milk or goat's milk. Gooden intended to use ice cream as a lure to broach the subject of learning magic. With the ingredients ready, he set off in search of Moss. Mr. Moss, I hope I am not intruding? Not at all. I have just concluded my meditative practice. What can I do for you? Well, it is like this. Gooden succinctly articulated the magical assistance he required concerning his culinary endeavors. Upon hearing it pertained to food, Moss promptly rose, exclaiming, such a trivial matter. Not an issue at all. Let us go. Seeing the eagerness in Moss's response, Gooden inwardly mused that his previous meals had not been in vain. Under normal sugar production processes, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to yield a finished product. However, with a legendary sorcerer at his side, time constraints could be effortlessly alleviated. After extracting juice from the sugar beets, employing filtration and magical roasting techniques, crystalline white sugar appeared in a bowl in less than 10 minutes. Gazing at the sparkling sugar, Moss could not resist inquiring, "Young Master Gooden, what is the principle behind this? I never knew magic could be wielded in such a manner." Moss expressed his curiosity as he witnessed the novel application of magic for the first time. Gooden, without hesitation, generously elucidated the various principles to Moss. Beets contain sugar. When pressed into juice, the sugar dissolves in the liquid. This sugar water is then further filtered and extracted, followed by a magical baking process that allows for rapid evaporation and crystallization. Gooden explained while preparing fresh cheese, a step that also required magical assistance. Moss attentively noted these peculiar principles while casting spells to help chill the cheese. "Couldn't we use fire for baking?" he inquired. "The temperature of fire is too high and challenging to control. Excessive heat would disrupt the sugar structure. A carefully regulated temperature is essential for the crystallization process." Gooden patiently clarified Moss's question. As they combined several ingredients for ice cream, Gooden nodded in approval. "Let me handle this," Moss declared, utilizing his magical hand to elevate a large platter of ice cream ingredients into the air. He then unleashed a string of incantations, and Gooden, observing nearby, felt the temperature around them plummet. Almost instantaneously, the flowing ingredients began to solidify visibly. How marvelous! Following the standard procedure, it would take at least half a day to freeze. Gooden, a materialist at heart, marveled at the miraculous nature of magic. "If only I could wield magic, alas. I have never had the opportunity," he lamented, shaking his head wistfully. Moss glanced at him, but refrained from commenting. "All right, it should be frozen enough now. Let us give it a taste," Gooden instructed as he focused on the ice cream. Once satisfied, he allowed Moss to lower the ingredients. Gooden then took a spoon and scooped out a small portion to sample. The creamy, sweet flavor combined with the icy texture evoked a sensation of bliss. It's a success. Come, try it," he urged, scooping a generous portion into a bowl and adding some fruits prepared by the maid before handing it to Moss. After tasting the ice cream, Moss was instantly enchanted by the flavor. "It's delicious. This texture surpasses even that of royal feasts," he nearly blurted out, quickly correcting himself. Gooden, unperturbed, prepared another serving for Anna. As anticipated, the unique taste of the ice cream completely captivated Anna. After all, what girl does not adore sweets? Especially when they are chilled. "How is it?" she asked, savoring the ice cream. "It's incredible. The distinct flavor of the cream combined with the icy sweetness is simply astonishing," Anna exclaimed, sharing her impressions while relishing the delightful treat. "As long as it pleases you, I shall compose a recipe for you shortly," Crafting this delicacy myself would be rather cumbersome, for it requires a touch of magic for ease of preparation. I am immensely grateful to Master Gooden. With great generosity, Gooden presented the ice cream recipe to the other party, while Anna and Moss engaged in fervent interaction in private. Gooden had hinted at a desire to learn magic, yet considering his constitution, could you not simply provide him with some introductory materials? After all, it is not a matter of secrecy. He has generously shared the ice cream recipe, and you ought to express your gratitude. That being said, it still feels somewhat amiss. If it were not for your gluttony leading you astray, would you need to involve this book? Then perhaps you should refrain from eating? Chapter 27. Magic is quite simple. Anna and Moss were engaging in a playful exchange of magical banter, while outwardly devouring their ice cream faster than anyone else. In no time, they had polished off an entire bowl. Gooden, is there any more of this ice cream? Yes. But indulging excessively in such treats might have adverse effects on one's health, he replied. Initially, Gooden intended to offer a word of caution, but he suddenly realized that they were in a different world, where people's physical constitutions varied significantly. His concern seemed rather futile, and after a slightly awkward chuckle, he rose to summon a maid for another serving. As Gooden departed, Moss casually waved his hand, conjuring two specially crafted spellbooks into his grasp, and remarked with a smile. See, Gooden himself cautioned against overindulgence. I shall take care of your portion later. Anna shot him a sidelong glance, choosing to disregard his banter. Gooden returned from the kitchen with several more servings of ice cream, and took the opportunity to deliver one to Erin as well. How could he possibly forget her? He needed to bolster her affection further. After a few days of effort, Erin's favorability had already risen above 80. A significant improvement from the rather meager 65 it had been. This is called ice cream. Do try it, and remember to share the remainder with the others. But do not overindulge. It's not good for your health. Here, this is the last bit. Savor it slowly, he said, presenting the ice cream with a gesture of invitation. However, the two did not immediately partake. Just as Gooden was beginning to feel puzzled, Moss produced two books from seemingly nowhere and placed them on the table. Gooden, these two books contain my notes on basic magical principles. If you wish to learn magic, these should serve you well, a token of gratitude for the ice cream recipe. Gooden was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing surprise, and then he hesitantly replied, this might not be appropriate. Not at all. These are not restricted texts from any church or academy, but rather my own compilation. There is no issue, Moss reassured him with ease. As a legendary holy sorcerer, he may not be a pure mage, but his mastery of magic was certainly on par with that of other legendary wizards. The books he offered were his own handwritten works. As long as one could comprehend them and possessed a modicum of talent, becoming a mage was inevitable. However, Gooden's innate abilities, well, that was another matter. Then, I thank you, Mr. Moss, Gooden said solemnly as he accepted the books. The contents were entirely handwritten, featuring magical formulas and diagrams that he found perplexing. Nevertheless, the legible script was understandable, and he quickly skimmed through to grasp the essentials. The first step to learning magic was to sense the presence of magical energy. Yet, for someone like Gooden, born with an innate resistance, this initial step seemed insurmountable. Fortunately, he still had 2 chances for modification and 3 opportunities for refreshment, providing a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. With that, Gooden summoned his interface. Name, Gooden Aldia Qin Yun. Occupation, Lord. Strength, none. Attributes, mineral identification expert, dragon-like ferocity, naturally insulated. Potential, mediocre. Introduction, among ordinary individuals, he can be considered relatively successful. Having undergone 2 modifications, his potential has ascended from hopeless to mediocre, and the introduction no longer defines success as merely surviving past 30. Focusing on the modifications, 3 amendable attributes swiftly appeared before him. These 3 were all remnants from the previous refresh and were deemed worthless. Gooden decisively opted to refresh them in search of new attributes. This time, Gooden's expectations were modest, if no suitable attributes emerged. He would settle for a positive effect to replace the naturally insulated trait. After all, if this opportunity for modification were squandered, he could accept it. However, Lady Luck seemed to smile upon him once more today. As the first refresh yielded an exceptional attribute, multitasking, the ability to pay attention to or engage in multiple different tasks simultaneously. After a cursory glance at the other 2 attributes, Gooden promptly replaced naturally insulated with multitasking. Upon completing the modification, it felt as if every pore in Gooden's body simultaneously opened, fervently absorbing the energy surrounding him. In that moment, he sensed the presence of something extraordinary in the air. Without hesitation, Gooden swiftly seated himself on the ground, beginning to practice the techniques described in his books, seeking to attune himself to the world's magical essence. Moss, who had been observing from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gooden sitting cross-legged and performing the magic induction technique. What was he doing? Could he truly sense the magical energy? As Gooden executed the magic induction technique, the chaotic magical energies swirling around began to converge toward him. The two individuals well-versed in magical arts felt the shift in energy and were filled with astonishment. Just a moment ago, Gooden had been impervious to magical energy. How was it possible that he could now sense and guide it? They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Meanwhile, Gooden was immersed in his inner world. Observing the vibrant array of colored orbs around him, he recognized these as the magical elements mentioned in his texts. Each distinct orb represented a different magical element, such as the red fire element, the purple lightning element, and so forth. The foundational elements of this world are categorized into 7 types: fire, lightning, water, ice, wind, light, and dark. In addition to these 7, there are 4 special elemental magics: colorless elemental magic, spatial elemental magic, temporal elemental magic, and life elemental magic. Among these, colorless elemental magic is the simplest of the special types. It possesses no substantive harm, but can yield various physical effects when gathered, resembling telekinesis. The mage's hand is constructed and released using colorless elemental magic. Furthermore, the powers of space and time, the 2 most unique elemental forces, are the hardest to master. Without reaching an extraordinary level, one would not even have the opportunity to learn them. The elemental magic of life is indeed quite chaotic, encompassing aspects of healing spells from the water and light elements. For instance, the druids of the Avis Elven Kingdom harness this very life elemental magic. Once one can successfully manipulate the elemental forces, only a final step remains to achieve the casting of a spell. Fixing his gaze upon the cerulean and white ice elemental, Gooden endeavored to utilize the peculiar allure of guiding magic to prompt its movement. Under his focused observation and persistent exertion, the languid ice element gradually stirred, reluctantly following the direction of the guiding force. Success. Observing the elemental magic he had successfully directed, Gooden was immediately filled with exhilaration. It seemed his magical aptitude was rather commendable. With this thought, he opened his eyes, intending to attempt the casting of his first spell, the Mage Hand. Being devoid of any offensive or destructive capabilities, it served as an ideal starting point for his studies. This was the hallmark of successful spellcasting. Carefully manipulating the invisible Mage Hand with his mental prowess, Gooden couldn't help but marvel at how straightforward magic could be. Chapter 28. Seeking Solutions. Simple? Is this truly the words of a human? When I first delved into the arcane arts, it took me more than an hour to successfully manipulate the elemental forces. At that time, my mentor lauded me as a prodigy, and yet, he barely spent 10 minutes, and that includes his reading time. Is this still human? Moss, who had been eavesdropping, was instantly incensed upon hearing Gooden's assessment. The ability to sense and manipulate magical energies, as the initial step to becoming a magician, may appear straightforward. Yet it has thwarted over 80% of the populace on this continent. For an ordinary individual, it is entirely normal to require 3 to 5 days to grasp it. While Moss, as an undeniable genius, found 1 hour remarkably brief. However, compared to Gooden, who possesses extraordinary abilities, Moss inevitably seemed somewhat lacking. At this moment, Anna interjected with a hint of melancholy, noting that Gooden's talent was indeed astonishing. Just a moment ago, he was a magical insulator, and now he could effortlessly release spells. This revelation was even more surreal than Moss declaring his abandonment of his voyeuristic pursuits. Never mind, Moss sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Now I understand why you said I would be thoroughly beaten. With such talent, even if I reached the realm of the sacred spirit, I would still be at his mercy. You are a legend now. You mentioned I would be beaten severely. You are a legend now. He can cast his first spell after just 10 minutes of study. You are a legend now. Forget it, then. I might as well risk it all and take a shot. Determined, Moss rolled up his sleeves as if preparing for a grand undertaking. Despite their playful banter, they had overlooked an important matter. Indeed, Gooden's condition was rather peculiar. Prior to their arrival, he had been gravely ill due to an assault. Yet he had miraculously recovered overnight. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed both of them had been deceived. Now, he either possesses some means to evade detection, or perhaps. Moss slowly articulated his thoughts to Anna, and as he progressed, their expressions grew serious. With your prowess, you cannot detect them? Anna inquired, unable to restrain herself. Of course, I can. Yet, we both miscalculated this time. I am beginning to question the validity of magic itself. With a resigned sigh, Moss expressed his uncertainty. As the two pondered and deliberated, Gooden had already commenced his attempts at learning fire magic. However, for safety's sake, he opted not to practice directly in the study, but rather sought an empty room. He also instructed the maid to prepare a basin of fresh water, placing it nearby as a precaution against any mishaps. Perusing the text, Gooden mirrored the methods outlined therein. Soon, countless fire elements began to coalesce around him. And as the temperature at his fingertips steadily increased, a spark suddenly flickered into existence. In quick succession, a small flame emerged alongside the spark. The gently flickering flame piqued Gooden's curiosity. What, indeed, fueled its combustion? Nevertheless, curiosity aside, Gudrun did not neglect his primary task, further amplifying the structure that guided the fire elements to draw in an excess of them. Simultaneously, the small flame at his fingertips burgeoned into a small fireball, causing the surrounding temperature to once again ascend. Yet, despite these efforts, he remained unable to achieve the required temperature to soften and reshape the manganese steel ingot. A temperature of at least 800 to 900 degrees was essential. The flame in his hand, at most, barely reached 100 or 200 degrees. As Gudrun attempted to enlarge the fireball once more, he sensed an unsettling instability within the magical structure. This was a precursor to a loss of control. And realizing impending failure, Gudrun hastily dispelled the magic, cutting off the supply of fire elements. The fireball flickered twice before extinguishing into nothingness without the fire element's sustenance. Ah! It appears my mental energy is insufficient, and the temperature is inadequate as well. Gudrun rubbed his palms together, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplated the reasons for this failure. He reopened the spellbook, seeking knowledge and solutions within its pages. Subsequently, Gudrun attempted several more times, each ending in failure, until dizziness signaled his mental fatigue, prompting him to cease his experiments. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the headache, he felt a twinge of discouragement. This endeavor certainly proved challenging. Yet, considering this was merely his first day, he resolved to be less stringent in his expectations. Gazing out at the sky, now painted crimson by the setting sun, he realized dinner was approaching. Reflecting for a moment, Gudrun sat down and began to meticulously record the ice cream recipe, including a detailed account of the reaction times. While Mose had observed him during the previous preparation, creating a written record of his own felt more sincere. Upon completing the recipe, Gudrun did not pause for rest. Instead, he promptly proceeded to the kitchen to offer guidance. With his companion still within the castle, he sought to humbly learn and see if he could resolve the issues he encountered. The main course for the dinner was dumplings, complemented by an array of local specialties. The two, now adept at using chopsticks, savored dumplings filled with various ingredients to ensure a delightful variety. Gudrun had prepared 3 types of dumplings: vegetable, meat, and shrimp harvested from the river. All 3 varieties received unanimous acclaim from the 2 diners, and during the banquet, Gudrun did not hesitate to bring up the questions he wished to explore. There are indeed numerous solutions to these queries. Mose pondered for a moment before producing a book from seemingly nowhere, casually flipping through a couple of pages before handing it to Gudrun. Given your swift grasp of magical applications, you should likewise master this magical vision with ease. Once you've learned it, I will demonstrate the solution for you. Gudrun glanced at the book's cover, noting it appeared to be a textbook from the Hevros Sacred Academy. He was immensely grateful to Mr. Mose. With that, Gudrun set down his chopsticks and eagerly immersed himself in the contents of the book. As Mose had suggested, mastering this magical vision proved remarkably straightforward. Gudrun succeeded in employing it after only 2 attempts. Master Gooden, were you a few years younger, I dare say that colleges across the continent would vie for your extraordinary magical talent. Mr. Moss, you flatter me. It is merely my curiosity that has propelled me to achieve this. Gooden is indeed quite humble, while Moss merely smiled, refraining from further comment. He then set aside his chopsticks neatly and began to elucidate the matter to Gooden. Chapter 29. The Allure of Magical Science. Let us begin with the topic of elemental control. Mastering the elements necessitates the guidance of mental energy. This consumption remains constant for each individual unless influenced by external forces. To sustain control and stability over the elements for extended periods, the assistance of external tools becomes essential. For instance, wands, along with various alchemical artifacts and potions, play a crucial role, though the latter's enhancements are often limited by time or usage frequency. Only a wand can significantly aid a spellcaster in reducing mental strain and stabilizing magical elements. At this moment, Gooden found himself in a state of realization. He had previously pondered the necessity of a wand, believing that he could cast spells without one. Such misconceptions were likely shaped by the media of his past life. With a wand's assistance, one could potentially surpass temperature thresholds while gathering fire elements. This represents one of the simplest solutions, albeit devoid of intricate techniques. Now, allow me to impart some foundational principles and demonstrate the fusion of elements. Upon finishing his words, Moss snapped his fingers, and a flash of light flickered, enveloping the room in a simple protective barrier to prevent unforeseen incidents. Gooden nodded slightly, showing no objection. I shall not employ any aids. The structure of this fireball should resemble yours. You may activate your magical vision to observe. As Moss conjured a fireball in his hand, Gooden swiftly activated his magical vision to scrutinize it. The fireball in Moss's grasp bore no distinction from the one he had summoned. I will attempt to replicate your described scenario by directly expanding the fireball structure, Moss continued. This indeed increases both the temperature and size of the fireball to a certain extent, but, suddenly, with a resounding pop, the fireball in Moss's hand reached its limit and exploded into nothingness midair. The magical structure possesses a threshold, without employing greater mental force to contain it. Such an outcome is inevitable. If one's mental energy is sufficiently robust, one can, as I do, amplify the magical structure several times while still achieving an increase in temperature. In an instant, a fireball the size of a soccer ball erupted from Moss's hand. Within Gooden's vision, he could distinctly observe the transformations in the magical structure. The fireball, bolstered by innumerable fire elements, had reached temperatures soaring between 600 to 700 degrees. However, this requires a formidable mental strength, posing a challenge for beginners. Allow me to demonstrate the enchantment of multi-element fusion. As Moss explained, the soccer-sized fireball suddenly shrank back to its usual dimensions. Yet, unlike an ordinary fireball, Gooden, standing half a meter away, could feel an intense heat emanating from it. Through his magical vision, he discerned the underlying principles at play. Is it truly possible to utilize magic in such a manner? Gooden marveled, his eyes widening in astonishment, realizing the myriad possibilities that magic could offer. The mere accumulation of fire elements does not inherently render them more intense. At times, the introduction of other elements may yield unforeseen reactions. Observing Gudrun's astonishment, Moss explained with a hint of pride. After all, such knowledge is not easily acquired by a single individual. It has been meticulously explored and researched by countless mages and sorcerers over time. Upon grasping the underlying principles, Gudrun was struck by a singular thought. So, magic adheres to the laws of physics as well? Consequently, the quantity of fire elements produced remains constant, and even with a slight consumption, it is swiftly replenished, ensuring that the overall temperature does not fluctuate significantly. As more fire elements gathered at the periphery combined with the oxygen supplied by the wind elements, the temperature of the fireball surged dramatically. This rule-bound magic instilled in Gudrun a multitude of operational strategies. Moss, taken aback by Gudrun's capacity for deduction, nodded in agreement. As I demonstrated with the fireball, I can wield the same mental energy yet achieve different effects. This is the allure of elemental magic combinations. For novices just embarking on their journey, my advice is to practice controlling multiple elements simultaneously. This not only hones casting speed but also trains mental control. Gudrun silently nodded in understanding, then contemplated Moss's earlier maneuvers, promptly engaging in practice. Suddenly, an orange-red fireball burst forth from Gudrun's palm, distinct from his previous creations this time. The fireball's temperature soared beyond 1,000 degrees. Fortunately, the direction of elemental magic flow can be controlled by the caster. Otherwise, the overwhelming heat would have rendered his hands scorched. Moss, witnessing Gudrun's successful mastery, was visibly delighted. Although Gudrun meticulously orchestrated each step, the multitasking aspect allowed him to accomplish all actions almost simultaneously. Such rapid acquisition of magical skills was beyond Moss's expectations. Wait, should I have refrained from teaching him magic? How is he learning faster than I did? Are you going to speak? Your silence is rather embarrassing for me. Have you forgotten that he has already learned to perceive magical energy, allowing him to sense the magical communication between us? Upon receiving this revelation, Moss hurriedly ceased transmitting magical signals. Meanwhile, Gudrun, absorbed in the enhanced fireball he had conjured, remained oblivious to their whispered exchange. Chapter 30. Departure and Gifts. Spreading out the unfinished firearm blueprints on the ground, he seated himself cross-legged upon the floor. Initially, he had contemplated crafting a lathe to produce the weaponry, but having now grasped the concept of multi-elemental magical reactions, he felt as though he had discovered a new realm. Perhaps it was no longer necessary to utilize a lathe for the creation of such precision-demanding arms. He stood the manganese steel ingots upright, and with a unified thought, swiftly constructed the enhanced fireball structure. At this point, the fireball could no longer be aptly referred to as such. Fire knife would be a more fitting designation. The shape of the magical manifestation is significantly influenced by the magical structure, and with Gudrun's deliberate use of colorless elements for shaping, a flaming dagger materialized seemingly out of thin air. After the modification, the time he could manipulate it was roughly 30 to 40 seconds. Thus, following the creation of the enhanced flaming dagger, Gudrun promptly controlled it to commence cutting the manganese steel. Subsequently, he relinquished the mental control over the flaming dagger and conjured a miniature mage's hand, lifting the severed piece of manganese steel into the air. The subsequent steps were quite simple. In less than 5 minutes, a rudimentary model of a gun barrel appeared suspended in the air. Although the exterior appeared coarse, Gudrun had meticulously altered the interior diameter using magic to ensure uniform and intricate rifling. As he slowly rotated the barrel with the magical hand, a satisfied expression graced Gudrun's face. "If all goes well, I shall forge a semi-automatic rifle by nightfall," he mused, feeling invigorated and motivated to continue cutting the manganese steel ingot for the purpose of crafting the modified receiver. In the absence of gunpowder, Gudrun sought an alternative route, intending to harness magic as a source of kinetic energy. Consequently, the design of the receiver bore significant differences from traditional mechanical structures. However, these minor alterations began to perplex Gudrun. He even expended his last precious opportunity for modification on the steel ingot, yet still failed to successfully forge the suitable receiver. Thus, he toiled through the night, but by dawn, he had yet to produce the desired receiver. A night devoid of conversation. Morning arrived, heralded by a rapid series of knocks on the door that roused Gudrun from his slumber. "Young master, Miss Anna and Mr. Moss are preparing to depart. They wish to bid you farewell." Gudrun, still somewhat groggy, sprang upright in bed. "They're leaving?" "Indeed," Aaron nodded. "Quick, prepare me." Gudrun intended to request that his garments be readied, but upon noticing the attire in Aaron's hands and the steaming water set aside, he promptly fell silent. With a silent thumbs up in his mind, Gudrun wasted no time and promptly rose to wash and dress. In a short while, he was attired and refreshed, hastening to meet the two. "Miss Anna, Mr. Moss, you are departing already?" Gudrun inquired, observing that they had donned the robes they wore upon their initial meeting. "Yes. We have rested at the castle for 2 days. It is time for us to set forth." The departure of the two was inevitable. Gudrun did not anticipate it would occur so swiftly, yet he made no effort to retain them. "Please wait a moment. Allow me to present you with some small tokens of farewell," Gudrun said, hastily making his way to the castle's cold storage room to gather a few steamed buns he had prepared. These delicacies, known as buns, contain various fillings akin to dumplings. They could be easily heated and steamed for consumption, proving quite convenient. Upon seeing the food, Moss did not wait for Anna to speak and promptly stepped forward to accept the offering, concealing it beneath his robe. If stored using ice magic, these buns could last for a week or more, but once heated, it was best to consume them immediately, ideally within a day. Gudrun, unperturbed by Moss's brusque manner, took the time to explain some details regarding the buns. "Thank you very much, Master Gudrun," Anna said, casting a disapproving glance at Moss as she smiled at Gudrun in gratitude. "It's nothing. By the way, do you require horses?" "No, our destination is the Everfrost Mountains, where horses will be of little use, and flying will be more convenient," came the reply. Gudrun nodded. "Then allow me to escort you." He signaled old Joseph to bring the horses forth. The two did not hesitate or feign reluctance. They nodded and mounted their steeds, slowly making their way out of the town. "Master Gudrun, would you be interested in studying at Heflos? Your magical talent is indeed rare. Although you may have missed the optimal learning period, it is not too late." Moss initiated the conversation during their journey. "If I go, will I receive the same treatment as Aileen?" Gudrun inquired. "Of course," Moss assured him. "Alas, I too yearn for life beyond these confines. But my family's estate demands my attention, making it impossible for me to leave. That is indeed unfortunate. By the way, Master Gudrun, have you decided which element you intend to focus on as your primary attribute?" "I have yet to make a decision, but I will likely choose between fire and lightning. At present, I seem to lean more towards fire," Gudrun replied. "I see." Moss pondered for a moment before continuing. "Let me recommend a teacher for you. If all goes well, she should arrive before the heavy snows of winter. That Would be immensely appreciated, Mr. Moss. Gooden exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Initially inclined to decline, he reconsidered and accepted the offer, recognizing that a teacher recommended by a legend could only be advantageous. While self-exploration was feasible, having a mentor would undoubtedly expedite his growth in magical prowess. Well, this is where I shall bid you farewell. Anna spoke as she gazed down the path leading into the depths of the enchanted forest. Gooden nodded, waving his hand. Yes, I wish you a safe journey, and may our paths cross again. I have a feeling we will meet again, Anna replied, gently levitating before swiftly taking flight with Moss towards the Everfrost Mountains. Are you in such a hurry? Moss remarked without raising his head. Gooden's talent is exceptionally unique, while he is still in his formative stage. I thought it prudent to recommend a teacher, thus I may boast of my foresight in the future, he added with a smirk. Such audacity, Moss scoffed lightly. Suddenly, Anna seemed to recall something and interjected. By the way, add a note of mine to the church, instructing the Inquisition to investigate the matter concerning Aaron. She glanced at Moss, her tone indifferent. Are you looking to take vengeance? I am not so naive. With Gooden's strength and talent, they can resolve this grievance on their own. As for me, I merely wish to ascertain how many such matters remain. This is not something you can resolve at present, Moss stated, not to discourage Anna, but rather to convey the reality of the situation. The present is now, and the future is yet to come. One must always seek some purpose, don't you think? Moss chose not to elaborate further, instead swiftly crafting the content of a letter through magic. He then coalesced a sphere of magical energy into the shape of an eagle, sending it forth with 2 secret orders and an address to the transit station. Chapter 31. A surprising gift indeed, within a specially prepared shaded room. Several kilograms of manganese had been extracted and placed there. Buck, how much usable iron do you have left? Buck, who was accompanying him, pondered for a moment and replied that aside from daily consumption and factory orders, there were approximately 50 to 60 pounds of iron remaining. Gooden mentally converted this figure, estimating it to be around 25 or 26 kilograms. All right, I'll take all this iron. Sure thing, Buck nodded enthusiastically. It had been quite a lucrative deal over the past few days. Selling this amount of iron, coupled with subsequent assistance, would yield at least a gold coin. Furthermore, weigh this iron for a second forging. For every 10 pounds of iron, I'll need about 2 pounds of refined metal added. I want to see the finished product by this afternoon. No problem, I can complete this minor task by morning. Young master, while cleaning Mr. Moss's room earlier, I discovered a letter and a box. Gooden paused, intrigued. A letter? A box? Where is it? Here. Aaron promptly presented the envelope. Glancing at the surface, he noticed a few words inscribed. To young Master Gooden, greetings. Was it addressed to him? Gooden, upon recognizing it, swiftly opened the envelope. Dear young Master Gooden, I apologize for the disturbances during your stay at the castle. I had not thought of an appropriate gift to express my gratitude before my departure. After much contemplation, I prepared a mysterious gift for you, intending to surprise you by not delivering it in person. The gift lies within the box. I am certain you will find it to your liking. Yours, Moss. A gift? Gooden was somewhat taken aback. Moss recommending a teacher was already the best gift he could imagine. Where is the box? Gooden inquired, raising his gaze toward Aaron. It remains untouched on the table in the room. Without further ado, he proceeded directly to Moss's quarters. After Aaron led the young master and the old steward to the room, she quietly left to attend to other tasks. On the table within the room lay a rectangular wooden box, quietly resting there. Just by observing its exterior, Gooden could sense an aura of luxury. As he lifted the lid of the long box, a silver metal rod revealed itself. Simultaneously, information regarding the item appeared before his eyes. Name, Mithril Staff, attributes, mana diminution. Mental fortitude, quality, exquisite, description. Crafted from precious mithril, its innate affinity for magic allows the wielder to cast spells with greater efficacy. Gooden gasped in astonishment. This item was exceedingly precious. Old Joseph, who accompanied him, also recognized its significance. Young master, this item is quite valuable. And you are not a mage. What purpose does this serve you? Ah, Joseph, I forgot to mention, I learned a bit from Moss yesterday and can now wield magic. Gooden cleared his throat and conjured a fireball. Witnessing the emergence of the fireball, Joseph's expression gradually stiffened. Who was the scoundrel that declared the young master lacked talent? Magic could be learned in just half a day? Young master, you. This. Old Joseph wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Speaking of which, old Joseph, you must have deduced their identities by now, right? Observing Joseph's astonished expression, Gooden continued with a smile. Your respect for them nearly rivals my own. Even a dullard like me could have figured it out. Alas, had it not been for the scarcity of materials within the castle, I would have long since turned raw rice into cooked grain. Young master, such words cannot be carelessly uttered. Upon hearing this, old Joseph hastily waved his hand, his expression grave. What are you thinking? I am merely referring to ingredients. However, noticing old Joseph's skeptical gaze, Gooden chose to bypass the topic. Ahem, on to serious matters. There is something that requires your organizational skills. The recent encounter with the Orc scouts may instill hesitance in the soldiers regarding returning to the mines. Although we are not currently short on ore, this matter cannot be postponed. We need to reorganize a group to gather minerals and oversee transportation. We should recruit additional personnel from the town, preferably those with prior service. A higher salary is acceptable in case of another encounter. Old Joseph expressed concern, for the uncertainty of the situation weighed heavily. Fear not. I shall lead the expedition myself. Absolutely not, young master. Upon hearing Gooden's intention to lead the team again, Joseph quickly shook his head in refusal. The mere chance encounter with Her Highness Anna was already a blessing from the gods. You must not venture out into such perilous territory again. If my own domain is fraught with danger, then I, as the Lord, might as well remain indoors. Gooden replied nonchalantly, then softened his tone. Old Joseph, I understand your concern for my safety. Have I not awakened and become a mage? Moreover, during my initial outing, I was unprepared. Next time, I will be ready. Even if we were to encounter Orc scouts again, I am confident I could vanquish them. Yet, seeing Joseph still harbored doubts, Gooden pondered for a moment before continuing. Do you recall the manganese steel I mentioned? This material can forge a unique weapon, which should be completed in the next couple of days. When the time comes, you may witness its power. If you believe the Orcs can withstand it, then I shall refrain from going. Very well. This time, old Joseph nodded in agreement. Once the arrangements are complete, remember to call me to the brick factory site. I must offer some guidance. Certainly. Old Joseph promptly began organizing the day's tasks. While Gooden made his way to the dining hall to address his breakfast needs, a bowl of hot soup and 6 buns constituted his morning meal, albeit not without its complications. Are these the individuals who interacted with Lord Jigel yesterday? Gooden took a bite of his bun, examining the list submitted by the soldiers, which contained 6 names. Yes, young master, we verified these individuals through multiple witnesses at the tavern. They have indeed had contact with the other party. Gooden was taken aback by the extent of their reach, capable of planting so many spies within the small town. Although there may be a possibility of misjudgment among these 6 individuals, it simultaneously indicates that every move of one's predecessor is under their scrutiny. Very well. I shall disregard these individuals for the time being. Indeed, young master. After the soldier saluted with a hand to his chest, he exited the dining hall, leaving Gooden alone. As he leisurely consumed his breakfast, Gooden began to ponder once more why the Charleston family sought to bring about his demise. Could it truly be solely for a barren expanse of territory? Chapter 32. The Properties of Manganese Steel Well. The ship will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge. Eventually, when the matter is resolved, the reasons will become clear. After Gooden devoured the last bun with satisfaction, he patted his belly and rose to commence his day's labor. He then began to sketch a rough model on paper. The furnace for firing brick was not particularly intricate. It merely required the construction of a kiln the size of a house, into which fuel would be inserted to generate heat for firing the bricks. Managing the temperature within such a large kiln posed a challenge, and Gooden, starting from scratch, could only advance through slow exploration. Before long, old Joseph had organized his tasks and came to join Gooden in inspecting the site for the kiln's construction. The brick factory was situated in a barren area about 400 to 500 meters southeast of the town, positioned at the downwind side, ensuring that the smoke emitted would not affect the townspeople. Moreover, Gooden intended to develop additional heavy industrial buildings around this central location in the future. At this moment, the newly recruited workers were busy clearing the site with various tools, while a small group was accumulating experimental samples at the edge. Gooden and Joseph made their way toward this small gathering. Upon seeing the arrival of their lord, the workers respectfully bowed in greeting. Gooden, unperturbed, waved his hand and casually inquired, "Is there any difficulty in constructing this miniature version?" At this, the crowd eagerly voiced their concerns. "My lord, these 3 structures are exceedingly peculiar. They must be large, insulated, and temperature-controlled. How can that be possible?" Another chimed in, "Why must we construct them in a circular form? And why such a long chimney? Are we not concerned about heat loss? The atmosphere grew animated, and Gooden felt overwhelmed, prompting him to interject. One at a time, please. Do not rush. With this directive, the crowd quieted, and individuals began to present their questions one by one. Gooden patiently addressed each inquiry, personally guiding the construction efforts. Though merely an experimental kiln, Gooden approached the task with utmost seriousness. His guidance on the construction continued until noon. Under the scorching June sun, his back was already soaked with sweat. The other workers, accustomed to the heat, showed no signs of discomfort. Prepare some water for Joseph and me. And let us have a bath before our meal. Cold water will suffice. There is no need to heat it, Gooden said, accepting 2 cups of cool water from Aileen. He then used ice elemental magic to create ice water, handing 1 cup to old Joseph. As the refreshing cold water slid down, the oppressive heat dissipated almost instantaneously. Oh, how delightful, Joseph remarked, savoring the icy beverage, marveling at the convenience of magic. Qingyuan town is located in the northern region, in proximity to the Yongshuang mountain range. During the summer, the acquisition of ice is significantly more convenient than in the heart of the empire, with storage rooms consistently chilled by blocks of ice year-round. However, access to these ice blocks is reserved for esteemed guests, as each collection incurs a substantial fee, often amounting to dozens of gold coins. Furthermore, to maintain the efficiency of the cold storage, the ice must be replenished after a certain extent of usage. After an idle conversation, it was not until Aaron arrived to inform him that the water was ready that Gooden took a refreshing cool bath. Following a simple lunch, Gooden commenced a new round of work. His personal treasury was perilously low, compounded by the financial demands of several forthcoming large projects, necessitating immediate efforts to secure funds. In his pursuit of wealth, Gooden had devised a plan to auction manganese steel. However, before proceeding, he needed to fabricate 2 samples, a plate armor and a longsword crafted from manganese steel. Possessing samples to test performance would undoubtedly yield a satisfactory price at auction. Upon entering the laboratory, Gooden had already instructed the maids to tidy and furnish the space. Chairs, workbenches, and fire buckets were all adequately prepared. Moreover, the manganese steel commissioned from the blacksmith that morning was now ready, totaling 26 kilograms. Gooden intended to convert 20 kilograms of this manganese steel into ingots for auction, from which he would extract the samples for performance testing, subsequently including them in the auction as well. The process of converting manganese steel into ingots was straightforward. Yet the crafting of the plate armor and longsword posed some challenges. As this was Gooden's first endeavor in creating such items, he was particularly enthusiastic. After toiling for the better part of the afternoon, he managed to produce 2 rudimentary prototypes. Is it pleasing to the ear? If it sounds good, it must be quality equipment. Gooden nodded in satisfaction, calling upon old Joseph to test the chest plate he had fashioned. Young master, can this truly withstand an attack? Joseph inquired, scrutinizing the uneven surface of the prototype chest plate. Gooden glanced at his creation, maintaining a stoic demeanor, yet resolute. We shall see, he replied. Old Joseph nodded, brandishing a prepared longsword and thrusting it with full force at the manganese steel chest plate. Although Joseph had surpassed the age of 50, as an awakened individual, his physical prowess rivaled that of the youth. Clang! The strike ricocheted off the manganese steel chest plate, leaving no mark upon its surface. This piqued Joseph's curiosity, prompting him to touch the area where he had struck. Young master, this manganese steel indeed possesses remarkable qualities. If it were an ordinary iron plate, it would either be pierced or at least bear a dent. Now, attack my chest plate with an ordinary iron sword, and then try the manganese steel sword. Gooden instructed, securing the chest plate for Joseph's testing. The subsequent results aligned with his assertions. While it did not penetrate, it left an elliptical dent on the chest plate. Beyond stabbing, Joseph also tested various techniques including slashing, thrusting, and sweeping attacks. After a thorough examination, the manganese steel armor remained largely unscathed, while the ordinary breastplate bore numerous scars. Gooden, however, felt no remorse as he handed the manganese steel sword to old Joseph. The slightly lighter feel of the weapon allowed Joseph to better harness its capabilities. The first target for testing remained the manganese steel armor. With the same force and technique employed, he finally managed to leave a faint mark upon the armor. This merely indicated that old Joseph's strength was insufficient. Had a more advanced swordsman taken the strike, it would likely have pierced through with full force. In contrast, when faced with the ordinary iron armor, the manganese steel sword sliced through effortlessly, with Joseph easily tearing open a gash with a casual swing. Gazing at the sword in his hand, Old Joseph found it hard to believe that such a formidable weapon existed. Chapter 33. Do you yearn for power? What are your thoughts on the items crafted from manganese steel? Gooden smiled as he spoke, simultaneously employing fire magic to mend the dents in the manganese steel armor. As for ordinary iron armor, what a waste of effort. Old Joseph, holding the manganese steel sword, caressed its blade with unwavering certainty. It is remarkably strong and astonishing that such a formidable item can be forged from mere iron and this manganese. However, Old Joseph raised his gaze to Gooden. Master, if this is indeed your secret weapon, I still oppose your intention to personally lead an expedition back to the mine. Upon hearing this, Gooden was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Old Joseph believed this item was his secret weapon. He was fully aware of his own combat capabilities, even with the aid of such equipment. It would be a challenge to take on a group of orc scouts, let alone just one. Even with the enhancement of magic and attributes, his fighting prowess would merely reach a 1-for-1 level at best. Gooden shook his head and clarified, Old Joseph, this is not for my use. It is intended for auction to generate profit. Auction? Old Joseph had not anticipated that such a formidable weapon was meant for sale. Indeed. What do you think I have been busy with these past few days? Our household is running low on funds, and if I do not earn some, we shall be left to the mercy of the elements. Furthermore, the expenses for the town's construction were not decided impulsively. I have made careful calculations and arrangements. If we can auction off this manganese steel, we need not worry about financial issues for at least a month or two. At that moment, Joseph finally understood why his master placed such importance on the mine and boldly claimed there was no need to fret over funding. If the mine could truly be developed, given the properties of manganese steel, there would be no shortage of buyers. In a few days, the auction house in Golden Origin City will commence, and we shall go there together. Aware of his master's plans, Old Joseph expressed his agreement. After all, the journey to Golden Origin City could hardly encounter orc scouts. Could it? If that were the case, Old Joseph would have to question whether he was in the Aurelia Empire or the Astoria Empire. After a brief discussion of their travel plans, they returned to their respective tasks. Old Joseph busied himself with selecting various individuals, while Gooden resumed his research on the forging of the magic gun chamber. He could hardly believe that a mere gun chamber could obstruct his path to developing firearms. Yet, this obstruction persisted until deep into the night. The following morning, Gooden, as was his custom, went to oversee the construction of the brick kiln. By the afternoon, he slightly adjusted his schedule and set off with a group toward a river located 4 to 5 kilometers north of the town. Observing the river, which spans several dozen meters in width, Gooden was taken aback. This river originates from the Eternal Frost Mountains and flows into the Ruideluo Empire, directly leading to the vast seas. It traverses the entirety of the Aurelia Empire and the Ruideluo Empire, being the longest and largest river on the continent. Gooden did not come here with the intention of establishing a shipyard. Rather, he was prepared to excavate clay. The abundant clay reserves near the riverside present an excellent opportunity for brickmaking. Gooden's arrival here was primarily to conduct a field survey for establishing a clay site. However, this was only one facet of his motivation. More crucially, he intended to devise a plan to excavate a canal leading towards the vicinity of the town. The townsfolk's daily water supply, reliant on a few wells, barely sufficed, but it was significantly insufficient for industrial needs. Sectors such as papermaking, metal smelting, and construction all demanded copious amounts of water. Relying on fetching water from the riverside would require an exorbitant expenditure of human and material resources, and Gooden lacked the experience to develop a pumping mechanism. Presently, the most rudimentary yet effective solution lay in digging a canal, with the excavated clay simultaneously serving as raw material for brick production, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Holding the map of Qingyuan Ridge, Gooden meticulously marked a straight line from there to Qingyuan town in his mind. The excavation and construction would commence from this point, first clearing the riverbank of silt, then digging down to the clay, and subsequently directing the excavation towards the town. Gooden gestured around him, delineating the approximate area designated for clay extraction. With his guidance, the accompanying workers promptly set to work. Some felled trees while others dug the earth, creating a lively scene. The clay extraction soon bore fruit. As the first shovel of clay was unearthed, Gooden eagerly approached for inspection. The slick, slightly moist texture confirmed it was indeed clay. This is the soil we shall extract. Pile the excavated clay in the open space, he instructed. Understood, my lord. With a clear objective, the workers resumed their diligent efforts. Clay, an exceptional raw material, requires merely a couple of steps post-extraction before it can be directly fired. The initial step involves kneading the clay to expel excess air and to achieve a more uniform and dense consistency. This process simply requires repeated pounding, followed by shaping, drying, and firing to completion. Although seemingly straightforward, the task proved to be fraught with challenges. By nightfall, a cartload of clay, through the efforts of 10 or so apprentices at the brick kilns, had completed the kneading, shaping, and drying stages. Of course, Gooden discreetly employed magic to assist during this process. Otherwise, the drying alone would have consumed an entire day. The remaining task of firing would be attempted the following day. 3 experimental kilns had also been constructed, ready for testing to commence. After a day of labor, Gooden summoned the weary old Joseph, who was on the verge of sleep. Under the soft glow of the orange candlelight, Gooden gazed intently at Joseph and posed a haunting question. Old Joseph, do you yearn for power? The dimly lit study, coupled with the young master's peculiar tone, sent a chill down Joseph's spine. My lord, what do you mean? He stammered, forcing himself to inquire further. The power to rejuvenate your youth. Would you desire it? Gooden shifted his tone to a more conventional pitch, leaving Joseph in a state of bewilderment. Youthful. Old Joseph recited the phrase repeatedly, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. There was no need for any action, merely standing would suffice. As Gooden spoke, he promptly initiated the modifications for the day's entry. Return to youth, restoring bodily functions to the vitality of 20 years. Note, caution advised for those under 20. In that instant, old Joseph felt a peculiar force surging within him. The weary body, once fatigued, was rejuvenated in that moment, while his slightly foggy thoughts regained their clarity. From Gooden's perspective, the wrinkles on old Joseph's face had diminished significantly, and his once gray hair had reverted to a deep, lustrous black. Seizing the opportunity before the other could react, Gooden swiftly executed the remaining 2 refreshes. Very well, sir. Old Joseph, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and, without uttering another word, exited the study. Chapter 34. The impeccable semi-finished magical rifle. As the elderly Joseph departed, Gooden commenced modifications on the mithril staff. Today, he had already experienced its remarkable effects. This artifact could remarkably have his casting time. Such formidable assistance ignited within Gooden the desire to enhance the staff further. A significant portion of his previous failures stemmed from inadequate control of the magical hand, which hindered the swift integration of various structural components. Gently extracting the wooden box, the silver-white mithril staff lay quietly within. Joseph had appraised this item, estimating its worth to be no less than 2,000 gold coins. The interface manifested, and he focused intently on the final modification entry. Refresh. Unlimited firepower. Reduces the caster's mental energy consumption by 90. Accelerates spell release speed by 100. Applicable only to spells of high tier and below. Calm composure. When casting spells, there is a chance that mental energy will not be consumed. Silent spell. The wielder of the staff will be rendered unable to speak upon witnessing the entries before him. Gooden could not help but express his astonishment with 2 exclamation marks. The allure of unlimited firepower and calm composure was simply irresistible. However, he could only select one. After a moment of contemplation, Gooden, with a heavy heart, opted for unlimited firepower, replacing the entry for gradual magical consumption. After all, the probability of not consuming energy was uncertain. If it was merely a 1% chance, he would be at a significant loss. Name, mithril staff. Entries, unlimited firepower. Mental stability. Quality, rare. Description, crafted from precious mithril. This staff now possesses unparalleled abilities through the aid of extraordinary forces upon completing the modification. Both the quality and description of the mithril staff underwent a transformation. Filled with hope, Gooden utilized his remaining 2 chances for refreshment. Yet such fortuity did not grace him again. Nevertheless, having tasted a moment of luck was sufficient. While the daylight still lingered, Gooden grasped the staff's box and, candle in hand, made his way to the laboratory. Rekindling the candles within the room, Gooden seated himself at the table and retrieved the staff. Its chilling touch exuded an unusual power. This must be the effect of the unlimited firepower entry. Taking a deep breath, he followed the previous steps, casting a fireball, then summoning the magical hand to achieve dual control. This revelation filled him with delight, prompting him to immediately attempt to cast another magical hand for assistance. Experiencing the sensation of simultaneously controlling 3 spells, Gooden estimated he could maintain this for approximately 5 to 6 minutes without issue. He then promptly commenced the forging of the magical rifle's receiver. Armed with prior experience from his failures and aided by an additional magical hand, Gudrun swiftly delineated and shaped the internal structure of the receiver. Transforming a mass of twisted metal into a contoured receiver, Gudrun accomplished this in merely 2 minutes. Dissipating the fireball, he employed the magical hand and ice element to cool the receiver, allowing him to touch it comfortably in no time. At this moment, within the receiver, Gudrun retained only 3 essential components: the ammunition chamber, the firing chamber, and the magical activation chamber. The ammunition chamber, as its name suggests, serves as a repository for firearm cartridges. This weapon utilizes magical activation, thus requiring only the insertion of the projectile with a maximum capacity of 11 rounds. The firing chamber is designated for the bullets awaiting magical ignition, consistent with conventional weaponry. The forging of the aforementioned 2 compartments can be completed in a single endeavor, while the core challenge lies within the magical activation chamber, which is the heart of the firearm. His concept involves harnessing the reactions of fire, wind, and colorless elements to generate implosive energy, thereby providing sufficient propulsion for the projectile. Given the nature of implosive energy production, stringent safety measures must be enforced during sealing, and the firing mechanism must be designed with multiple layers of safety. By aligning the spiral muzzle reserved in the receiver with the barrel assembly, half of the magical firearm is complete. Tomorrow, once he commissions a carpenter to craft a stock and body, the weapon will be fully realized. As Gudrun admired his creation, a panel suddenly materialized before him. Name: semi-finished magical rifle. Entries: semi-finished, empty entry, empty entry. Quality: excellent. Description: a wondrous fusion of mechanics and magic. Its emergence is poised to alter the world as paradigm. The abrupt appearance of the panel left Gudrun astonished. Could it be that the rifle he crafted had garnered recognition through entry modification? Most intriguingly, what could empty entry denote? Empty entry. As you can observe, this is an unoccupied entry slot. It seemed to convey something, yet simultaneously nothing at all. Wait, an idea struck Gudrun, prompting him to hastily retrieve the manganese steel sword he had set aside. He proceeded to affix the hilt and blade, which he had previously neglected for convenience. Old Joseph had also utilized it without a sharpened edge. Upon installing these components, the panel information reappeared in Gudrun's field of vision. Name: unsharpened manganese steel sword. Entries: wobbling. Empty entry: quality: ordinary. Description: a longsword forged from manganese steel. One hopes that in battle, the hilt and blade do not separate. Thus, it became clear to Gudrun. It appeared that any item he crafted would possess reserved entry slots for his modification. Ordinary quality items had 2 entry slots, and excellent quality possessed 3. Would rare items then hold 4? This unexpected revelation filled Gudrun with delight, as it indicated that any weapon he forged would have greater potential for modification. Ultimately, it might not be impossible to elevate an excellent or rare item directly to legendary status. After refreshing the entries twice, a new entry caught his attention. Perfect aim. The wielder will achieve 100% accuracy on targets within visual range. Without a moment's hesitation, Gudrun substituted the semi-finished entry. It seemed that Lady Luck had once again smiled upon him this night. After completing the entries, Gudrun tidied up briefly before retiring to rest, planning to test the power of the magic rifle the following day. Chapter 35. The astonishing firearm test. In the early morning, guided by his biological clock, Gudrun awoke. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid, a perfect day for testing firearms. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Gudrun set off with his magical rifle to the carpenter who had crafted a custom stock and barrel. The carpenter, having become accustomed to the peculiar request of the Lord, immediately began his work upon understanding the specifications. Given the complexity of this particular order, the carpenter spent the better part of the morning completing it. My lord, this task proved rather challenging. It required not only a smooth finish but also precise drilling for a perfect fit. Gudrun inspected the rifle to ensure there were no defects, then retrieved 2 silver coins from his coin pouch and tossed them to the carpenter. Here is the payment for this endeavor. Upon seeing the gleaming coins, the carpenter promptly replaced his previous frown with a beaming smile. Thank you, my lord. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to seek me out. Gudrun chose to ignore the carpenter's exuberance, having discerned his nature through several encounters. He was a man who was easily swayed by the allure of money. After having owed him twice, he would present this cheerful demeanor whenever approached again. Although the debts had been settled by old Joseph on the same day, it did not prevent the carpenter from wearing a different face. This area, once designated for soldiers to practice archery, had now been requisitioned by Gooden. To maintain the secrecy surrounding the magical rifle, he dismissed the surrounding soldiers, sending them off to engage in other tasks. He then secured 2 pieces of breastplate armor onto a training dummy for the forthcoming test. Observing his master's activity, old Joseph approached to assist, his brow furrowed in confusion. "My lord, did we not conclude the manganese steel testing yesterday? What is the purpose of this endeavor now?" Tugging at the securing ropes, Gooden replied mysteriously, "Do you recall the secret weapon I mentioned? It is ready, and soon you shall witness its power. Is it a long-range bow or crossbow?" "Yes, but not quite. Just wait and see." Gooden nodded, then shook his head. Old Joseph's curiosity was piqued by his master's enigmatic demeanor. Once the armor was secured, Gooden positioned himself at the starting point and lifted the magical rifle that lay beside him. Due to the magical modifications, the rifle lacked sights and a trigger. It featured only a simple loading port on the right side. Measuring less than half a meter in length, the wooden rifle weighed under 2 kilograms. This object was termed a rifle. If manufactured in its original form, it would require merely the ability to be held for operation. However, I have opted to replace certain core components with magic for convenience, yet the lethality of both forms remains comparable. Let me demonstrate. As Gooden spoke, he retrieved 2 pre-made projectiles from his pocket and inserted them into the loading port on the right side. With no safety mechanism and no trigger, the bullets were chambered simply by being loaded into the rifle. However, as long as Gooden refrained from using magic to fire, the bullets within the chamber would remain forever unfired. With a casual aim at the ordinary armor to the left, Gooden felt a stirring within. A diminutive, weakened version of a reinforced fireball detonated within the explosive chamber, creating a shockwave. In an instant, the force generated in the confined space propelled the already chambered bullet from the gun's chamber into the barrel and subsequently discharged it. In the blink of an eye, the projectile struck its target, leaving a 3-centimeter hole in the iron armor. The straw dummy beneath the armor met a similar fate, pierced through, taking the armor behind it along with it. Gooden was quite pleased with this shot. The sound of the gunfire was subdued, and the recoil remained manageable. Meanwhile, old Joseph was thoroughly terrified, staring in horror at the chest plate of the dummy before him. "Young master, this, it hasn't even been fully tested yet." With a smile, Gooden shifted the gun's muzzle towards another dummy clad in manganese steel armor. A sharp crack echoed as the gun fired, almost synchronously accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Gooden caught a fleeting glimpse of sparks from the collision, but it was merely a momentary flash. He hastily lowered the weapon to inspect, with the 2 targets set approximately 10 meters apart. At this distance, the manganese armor had been penetrated from the front, leaving a faint indentation on the back. However, the entry wound was merely the size of a bullet. Unlike the outrageous 3-centimeter hole in the iron armor, old Joseph gaped at the gap in the manganese armor, momentarily at a loss for words. Gooden had crafted a total of 20 manganese bullets, utilizing the metal's formidable toughness and resilience as armor-piercing rounds specifically designed for heavy armored targets. Additionally, there were 2 types of standard ammunition. One was solid iron bullets with a degree of armor-piercing capability, abundant in number for indiscriminate use. The second was hollow iron bullets, treated for fragility, intended for unarmored targets. The bullet that struck the iron armor exhibited only minor wear, showing no significant alteration. After inspecting the bullets, Gooden patted old Joseph on the shoulder. "This is merely the beginning. Several tests remain." Reloading the weapon, Gooden aimed at the manganese armor and unleashed a barrage of magical projectiles. The rapid succession of gunfire shattered old Joseph's understanding of reality once more. Could this device truly fire continuously? At that moment, Gooden unexpectedly discovered that this perfect accuracy buff allowed him to hit precisely where he aimed. The first iron bullet, upon striking the manganese armor, did not penetrate, but when 2 consecutive shots targeted the same point, the resilient armor yielded, tearing open a breach. Observing this, Gooden swiftly redirected his aim, covering the remaining bullets over various spots. "Old Joseph, how do you find my secret weapon now?" he inquired with a hint of pride while inspecting the firearm. As the pinnacle of personal weaponry for humanity, the power and functionality of firearms were undoubtedly unquestionable. "Incredible. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. The efficacy of this weapon surpasses that of even the most skilled crossbowman." "Crossbowman? Oh, dear Joseph. You underestimate it still." Gooden chuckled and shook his head, then continued with an air of confidence. "Even 100 crossbowmen might struggle to match its prowess. The rifle's greatest advantage lies not in its power, but in its range." After a brief organization of the shooting range, Gooden took Joseph outside for a range test. The ultimate results utterly captivated Joseph, showcasing an absolute lethality at 300 paces and an effective range of 600 paces. Within the realm of absolute lethality, both manganese steel and iron projectiles could penetrate manganese armor, though the latter required multiple strikes on the same point. Within the effective range, both types of projectiles could only breach iron armor. Even manganese steel projectiles would fail to penetrate manganese armor at the same point, while iron projectiles would still necessitate multiple hits to penetrate iron armor. Given such terrifying distance and power, one cannot merely speak of crossbowmen. Even advanced archers would find themselves at the mercy of this weapon at such a range. Chapter 36. Journey to Golden Origin City. As Erin delivered water to the elderly steward, she noticed the youthful Joseph, which left her somewhat perplexed. "Oh, steward? You seem a bit different than before. You've become younger." The notion of regaining youth had never crossed his mind. Yet it was now a reality brought forth by his young master. "And what about me? Have I changed at all?" inquired Gooden, seated nearby with a smile. "My young master, it feels as though you've become more." Erin hesitated, about to utter the word strange, but thought it a bit impudent, so she quickly corrected herself. "No, I meant more lively." Gooden, however, had caught her slip but chose not to dwell on it. With a smile, he instructed, "All right, you may return to your tasks. I have some matters to discuss with old Joseph." "Understood." Erin left the water jug behind and exited the room. "Now, let us discuss important matters," Gooden said, casually igniting magic to begin repairing the manganese steel armor while consulting with old Joseph about their impending travel plans. "We both need to head to Golden Origin City, where we will likely stay for a day or two. Someone must oversee the operations in Qingyuan town. Please see if there is a suitable candidate." Old Joseph pondered for a moment. "I am not concerned about finding someone. I worry that if we both leave and take all the guards with us, what if something happens at the castle?" "There is no need to take all the guards. 2 will suffice for errands," Gooden replied, then added, "By the way, I nearly forgot that the position of captain of the guard is still vacant." As he spoke, Gooden tapped the patched hole with a hammer and continued, "However, that position is reserved for Roy. Do we have anyone of decent character among the remaining candidates to serve as a temporary captain?" Gooden's sole requirement for a candidate was good character. Strength and loyalty were not his primary concerns. With the aid of certain enhancements and various brainwashing techniques, one could easily bolster both combat capability and loyalty. Well, aside from that boy Roy, there truly isn't anyone else worth considering in the team. However, I recall that Roy has a decent companion in the squad. Though not remarkable, he is relatively better in character compared to the others. Gooden felt somewhat embarrassed by this admission, as he was the one responsible for selecting the team members. Now, facing Joseph's scrutiny, he felt somewhat helpless, realizing he was merely picking the best among a mediocre lot. "Then let us choose him. Have him come see me shortly, and this afternoon, I will attend to the matters at the brick factory. We shall depart tomorrow." "Very well." Old Joseph nodded, downed the water in his hand, and rose to begin organizing the work. Meanwhile, Gooden continued to repair and beautify the manganese steel armor, mindful that it was intended for sale and required proper presentation. Additionally, he sought to familiarize himself with the craft of forging battle armor, preparing to equip Erin for her training as a knight. Before long, the guard soldier Joseph had mentioned arrived to report. "Young Master Gooden." After entering, Ears saluted respectfully, and Gooden lifted his gaze to meet the soldier's eyes. Loyalty stands at 82, which is quite commendable. However, recent events have significantly contributed to this increase. In the past, it would have barely reached 70. Gooden nodded thoughtfully and commenced his persuasive tactics, employing both the carrot and the stick, a mixture of reprimands and rewards. With a blend of revised entries and linguistic intimidation, after several rounds, Ailes' loyalty soared to an impressive 99. Fortuitously, 2 entries were amended, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his combat prowess. "Very well, you may leave now. Remember to fulfill your assigned task," Gooden instructed. "Yes, Master Gooden." "I swear on my life to accomplish this mission." Observing the fervor in Ailes' demeanor, Gooden waved him off. Once Ailes had departed, Gooden discreetly removed the rifle concealed atop his head and began to murmur to himself. "People of this era are exceedingly gullible, with just a few words. I can manipulate their lives. Speaking of which, if I were to establish my own church, wouldn't that grant me considerable power? Never mind. Pretending to be a saint feels rather uncomfortable. I shall simply enjoy life as a feckless lord." Rubbing his head, Gooden set aside the repaired manganese steel armor and stretched languidly. The brick-firing experiment was under surveillance. Unless an explosion occurred, he deemed it unnecessary to oversee it himself. After all, this phase of the experiment involved only a small quantity of bricks, and any issues could be rectified later. The kiln required a minimum of a day and a night to operate, thus a dedicated team was assigned to monitor it, ensuring it was tended to and ventilated. Upon returning to his study, Gooden retrieved the magical tome gifted by Morse and resumed his research. This artifact was incredibly captivating and had him utterly engrossed. The following morning, Gooden summoned the soldiers of his guard to announce the appointment of a temporary captain. Ailes was designated as the acting captain, with the prospect of promotion based on his performance. Understood, master, they replied in unison. Excellent. You, and you, step forward to accompany me to Jinyuan City. The rest may remain here. Gooden casually selected 3 individuals to serve as escorts for the journey. After organizing the necessary provisions, the 5 of them mounted their 6 horses and set off towards Jinyuan City. Jinyuan City, located in the upper left corner of the Empire's territory, boasts a population of approximately 30,000. It lies about 70 to 80 kilometers from Qinyuan town, requiring a substantial part of the day for an uninterrupted journey. As the closest small city to the border, Jinyuan City bears the responsibility of managing various affairs for the 8 neighboring lords, including food supply, provisions, and refuge. Historically, the resources required by the 8 lords who settled this area during the Empire's territorial expansion were sourced from here. Consequently, a consensus emerged among them to convene on the first day of each month to trade the goods they required. Over time, this tradition has persisted, turning the marketplace of Jinyuan City into a bustling hub at the beginning of each month. In his previous life, Gooden would often find himself taking a week or so each month to attend to matters in Jinyuan City. In this regard, Gooden is quite knowledgeable. After a long day of travel, the group arrived in Jinyuan City before dusk. As a frequent visitor, the soldiers guarding the city recognized Gooden and promptly allowed him passage. Ah, Master Gooden, back again for some leisure? Where do you intend to indulge in libations this time? Oh, where is Captain Reg? That fellow still owes me 20 silver coins. He wouldn't dare to default, would he? Chapter 37. Auction Appraisal. As for the words of the city guards, Gooden chose to disregard them, leading the group into the city. As a frequent visitor, Gooden possessed a property in Golden Plains City, not purchased but rented. Walking along the streets of Golden Plains City marked Gooden's inaugural experience of a medieval urban landscape. Though modest in size, its sanitary management far surpassed that of his hometown, for there were no streams of sewage lining the streets. Upon arriving at his residence and settling the horses, the group ventured to a nearby tavern to partake in a simple meal. The fare, though inferior to that prepared by the castle maids, was still palatable. After hastily satisfying their hunger, Gooden, accompanied by old Joseph, proceeded directly to the auction house. With the auction set for the following day, and with the evening still conducive for submissions, Gooden brought along some manganese steel ingots and 2 pieces of equipment. As a seasoned patron of the auction house, the moment Gooden stepped through the grand entrance, the welcoming manager, Pharaohs, approached with a broad smile. Is this not young Master Gooden? Welcome. Just the other day, I heard rumors of your grievous injury, rendering you unable to rise. It seems those were mere slanders. Are you here to consign items for sale? Indeed, Gooden replied. I possess some unique metal and 2 pieces of equipment that I intend to auction tomorrow. Upon hearing of the special metal, Pharaohs immediately gestured for Gooden to follow him to the VIP room. Before they entered, he called upon his attendants to prepare refreshments of fine wine and fruit for Gooden and his entourage. Settling into a plush armchair, Gooden signaled for his guard to present the manganese steel. 33 pounds of manganese steel ingots, along with the manganese steel armor, comprised all he wished to sell. These are the items I intend to auction. Pharaohs, please have someone take a look. Crossing his legs, Gooden leisurely sipped from a mug of ale. His familiarity with such establishments allowed him to adopt a demeanor befitting the occasion, although he was mindful to maintain a semblance of disguise, for this was not Jinyuan town. Pharaoh's eyes gleamed as he examined the ingots on the table. His years of experience in auction appraisal told him that what lay before him was indeed remarkable. The weighty texture of the metal confirmed its quality, and the distinctive patterns etched into its surface indicated it was no ordinary commodity. Master Gooden, these items are truly exceptional, Pharaohs remarked. However, I must have them appraised by a specialist to ensure proper promotion and pricing. Please, allow me a moment. Gooden nodded nonchalantly in agreement. Then I shall excuse myself for a while. I will have a dancer come to entertain you." With that, Pharaoh rose, taking a steel ingot and a long sword to seek out an expert for appraisal. "A dancer is unnecessary. Simply bring me more ale and fruit." Gyudin coughed lightly, dismissing the idea. "Very well," Pharaoh replied, slightly puzzled by Gyudin's change in demeanor, for he was accustomed to the young man's requests for both a dancer to his left and right. What had prompted this sudden shift in temperament? However, without further contemplation, he promptly extended the courtesies expected of him. Old Joseph, sipping his ale, gazed at the young master with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Young master, do you truly not require the company of a dancer?" As he sought to address serious matters, he noticed the slight awkwardness on Gyudin's face and refrained from further comment, quietly chuckling to himself as he resumed savoring his fruit. Gyudin was somewhat astonished that his predecessor had not succumbed to illness, particularly given the sanitary and medical conditions of this era. The risk of contracting ailments while indulging in the pleasures of the flesh was quite significant. Yet his predecessor had managed to frolic in the small city of Jinyuan for several years without falling ill. How utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Faraz was engrossed in discussions with several metal experts regarding manganese steel ingots. The exceptional toughness and impressive hardness left them all in awe, especially the performance exhibited by the manganese steel sword, which achieved remarkable quality solely through its metallic properties, without any enhancement from physical strength or magic. "Young Master Gyudin, your metallic creations are truly astonishing," the experts exclaimed, their evaluations overwhelmingly positive after their assessments. "No," Gyudin replied, shaking his head. "I prefer to sell them via auction, starting at 5 gold coins per pound for the steel ingots, and 20 gold coins for the breastplate and longsword." Faraz, taken aback by such low starting prices, could not help but voice his surprise. "Young Master Gyudin, if this were a consignment, the price could easily double or more. Are you truly not considering this?" "Not at all. I am pressed for time. Let us draft the contract." Observing Gyudin's resolute stance, Faraz ceased his persuasion, retrieving a consignment contract from his pocket. He meticulously detailed the items for auction, their prices, and the handling fees, then presented it to Gyudin for his signature. Lacking knowledge in this area, Gyudin handed the document to old Joseph to verify for any discrepancies. The moment old Joseph received it, he understood the implication and diligently examined the contract. After confirming its accuracy, he returned it to Gyudin for signing. Faraz witnessed this entire exchange, reflecting on the myriad surprises Gyudin had brought him that evening. Where had the carefree, roguish young master gone? Once the 2 contracts were signed, each party retained a copy as a receipt. Pleasant cooperation. Thank you for your trust. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gyudin took his leave, entrusting Faraz with the manganese steel and equipment for safekeeping until he returned for his payment after the auction concluded the next day. As Gyudin stepped out, accompanied by Faraz, he encountered a familiar, yet unfamiliar face. "Ah, is this not young Master Gyudin? Has your ailment fully healed?" It was Falcado Charlson, the second son of that old scoundrel, Jajur, and a companion of his in Jinyuan. The noble sword hanging at his waist was also crafted by this very individual. As the familiar and affable Fasado approached, eager to embrace him, Gyudin instinctively took a half-step back. "Do you require something, Fasado Charlson?" Suddenly, Fasado's attention was drawn to the longsword at Gyudin's waist. His mind instinctively connected it to his earlier conjecture, and he erupted into boisterous laughter, mocking, "Ha! Gyudin, you don't intend to auction off that longsword, do you? It is a masterpiece crafted by a master, and here, no one can afford it." Chapter 38. The protagonist as a villain initially indifferent to his adversary. Gyudin felt a spark of resolve ignite within him upon hearing the words exchanged. Though he did not outwardly display his intentions, he silently devised a plan to teach this insolent fellow a lesson. For the Charlison family, Gyudin indeed lacked the authority to confront them directly. However, when it came to Amir's second son, he found the situation rather trivial. Coupled with a pre-existing grudge, this provocation provided him with an ample excuse for retaliation. It would be remiss not to collect on the interest. With a resounding crack, the sound of flesh striking flesh reverberated through the air. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as Gyudin, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to Facardo. Was there truly no one to instruct the son of a baron on how to comport himself in the presence of a lord? Reeling from the unexpected blow, Facardo struggled to regain his composure, his expression contorting with disbelief. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. To be struck in public was tantamount to a slap in the face of his family's honor. Fueled by rage, Facardo clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Swift as a flash, Gooden kicked him away, creating a barrier between them as the guards rushed to intervene. Observing the chaos, the guards accompanying Facardo also moved to restrain him. Meanwhile, Gooden had surreptitiously labeled Facardo as impulsive and irritable at the moment of the slap. Indeed, after stumbling back a few paces, Facardo was completely consumed by fury, drawing his weapon and charging forward. Had it not been for the guard's intervention, a bloody confrontation would have ensued. Gooden, you think you can toy with me? Facardo shouted in a frenzy. Gooden, unfazed, calmly replied, release him. I could easily execute you on the charge of assaulting a lord, and none would dare object. With that, he slowly unsheathed his sword, its cold metallic glimmer snapping Facardo back to reality. He ceased struggling, though his eyes remained fixed on Gooden, seething with anger. You're merely the son of a baron, not the baron himself. If you lack the ability to command respect, do not flail about before me. Otherwise, I shall settle both old and new grievances together, Gooden declared, his tone dripping with villainous malice. After delivering this cutting remark, he turned and departed, leaving the scene behind. Although it is said that a gentleman avenges himself after a decade, Gooden was no gentleman. He was simply a self-serving individual. What good was power if not wielded to assert dominance? My lord, your public humiliation of him may provoke the Charlison family, one of his companions cautioned. What do I care? It was not his father I struck, Gooden retorted dismissively, seizing the opportunity while old Joseph remained silent. Gooden utilized the newly acquired magical communication to elucidate his actions. I was indeed irked by that fool, and while it was perhaps unnecessary to act thus, I intended to probe the Charlison family's unusual behavior through Facardo and gauge their reaction. Moreover, that slap may very well ensure that the Charlison family finds no peace in the near future. Among the accompanying guards, a remarkable display of combat prowess emerged, prompting a separate discussion. Before long, the selected soldier gazed at Gooden with fervent admiration, pledging unwavering loyalty. Witnessing the fervor in their eyes, Gooden sighed deeply, realizing he was straying further down the path of a cult leader. Rather than merely assembling a formidable male battalion, his heart yearned to cultivate a cadre of combat maids. After all, the allure of beauty coupled with the ability to fight was a delightful prospect. After a thorough selection process, he ultimately applied the second modification to his magical rifle, mana storage, capable of storing the mana required for 3 shots, with a reduction of mana needed for each shot every 8 hours. This attribute would not pose a threat to others who might acquire the triggerless magical rifle. Moreover, it afforded Gooden the ability to fire rapidly in dire situations without relying on magic, thus maximizing his margin for error. With one final opportunity for modification remaining, Gooden chose to forego its use. He was not in his castle, and it was prudent to save a modification for unforeseen circumstances. He valued his life greatly. After all, opportunities might arise again, but a life lost was irrevocable. Meanwhile, Farkadu seethed at the crimson imprint on his face, his anger surging anew. Merely a lord, he mused. But wait, next year will mark your demise. Unable to unleash his pin-up fury, Farkadu redirected his ire towards the dancer. The night passed in silence. The auction commenced after midday the following day, and Gooden, unlike his usual early rises, indulged in a lazy morning, treating it as a well-deserved respite from the previous day's exertions. He rose languidly after the sun had ascended, freshened up, and proceeded to the auction house with old Joseph and the others. The manganese steel presented the previous day garnered significant attention at the auction. Upon entering the venue, they were escorted to a luxurious VIP box. This space was replete with opulent furnishings, including a grand bed, and featured a balcony that overlooked the auction stage and public seating below. Master Gooden, the auction will commence shortly. You may rest here. Should you require anything, feel free to summon us, and we shall ensure your satisfaction, the guiding lady spoke in a gentle tone. Gooden, patting his stomach, casually replied, I'm a bit hungry after just waking up. Please bring me some food. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh, and do provide me with today's auction list as well. Of course, Master Gooden. Once she departed, Gooden removed the rifle from the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, while he continued to carry the bag concealing his staff, not out of fear of losing it due to its value, but for other reasons. Rather, Gooden discovered that the staff does not need to be held in hand to exert its effects. Merely carrying it allows him to enjoy its augmentative benefits in real time. However, when casting certain aggressive, targeted spells, he occasionally encounters issues with aim. Nevertheless, given his current prowess, unleashing complete and lethal spells remains a challenge. proving less convenient than the ease of handling a rifle. Chapter 39. The wool at the auction. The efficiency of the auction house was remarkably swift. Soon, a table laden with dishes was delivered to the room. Concurrently, the auction list for the day was presented, and as Gooden enjoyed his luncheon, he perused the auction catalog. The auction was held monthly, and one could hardly expect an abundance of items in terms of quantity and quality. Nonetheless, the items available for bidding were indeed commendable. However, the rarity of the items in this particular auction exceeded Gooden's expectations. In addition to the usual potions and equipment, there were rare magical artifacts. Among the final items to be auctioned were his manganese ingots and a series of related gear, but astonishingly, the last item was a small iron mine. Gooden had come to Golden Origin City not only to auction manganese for currency, but also with the task of procuring iron ore and horses. Now, with a ready-made iron mine before him, he swiftly contemplated whether he possessed the means to acquire it. As he mulled over this in his mind, he continued to examine the descriptions in the auction catalog. The starting bid was 200 gold coins. Surprised by the price, Gooden realized that this was, after all, an iron mine. The mere fact that it was available for auction indicated there were no issues regarding the mine's authenticity. Yet, the pricing seemed rather unusual. Multitasking, Gooden quickly skimmed through the mine's introduction. After a brief review, it dawned on him. The iron mine's difficulty in extraction due to its geographic location led to a minuscule daily output. For every ton of iron ore extracted, 2 gold coins were lost. And the market price for a ton of iron ore hovered between 2 to 3 gold coins. Maintaining a loss-making mine was exorbitantly costly, leaving the owner with no choice but to auction it off. A glance at the seller and the mine's location left Gooden momentarily stunned. The Forest of Pine Sea. Mount Riku? Was this not the territory of the Rangar family? This unfortunate family, in collusion with Charlson, had already ensnared him with a manganese mine. And now they presented an iron mine? After a brief contemplation, Gooden turned to inquire of old Joseph. Where is Mount Riku in the Forest of Pine Sea? Setting down his knife and fork, old Joseph pondered for a moment. If memory serves me right, it lies a bit to the northwest of the manganese mine. Why do you ask? Gooden handed the catalog to old Joseph, casting a glance at the final auction item before indulging heartily in his meal. Indeed, the chef at this auction house was quite skilled. This was his first opportunity to savor authentic local cuisine since arriving in this otherworldly realm. As old Joseph finished reviewing the description of the iron mine, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Young master, do you wish to bid on this iron mine? Well, compared to purchasing iron ore, establishing my own iron mine would certainly be advantageous in the long run. Although there are extraction issues with this mine, that is not the primary concern. The most pressing issue lies with the Rangar family. Gooden was uncertain whether the Rangar family had any involvement in the incident against him. If they had, he would likely face their harassment during subsequent extractions. Upon hearing Gooden's words, old Joseph pondered for a moment before slowly replying. If we disregard the issues of extraction and funding, we could indeed consider bidding on this mine. As for the subsequent matters, if the Rangar family wishes to develop further in this region, they must maintain a semblance of dignity. After all, every noble family possesses some assets within the territories of others. Should they wish to target us, they need not provoke us directly, as other families would undoubtedly unite to apply pressure on the Rangar family. This intricate web of local lordly politics is something Gooden is wholly unfamiliar with. However, after listening to old Joseph, his initial doubts were dispelled. The next concern was whether his finances would suffice to secure the iron mine. Currently, Gooden had not a single coin to his name. His chances of acquiring the mine rested entirely upon the sales of manganese steel. At the current market price, amassing 200 gold coins seemed feasible, but should competition arise during the bidding, that sum might prove inadequate. After finishing lunch, the auction was set to commence. Gooden settled into a soft chair on the balcony, gazing at the auction scene below. Welcome to the monthly auction of Genuine City. As your familiar host, Pharaohs, I shall refrain from excessive introductions. Let the auction begin. The first item on the agenda was a vitality potion crafted by the esteemed alchemist Reynolds. Its effects are surely known to all present. The vitality potion, revitalize yourself 8 times in a single night. Offered in sets of 3, we have 5 sets available, starting at 1 gold coin each, with bidding increments of no less than 1 silver coin. 1 gold equals 30 silver, raised by 20. Observing the fervent calls from the crowd, Gooden couldn't help but marvel. Such elixirs, akin to aphrodisiacs, are indeed coveted commodities. Although marketed as a vitality enhancer, its true utility was somewhat dubious. In no time, the 5 sets of vitality potions were sold at an average price of 2 gold and 30 silver coins each. With this energetic opening, the subsequent items were auctioned off at an impressive pace under Pharaoh's adept guidance. In total, 27 items were up for bid, with the last 2 being an iron mine and manganese steel, while the remaining items included magical artifacts that sparked intense competition. In the militaristic Alria Empire, despite its relative underdevelopment in magic compared to the magic-centric Vimaral Empire, the populace remained quite curious and enamored with magical items. Possessing such an artifact symbolized the height of luxury and brought immense pride. As for its actual purpose, that was beyond the comprehension of the rough-hewn folk. After a spirited contest, a merchant ultimately acquired the magical artifact for 42 gold coins. Following this brief climax, Pharaohs announced, "We shall now take a short intermission to prepare the venue for the upcoming items. We appreciate your understanding." The audience remained particularly intrigued by the penultimate items for bidding, the manganese steel ingots and equipment. What remarkable abilities does this item possess that it can rank just behind magical artifacts, being sold as the penultimate highlight of the auction? Following a brief intermission and stage preparations, Pharaohs re-announced the commencement of the auction. According to the information provided by the seller, the next item up for bid was manganese steel ingots, along with armor and swords crafted from this exceptional metal. After thorough examination by the auction house's appraisers, it was determined that the hardness and toughness of the manganese steel ingots reached an outstanding level without any external assistance. Given that this unique metal was unfamiliar to the audience, a portion of the manganese steel ingots would be extracted for demonstration of its performance, with subsequent random distribution. Should one receive the trial version, the auction house would cover 10% of the auction funds. After this brief explanation, Pharaohs proclaimed loudly, "Now, I invite you all to explore the wonders of this extraordinary metal." With Pharaohs' command, the prepared staff commenced the performance tests on the manganese steel ingots as planned. Chapter 40. A plethora of coins. During the interlude of the audience's respite, a target was hoisted onto the auction stage. Centrally positioned upon this target was a block of manganese steel, while 3 attendants armed with various crossbows stepped forward, maintaining a distance of 10 paces. Observing the preparations coming to fruition, Faraz resumed his commentary. "The initial test will assess the defensive capabilities of the manganese steel. Our arsenal includes the Fubao, longbow, and the Imperial military crossbow. Those well acquainted with these weapons are undoubtedly familiar with their formidable power. We shall commence our testing with the Fubao. All arrows utilized are standardized iron armor-piercing projectiles. Any skeptics are welcome to inspect the equipment to verify its authenticity." As Faraz concluded, several individuals from the audience rose from their seats to examine the testing apparatus on stage. After confirming the absence of any deceit, they shook their heads and returned to their seats to continue watching. This verification was crucial to preempt any potential disruptions later on. "Now, let our archers begin," Faraz declared. At his command, the prepared staff raised the footbow and aimed it at the manganese steel. The audience held their breath in anticipation of the impending shot. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as the crowd's impatience began to swell, the footbow archer finally released the string, sending the arrow soaring. Alas, the projectile did not strike the designated target, but instead embedded itself precisely beside the manganese block. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd, followed by a chorus of boos, with some individuals vocally urging Faraz to expedite the testing process, expressing their weariness with the routine. Amidst the audience's grievances, Faraz offered a resigned smile and gestured for the archer to continue. The second arrow from the footbow found its mark, striking squarely upon the palm-sized manganese block. The melodious clang of metal meeting metal resonated, followed by the sound of the arrow's descent. The prepared staff swiftly turned the target towards the audience, allowing them a clearer view of the manganese steel's condition. Upon inspection, the silver-gray surface bore only a faint white mark. As for any dents, regrettably, none were to be found. Did you observe that? At a mere 10 paces, the footbow left only a trace. Faraz exclaimed, "What sort of metal is this, that its hardness rivals that of magical steel?" After a brief assessment, Faraz signaled for the second round of testing with the longbow. Equipped with a more powerful longbow, this attempt also failed to penetrate the steel, yet it did not merely leave a white mark as the footbow had done. Instead, it created a dent the size of a thumbprint. Even so, placed against the same thickness of manganese armor, it remained unpenetrated. At this revelation, the assembled crowd gasped in astonishment, the temperature in the hall seeming to rise by 1/10 of a degree. Following this, the third round of testing commenced with the Imperial military crossbow, an item heavily regulated, permitted solely for the imperial forces. However, given that the auction house was under the direct authority of the city lord, an official of the empire, borrowing a military crossbow for use at the border was not an issue. The Imperial Army's crossbow is renowned for its formidable range and penetrating power. Igniting anticipation for this test, as the crossbowman pulled the release mechanism, the armor-piercing bolt sliced through the air and struck the manganese steel ingot. The direct impact of metal against metal elicited a shower of brilliant sparks, albeit only for a fleeting moment, yet the spectators were keenly observant. As the staff gradually turned the target to face the audience, the onlookers were left in astonishment. The manganese steel ingot bore only the partially embedded armor-piercing bolt, and from the side, it appeared to have penetrated merely halfway. At a distance of 10 paces, the manganese steel ingot exhibited such remarkable performance that the crowd erupted in excitement. The subsequent test involved the manganese steel sword, which effortlessly severed various iron swords and armor, prompting the audience to begin gathering funds in hopes of acquiring a portion of the manganese steel ingot. Now that everyone is familiar with its performance, I believe you can hardly contain your eagerness. Let us commence the auction. Currently, there are only 33 portions of manganese steel ingot available, each weighing 1 pound. The auction for each pound starts at 5 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1 silver coin. Bidding begins now for the first manganese steel ingot. 7 gold coins. 7 gold and 50 silver. 9 gold. In a matter of seconds, the price of the first manganese steel ingot skyrocketed to 11 gold coins. And it continued to rise. However, such a lofty price made the crowd ponder its worth. It was only after surpassing 14 gold coins that they began to halt their bids. Ultimately, the first manganese steel ingot was secured at a price of 14 gold and 67 silver coins, leading to a fierce bidding war for the remaining 32 pieces. With each subsequent successful bid, Gooden could almost hear the clinking of gold coins in his ears. He never anticipated such fervent interest in this item. And although the crowd regained some semblance of rationality, the price per manganese steel ingot remained above 12 gold coins. The duration of the manganese steel ingot auction exceeded that of all previous items combined by more than threefold. As the final manganese steel ingot was sold, Gooden's pupils appeared to morph into the shape of gold coins. Though he had not meticulously calculated the total price, based on the quantity and pricing, the final total would undoubtedly exceed 400 gold coins. This far surpassed his expectations, especially considering that the manganese steel armor and sword were yet to be sold. Having witnessed the crowd's fervor for the manganese steel ingot, I shall not delay further. The next item for auction is the manganese steel armor. The starting price is 50 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1 silver coin. Pharaohs did not adhere to the previously stated starting price of 20 gold coins, but rather unilaterally raised it to 50 gold coins. Gooden in the VIP box took no issue with this, as he had not anticipated such overwhelming popularity for this item. Now set at 50 gold coins, it would not deter those who wished to purchase it, as they were certainly capable of meeting this price. As the auction commenced, the initial price of 50 gold did little to deter the fervent crowd, and it quickly escalated to 60 gold. After a series of fervent bids, the coveted strength potion was ultimately claimed by a merchant for the impressive sum of 74 gold and 66 silver. The final item, a manganese steel sword, started at 30 gold and was ultimately secured by a lord for 55 gold and 41 silver coins. With all the items auctioned by Gooden successfully sold, Pharaoh seized the moment before enthusiasm waned and announced the bidding for the last item, iron ore. Chapter 41. The Art of Seizing Opportunities. We now come to the final item of this auction, and I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. It is the land rights to a small iron mine located in the forest of Songhai, at Mount Riku. The starting bid is set at 200 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1 silver coin. Let the bidding commence. Pharaohs, with great enthusiasm, called out energetically, yet the crowd remained unresponsive. Those privy to the details were well aware that this mine was a financial pitfall, a veritable hot potato. If Protea could sell off the iron mine privately, it would not have been listed for auction in the first place. Any unsuspecting outside merchants who mistook this for a bargain would find themselves incurring substantial losses. Pharaohs had mentally prepared himself for the situation below. His outward demeanor remained largely unchanged as he continued to ardently promote the mine. The starting price is 200 gold coins, accompanied by essential mining equipment. This price is nearly at cost. Is there truly no one willing to take a chance? After several attempts to incite bids, yet still receiving no offers, Pharaohs let out a small sigh, sensing that the item might go unsold. Just as he was about to announce the item as a failed bid, a voice from the VIP room on the second floor suddenly called out with an increment. 1 silver coin added to the bid. The attendees were taken aback, swiftly turning to identify the source of the voice. It was not mere frugality that prompted their curiosity, but rather the desire to see which fool dared to leap into this pit. The voice belonged to none other than Gooden. Many present were familiar with him, having prospered in the city of Jinyuan. Isn't that young Master Gooden from Qingyuan? I heard he was gravely injured just days ago. What brings him here now? It seems the rumors of his injury were perhaps exaggerated. While his body may have recovered, his judgment appears impaired. Truly, he is extravagantly squandering his wealth. Oh, the lavish spending of young Master Gooden is well known. Perhaps his family's fortunes have arrived early this year. The murmurs of the crowd did not impede the progress of the auction. Pharos, witnessing the bid, immediately reignited the fervor of the sale. Young Master Gooden bids 200 gold and 1 silver. It appears he wishes to seize an opportunity. I wonder if anyone else in attendance harbors similar intentions? The bidding has commenced, and time is of the essence. At this moment, a peculiar scenario unfolded within the auction hall. Pharos energetically engaged the audience, while the bidders below were engrossed in discussions about Gooden's audacious move. Both sides busily conversed, creating a strangely harmonious, yet lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Facardo's expression darkened upon hearing Gooden's bid. Since the slap he received yesterday, merely hearing Gooden's name ignited an inexplicable rage within him. Now, witnessing Gooden's bidding only fueled his jealousy. Why could he, of the same age, squander hundreds of gold coins at an auction while Facardo lacked such means? For a fleeting moment, Facardo nearly opened his mouth to outbid Gooden, intending to provoke him, but reason prevailed, suppressing his impulse. Should Gooden retaliate and cease to bid, Facardo would find himself in a precarious position. Facardo, burdened by suppressed rage and jealousy, unleashed his frustrations upon the nearby dancer. The sudden pain elicited a soft gasp from her. She was bewildered by Facardo's unexpected brutality. Meanwhile, the source of the tension, Gooden, anxiously awaited the confirmation of the hammer by Pharos. To the casual observer, Gooden appeared calm and composed, yet internally, he was a bundle of nerves. Despite having earned a substantial sum of gold from the manganese steel, the prospect of competition could escalate the stakes far beyond mere dozens of coins. Gooden mentally rehearsed the worst-case scenario. Should anyone attempt to bid for the iron mine, he would have to concede once the price reached 400 gold. However, the current situation seemed favorable as Pharos had begun to call out the hammer counts. 200 gold, 1 silver, once. 200 gold, 1 silver, twice. 200 gold, 1 silver, thrice. Bang. Congratulations, young Master Gooden, the ownership of the iron mine is yours. Upon receiving the confirmation, Gooden exhaled slowly, relieved that no one had intervened. This was the best outcome he could have hoped for. Shortly thereafter, Pharos personally arrived at the VIP box to report the auction results. Young Master Gooden, the total revenue from this auction amounts to 543 gold and 89 silver, with the manganese ingot revenue being 413 gold and 82 silver. After deducting the iron mine purchase of 200 gold and 1 silver, the handling fee of 5 gold, 43 silver, and 89 copper, along with the service fee of 1 gold, your remaining profit is 337 gold, 44 silver, and 11 copper. This is the land deed for the iron mine. Once you sign your name, the property will eternally belong to you. Gooden glanced at the deed and decisively inscribed his name, solidifying his claim to the land rich in iron ore. Very well, young Master Gooden. Do you have any preferences regarding the payment? Would you like it all settled in gold coins or silver coins? Silver coins, being of a higher denomination than gold, had a conversion rate of 10 to 1, meaning 10 gold coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin. For substantial transactions, utilizing silver coins would facilitate easier transport due to their reduced weight. Above silver coins, there existed a form of magical currency, the magic coin, which was the most esteemed currency on the continent, with each magic coin convertible to 10 silver coins, predominantly used in transactions for magical equipment within the Weimel Empire. Gooden pondered briefly before shaking his head. For now, let it be stored at the auction house. When I collect the funds, I will need half of it in silver coins. Additionally, I have some items that require your assistance in procurement. Speed is of the essence, and we shall settle the accounts afterward, old Joseph. Upon calling out, old Joseph retrieved a piece of paper from his storage pouch and handed it to Pharos. These are the items I require. They are not rare commodities, and I trust the auction house can procure them all. Listening to Gooden's request, Feroz glanced at the list. 5 tons of iron, or 20 horses, and accompanying carts. These are not precious items. With the capabilities of the auction house, everything can be arranged by this afternoon. After noting the quantities, Feroz promptly affirmed. No problem. Aside from the requirement of a portion of silver coins, which will take some time, I will arrange everything else shortly. And the price will be recalculated and sent to you later. Gudin nodded slightly, inquiring with a hint of indifference. By the way, as the person in charge here, do you possess the capability to handle a greater quantity of manganese steel ingots? What do you mean by that, young Master Gudin? Fei Luozi asked cautiously upon hearing this, as an unbelievable thought began to stir within him. Just as you surmised, I possess a considerable number of manganese steel ingots. If you can make a decision, I will entrust the sale of the manganese steel ingots to you. Chapter 42. Agreement established. Troops to escort. Upon receiving a definitive response from Gudin, Feroz eagerly inquired, Sir Gudin, how many manganese steel ingots do you possess? Not many, perhaps around 60 to 70 pounds each month. Gudin replied nonchalantly. This understated statement left Feroz momentarily stunned. Had he misheard? 60 to 70 pounds each month? This quantity far surpassed what had been auctioned off today. Could it be that the wine had loosened Gudin's tongue? Gudin, aware that his words might not instill confidence, continued, If you can oversee this matter, let us discuss the contract now. By the end of this month, you may send someone to Qingyuan town to collect the goods. You need not pay up front. Simply make the payment upon receiving the items. This proposal genuinely piqued Feroz's interest. If Gudin's claims were indeed truthful, providing 60 to 70 pounds of manganese steel each month could yield a lucrative business opportunity, potentially generating a profit of 100 or 200 gold coins with ease through the auction house's operations. Having swiftly contemplated various aspects, Feroz promptly acquiesced. Since you have said so, I shall comply with respect. However, why do you not continue to entrust us with the auction, instead of selling directly to us? Feroz needed clarity on this issue, as if Gudin were to sell directly, there would be no need to share profits with the auction house. Moreover, I prefer to keep the source of the manganese steel ingots discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. You must have heard the rumors about my recent encounter with a band of mysterious assailants. For safety reasons, it is prudent for me to remain low-key. This explanation, both reasonable and justifiable, satisfied Feroz, who then transitioned into discussions regarding the collaboration on the manganese steel ingots. Gudin had long prepared a strategy for selling the ingots through the auction house, which was backed by the Lord of Jinyuan City, an official authority. Establishing a connection with such a figure could prove advantageous in times of trouble. Additionally, trade in Qingyuan town was exceedingly scarce, and Gudin hoped that this collaboration might attract some merchant caravans to engage in commerce. You are likely aware of the performance and market for manganese steel ingots. As for the pricing, I propose 8 gold coins per pound. Do not rush to negotiate. Allow me to finish. Noticing Feroz's inclination to speak, Gudin preemptively interrupted, continuing swiftly. As this is our first transaction, I will provide you with a specific quantity for the initial batch, 70 pounds. The value of 70 pounds of manganese steel is 560 gold coins. I do not require full payment in gold coins. You may retain 40% of the value and compensate with equivalent goods such as grain, live poultry, iron ore, or iron ingots. These items can be procured at lower prices for you, while the valuation of the goods will adhere to market rates. For you, the actual price may only be around 7 gold pieces. Am I correct? Feroz nodded, acknowledging that with the strength behind the auction house, it is indeed possible to procure these items below market value, making the calculations quite accurate. Gudin has already demonstrated immense sincerity in this collaboration. Now, it is merely a matter of Feroz's attitude. After a moment of contemplation, Feroz chose not to haggle further, but instead directly affirmed the proposal put forth by Gudin. In regard to the remaining gold payment, Gudin also presented a specific request. The initial payment must include an equivalent of 100 gold coins in silver and 50 gold coins in copper. In other words, aside from the gold coins, the remaining balance must also comprise 10,000 silver coins and 500,000 copper coins. Feroz readily agreed to this condition but inquired curiously about the purpose of the copper coins. Gudin, why do you require such a significant quantity of silver and copper coins? Are you planning to melt them down to recast statues? After all, 500,000 copper coins would require at least 2 carts to transport. What could necessitate hoarding such a quantity? Gudin explained that the coins were intended for paying the wages of the populace. Currently, his earnings are entirely in gold, while his expenditures are in silver or copper. In this era, the purchasing power of silver coins is already quite robust. Thus he only needs to stockpile a portion of gold for external purchases, while the remainder can be converted into silver and copper for circulation within Qingyuan town. The contract was swiftly drafted, and after both parties inscribed their names and seals, the transaction was deemed complete. Gooden, may our cooperation be fruitful. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall dispatch a team to Qingyuan town on the third to last day of the month. Indeed, that is acceptable. Furthermore, regarding this, Gooden hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I fear I shall need your assistance in finding a convoy for escorting this shipment. I haven't brought many guards with me this time. The cost can be discussed. Consider it a trivial matter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both departed from the auction house's VIP room. Following Pharaoh's exit, he promptly arranged for his subordinates to gather the goods, and once his tasks were organized, he sought out his superior to report the good news about the manganese steel ingots. By evening, Pharaoh sent word that both supplies and funds were ready. Gooden instructed old Joseph to verify the inventory, while he continued to remain indoors. As night fell, Gooden did not forget to utilize the modifications for the day, enhancing old Joseph and a new zealous soldier. When dawn broke the next day, Gooden gathered everyone and prepared to head to the auction house's warehouse, the location agreed upon by Pharaohs. At this moment, dozens of fully laden carts were quietly lined up along the roadside at the warehouse entrance. Simultaneously, a contingent of cavalry clad in imperial armor stood silently nearby, an air of sternness causing passers-by to hasten their steps. Upon seeing Gooden and his entourage approach, Pharaohs at the entrance promptly greeted them. "Young Master Gooden, please come here." Had it not been for the sight of Pharaohs, Gooden would have been inclined to turn and leave. They are, in fact, the escort assigned to accompany you today. Allow me to introduce Captain Peric of the 3rd Squadron of the Cavalry Regiment of Jinyuan City. Dressed in fine Dodaro, he salutes Gooden with a hand over his heart. "My Lord Gooden, isn't it somewhat irregular for the military to provide such an escort?" This is indeed the first time Gooden has experienced such treatment. "Not at all." Pharaohs interjected. "Captain Dodaro happens to be en route to Qingyuan Ridge on a mission, and it is fortuitous that he can accompany you, ensuring your safety." Pharaohs candidly stated the facts, and since Gooden is also the lord of Qingyuan Ridge, there was no need for discretion. "Very well, then I must trouble Captain Dodaro." Chapter 43. The power of the people is infinite. The escort of the army provided an unparalleled sense of security. However, the pace of a large convoy could not compare to the speed of the previous 5. Gooden had initially intended to invite everyone to spend the night in the town, but was declined by Pharaohs on the grounds of maintaining secrecy. The arrival of such a large convoy naturally piqued the curiosity of the townsfolk. Observing dozens of heavily laden carts, they could not help but speculate on the Lord's purpose. As the carts rolled into the castle courtyard, the once spacious area suddenly felt quite congested. "Young master, how have matters progressed during my absence?" Gooden inquired, nodding slightly before signaling for the boxes filled with gold coins to be transported into the castle's treasury. Els began his report with updates regarding the brick kiln. Everything has proceeded smoothly. The results from the test kills were in kilns 2 and 3 had failed, while kiln 1 succeeded. The workers have completed the preparation of materials for the full-scale kiln as per your plan and are ready to commence construction at any moment. Only kiln 1 succeeded? Gooden mused silently while attentively listening to the subsequent updates from Els. The clay excavation facility had also officially completed its foundational setup and had begun operations, yielding approximately 6 heaps per day. Due to the lack of a suitable measurement unit among the town's residents, Gooden could only assign a rough conceptual value, estimating each heap to be around 10 cubic meters. Considering the labor-intensive nature of the excavation, without any mechanical assistance, the output speed seemed quite commendable. "Very well. Do you have any other news?" Gooden inquired with satisfaction. Young master, regarding the bounty notice you issued, many individuals have brought samples in hopes of verification for redemption. Some residents obtained the significant target you mentioned. It appears to be called, what was it again? Yes, the limestone quarry. Upon hearing this, Gooden's spirits lifted. It was as if the pillow he wished to rest upon had been delivered to him. He had been pondering where to procure lime for use as an adhesive, and now it was being presented to him on a silver platter. "Where is the sample of the limestone quarry? Take me to see it." "It is in the castle's storeroom. Following your instructions, we have cleared a cool and ventilated area specifically for this purpose. Allow me to guide you." Inside the storeroom, numerous shelves displayed items collected from residents, which were presumably related to the bounty. Each item was accompanied by a note detailing its information, source, and discoverer. Els headed straight to the right shelf upon entering. Although he could not read, he remembered the location of the limestone quarry. He retrieved a grayish-white limestone sample and handed it to young Master Gooden. Limestone, description, a natural elemental mineral, rich in calcium carbonate. The entry from Mineral Appraiser activated, revealing detailed information about the mineral before them. Upon identifying the mineral type, Gu Dian's face lit up with joy as he eagerly inquired, "Have you visited the location of this mineral deposit?" "Indeed, we have. It is situated approximately 3 kilometers southwest of the town, beneath a small hill, where the entire rocky area seems to consist of such stones." "Excellent. Tomorrow, notify the resident who made the discovery and invite him to the castle. No, to the town square. I wish to publicly reward him." "Understood." In an effort to inspire the enthusiasm of other residents, Gu Dian decided to make this initial reward public, allowing the townsfolk to witness the authenticity of the bounty, thereby igniting their passion for discovery. "Very well, you may leave now. I shall conduct my own inspection. Should any issues arise, I will call for you." "Yes, young master." As Gu Dian toyed with the limestone he held, his mind raced with thoughts on its potential refinement and applications. After a brief moment, he set the limestone aside and turned his gaze to the other items on the shelf. Having been away for merely 2 days, he was astonished by the numerous potential targets that had emerged, reinforcing his belief in the strength of the populace. Indeed, one cannot overlook the power of the people, regardless of location. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Dian began to systematically examine the various items on the shelves. Goodness, why are there so many stones? What on earth is this? Animal bones? Who brought these in? Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a peculiar crystal, tinged with red and white. What is this? Gu Dian pondered. And in the next moment, specific information materialized before him. Rock salt. Description: a natural elemental mineral containing a substantial amount of sodium chloride. My goodness, sodium chloride? That is an essential substance for human development. Since learning about the general situation in Qingyuan town, Gu Dian had been enveloped in a sense of pessimism regarding its potential for growth. However, he now realized he had been mistaken. This place was a veritable treasure trove. In an era when people's understanding of minerals was limited to gold, silver, copper, iron, and gemstones, the manganese or limestone. And now the rock salt he had unexpectedly discovered would hardly attract anyone's attention or recognition of their value. Of course, minerals associated with magic, which lie beyond the realm of natural science, were not to be factored into consideration. Glancing at the note resting beneath the rock salt, he noted that it contained no suspicious information, only the discovery address and the name of the finder. Setting the rock salt down, Gu Dian continued to inspect the remaining items one by one. As anticipated, the rest were merely refuse. Nevertheless, the emergence of the limestone and rock salt had already exceeded his expectations. With the sample of rock salt and the note in hand, Gu Dian left the storage room and sought out Ayers. "Ayers, there is an urgent task that requires your attention. Take this sample and locate the finder. Verify the discovery site overnight. Additionally, seek out old Joseph to procure a gold coin. If we find the same type of mineral at the discovery site, reward him directly." "Yes, young master. I will ensure we locate the target." Observing Ailes' earnest and solemn demeanor, Gooden patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. "There is no need to be so grave and anxious. It is merely a verification process. Should we encounter any difficulties, it is of no consequence." With these words from the young master, Ailes felt a slight relaxation, and subsequently, he bowed respectfully before departing to assemble the team for the task at hand. Chapter 44. The acquisition of the blacksmith shop locating the ore veins by night is no easy feat, however, should we ascertain their existence. The forthcoming rewards ceremony would undoubtedly invigorate the spirits of the residents. After all, the significance of rewarding one individual differs vastly from that of rewarding two. As the soothing warmth of water alleviated the fatigue brought on by a tumultuous journey, Gu Dian felt his body relax considerably. With a renewed sense of ease, he emerged to address the various matters that had accumulated over the past couple of days. Under the guise of a work inspection, Gu Dian meticulously reviewed each maid and guard within the castle. He selected one maid to bestow upon her an enhancement of the culinary expertise attribute, while 2 soldiers received modifications as well, bringing the total number of participants in the super soldier program to 6. Gu Dian intended to cultivate 2 distinct types of forces. One, a conventional army equipped with modern weaponry, and the other, a legion of enhanced super soldiers. "Young master, the ore you inquired about has been located, in a depression 6 kilometers west of Qingyuan town. The gold coins have already been awarded to the discoverer as a reward." Receiving this splendid news early in the morning, Gu Dian's spirits soared. "Excellent. You all may take your rest. I shall arrange for the kitchen to prepare a delightful meal for you this evening. Yes, thank you, young master. Upon hearing of the forthcoming feast, Ear's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had previously heard whispers of the young master's special culinary creations, so perhaps he too would have the pleasure of sampling them tonight? After dismissing Ears, Gudwin gathered a few individuals and, accompanied by 2 carts of iron ore, made his way to the blacksmith shop. The refinement of the ore still necessitated the expertise of the blacksmiths. However, the constant need to deliver the minerals to the shop proved somewhat inconvenient for him. Gudwin had previously contemplated the notion of purchasing the establishment, but lacked the funds. Now that he was financially capable, he planned to expedite this venture. After a brief, casual conversation with Buck, Gudwin suddenly posed a question. Buck, what is your opinion on the performance of manganese steel ingots? Yet, observing Gudwin's enigmatic smile, Buck seemed to realize something, his mouth agape, but no words escaping. The forging of manganese steel was supervised by specialists, with finished batches sent directly to the castle for storage, never remaining in the blacksmith shop for him to test. Furthermore, the Lord had not divulged any performance details to him. How then did Buck possess this knowledge? The answer became painfully clear. My lord, I was in the wrong. It was inappropriate of me to hoard materials for refining. Buck immediately sank to his knees, pleading earnestly. The apprentices nearby were momentarily taken aback. Had the two not been engaged in pleasant conversation moments ago? Why did it suddenly seem as though the Lord intended to execute his master? Rise, I have not declared any consequences. I merely inquired, why the commotion? Gudwin remarked, puzzled by the exaggerated reaction to what had simply been a question. Stealing and refining manganese steel ingots, Gudrun could certainly surmise the allure. As it is a novel and unknown metal, which blacksmith could resist the temptation to experiment with it? My lord, have you forgiven me? Buck inquired cautiously. To which Gudrun merely shrugged and replied, whether I forgive you depends on your attitude. We shall discuss this further once you rise. Upon hearing that he still had a chance, Buck quickly stood up, slightly bowing, embodying a demeanor of obedience to Gudrun's command. Still the same question. What are your thoughts on the manganese steel ingot? It is formidable. Among all the metals I have encountered, manganese steel ranks within the top 10. Buck was astonished by the properties of manganese steel during his testing. Concurrently, a resolute thought arose within him. He must never reveal this information. Such a powerful metal entrusted directly to him for smelting and forging, along with the recipe proportions disclosed, meant that if this information were to leak, he would be the first to pay the price. What is your blacksmith shop's monthly income? And how much do you pay your apprentices? Well, Buck, sensing the gravity of the situation, braced himself for what the Lord might propose next. I present you with 2 choices. Hearing this, Buck shivered slightly, preparing to heed the Lord's arrangements. The first option, my consolidation of your blacksmith shop into a brand new institution, with you as its head. This institution will not be accountable to the residents. Your income will be directly dispensed by me. I choose the first option. Buck interjected hastily, not waiting for Gudrun to present the second choice. Really? You don't wish to hear the second option? Gudrun inquired with a hint of confusion. Only the first choice. I shall not waver, young Master Gudrun. Buck shamelessly addressed him, a title reserved for loyal vassals, a testament to his fidelity. Very well, Gudrun replied, slightly disappointed. Realizing his charm was indeed substantial, not requiring the temptation of modern metals to entice Buck. Young master, may I inquire what the second choice entails? Observing the Lord's regretful expression, Buck cautiously probed. Oh, it simply means you and your apprentices are prohibited from leaving Qingyuan town for a year. Buck, is that it? Gudrun, indeed, that is all. Buck, hearing Buck's bewildered mutterings, Gudrun shook his head. Do your best. I shall have someone deliver the relevant documents regarding the establishment of the institution shortly. This will include details about your salaries and task requirements. Your first task is to smelt all the iron from this cart. Understood, young master. Gudrun noted the reluctance in Buck's demeanor, but smiled, refraining from voicing any concerns. Once the outline of the plan was delivered to Buck, perhaps his attitude would alter. After all, he could hardly believe that a man would reject the romance of steel. Having concluded matters at the blacksmith shop, Gudrun made his way directly to the brick kiln factory. Chapter 45. With a brick in hand, the world is mine. Happy winter solstice. The material issues at the brick kiln have been resolved, and it is now time to commence construction. Following Gudrun's orders, the workers, who had long been prepared, eagerly engaged in their industrious tasks. Gudrun, meanwhile, took a moment to inspect the freshly fired bricks. The vibrant orange rectangular shapes were familiar to him. Their hue alone indicated that they were indeed finished products. As he handled one, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, and an overwhelming feeling of invincibility surged within his heart, solid and handy in the face of danger. Merely crouching down to pick up a brick would compel anyone to retreat, for a weapon of such caliber, akin to a commoner's ultimate defense, was not to be trifled with. Should one strike with its sharp edges, the damage could multiply exponentially. While he toyed with the brick, a panel suddenly appeared in his field of vision, displaying a descriptor that left him momentarily stunned. Shatter. When a brick is thrown and shatters upon impact, it inflicts equivalent shattering effects on the target, ignoring items, armor, and physical resilience. Note: excluding Mother Earth. Gasp. What? Ignoring items, armor, and physical resilience? Did this mean that if he struck a dragon, as long as the brick shattered into two pieces, would the beast also be fractured? If the dragon proved too formidable, could he perhaps target an enemy's wall instead, with a single brick potentially cleaving the structure in twain? Such a powerful descriptor compelled Gyudon to swiftly pick up the brick, issuing instructions to those nearby. This object was a formidable weapon, and Gyudon hesitated to directly apply descriptors to it. After all, as long as he refrained from refreshing the descriptor modification option, it would remain as 3 selectable entries. The first kiln resembled a rounded, bulging shape, and when scaled proportionally, it could fire 20 cubic units of bricks. Each cubic unit consisted of 500 bricks, meaning that one kiln could produce 10,000 red bricks in a single firing. Gyudon's plan entailed constructing 5 such furnaces, aiming for a daily output of approximately 50,000 bricks. However, before proceeding with these future plans, he needed to ascertain whether the experimental first kiln could accommodate descriptor modifications. As the familiar panel materialized, Gyudon felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had previously harbored concerns that this newly constructed item might be immutable, but it appeared he had been overly cautious. If even the experimental kiln could be modified, then the final version should pose no issue. At that time, he would reserve a modification for upgrading and optimizing the brick kiln. The sequential development of manganese, iron, lime, and rock salt mines, the restructured Industrial Research Institute of the blacksmith shop, and the economic circulation plan for Qingyuan town awaited his guidance. It was not until noon that Gyudon, urged by Eileen, finally rose to partake in lunch. Today's meal was prepared by Eileen and Ina, who had undergone descriptor modifications the previous night. Gyudon had previously imparted to them the recipes for some simple home-cooked dishes, and under their diligent study, the culinary creations had reached a level of excellence in taste, aroma, and presentation. The flavor he crafted surpassed even his previous attempts, prompting Gyudon to marvel at the formidable power of the entries. After sharing a meal with old Joseph, the two made their way to the town square, preparing to arrange the rewards for this occasion. To uplift the spirits of the other residents, Gyudon had a small chest of silver coins brought along. The gleaming silver coins clinked together, and Gyudon was confident that no one could resist such temptation. Days later, the summoning bell of Qingyuan town rang once more, and bewildered residents set aside their tasks to rush to the town square, eager to secure a front-row position. The last decree issued by the Lord had granted many a job, presenting a lucrative opportunity for the townsfolk. As the crowd in the square grew, Gyudon, not waiting for everyone to arrive, called out directly. To be concise, the reason I have gathered you all here today is simple. It is to distribute gold. The bounty notice released a few days ago has led to individuals finding the items I require. Today, I stand before you to distribute the promised gold coins. With that said, soldiers in the back brought forth the small chest of silver coins and opened it. Under the midday sun, the silvery sheen of the metal gleamed within the chest. Such a bounty of silver coins was unprecedented in their lives. Meanwhile, those who had submitted bounty items began to stir with excitement, believing themselves among the recipients of this reward. I will now announce the names of the 2 residents who fulfilled the bounty notice. Those called should promptly come forward to claim their prize. If anyone is absent, I shall dispatch someone to deliver their reward to their home under the supervision of the others. The first recipient is Qiao Te, a resident of Qingyuan town. Upon hearing his name, Qiao Te could hardly believe it, while his friend beside him shook him in excitement. Qiao Te, it's you. The stone you submitted is the target of the bounty notice. Hurry, the Lord wants you to go up and claim your reward, his friend urged, pulling him toward the stage. Trembling slightly, Qiao Te ascended the platform under the gaze of the crowd. Congratulations, Gyudon said with a smile and a nod before continuing to announce the second recipient. The second recipient is Perik, the hunter from Qingyuan town. Already informed, Perik hurriedly strode up to the stage. He had received word the previous evening that if he could locate the source of rock salt, he would be able to claim his prize today, along with an advance payment of 1 gold coin. After a strenuous night of searching, that coin had already found its way into his pocket. As the two recipients took the stage, envy stirred among the other residents below. Xiaote, according to the bounty notice, you shall receive 5 gold coins, Gudon declared, as a soldier beside him handed over a heavy pouch filled with 100 silver coins. Peering into the pouch at the gleaming silver, Xiaote felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed insufficient for 5 gold coins. Chapter 46. Military Training. Perceiving the confusion among the audience, Gudon spoke softly, "Please bear with me for a moment. I shall elucidate shortly." With that, he turned his gaze toward Patrick, the individual who had discovered the rock salt mine. "Patrick, although the items you uncovered are not listed on the bounty notice, their significance is of paramount importance. This chest contains 900 silver coins, and it now rightfully belongs to you." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Astonished that such a sum of silver coins was exclusively granted to Patrick, paying no heed to the murmurs below, Gudon raised his voice. "The bounty notice will remain in effect, and its contents will continue to expand, as long as you find items that meet the specified criteria. The next recipient of the reward could very well be one of you. Moreover, given the substantial nature of this bounty, it is certain to incite envy among some. To ensure the safety of the recipients, I shall only dispense a single gold coin in cash for the time being." The crowd responded with a chorus of discontent. Realizing that though they were promised 5 gold coins, only 1 would be dispersed, Gudon, having anticipated this reaction, maintained his composure and continued. "I shall not abscond with the remaining bounty. Rather, it will be offset through a system of credit. For instance, any expenses incurred by Chode in taverns or within the town can be charged to my account, and I shall cover these costs until the bounty is exhausted. Each expenditure will be settled on the same day, with no debts carried over. Furthermore, only the recipients themselves are permitted to make use of these funds. Should anyone attempt to exploit this by fabricating false charges under another's name, the consequence shall be execution." He emphasized the word execution, causing an involuntary shiver to run through the crowd. Distributing such a significant sum among the residents would undoubtedly lead to squandering and unwarranted complications. Gudon had already established a systematic approach for the allocation of the bounty upon its announcement, ensuring that the funds circulated effectively rather than languishing in the hands of individuals. After all, whether it be 5 or 10 gold coins, it is sufficient to sustain a family for a year or two. In light of the upcoming renovation plans for Qingyuan town, should individuals merely hoard this wealth for retirement, it would ultimately be detrimental to them. To avert such a scenario, Gudon resolved to implement this method of payment. With the task of bounty distribution accomplished, he entrusted the stage to old Joseph, who would announce the new decrees. Meanwhile, Gudon took the 2 recipients aside to clarify the proper use of the bounty. For instance, they were instructed to record their expenses and report to the castle on the same day, with a maximum delay of 2 days. Should anyone attempt to evade reporting their expenditures in a bid for a free meal, such actions would result in the immediate confiscation of all bounty. The 2 listened intently to these minor instructions, fully aware of the significance of the sum they were entrusted with, eager to make the most of it. On the other side, old Joseph displayed the urgently needed job positions, reigniting the determination of those who had previously been unsuccessful in their applications. The development of 4 mining areas, coupled with the diverse personnel requirements, has led Gudon to open nearly 200 positions. As a result, he is compelled to spend almost 100 gold coins each month on the salaries of the residents. Fortunately, the sale of manganese steel ingots provides a safety net. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so extravagant. The military training was supposed to commence 2 days ago, but a trip to Jinyuan City delayed it by that duration. The first batch of selected soldiers consists of 20 individuals, each of whom has grown up in Qingyuan town, instilling in them a sense of belonging to this land. In the castle courtyard, Gudon surveyed the 2 rows of recruits awaiting training and began to instill a sense of trepidation among them. It is evident that many of you have come here for the monthly minimum salary of 1 gold coin. However, you must understand that such compensation is not easily obtained. The first step is to successfully complete 3 months of training. Only those who meet the standards may become my subordinates. During this training period, you will receive a daily stipend of 2 silver coins, and additional compensation will be provided in the event of injury or disability. However, once training begins, unless it is due to death or a severed limb, no one is permitted to withdraw. Furthermore, those who attempt to flee will be branded as fugitives and pursued nationwide. Additionally, your families will be detained as accomplices. If anyone cannot accept this before training commences, you may raise your hand to withdraw. I will not hold you accountable. The 20 recruits were taken aback by his words, engaging in hushed discussions, yet none raised their hands to withdraw. Gooden was quite satisfied with this outcome. Although they were aware of these terms prior to joining, hearing it reiterated in his capacity as Lord seemed to solidify their resolve, indicating their genuine desire to enlist. Very well, I hereby declare that the training for the new recruits officially begins now, Gooden announced with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to another row of 9 soldiers, who were previously guards and had also been summoned. The guards were required to participate in this military training, albeit with distinctions in their regiment. The training for the regular troops would focus on physical fitness, commands, and discipline, resembling university military training but with greater rigor and extended duration. Conversely, the guards, being the minimum awakened, already possessed an advantage in physical combat, and thus would concentrate more on coordination and adherence to commands. Next, I will outline the basic rules. Pay close attention, as I will explain them only once. Following my instructions, you will engage in group simulations. Should there be any errors during the simulations, you will collectively face the punishment of transcribing the training regulations 10 times. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 9 soldiers shifted. None of them could read or write. And being penalized to transcribe the command list would be far more arduous than running 10 laps around Qingyuan town. Consequently, they steeled themselves and began to attentively listen to Gooden's words. The first command was to resolutely execute orders, ensuring strict adherence to directives. Without the permission of a superior officer, no one was allowed to act independently or speak. Goodman proceeded to outline a series of 10 foundational commands, subsequently dividing the 9 soldiers into 2 teams, one group to simulate instructors and the other to emulate soldiers for the command training. Fortunately, the 9 individuals had undergone enhancement. Thus their memory was relatively adequate, and despite some difficulties, they managed to simulate the 10 commands with considerable success. However, the new recruits on the other side were not as fortunate, as they descended into chaos from the outset. Reluctantly, Goodman instructed everyone to loudly recite the regulations while simultaneously engaging in exercises such as half squats or planks, continuing until they could fully memorize the commands. Chapter 47. The establishment of the school in the span of one afternoon, though the execution of 10 directives may not be flawless. The resolute adherence to the first command was commendable. However, the price paid was steep, as 20 new recruits and 9 soldiers indelibly felt the terror of Gooden. Any minor misstep would not be met with mere reprimands or beatings, but rather with a variety of training techniques designed to torment them. Initially, these seemingly simple actions provoked little discomfort, but as time progressed, an overwhelming ache enveloped their senses. At dinner, Gooden kindly instructed the kitchen to prepare a substantial amount of meat to replenish their energy. Following a brief respite, the evening's literacy lesson commenced. While termed a cultural class, its sole focus was literacy. Gooden insisted that every soldier must master this fundamental skill. Although it may seem irrelevant to military prowess, it is crucial to the overall capability of the unit. Gooden did not demand a large number of troops, but rather sought a select few of exceptional quality. The instructor for the literacy class was selected from among the literate individuals in the town. In his study, as he listened to the faint sounds of reading drifting through the window, Gooden contemplated the feasibility of establishing a school for literacy education. The cultural literacy of this era was woefully inadequate, and the personnel he needed for development predominantly required literacy to comprehend and execute tasks. The current number of literate individuals was wholly insufficient for his future plans. It appeared that the initiative to open a school would need to be expedited. After a moment of reflection, he pulled out a blank sheet of paper and drafted a succinct outline. Such foundational education would inevitably require a significant financial investment at the outset. Gooden was not averse to this necessity. He allocated 50 gold coins as initial funding for the school's development. In addition to essential teacher salaries, there would also be subsidies for the students and scholarships. To encourage their willingness to learn literacy, such incentives were essential. Otherwise, it would be challenging to motivate individuals to engage and study. Moreover, Gooden intended to announce a recruitment limitation on the day the school opened. The hard requirement for future job positions would be literacy, and thereafter, a fee would be imposed for those wishing to enroll in the literacy classes after the 3rd session commenced. With this arrangement, he could ensure a sufficient number of graduates from the initial cohort. In the following 2 days, aside from his daily obligations to inspect the brick kiln construction and supervise troop training, Gooden spent the remainder of his time idly in his study. The books within the study were remnants from the previous lord, and he had scarcely ventured there during his prior visits, lacking the means to explore the world. Gooden could only glean a vague understanding of its nature through literature. After enjoying lunch one day, he set out for the school to preside over the opening ceremony. The enthusiasm for learning displayed by the townsfolk took Gooden by surprise. Just the day before yesterday, he had disseminated the news, and by the following day, nearly all the human younglings in the town had been urged by their parents to enroll. In addition to the children's classes, there was also a session for adults, which saw an equally enthusiastic turnout. When it came time to organize and sort the classes, Gooden found himself astonished. Each classroom consisted of 30 to 40 individuals, leading to the conclusion that nearly half of the town's population had come forth to partake in the educational endeavor. Initially, Gooden had contemplated that merely filling a class for a single day would constitute success, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming response, far exceeding his expectations. Consequently, after finalizing the roster, he was compelled to dispatch someone to Golden Origin City to procure a batch of paper and writing instruments for the school's use. The temporary location for the school was an abandoned warehouse in Qingyuan town. The construction of a proper school could not be realized in time, necessitating the use of an improvised space. At this moment, the site was already surrounded by a crowd of around 100 people, with more spectators than actual students present. Today marked the establishment of the first school in Qingyuan town. Education presents a second opportunity to alter your destinies. In the future, I shall provide you with numerous high-paying jobs. Those who remain illiterate are destined to be cast aside and eliminated. I hope you all will study diligently, complete your courses, and contribute to the development of Qingyuan town. I hereby declare the school officially open, Gooden proclaimed with fervor, eliciting cheers and applause from the gathered crowd. Amidst the lively commencement, the inaugural literacy lesson in Qingyuan town commenced. As the Lord, Gooden observed for a while before taking his leave. In his study, he meticulously organized the upcoming travel plans. The unexpected gain from the iron mine had increased the number of individuals initially slated to visit the manganese mine from 30 to 70. Gooden intended to first develop the manganese mine and then allocate a small portion of this group to work at the iron mine. This line of thought soon brought him a headache. The demand for labor in mining was immense, and simultaneously operating two mines had already siphoned away half of the town's able-bodied men. The subsequent construction of the town would require additional personnel, indicating that the issue of population would need to be prioritized. Nurturing new talent would undoubtedly take too long. It seemed he would have to resort to recruiting from elsewhere. With this in mind, Gooden began to draft a related plan. Time slipped by unnoticed until a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called, stretching his neck. Moments later, Aaron entered the study, carrying a tray of afternoon tea, signaling a brief respite for him. Since the maid, Ina, had mastered culinary skills, a variety of delightful delicacies had become attainable through her efforts. Today's offering included some baked pastries and a pot of locally sourced tea. "Shall we share some?" Gooden inquired, eyeing the tempting treats on the tray. "Not this time, sir. I still have some work to attend to," Aaron replied, shaking her head. Gooden, understanding her commitment, refrained from further invitations. When she mentioned having tasks to handle, it was evident that she indeed had matters to arrange. For Eileen, the desire to indulge in a meal was not something she would refuse, even if dining together with her master was somewhat unconventional. However, for a master whose character had undergone a transformation, such matters seemed inconsequential. As she savored the freshly baked pastry, Gooden suddenly noticed that Eileen appeared to be on the verge of speaking. Was there something troubling her? After taking a sip of tea, Gooden gently inquired. Chapter 48. The anxiety of the unknown. Gooden's initial question abruptly interrupted Aaron's train of thought. After a brief pause, she seemed to gather her resolve, nodding as she spoke. "Of course, I will complete all my tasks before then. If necessary, I am willing to accept a reduction of half my salary this month." Although Aaron had steeled herself, there was a noticeable lack of confidence in her tone. If it weren't for the fact that they were alone in the study, Gooden might not have fully grasped her words. At this moment, Gooden realized with clarity why she suddenly wished to learn reading and writing. Curiously, he inquired, lifting the cup he had set down to sip once more. I have heard that literacy is fundamental for those aspiring to become knights. I once wished to attend a school established by the Empire to learn these skills, but my family could not afford the exorbitant tuition, and my hopes were dashed. Now that you, young master, are offering free lessons, I do not wish to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, the Academy provides scholarships. I calculated that if I rank in the top 10 during weekly examinations, I could earn at least 10 silver coins. And a reduction in salary would not be as burdensome. At this point, Gooden became acutely aware that he may have acted somewhat foolishly. No wonder so many individuals were eager to participate in the school when he had previously announced the free classes. Old Joseph and the literate instructor had gazed at him in astonishment. He had thought they merely misunderstood his intentions. But now it appeared they regarded his actions as a form of charity. Given her attribute of wholeheartedness, it seemed inevitable that she would excel in obtaining scholarships. After a brief moment of silence, as Aaron prepared to concede, Gooden finally agreed. I will permit your leave. Your salary will remain unchanged. You may inquire if any other maids wish to join you in your studies. If so, you may form groups. Pausing for a moment, Gooden added with a hint of jest, I would rather not awaken to find everyone engrossed in their studies, leaving me unattended. With Gooden's approval, a radiant smile spread across Erin's face, and she exclaimed joyfully, Thank you, young master. Please carry on with your tasks. I shall leave this for others to collect later. Taking a bite of a pastry, Gooden mumbled indistinctly, I shall take my leave now, young master. Erin's spirits were high as she walked, her steps light and buoyant. If not for Gooden's presence, she might have felt compelled to leap with joy. As she watched the wooden door close gently behind her, Gooden's smile vanished, replaced by a contemplative expression. This seemingly trivial oversight had sounded an alarm within him. Certain modern thoughts he held appeared innocuous to him, yet to the people of this world, they could be deemed rather foolish. With the knowledge at his disposal, he could utilize the modification of attributes as an excuse to awaken his bestowed abilities and evade suspicion. Much like the venerable Joseph, he too exhibited a considerable capacity for amending entries to alleviate suspicion. However, should he commit errors rooted in local common knowledge, he could find himself in peril. Within the confines of Qingyuan town, he still had excuses to rely on. Yet, once he garnered fame across the continent, he would inevitably attract the attention of formidable figures and even deities. At that juncture, if it were discovered that he was not a native of this world, would he be seized for research? Or would he incite panic and face hostility from others? Such matters remained shrouded in uncertainty. After enjoying afternoon tea, Gooden rose and engaged in some light exercise before returning to draft the subsequent developmental plan for Qingyuan town. As night fell, having utilized his 3 opportunities for revision, Gooden retired early. Upon the dawn of the following day, Gooden rose with the sun, preparing his gear for the expedition. At the town's exit leading to the manganese mine, 15 carriages were already poised for departure. These vehicles were laden with provisions for 70 individuals, sufficient for 10 days, alongside an assortment of iron tools crafted by the blacksmith. After joining forces with the soldiers and hunters at the caravan, the group set forth towards the manganese mine. This journey to the mine saw Gooden thoroughly prepared. In addition to bearing a rifle and a staff, he donned a specially crafted manganese steel inner armor. His proficiency in armor crafting had reached a level of remarkable expertise. Given that not all participants had access to steeds, half the group proceeded on foot, resulting in a sluggish pace. It was not until midday that they had traversed roughly half the distance. After a brief respite for lunch, the party resumed their journey, ultimately arriving at the manganese mine bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The immediate priority was to establish a camp for accommodation. The 70 individuals had already been assigned their respective tasks before departure. Upon arrival, they commenced their duties, some excavating and constructing shelters, others gathering materials from felled trees, while a few homemakers convened to prepare dinner. Gooden, for his part, roamed the vicinity of the mine with hunters and soldiers, conducting inspections. The presence of orc scouts in the vicinity suggested the potential for more lurking within this vast expanse of land. To ensure the mine's security, Gooden had brought along 2 hunters to investigate any traces of wildlife. As orcs, certain fundamental traits remained evident. Claw marks, footprints, and even droppings were all unmistakable indicators. Although the seasoned hunters were uncertain of their lord's specific intentions, they diligently searched for signs of cohabitation among various animals. As night fell, no relevant traces had been discovered. This outcome was anticipated by Gooden. Had they found evidence at this juncture, he would likely have spent a restless night. Upon returning to the camp, he observed the fervent construction efforts of his companions, contemplating the combat capabilities of both sides. Among the 70 individuals who had come to excavate the mine, 1/3 had previously served in the Imperial Army. 7 to 8 years prior, the Empire's conscription method mandated compulsory service. Every adult was required to enlist for a 3-year term. As external threats waned and the continental landscape stabilized, The compulsory conscription was replaced by voluntary service, with regional provisions for a certain number of troops. With a foundation for enlistment, coupled with basic defensive measures, it should be possible to withstand an encounter with Orc scouts, shouldn't it? In the deep of night, countless stars twinkled in the sky, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects. Just as tranquility enveloped the surroundings, a colossal flash suddenly erupted in the sky, 10 kilometers away. Abruptly, a small sun emerged in midair. Chapter 49. Nighttime rescue. The orb of light that appeared in the sky caught the attention of the sentries on night watch, rousing many light-sleeping residents from their slumber. Even in the depths of his dreams, Gyudin was awakened by ears, and as he gazed towards the northeastern direction of the Qingyuan snow ridge, his expression turned grave. What could this phenomenon be? As more individuals were stirred by the echoing cries, the previously tranquil camp became lively once more. A veteran soldier, having served in the military, immediately recognized the nature of the light. It resembled a military illumination scroll, and its sudden deployment in the dead of night suggested an impending enemy attack. The veteran murmured to himself, while Gyudin swiftly comprehended the purpose and origin of this device. The image of Captain Dedalo, who had escorted him days prior, flashed in his mind. Prepare for urgent combat. Form teams of 5, one group to ready horses and weapons, ensuring that those with combat experience arm themselves properly, and distribute shields and weapons from the rear vehicle. The other group, quickly organized to defend the mine. In 5 minutes, all soldiers must assemble and accompany me to assess the situation. In an instant, Gyudin grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately signaled for combat readiness. The trained soldiers, upon hearing the urgent command, executed Gyudin's orders with utmost swiftness. The miners and residents, unsure of what had transpired, relied on the emergency plans and the guidance of their Lord-S soldiers, quickly preparing for the unforeseen circumstances. The original 5-minute preparation was condensed to 3. Observing the ready individuals, Gyudin declared loudly, "Discard all supplies during evacuation. Only take the horses and carriages. Move." Without waiting for the miners to inquire further, Gyudin raised his whip and galloped away, with the soldiers following closely behind. As time passed, the brightness of the orb in the sky began to wane. However, after 7 or 8 minutes of galloping, Gyudin, seeing the light still within reach, began to doubt his resolve. He had come to support out of duty and curiosity. Yet, just then, a second illumination scroll soared into the sky, bursting forth with brightness. This suggested that the situation of the attacked Imperial army was not as dire as it seemed. They still relied on the light to engage in battle. With a determined grit, Gyudin shouted, "Everyone, continue the charge." The 10-member squad remained silent, tightening their grips on their steeds, urging them to accelerate further. After another 10 minutes of relentless galloping, the group suddenly heard a chilling roar from ahead. It appeared they had arrived at their destination. Navigating through the trees was cumbersome for the horses, but upon reaching their goal, Gyudin commanded them to proceed on foot. The orb of light had ascended for the 3rd time, casting an orange-white glow that illuminated the entire area as if it were noon. Within a mere 200 meters of swift advance, they could discern figures clashing and engaging in fierce combat. The clamor of battle and the sharp clang of metal echoed momentarily, with Gyudin even witnessing the visible shock waves causing the surroundings to quiver. However, this tumultuous scene subsided into silence after merely 10 seconds, and obstructed by the trees, Gyudin was unable to discern which side had temporarily triumphed. Advance in a semicircular formation. Do not recklessly engage the enemy. Just report their positions to me, Gyudin instructed in a hushed tone, as the 10 soldiers promptly arranged themselves and continued onward. The squad's primary duty was to safeguard his proximity, while the task of elimination was entrusted to his rifle. Gripping the enchanted firearm tightly, he ensured the chamber was filled with manganese steel bullets, and the magical energy had been charged thrice, ready for action. Suddenly, a leaf drifted down from above, capturing Gyudin's attention. He glanced upward, and his gaze met a pair of crimson eyes peering from the treetops. Enemy above. The chilling presence compelled Gyudin to shout, and he swiftly channeled his magical energy, sending 3 bullets flying in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, the ambushing monkey demon, perched atop the tree, had not even assumed an attacking stance before it was rendered lifeless, teetering precariously for a few seconds before crashing to the ground. The sight of the fallen monkey demon instilled a sense of dread among the squad members, recalling how some had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Orc scouts. With the first monkey demon dispatched, the previously tranquil treetops began to tremble. Observing this, Gyudin bellowed, "The enemy is above. Form defensive groups of 3. Without hesitation, The group split into 3 smaller teams, with 1 member from each team preparing their crossbows for an imminent assault. The remaining heirs stayed close to Gudrun for protection. Following 3 rounds of skill enhancement, Heirs had successfully advanced to mid-tier status, significantly boosting his capabilities. As Gudrun searched for the enemy overhead, he did not neglect to recharge and load his magical rifle. The concept of multitasking was perfectly exemplified in this moment. The freshly loaded iron bullets shot forth with precision. Now, upon spotting any suspected target, Gudrun fired without hesitation. Bolstered by his perfect aim, he was now capable of hitting precisely where he intended, without the slightest deviation. With the eruption of blood, yet another monkey demon concealed in the treetops was struck down. Once again suffering the loss of a comrade, the orcs ceased their concealment. And with a monstrous cry, the frequency of movement among the trees intensified. Following this, more than a dozen monkey demons leaped down towards Gudrun and his team, while other orcs lurking in the forest shadows began to shed their disguises and encircle the area. Cursing under his breath at the sudden appearance of the monkey demons, Gudrun began to unleash a barrage of fire, not waiting for the second bullet to load. To ensure each target was thoroughly dispatched, he fired twice at every one, 1 shot to the head and another to the chest. 10 bullets for 5 targets, and before the 5 targets even touched the ground, they had already succumbed to their fate. The remaining monkey demons were suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear. What manner of weapon is this? Merely hearing the sound, they witnessed 2 mysterious wounds appear on their comrade's body. Yet, with no order to retreat, the remaining 8 monkey demons, without hesitation, charged directly at the group of Gudrun and his companions. In the blink of an eye, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Chapter 50. The injured Imperial soldier. The monkey demon was clad in nothing more than an unknown layer of leather armor, rendering the use of manganese steel armor-piercing rounds a sheer extravagance. Gudrun promptly retrieved a magazine of lethal rounds from another pouch, utilizing his magical hand to assist him, completing the loading process in a mere 2 seconds. This seamless action had been honed in quiet practice for a considerable time in such dire moments of close combat. Time equates to life. Subsequently, the magical rifle unleashed another volley of deathly bullets. Each specially crafted lethal round left a gaping hole nearly the size of an ostrich egg in the monkey demon's flesh. With the advantage of perfect accuracy, in under 10 seconds, the remaining 8 monkey demons lay lifeless upon the ground. The accompanying soldiers, witnessing Gudrun wield such a fearsome weapon for the first time, were filled with trepidation. Fortunately, this contraption was intended for slaying foes rather than allies. Had they encountered such a weapon on the battlefield, they might have found even the courage to charge utterly lacking. Young master, I sense more beasts approaching. This place is exceedingly perilous. Elser, standing protectively by Gudrun's side, reported with a grave expression. Having undergone an upgrade, his perception abilities were more potent than ever. The menacing aura exuded by the orcs amidst the trees was easily captured by his heightened senses. We shall press on and seek the Imperial army. Upon hearing the young master's resolve to advance, Elser understood he could not deter him and resignedly nodded, signaling the soldiers to regroup and move forward. The initial skirmish had been fraught with tension yet ultimately unscathed. The performance of the magical rifle filled Gudrun with newfound confidence. Having previously been utterly powerless against the orc scouts, the opportunity for vengeance was now at hand. How could he possibly relinquish it? Moreover, the frequent appearance of orc forces within his territory posed a grave concern. How had these orcs traversed the Everfrost Mountains to reach this place? And how long had they been lurking here? These inquiries were of paramount importance, constituting matters of national security. Although Gudrun did not possess a strong sense of belonging to this empire, he was, after all, its lord, and such affairs demanded attention. It would be prudent to address them forthwith. Nevertheless, confidence aside, as they continued onward, Gudrun quietly conjured a magical shield. To call it a magical shield would be somewhat misleading. It was more akin to a magical barrier. Due to his insufficient power, summoning a full-body defensive magical shield proved too taxing. Thus, he took an alternative route, conjuring a square, transparent shield the size of an A4 paper, which floated beside him, ever ready to deflect incoming threats. While it could not provide comprehensive protection, it significantly reduced the drain on his mental energy, allowing for prolonged maintenance. Upon arriving at the site of the recent fierce battle, Gudrun surveyed his surroundings, momentarily perplexed. How strange. Where are the bodies? Just moments ago, he had witnessed combat here. Logically, there should be corpses remaining. Yet now, the area was utterly devoid of them, save for the traces of blood and the chaotic footprints that marred the ground. Yet at that moment, The soldiers below discovered something and bellowed towards the nearby shadows. Who? Step forward. The low growl drew the gaze of all towards the dimly lit thicket. Noticing the lack of response, Gudrun gestured for his men to encircle the area from both sides. Upon receiving the command, 2 small teams of 3 cautiously maneuvered around to investigate. They soon encountered an Imperial soldier leaning against a tree, a clear wound in his abdomen from which blood flowed incessantly. Nearby lay 2 slain werewolves, evidently felled by him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Imperial soldier remained wary. Raising his long spear, "I am Gudrun, Lord of Chinsaur Snow-Ridge. I am not your enemy. Which unit do you belong to? Is Captain Dodaro with you?" Recognizing the name Dodaro, the soldier's hands relaxed, and he lowered his weapon. With the tension eased, Gudrun promptly approached and instructed a soldier skilled in basic healing to assess the wound. During the treatment, Gudrun did not forget to inquire about the situation. "Can you still speak? What happened here? Where are your comrades?" The injured Imperial soldier replied in a feeble voice, "We got separated. There are many enemies. The jungle favors them. Captain Dodaro has gone north to fortify the mountains." Upon hearing that Dodaro and his men were indeed nearby, Gudrun looked towards Ursi. "Do we have a map of this area?" "Yes," Ursi nodded, swiftly retrieving a map from his waist and kneeling to spread it across his lap. "This is the mine. We have just traveled north along this route. We should currently be in this vicinity. If Captain Dodaro is heading north for defense, this is the only area that aligns with our objective." Ursi quickly marked their current position and the target area on the map. With a clear goal established, Gudrun turned his attention back to the severely injured soldier who had received a bandage and the bleeding had ceased. "Can you move? It is too perilous to leave you here alone. I cannot spare my men to escort you out." Gudrun's words were starkly honest. Merely coming here to assess the situation was fraught with danger. Diverting forces to escort him would only increase the risk, as encountering orcs without his rifle's protection would spell disaster. However, the Imperial soldier was not one to yield so easily, seeing that his wound was bandaged. He leaned against the tree and slowly rose, indicating that he could still move. It was fortunate that he could still act, had he been too gravely injured to continue. Remaining behind in this orc-infested forest would surely lead to his demise. As the group resumed their journey, the luminous orbs overhead began to flicker, signaling the waning of magical support. Just seconds later, a 4th orb ascended, illuminating the path ahead for Gudrun and his companions. The swift annihilation of the magical monkeys was so rapid that the approaching orcs had not yet fully surrounded them when they received the order to temporarily retreat. Shortly after Gudrun and his party departed, a squad of orcs arrived at the scene. The leading black-robed sorcerer knelt beside the lifeless body of the magical monkey, scrutinizing the wounds with a grave expression evident in his murky, obsidian eyes. "Lord Qianjun, there is a surge of magical energy in the vicinity, however. These monkey soldiers were not slain by magic. It appears they were struck down by some external force, and with remarkable speed. I fear it may be the enigmatic figure responsible for the annihilation of the 6th and 12th squads, whose power seems to be legendary. We may be in peril." Upon hearing the sorcerer's report, the orc leader, Governor Qianjun, wore a troubled expression and sighed heavily. "Alas, after years of meticulous planning, we encounter a setback at such a critical moment. Cursed be Gudrun. I shall rend him to pieces with my own hands. Relay the orders. Leave behind a centurion and instruct them to launch a surprise ambush once both sides converge, ensuring that none survive. The rest shall retreat into the Everfrost Mountains, including the Second Army." "Understood, Lord Qianjun." Chapter 51. Besieged in the mountains unbeknownst to them. Gudrun and his companions continued their journey towards the location of the luminous orb. Suddenly, a peculiar bird call echoed from ahead, prompting the group to halt and remain vigilant. Wounded, an Imperial soldier swiftly relayed a command to Gudrun. Following the soldier's lead, Gudrun instructed ears to loudly proclaim the identification password, "Fiery Bird." However, upon closer inspection of Gudrun's party, the soldier realized they were not allies and immediately heightened his guard. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I am Lord Gudrun of Qingyuan. Just days ago, your unit escorted me." Gudrun stepped forward, revealing his identity. After confirming Gudrun's visage, the soldier promptly saluted. "My lord, the situation is dire. How is Captain Dodaro faring?" Gudrun spoke rapidly, signaling the group to continue moving forward. "Captain Dodaro is ahead. I shall lead." The Imperial soldier did not hesitate, guiding Gudrun towards the main force. Though referred to as a large contingent, upon reaching Captain Dodaro, Gudrun found only about 20 remaining soldiers. Previously, Dodaro had commanded over 30 cavalry. The recent skirmish had evidently taken a toll. "My lord Gudrun, what brings you here?" Dodaro inquired, puzzled. as the distance from Qingyuan town was over 30 kilometers. Can they see my illumination scroll? And how could he arrive here so swiftly? I have a mine nearby and brought a group to extract minerals. Upon noticing the unusual activity, I came to investigate, Gooden briefly explained. Upon hearing of reinforcements, Didero eagerly asked, "How many men did you bring, my lord?" Gooden offered a wry smile. "I have not brought many guards on this outing, counting myself. There are just 11 of us." Hearing this, Didero shook his head, his expression turning grave. "My lord, this place is perilous. A troop of orcs has infiltrated the area. I was merely tasked with tracking them, but did not anticipate their intent to annihilate us. While they remain unaware of your presence, I shall allocate a contingent to cover your retreat." Didero then produced a letter from his waist and handed it to Gooden. "This is a top-secret military communique. Once you escape, please deliver it to Jinyuan City. I am certain the lord of the city will reward you for this intelligence." Gazing at the letter in Didero's hand, Gooden shook his head slightly. "I fear it may already be too late. On my way here, I encountered a band of demon monkeys, and it may prove exceedingly difficult to retreat now." Upon hearing this, Didero's serious demeanor deepened, and he scrutinized Gooden's party. Noticing no signs of combat, he could not help but ask, "Did you truly encounter demon monkeys?" Listening to the tone of skepticism, Gooden remained unperturbed. "Had it not been for the timely intervention of rescue, I might have been reduced to mere bones by now. Furthermore, my presence here is not solely for investigation. There exists a plan to exterminate the orc menace. Should you require an evacuation, I am prepared to provide cover for your retreat." Gooden's declaration left Dardalo and his companions in astonishment. Although these Imperial soldiers were not elite, they posed a considerable challenge against orc forces. How could a lord, accompanied by merely 10 retainers, audaciously proclaim to eradicate the orc horde? In disbelief, Dardalo shook his head and spoke earnestly. "My lord, this is no jest. I genuinely need to deliver this confidential missive. Even if they discover your presence, their focus is on me. I will do my utmost to grant you the time required for a safe retreat." As the two conversed, they pressed forward. The glow of the lanterns above illuminating the distant mountain prepared for defense. "Enough of this quarrel, Captain Dardalo. There is no benefit in our bickering. Let us take refuge in the mountain. If the situation deteriorates, I shall lead my men to retreat and ensure this letter reaches the lord of Jinyuan City. What say you?" Agreed. Dardalo nodded in affirmation, recognizing that further argument would bear no fruit. If Gooden truly possessed the audacity and confidence to exterminate the orcs as he claimed, such conviction would be vital in the forthcoming battle. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to forcibly escort Gooden away. Upon entering the mountainous terrain, the group swiftly took refuge in the depths of the forest, ascending a low hill to prepare their defenses. Although they encountered no further ambushes along the way, the number of pursuing orcs behind them had not diminished. Rather, it seemed to be swelling. As a high-ranking knight, Dardalo could still discern the movements of the orcs amidst the dark and tangled foliage. However, the sight of the relentless throng of orcs approaching deepened the furrow in his brow. The numbers, surely they had surpassed 100, while his own contingent, including Gooden, barely exceeded 30. If they were fortified by structures, withstanding an attack for 3 to 5 days would pose no issue. Yet now, in this desolate wilderness, even a mere encirclement for 3 days would spell doom for them. To initiate a breakout now, the orcs, being natural hunters of the jungle, would render any such attempt at night akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, a certain death. Dardalo's sole hope now rested upon Gooden's mining outpost, praying they would soon realize their lord was missing and report the matter to Jinyuan City for reinforcements. Meanwhile, as Dardalo pondered their grim prospects, Gooden was fervently constructing a makeshift fortification. Due to their distinct command structures, Gooden and Dardalo's soldiers each attended to their respective tasks. Nevertheless, Gooden's group maintained a relatively rear position, indicative of Dardalo's discreet consideration for their safety. At this moment, Gooden chose an elevated cluster of rocks, from which he could survey the entire base of the mountain ahead, making it a highly advantageous position for shooting. "Come, unload all the ammunition, ears. You are in charge of one team to assist the soldiers ahead. The remaining team will guard my flanks and rear. Notify me immediately if any suspicious targets arise." Understood. With this straightforward tactical arrangement, Gooden began to inventory the remaining ammunition. For this battle, he had procured over 1,000 rounds of various types of ammunition, including 100 rounds of manganese steel armor-piercing bullets. 70% of the rest consisted of iron bullets, while the remainder were hollow-point projectiles. Gazing at the fleeting figures of orcs skirting the base of the mountain, Gooden muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn orcs. Today it shall be a contest of numbers, yours or my bullets. Chapter 52. Annihilation of the orcs at the foot of the mountain. The centurion with the head of a lion gazed at the humans fleeing into the hills, lost in contemplation, as his scattered kin began to regroup. He offered no rousing speech before battle. Instead, he coldly commanded, "Advance, leave no survivors." With the issuance of this order, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the orc ranks, startling all creatures within several miles to flee in terror. The overwhelming momentum sent a shiver through Gudon's heart, prompting him to close his eyes and take a deep breath. Upon reopening them, he steadied his hands, preparing to seek out targets for slaughter. As the orcs launched their attack, Dodaro shot a flare into the sky, illuminating the battlefield to enhance their visibility. After firing the signal, he barked orders with a solemn tone. "Archers, prepare to fire. 3 rounds rapid, engage the enemy." Suddenly, a horrifying event unfolded on the battlefield. The orcs at the forefront of the charge appeared to be struck by an unseen force, sprouting 2 gaping wounds in an instant. They stumbled forward a few paces before crashing heavily to the ground. This was not an isolated incident. Multiple orcs were similarly afflicted, with each dull explosion. At least one charging orc fell, never to rise again. Had this phenomenon occurred just once, it might not have incited alarm. However, the explosion showed no signs of abating, pausing only for a brief 3 or 4 seconds before resuming their terrifying cadence. As dozens of orcs succumbed, their commander recognized the dire situation, bellowing commands to retreat and seek cover. Even before the command was issued, the foreboding orcs had begun to adopt conventional tactics to evade the rain of arrows as they pressed forward. Nevertheless, even with this strategy, the orcs suffered grievous losses as they approached the gentle slopes of the mountainous terrain. By the time they reached close combat with the Imperial soldiers, they had lost a full third of their numbers. Despite these severe casualties, the orcs showed no signs of retreat. Instead, their ferocity was ignited, and they charged fearlessly toward the humans. "Damn it, how fierce. Let's see if you can outrun my bullets," Gudon muttered angrily as he observed the clash. In the chaos of close-quarters combat, no one could predict their next move. Even with his impeccable aim bolstered by his skills, Gudon dared not shoot directly in such a tangled scenario. Instead, he focused on providing fire support, severing the routes of advancing orc reinforcements. As a vacuum of safety opened up in the support path, Dodaro shouted with fervor, "Brothers, our Lord has cleared a significant obstacle for us. We cannot let this opportunity slip away without earning our share of glory. Now, strike back with all your might. Kill." With a resounding roar from Dardalo, all the soldiers of the Empire surged forward, unleashing a fierce counter-offensive against the orcs. The orcs, caught off guard, were momentarily pushed back by this sudden onslaught. However, their formidable resilience allowed them to regain their footing swiftly, and soon the 2 sides were locked in a tense standoff once more. Amidst the chaos, Gudon found himself in a position akin to an immersive target practice, effortlessly directing his magical energy to strike down his foes. Even with the cunning orcs hiding behind trees, it was merely a matter of 3 bullets. 2 shots pierced the wood, followed by a finishing blow that claimed a life. Only a few orcs sheltered behind rocks proved difficult to target. The rest that dared to run within his sight fell to the ground. In the wake of Gudon's relentless firepower, fewer than 30 orcs remained from the original 100. Of these, only about 20 managed to breach the defensive line. The rest either cowered behind stones or lay motionless in the underbrush. The orc commander, a centurion, succumbed to 3 bullets during the charge, meeting his deity in death. As the tide of battle shifted, Dardalo, now commanding, promptly revised his orders. "Capture them alive. 1 gold coin for each orc. 10 coins for the commander." After issuing these commands, Dardalo swiftly retreated towards Gudon's defensive position, shouting, "My lord, I require living orc captives. Might I entreat you to pause your assault? I can manage the ensuing situation." "Certainly, but ensure these bastards do not escape. I have investments at stake," Gudon replied. "Leave it to me. If one gets away, I shall personally present its head as an apology." On the orc side, a 100-strong squad had inexplicably lost half its members in mere minutes. Despite their fierce ambition, fear began to creep into their hearts. The death of the centurion, marked by similarly inexplicable wounds, shattered their once high morale in an instant. Without their fierce fighting spirit, the Imperial soldiers swept away the remaining remnants with ease. Gudon was not disappointed. Even the orcs feigning death soon fell victim to Dardalo's capture or execution. Ultimately, only 13 orc captives remained, all incapacitated by injuries. Gazing at the field strewn with orc corpses, Dardalo felt a surreal disbelief wash over him. How had he withstood the assault of hundreds of orcs? While a significant portion of the credit lay with Lord Gudon, the reality still astonished him. After taking a deep breath, he promptly set about organizing the cleanup of the battlefield, intending to report to Gudon and learn of the forthcoming plans. "My lord," Dardalo began, kneeling on one knee to show his respect. Gudon, taken aback by the gesture, quickly urged him to rise. "As an imperial army, the opposing force is directly subordinate to His Majesty the Emperor. I merely serve as a lord, possessing considerable autonomy. Yet I am not held in high regard by the regular troops." Dardalo, rising to his feet, shook his head and expressed, "No, my lord. This is the respect you rightfully deserve. I had already prepared myself for death in battle. Had it not been for your arrival, I would have surely become mere carrion beneath the blades of the orcs by nightfall. Soldiers take pride in their strength, even though Gudern employs unusual weaponry to vanquish foes. The impact of his achievements resonates deeply within him. Thus, as the battle neared its conclusion, when capturing prisoners, Dardalo inquired with utmost respect. Chapter 53, Clarifications regarding readers' queries. As the number of readers gradually increases, the comments section has become increasingly vibrant, and I have been attentive to the various inquiries noted in the background. The most frequently discussed topic pertains to the classification of elements. In my narrative, I have established 7 fundamental elements alongside 4 special elements: fire, lightning, water, ice, wind, light, and darkness, as well as colorless, space, time, and life. A common query among readers concerns the absence of the earth element. This omission stems from a deliberate design choice on my part. Among the 7 foundational elements, only water and ice possess a solid tangible presence while also being subject to evaporation and melting. The others manifest purely as forms of energy. When considering the practical application of the earth element, a pivotal question arises: in what manner should it be represented? Should it involve manipulating the surrounding soil? Or should it be the extraction of the earth element from elemental energy to create tangible matter? If one opts for the former, the use of colorless element to conjure a magical hand can achieve similar effects. Conversely, if one chooses the latter, the ability of the earth element to create from nothing would be excessively overpowered, even fitting within special categories. After all, the earth element produced would exist in a corporeal state, capable of enduring indefinitely. This explanation may seem like mere rationalization to some, especially when considering how other elements operate. However, from my perspective, my reasoning is fundamentally sound. I merely wish to emphasize that harnessing the power of the earth element necessitates more intricate processes of transformation. Should readers harbor further inquiries regarding elemental issues, I encourage you to post in the reader community, where I will gladly engage in discussion. Now, let us address the second concern, regarding certain ambiguities in the established settings. I will present a comparative format for clarity. Following this is the classification of potential. Potential value: hopeless, ordinary, extraordinary, rare, unquenchable legend, eternal shining star. Hopeless, an ordinary person destined for an early demise. Ordinary, individuals below mid-tier, lacking any special abilities. Extraordinary, possessing commendable expertise in a specific area, or capable of reaching the level of a master. Rare, transcendent, unquenchable legend, legendary, eternal shining star, sacred being. Moreover, I will outline the quality classification of various items: inferior, ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, legendary, artifact. Additionally, some settings regarding loyalty are worth mentioning. Affection classification: worshipped, unwavering, 100. Admired, adored, 99 to 90. Respected, affectionate, 89 to 70. Friendly, 69 to 60. Indifferent, 59 to 40. Hostile, 39 to 1. Archnemesis, 0. Loyalty classification: absolute loyalty, 100. Willing to sacrifice, 99 to 90. Faithfully devoted, 89 to 70. Following closely, 69 to 60. Deceitful intentions, 59 to 40. Betrayal, 39 to 1. Treachery, 0. Lastly, I will provide a brief introduction to these 2 classifications. The affinity can be divided into 2 categories: pure affection and affectionate love. The former is more readily transformed into loyalty, while the latter pertains to romantic love. Regarding affinity and loyalty, it is evident that one may readily request assistance in retrieving an object, yet when it comes to charging into battle, hesitation or outright refusal is likely to ensue. In contrast, loyalty compels one to act upon any command, even in the face of peril. However, such actions may come at the cost of diminishing loyalty. To clarify potential confusion regarding the conversion of currency, I shall provide the following information. 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins for 1 gold coin, 10 gold coins for 1 white gold coin, and 10 white gold coins for 1 magical gold coin. A household in Qingyuan town incurs daily expenses ranging from 50 to 70 copper coins, which may rise to 70 to 100 copper coins upon entering the city. While in the prosperous vicinity of the royal capital, daily expenditures can vary between 1 to 2 silver coins. This reference to prices is strictly applicable within the Aurelia Empire. Now, addressing the third question regarding firearm manufacturing. Some have inquired why weapons are crafted as magical rifles rather than magical revolvers, given that the latter is ostensibly easier to carry and conceal. However, based on the crafting methods described in the narrative, one can deduce the rationale behind the preference for magical rifles over revolvers. The simplicity and practicality of revolvers in reality derive from the assistance of a powder chamber. In this alternate realm, the protagonist's weaponry lacks the sealed explosive mechanism that propels bullets, with the structure of a revolver. Igniting an internal explosion would result in insufficient pressure before dissipating entirely. Although one might consider modifying it to be sealed, the challenge of loading ammunition remains. The magical rifle, in contrast, does not utilize magical propulsion to enchant and launch bullets. Rather, it generates explosive pressure within a confined space to project the bullet. This principle is akin to that of a conventional rifle and can even be likened to an air gun. Furthermore, a fellow reader proposed the idea of utilizing lightning elements to create electromagnetic weapons, which is a commendable notion, though the reality may be starkly different. Nonetheless, such advancements are surely on the horizon. Moving on to the fourth question regarding timelines, I would also like to address inquiries concerning the maids. Many have questioned why the maids possess such formidable qualifications yet appear so ordinary, or why the protagonist has yet to develop their potential after such a lengthy period. In truth, the plan for their advancement commenced the moment the maids expressed their desire to learn. This is a matter that should not cause concern, for the endearing maids will undoubtedly remember it. As for their perceived ordinariness, I intend to clarify this in a future narrative development. Lastly, the fifth question pertains to the design of the plot. As I reach this point, I have become aware of certain shortcomings in my execution, particularly regarding the culinary scenes and the introduction of the maids. I acknowledge that my narrative descriptions have indeed fallen short, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. Nevertheless, one matter remains distinct from another. I have observed numerous comments suggesting that this is a work produced by a studio or that it is merely a case of plagiarism. I find this quite amusing. The inception of this book was rather arduous. I crafted 6 different versions of the plot's beginning, including 2 significant revisions into entirely different genres. Ultimately, I opted for this particular version to pursue its publication. While it may be labeled as a studio production, there is no inherent issue with that. After all, who would take the time to create so many openings without reason? However, if one were to claim it as mass-produced, I must inquire whether there are other works of a similar nature on the platform. Terms such as entry and fantasy lore amalgamated do not equate to mass-produced literature. The esteemed author Ao Jing has penned a book with daily updates exceeding 10,000 words, totaling around 550,000 words, and is on the verge of becoming a masterpiece. At that time, we were all part of a small author group discussing the storyline together. By the time he commenced this book, I had already been revising my second version. Interestingly, the inspiration for the term Golden Finger emerged from our group discussions around June, when no one else was writing on the topic. My typing speed is lacking and my thought process is sluggish, which led me to abandon my revisions for nearly half a month. Ultimately, after Ao Jing successfully utilized this concept, I contemplated and decided to continue with my revisions. It wasn't until early December that I finally published the book. As someone with limited dexterity, I faced inevitable challenges. I merely wish to provide this example. Not every book that features a colon is a product of a studio or mass-produced literature. Such assertions can be rather disheartening, especially considering that across the entirety of the platform, there are fewer than 20 entries solely categorized as entry literature. It feels as though some comment as if they possess insider knowledge, rambling on without basis. Henceforth, I will impose permanent bans on any such comments. I believe I have rambled enough. Those who have read this far likely harbor some curiosity about this book. I will soon create a solicitation post in the book's comment section, encouraging everyone to actively participate. The objective of this solicitation is to gather character information and entry content. Below are the settings regarding the quantity of entries, with the numbers in parentheses indicating the total number of entries, while the plus sign denotes the minimum required number of entries. Level, Ordinary, 1 to 3. Awakened 3, Beginner 3, Intermediate 4, Advanced 5, Master 6, Extraordinary 7, Legendary 8. Divine 10, Quality. Inferior 0 to 1, Ordinary 1, Fine 2, Excellent 3, Rare 3, Legendary 5. Artifact 6, Current factions and races of the continent. Aurelian Empire, the foremost human empire of the continent. Vimal Empire, the human empire of the Magical Council. Redelro Empire, the human empire of the Mercantile Federation. Heflos Kingdom, the human nation that venerates the light. Aster Empire, the Orc Empire. Tosa Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdom. Ael's Kingdom, the Elven Kingdom. Principalities of the Kings. Small human states nestled between the two great empires. Composed of 8 principalities. Dragon Valley, the domain of the Dragonkin. Template as follows: Name, XXX, Occupation, Warrior, Merchant, Alchemist, Healer, etc. Strength, Awakened, Attributes, when setting. Please include the effects of each attribute. Quantity as per the settings above. Potential, accurately filled based on attributes and strength. Attribute collection, attribute name, attribute effect. Please specify the target carrier for appearance limitation, human, item, weapon, etc. Chapter 54. The nobility of military merit and the reformation of minds. Let us speak no further of this, Gooden remarked, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. He gestured towards the bound orc and inquired, "What are your intentions regarding these orc captives?" It was anticipated that the border guards would soon arrive to conduct a sweep of the surrounding territories. If a professional unit were to undertake the cleansing, it would indeed be advantageous for Gooden. After all, the private army he had assembled was far from being fully formed in both combat effectiveness and numbers. Attempting such a perilous task would likely amount to merely serving the orcs as a snack. However, based on my investigations over the past couple of days, it seemed that all invading orcs were likely present. In regard to this semi-sensitive issue, Dedalo did not withhold information and candidly informed Gooden. "Can you be certain?" Gooden raised an eyebrow at Dedalo's assertion. "Absolutely. A large force entering the territory would encounter issues concerning sustenance and sanitation, making it easy to trace their numbers." Dedalo's explanation brought a sigh of relief to Gooden. "Phew, that is indeed for the best. Otherwise, I would be troubled about how to develop these mines." Upon encountering the orcs again that night, he contemplated whether to temporarily halt the mining operations. The demand for manganese would not be particularly high without the complete development of iron ore. Even if the miners were withdrawn, it would suffice for him to simply bring a few men to extract some each month. Once development was on track next year, it would not be too late to dispatch garrisons and miners to the mines, but it seemed that such a measure was unnecessary at present. "Moreover, my lord, I shall report the battle of this night accurately, and the orcs you have slain will be duly certified," Dedalo continued. "There will be individuals seeking to verify your military merits with such a significant achievement by the time we meet again next year. You should have ascended to the rank of Baron. In the Aurelia Empire, titles are predominantly linked to military accomplishments. Do you desire a title? Very well. But first you must slay 100 enemies on the battlefield, and the reward will be the lowest rank of Baron, which is not hereditary. To attain hereditary status, one must achieve outstanding contributions in warfare. The lords with hereditary titles near Jinyuan City had all earned their status through valor in expanding the realm, thus holding considerable prestige. Gooden, having no title of his own, had merely seized an opportunity in becoming a lord. I shall take Captain Dedalo's auspicious words to heart. Gooden was not particularly invested in titles, viewing them as mere noble appellations. His ambitions lay in living a carefree life in Qingyuan town, indulging in daily pleasures, rendering nobility irrelevant to him. By the way, will the invasion of orcs be publicly announced? Gooden suddenly recalled and hastily inquired. Dedalo pondered for a moment before shaking his head, explaining, "It is unlikely. Such matters bear too great an impact on the surrounding areas, and as in the past, the news will likely be suppressed. So there have been previous instances of orc invasions." Gooden nodded thoughtfully. The two engaged in a casual conversation while the soldiers below completed their task of sampling the spoils of war and piling the bodies into a pit for burial. Observing the reassembled ranks, Dedalo inquired of Gudern, "Well, my lord, it seems the area has been sufficiently cleared. I should take my leave now. Shall you accompany me? In such a hurry?" Though their paths diverged, there remained the matter of explaining to the miners, as the Imperial soldiers were still escorting a group of captives. After a brief exchange, the two parties parted ways. The retired veterans, who had stood watch throughout the night, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they saw their lord return safely. The unexpected events of the previous night had left the miners in a state of trepidation, each speculating what could have compelled their lord to venture forth so abruptly. Although rumors would soon circulate that the lord had fled in fear, such talk was swiftly quelled by the leading veteran. The Imperial forces had successfully eradicated the bandits that had infiltrated their territory, and there was no cause for concern. Upon returning to the mining area, Gudrun conveyed the prepared statement he had discussed with Daedalus to the assembled crowd. The news of the bandit eradication allowed the miners to finally exhale, their anxiety gradually dissipating. Gudrun still needed to make a trip to the iron mine, and he knew he could not afford to be fatigued. After a brief slumber of 4 to 5 hours, he was roused around 10 in the morning, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Gudrun washed up and exchanged a few pleasantries with the miners before mounting his horse and setting off for the iron mine. The topography of the nearby area was well documented on the map, and within an hour of departure, they arrived at the iron mine. Similar to the manganese mine, various equipment remained within the site. However, unlike the open-air manganese mine, the iron mine was subterranean, necessitating entry through a tunnel to extract the ore. In an era before the widespread advent of explosives, the cost of developing an underground mine in such a remote location was several times that of an open-pit operation. This was precisely why the Rantiga family had chosen to sell the mine, despite its potential profitability. As Gudrun surveyed the intricacies of the iron mine, he proceeded directly into the tunnel. The temperature within the mine was significantly cooler than outside. Although autumn had just begun, the sun still blazed overhead. A refreshing breeze wafted from the tunnel, penetrating Gudrun's collar and causing him to shiver involuntarily due to his lack of preparation. Leading the way with the torch was Ellis, the temporary captain of the guard, closely followed by Gudrun. As he navigated the uneven terrain of the tunnel, Gudrun contemplated how best to develop this resource. The tunnel was not deep. After traversing approximately 30 to 40 meters, they reached a dead end. Though 3 branching paths emerged, one had been submerged and was impassable, leaving 2 paths of nearly equal length to explore. The crew held their torches aloft, and Gudrun examined the mine walls, eager to gain a deeper understanding. However, the situation that unfolded next left him momentarily stunned. This thing can be modified. Name: iron or vein. Entry: permeability. Geological hardness. Description: an iron or vein concealed beneath the earth. Permeability: this mineral exhibits water permeability, facilitating seepage. Geological hardness: the vein is robust, significantly increasing the difficulty of extraction. Chapter 55. Achieving renown. With a sense of bewilderment, I gazed at the 2 entries presented before me. It seemed that if I lacked the ability to modify entries, I would be left with an unyielding mine in my grasp. One entry indicated water seepage, while the other described the geological firmness. The juxtaposition of these 2 terms made successful development seem utterly implausible. Nonetheless, since I had arrived, I took a cursory glance at the modifiable entries. Natural ventilation. Regardless of the mine's depth, fresh air can be breathed in as if on the surface. Loose soil. The geological structure within the mine is unstable, prone to collapse. Magnetic interference. Once inside the mine, discerning direction becomes exceedingly difficult. After examining the 3 initial entries, I decided to replace water seepage with natural ventilation. Upon confirming the modification, a sudden heaviness enveloped my mind, akin to being struck forcefully at the back of my head. This reaction was something I had only experienced during my initial usage. How strange. Typically, such modifications did not elicit such a strong response. What was amiss today? After murmuring softly to myself, I shifted my focus to refreshing the entries, preparing to modify the second one. Once I had exhausted all 3 refresh opportunities, one entry caught my eye and ignited a spark of excitement within me. Efficient mining. Increases or extraction rate by 100 and boosts yield by 50. Without hesitation, I chose to replace geological firmness. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness surged through me. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, my vision began to darken. I did not even manage to finish uttering the word for it before my body went limp, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. The others within the mine were startled by the sudden turn of events and hastily carried the young master out. Encountering an orc in Jin Yuan City was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Consequently, the soldiers soon received a gag order. At the center of this event, Daedalus now stood before the supreme commander of the military, the city lord, Bernard. He was absent-mindedly toying with a piece of dark gray metal, which, had Goodman been present, he would have recognized as a manganese steel ingot. Are you suggesting that shortly after the night attack, Lord Goodman from Qingyuan arrived to offer assistance? Furthermore, He aided you in slaying hundreds of orcs? Bernard could not help but repeat Diderot's account for clarity. Indeed, my lord. Diderot nodded affirmatively. Lord Goodman did not engage in direct combat. Rather, he employed a unique weapon, akin to a powerful crossbow that could inflict damage at a distance. However, it did not launch arrows, but rather metal projectiles. As he spoke, Diderot retrieved a deformed iron projectile from his pocket, discovered by his subordinates while clearing the battlefield. Bernard took the projectile, scrutinizing it intently, while Diderot continued, "This weapon boasts an exceptionally rapid firing rate, with an attack range far exceeding 100 paces. Out of the total 127 orcs, 95 fell to its firepower, including the centurion of the Lion Men, who also perished by this weapon's hand." Listening to Diderot's account, Bernard displayed no outward reaction, merely observing the projectile in his hand, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Bernard finally broke the stillness. "You have performed admirably in your mission to investigate the orcs, earning a remarkable doubling of military merit. Take some time to recuperate. I will ensure that any vacancies in the team are promptly filled." "Thank you, my lord." Bernard nodded slightly, and without delay, Diderot exited the military camp. Let it be known that the 1st and 2nd battalions of the border troops are to prepare for their departure tomorrow, ostensibly for a reconnaissance exercise, with particular attention to the vicinity of Qingyuan Snow Ridge. Yes, the messenger immediately relayed the orders upon receiving the information. After issuing the commands, Bernard gazed contemplatively at the manganese steel in his hand. "Gooden, to which lineage do you belong? Such ostentation at this juncture, one cannot discern whether you are a fool or excessively confident." Meanwhile, within the clandestine chamber of the Charlison family, the atmosphere was anything but subdued. They had long been aware of Gooden's formal commencement of mining operations, but just as they deliberated whether to intervene, news of the Orc battalion's complete annihilation arrived. The expressions of those present turned grave as they read the contents of the missive. A battalion of Orcs, numbering in the hundreds, eradicated overnight? And by the hands of that incompetent Gooden? Who would dare believe such a tale? A battalion of that caliber could easily lay waste to any of their towns. The outcome would invariably be their own destruction. The weighty silence was eventually disrupted by Gigel. Listening to Berthea's exasperated tone, Gigel sighed in response. "Especially my second son, who has recently been inexplicably irritable, even daring to defy me. Perhaps it relates to matters concerning the auction house. Youth often cling to their pride, yet Gooden shows him no respect whatsoever." Berthea too found Gooden's fiery disposition surprising. Where had the timid young Master Gooden, who was easily trifled with, gone? Now, single-handedly vanquishing an Orc battalion. If this were to become public knowledge, it would surely leave everyone astounded. Alas, let us not dwell on this. How is your share prepared for this year's autumn harvest tax? I fear I may be slightly short. With the shift in conversation, the two began a new round of discussions and arrangements. As night fell, within the castle of Qingyuan town, Gooden stirred from his stupor in the confines of his chamber. Observing the familiar surroundings, he sighed inwardly. This marked the second time he had awakened from unconsciousness. He slightly raised himself to stretch his upper body, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The maid on duty, upon noticing the young master's awakening, was filled with joy. Before she could speak, Gooden rubbed his temples and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious? And could you please bring me a glass of water?" The maid complied, handing him a cup of water. Chapter 56. History and Crisis. Taking the cup of water, Gooden drained it in one go. The cool liquid surged through him, bringing immediate relief to his parched throat. "It's fine. Please summon old Joseph to my presence." "Understood." "Young master." The maid, noticing the young master's relatively good spirits, bowed and withdrew to convey the message. Before long, old Joseph hurried into the bedroom. "Young master, how is your health?" Even before he laid eyes on him, the elder could recognize the young master by his voice. There was a minor mishap during the experiment, but it's nothing to worry about. Gooden had a vague understanding of the fainting spell he had experienced, yet he deemed it unnecessary to divulge the truth, preferring to offer a casual excuse instead. For old Joseph, such a pretext could only invoke skepticism. However, the young master's summons, aside from merely reporting safety, implied there were other matters at hand. "Els must have briefed you on the essence of our excursion, correct? What are your thoughts?" Gooden referred to the incident with the Orc tribe that had transpired the previous night. Although old Joseph had mentally prepared himself, he had not anticipated the encounter would be so perilous. "To be honest, I too did not foresee an encounter with the Orc tribe here, especially one so stealthy in their invasion. Young master, do you comprehend the implications of this?" Observing the gravity etched on old Joseph's face, Gooden asked, bewildered. "What does it signify?" It signifies that war is imminent. Ah, what? The Elder's declaration left both Gooden and Els momentarily speechless. As the Orc tribe, driven into desolation by the Aurelia Empire, perpetually yearned to retaliate across the Frost Mountains and the Northern Sea, they sought to invade the Empire's northern territories. The last major conflict had erupted over 30 years ago, and by now, it seemed the time had come for these ruffians to emerge once more. Old Joseph slowly recounted the historical context while simultaneously conveying the ominous warning to Gooden. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gooden spoke deliberately. I cannot influence the battles between the two nations, but during last night's conversation with Dedalo, the cavalry captain from Jinyuan City, I unearthed a troubling issue. With around 100 orcs infiltrating our borders, how do you suppose they manage their sustenance? Although the Qing Source Snow Ridge sprawls over a vast expanse, teeming with diverse flora and fauna, the notion that such a multitude could quietly settle so near to us is rather perplexing, don't you think? Gooden's remarks sent a shiver down old Joseph's spine. He had not contemplated the matter with such depth. Young master, do you suspect that someone might be behind this? Before old Joseph could finish, Gooden hastily waved his hand, vehemently denying the implication. I am not suggesting that. Do not misrepresent my words. I am unaware, uninformed, and unclear. The abrupt interruption left old Joseph in silence, and the atmosphere in the bedroom fell into a hush. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a rumbling sound emanating from beneath the covers. Ahem, old Joseph, would you kindly urge the kitchen for my meal? I am nearly starving. Of course. Upon witnessing the young master awaken in good spirits, old Joseph rose to head towards the kitchen. Once he departed from the bedroom, only Gooden remained in the room. Reflecting on the events of the previous night and the words of old Joseph, Gooden could not help but let out a sigh. Even as a lord of the frontier, it seemed he could not find peace. Having lived in a stable society since childhood, encounters with violence were rare and considered perilous. War? Such matters felt too distant for him, yet he now found himself compelled to confront this reality. After changing his attire and hastily consuming a modest meal, Gooden plunged into his study. He did not fear the notion of war. Indeed, the very essence of his heritage was steeped in a history forged through conflict. However, to confront this looming crisis, meticulous planning was imperative. Otherwise, should war erupt, it would be too late to make preparations. In his mind, Gooden had already formulated a 6-character mantra to address this predicament: build high walls, store ample grain. As for the 3 additional characters, he need not append them. For within his domain, he was already aching. In keeping with the literal meaning of build high walls, he intended to erect a fortification around Qingyuan town. The snowy ridge of Qingyuan was not a frontline outpost and did not require heavy military presence. Even if orcs were to infiltrate, their numbers would likely be few. He merely needed to ensure the protection of this core area. If constructed conventionally, it might take years to encircle the town. However, with the brick kiln nearing completion, the entire plan now had ample room for execution. Moreover, the 3-character mantra was unequivocal: stockpiling grain would never be a misstep. With a plentiful supply of food, the impact of war on Qingyuan town would undoubtedly diminish. Furthermore, this matter should be addressed promptly. Once war fully breaks out, it would inevitably affect grain prices. Acquiring food in that scenario would be exponentially more challenging than stockpiling now. In addition to the 6-character strategy, Gooden needed to contemplate another pressing issue: military resources. The total population of Qingyuan town was already scant, and with the impending developments, the shortage of manpower would become even more pronounced. To safeguard against threats, it was essential not only to construct walls but also to possess a capable military force to defend the town. Otherwise, once the walls were erected, the scant personnel available would require spacing of nearly 10 meters apart to adequately cover the perimeter. Alas, it seemed he would need to seek assistance. With a sigh, Gooden retrieved a sheet of stationery from the table. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to compose a letter. Before long, the content of the letter was nearly complete. With a signature and seal affixed, Gooden entrusted it to a soldier, instructing him to deliver it to Jinyuan City overnight. As autumn had just begun, there were less than 3 months until winter, and the issues of population expansion and town construction needed to be addressed within this time frame. Hence, seeking assistance from Jinyuan City to secure sufficient populace before winter was an unavoidable necessity. Chapter 57. The Maid's Battle Armor. The following noon, Pharaohs of Jinyuan City received a letter from Gooden. After hastily reviewing its contents, Pharaohs departed to submit it to his direct superior, Lord Berna, the city lord. Gooden's generosity was indeed notable, offering 5 silver coins just for introducing someone to Qingyuan town. If I were to relocate everyone in Jinyuan City, would he not owe me a mountain of gold? Listening to Berna's jest, Pharaoh merely lowered his head, refraining from responding. If he needed to recruit, it would be a favor to help. The city's population had become somewhat excessive, making it an opportune time for a reduction. Yes, my lord, replied Pharaoh, at last acquiescing to the request. With the approval of the city lord, a recruitment notice swiftly circulated throughout Jinyuan City. Have you heard? Qingyuan town is seeking workers. I hear the minimum wage there is 1 silver coin per day. 1 silver coin? Can such a poor place like Qingyuan town truly afford such wages? They can't be trying to deceive us, can they? It's posted on the bulletin board. It must be legitimate, right? Moreover, I heard that the lord of Qingyuan recently purchased an iron mine at the auction. Surely they must have funds. Is that true? Someone actually auctioned off an iron mine? Let me tell you, my nephew's sister's brother's father was at the auction. But iron mines aren't particularly interesting. I heard there was a rare metal that attracted quite a bidding war. In no time, news of the lucrative job opportunities in Qingyuan town spread throughout Jinyuan City, even stirring the interest of residents from neighboring territories. As autumn had just begun, the bountiful harvest season would soon give way to a lengthy winter. With scarce job opportunities throughout the winter, survival would depend on the savings amassed in the earlier months. Faced with such an enticing high-paying job, how could they resist? Meanwhile, in the castle of Qingyuan town, the effects of his recent unconsciousness did not disrupt Gooden's routine. He awoke early to commence work on the battle armor. The blacksmith shop was now dedicated entirely to his needs, and the first batch of manganese steel ingots had arrived the previous night. Gooden intended to utilize this entire batch for forging armor, totaling 5 sets, including the specially crafted maid's battle armor for Aileen. While refining the materials, Old Yu entered the laboratory, presenting a collection of gathered measurements to Gooden. Are all the sizes here? Gooden inquired, glancing at the collected dimensions. The previous night, he had gathered sizes under the pretense of needing to replace garments for everyone in the castle, aiming to facilitate bespoke modifications. Not yet. The new recruits training camp has not sent their measurements. This batch consists of the sizes for the maids and the guards. Please deliver these to the tailor in town. I have 2 sets of clothing design sketches on my desk. Have the tailor create 2 samples. Understood, old Joseph replied, taking the data with him to the tailor's shop. In addition to the designs for the battle armor, Gooden had also prepared sketches for military uniforms and maid outfits. Military uniforms are inherently designed for troops, while maid outfits, as their name implies, serve a different purpose. The garments worn by otherworldly maids are exceedingly simple and unadorned, lacking the visual appeal that someone like Gooden, with his particular tastes, would appreciate. Regrettably, his current capabilities prevent him from crafting items such as stockings. Otherwise, he would certainly procure several pairs to complement the maid's attire. Nevertheless, the absence of such items now does not preclude their future availability, as Gooden has meticulously noted this aspiration in his development notebook. With the assistance of enchanted staff inscriptions, increasing their number to 80 would be effortlessly achievable. Presently, he can effortlessly cast 5 or 6 spells simultaneously. However, for more refined control, Gooden opts to wield 3 spells at once for forging. Although this reduces the quantity, it significantly enhances the quality of the magic employed. Initially, conjuring a magical hand required merely 10 magical structure points, yet the resultant hand resembled a flat assemblage of 5 wooden sticks. Just as using the most rudimentary magical hand to grasp a handful of soil would not yield a perfectly oval cylinder, the flexibility of his current method surpasses previous attempts. Where he once needed 2 magical hands to assist in forging a gun chamber, he now accomplishes the task with just 1, and with greater ease. Alas, the process of forging the maid armor is far from straightforward. Issues such as weak structures, deformation before cooling, or excessive bending leading to a complete fracture are common. Sighing at the sight of the leg armor, which had already warped for the 6th time, Gooden resigned himself to the reality of a protracted endeavor. Gooden maintains a rough schedule for his daily tasks. His mornings are dedicated to inspections or studying blueprints, afternoons are reserved for forging, and evenings are spent planning designs and refining inscriptions. Should he encounter a roadblock on a particular project, he promptly shifts his focus to another. He never forces himself to resolve an issue without a clear solution. Perhaps tomorrow will bring clarity. Over the past 2 days, his work routine has expanded to include research on steam engines alongside armor forging and weapon upgrades. Today, Gooden unusually stepped outside the castle, prompted by the completion of the brick kiln's construction, which is now ready for operation. Upon arriving at the kiln, he found numerous townsfolk gathered to observe the newly finished structure. Gudin chose not to host a grand celebration for the kiln's completion. Instead, he came alone to inspect and announce the commencement of operations. However, before officially beginning the brick production, Gudin must first modify the relevant inscriptions. Chapter 58. The brick kiln ignites. Approaching the brick kiln, its rounded, bulging structure measured 5 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. Besides a single opening for feeding in raw materials, numerous square apertures encircled the kiln for air supply and fuel addition. A cursory inspection revealed that the builders had not skimped on quality. The structure was robust enough to effectively retain heat. Upon touching the kiln's wall, a familiar interface materialized once more. Gudrun had previously discerned that substantial objects could not be identified merely by proximity. One had to physically touch them for the interface to appear. In contrast, smaller items, as well as living beings such as people and animals, would reveal their interfaces at a certain distance. Name: brick kiln. Entry: empty entry, empty entry. Description: a kiln capable of firing bricks, with a maximum capacity of 20 cubic meters of raw materials at a time. Observing the 2 empty entries before him, Gudrun felt a moment of confusion. He had not partaken in the kiln's construction. Why then did these entries appear? Had his earlier assumptions been misguided? However, he soon set aside these musings and focused on modifying the entries. With 3 chances for refreshing and 1 initial entry, Gudrun proceeded to amend both and constant temperature melting. The kiln maintains a stable temperature of 1050 degrees. Without fuel supply, it will revert to ambient temperature within 1 hour. Efficient production. The time required for firing is reduced by 50. Time equates to efficiency. Initially, Gudrun had harbored concerns regarding potential failures during the inaugural firing. But with the advent of constant temperature melting, such worries were rendered irrelevant. The second entry, efficient production, transformed the kiln's output from once a day to twice daily. Consequently, this first kiln would yield a remarkable daily output of 20,000 bricks, a delightful surprise indeed. Having completed the modifications, Gudrun clapped his hands to shake off the clay dust and called out to the construction workers who had been eagerly awaiting his instructions. The kiln has been successfully erected. Each of you shall receive an additional silver coin as a reward today. Thanks to the Lord's generosity. The Lord is benevolent. Upon hearing of the reward, the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Gudrun merely smiled faintly in response, before issuing commands to the brick kiln workers who were already prepared to commence operations. The molded bricks had been stockpiled since the clay excavation phase, and for every 10 bricks produced, 1 copper coin was earned. This lucrative endeavor attracted many townsfolk eager to participate. Regrettably, the task of shaping the clay into bricks did not demand significant technical skill or physical strength. Thus, Gudrun judiciously selected workers, including women and elderly individuals, to contribute. As their proficiency increased, these non-primary laborers consistently produced over 20,000 bricks daily. Remarkably, the adjacent open space had accumulated nearly 200,000 bricks, an outcome that had surpassed Gudrun's expectations. After a brief training period, the brick kiln workers efficiently transferred 20 cubic meters of raw materials into the kiln in under 10 minutes. Subsequently, the fuel was swiftly piled up and the firing commenced. Even with the assistance of the entries, this step would consume half a day's time. This particular furnace was rather unique. It could be halted after half a day's feeding, and there was no need to wait until the next day to open it. At that time, someone would be dispatched to the castle to summon me. Yes, my lord. The furnace workers, brimming with tension, promptly responded. There's no need to be so anxious. Just treat it like your usual training, Gudrun reassured them with a smile. This was their inaugural furnace operation, having previously only engaged in simulated learning. To cultivate the workers' awareness of safety, Gudrun had invested considerable effort. After all, this was merely a transitional phase leading to the metal smelting plant, which bore its own risks, and he certainly did not wish for safety incidents to occur frequently. The first batch of 2 sample uniforms was largely complete, consisting of 2 sets of military attire. The primary aim was to establish a unified outfit for daily training. Gudrun noted that the result was not far from his expectations. After providing a few minor suggestions, it was deemed acceptable. Although he had seen the maid's uniform, he had never worn it and could only rely on his vague memories for its restoration. The old tailor's skills were commendable, managing to recreate it quite accurately from the design sketches. As the inaugural attire, Gudrun found it acceptable, knowing that further modifications could be made later. And thus he confirmed the customization of subsequent garments. Next, Gudrun proceeded to the blacksmith shop, which had been transformed into an industrial research institute. Following the reorganization, Buck had expanded the apprentice numbers, doubling them from before. In order to enhance efficiency, Gooden also modified the entries for the 3 furnaces. "Good morning, young master," greeted the assembled workers upon his arrival. "Young master, what is your command? How's the production of the steam engine components progressing?" Gooden inquired as he made his way toward the storage area. Buck followed closely behind, reporting on the progress. "According to your specifications, most of the parts are satisfactory, and there are no issues with assembly, except—" Buck hesitated. "Except what?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Buck's face, as he had previously boasted that, with sufficient materials, crafting anything would pose no challenge. Yet, here he was, encountering forging issues the very next day. Gooden understood this predicament. It was entirely normal for precision-crafted components to exhibit slight deviations. Gazing at the steam engine, now half completed, Gooden felt a sense of satisfaction. Although this world possessed the wondrous capability of magic, capable of achieving feats beyond the reach of technology, the development of magical technology in Qingyuan Town relied solely on his efforts. Even though he had managed to devise a magical engine, widespread implementation would entail significant complications. It would be far more prudent to utilize basic technology that could be operated by ordinary individuals, reserving the advancement of magical technology for the future when he could recruit more mages. In order to catch up with the progress, Gooden decided to initiate the modification of the entries for Buck ahead of schedule. Observing Buck's panel, the loyalty had already reached 89, and upon completing the modifications, it should reliably surpass the threshold of 90. Thus, Gooden commenced the preliminary stages of further indoctrination. Chapter 59. Roy's secret letter. Gooden, adhering to the customary approach, began to engage Buck in a cordial conversation. He inquired about his work, the pressures he faced, his adaptability to the recent changes, and whether his salary sufficed. An endless stream of small talk. It had been 10 days since the reorganization, and initially, Buck struggled to adjust to the new circumstances. However, he had since fully embraced and adapted to Gooden's directives. As for the salary, Gooden had generously offered him 2 gold coins per month, guaranteed for the year. Notably, this amount was solely for Buck. The wages for the apprentices were calculated separately. It is worth noting that a blacksmith shop could earn a maximum of merely 10 gold coins in a year, and during the off-season, he might even incur losses. Now, however, simply completing a set amount of work on time would secure him this income, alleviating Buck's financial burden significantly. Once the emotional atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, Gooden broached the subject of advancement. "Do you have any aspirations for further improvement? Perhaps to become a master blacksmith?" Sighing, Buck lamented, "If only I were 10 years younger. I might consider it, but I am already over 40. What if an opportunity arose that could enhance your skills? Would you choose to pursue it?" "Of course. Who would be foolish enough to decline such an opportunity?" Why are you looking at me like that, young master?" Gooden, having already refreshed and retained the title of Master Blacksmith, proceeded to modify it. During his visits to the blacksmith shop, he had not forgotten to refresh the titles of those around him. Upon encountering suitable titles, he would cease refreshing and await an opportune moment for modification. Buck's title of Master Blacksmith had been refreshed and was now ready for a proper upgrade, replacing the previous unsatisfactory designation. Suddenly, an influx of blacksmithing knowledge surged into Buck's mind, accompanied by a peculiar enhancement in his physique, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. These revelations. Gooden had long grown accustomed to the expressions of others after such modifications, and with a smile, he quietly took his leave. As for Gooden's reminder, Buck paid it no mind, as he had already resigned himself to the prospect of spending his life in Qingyuan Town. Regarding the newfound knowledge in his mind, Buck harbored no doubts. He was among the few privy to Gooden's ascension to wizardry. This extraordinary transformation he naturally attributed to the assistance of magic. "Pansy, clear out furnace number 1 for me. I need to use it." "Yes, master." Most of the work arrangements required only minimal personal oversight from him, with the majority entrusted to old Joseph. Responsibilities such as assembling the construction team and allocating personnel were all managed by old Joseph, as long as the end results aligned with Gooden's strategic vision. In the realm of entertainment, where modern worlds abound, Gooden found solace only in the pages of books for respite. However, this respite was fleeting, as he soon returned to his laboratory to engage in various creations. It was not until the afternoon, when old Joseph delivered an unsigned letter bearing the seal he had mentioned, that Gooden paused his work. "Young master, there is an unsigned letter here with the mark you described." Upon hearing old Joseph's words, Gooden immediately dispelled his magic and rose to take the letter. The simple envelope bore a circular seal, within which was inscribed an inverted triangle. This was the clandestine symbol agreed upon with Roy. Has news traveled so swiftly? Gooden pondered inwardly before hastily unsealing the letter. The paper contained only 5 hastily scrawled words, and after much effort, he deciphered their meaning. Tax, issue, danger. Tax, issue, danger? He murmured the words softly, gazing at the bewildering message, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As a spy who had achieved full loyalty, Gooden had no reason to suspect Roy of treachery. Yet, having only infiltrated the Charlson family for a little over half a month, the emergence of such a cryptic message left him perplexed. Deciding to seek counsel, Gooden handed the letter to old Joseph for further analysis. Roy may not be well-versed in writing. If the matter were urgent, he would likely highlight the key points. Perhaps he intends to convey that there is an issue with the taxes, urging us to remain vigilant? Old Joseph muttered to himself as he examined the letter. Yet his expression grew increasingly bewildered. But since you arrived in Qingyuan town, I have personally managed all tax-related affairs without a hitch. Could it be that an additional tax is to be levied this year? That cannot be right, even if war looms. We would merely advance the tax collection rather than impose new taxes. This is indeed strange. As he stroked his freshly shorn chin, old Joseph fell into deep contemplation. Gooden listened attentively to the analysis, fully trusting old Joseph's loyalty. The annual tax revenue from Qingyuan town was modest, amounting to a mere 100 or 200 gold coins. If converted to food, along with the grain tax, it would barely reach 300 or 400 gold coins. This sum was just sufficient for his annual indulgences. But previously supported by his family, he had deemed it insignificant and even returned excess taxes to the town. With such a clean lord, Gooden could not fathom how the issue of tax could pose a danger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why had Roy sent him such a letter? How had Roy discerned a danger regarding the tax? Damn it, those wretched Charlsons are setting a trap for me again. An expletive escaped his lips as he shifted his perspective. Old Joseph looked up, puzzled. What troubles you, young master? Why the sudden outburst against the Charlson family? Chapter 60. The advent of the steam engine confounded. Damn that Charles' son. How much longer will this go on? With Gudern's explanation, old Joseph echoed the sentiment with an expletive of his own. The Charlson family had been a persistent source of trouble, and their relentless antics were beginning to wear on old Joseph's patience. My lord, how do you intend to proceed this time? With a warning received in advance. Old Joseph turned his gaze to Gudern, inquiring about the forthcoming arrangements. Let us maintain the status quo for now, as if we have not received this letter. Gudern contemplated for a moment before offering a solution. Old Joseph was somewhat perplexed. Is my lord not considering any resistance? We remain unaware of the specific traps laid by Charles' son. Hastily preparing could lead to missteps. After a brief explanation, Gudern paused and added further clarification. Very well. With the formal assumption of governance over the territory, old Joseph's attitude was one of complete compliance, even in the face of mismanagement. He would not find it burdensome or irritating. Rather, it might even bring him some satisfaction. It would be disingenuous to say he was not preparing. Yet regarding this unpredictable assault, the only course of action available to him was to hasten the development of the town. As the territory grew stronger, so too would his status and power. When the moment was ripe, Gudern would undoubtedly seek revenge. For now, he must patiently cultivate his strength. In the study, Gudern scrutinized various plans, contemplating which were of paramount importance. After a thorough reorganization, he resolved to prioritize construction and economic circulation. Originally scheduled to commence after the first trade with Jinyuan City, it now appeared necessary to launch these initiatives ahead of time to thwart any potential ambush from the Charlson family. Having delineated the tasks, Gudern summoned Buck, who was still engaged in forging the steam engine templates. Construction was inextricably linked to the mining of limestone, and the processing of lime presented its own challenges. Calling upon Buck, Gudern promptly presented the issue at hand. The development plan has undergone some alterations. In addition to forging components for the steam engine, there is now a new task. As he spoke, Gudern pushed a concise outline of the limestone mining process towards Buck. This machine is designed to operate in conjunction with the steam engine, tasked with grinding substantial quantities of stone into powder. I have provided some developmental insights for your reference. The timeline is pressing, and we require a prototype within a week. Should you encounter any forgings that prove difficult, feel free to bring them to me. Buck swiftly reviewed the entire plan, nodding in acknowledgement. No problem. If all goes well, we should have it completed in 4 to 5 days. I am nearing completion of the steam engine project. You can inspect it tomorrow. So soon? Gudern was astonished. It had been less than 2 days since he had entrusted Buck with the steam engine project, and it was already nearing completion. Buck smiled sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Guter nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the entry for the Forging Master is indeed quite formidable. In just a brief afternoon, the most challenging aspects of the steam engine's subsequent phases were completed. After exchanging a few casual words, the two men returned to their respective tasks. As night fell, Gooden first went to observe the new recruits who had just completed a 5-kilometer run, offering them a few encouraging words before heading to the brick kiln to inspect the first batch of bricks that had been produced. Upon arriving at the kiln, the massive furnace was already open, and the residual heat from the furnace was still radiating at the kiln's entrance. Fortunately, a sliding preset track had been designed, allowing the brickworkers to easily pull out the finished bricks using hooks and locks. A single cart of bricks contained precisely 500 pieces. Gooden stepped forward and retrieved a brick that was still warm to the touch. Its vibrant red hue, coupled with its solid heft, confirmed that it was indeed the familiar brick he recognized. There were no concerns regarding quality, thus the process of firing would continue unabated. The surrounding brickworkers swiftly extracted all the finished bricks and subsequently pushed in the prepared raw materials. The entire process of restarting the furnace took less than half an hour. The following morning, shortly after Gooden awoke, he received splendid news from Buck at the Engineering Institute. The experimental steam engine had been fully assembled. Upon receiving the news, Gooden hurried to inspect it. Inside the warehouse where the steam engine was being assembled, Buck and several apprentices were engaged in final confirmation checks. "Sir, please wait a moment. We will complete the inspection shortly," Buck called out as he continued to examine various components of the steam engine. Gooden, unfazed by this, found an empty spot and began to scrutinize the first experimental steam engine from this otherworldly realm. The structure was not particularly complex. It comprised a cylinder, piston, connecting rod, crank, flywheel, and other components that worked in unison to produce continuous power through steam propulsion. Retrospectively considering its design, coupled with Buck's seasoned expertise, the experimental steam engine would not deviate far from its intended function. The inspection concluded swiftly, and Buck only had a rudimentary understanding of the mechanism. The precise method of operation would depend on its designer. "Gooden, bring me some charcoal and water, ensuring the water is relatively clean, and add it from here," Gooden instructed. Taking charge of the steam engine's startup procedures, the apprentices quickly completed Gooden's commands, filling the water chamber, igniting the charcoal, and heating the water. Under the influence of the fierce flames, the water in the chamber began to boil gradually, vaporizing and rushing towards the gas valve's entrance. As the pressure within the sealed pipeline increased, Gooden slightly adjusted the control valve chain, allowing the accumulated high-pressure steam to surge into the piston. The rushing steam gently propelled the piston, and as the control valve chain rotated, the gas that had not fully engaged was released. Following this, a fresh and invigorating surge of steam entered to provide further propulsion. After a brief period of rotation, lasting less than 30 seconds, the flywheel, which originally took half a day to complete a single revolution, can now attain a speed of 1 to even 2 revolutions per second, propelled by the movement of the piston. Chapter 61. The Arrival of the Tax Officer's Success. Upon hearing the answer from Gooden, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Although they were uncertain of its significance, the mere completion of the task filled them with immense joy. Gooden gazed at the steam engine before him. Measuring merely 1 meter in length, half a meter in height, and less than half a meter in width. As a prototype, its purpose was to ascertain the extent of power such a structural scale could generate. Given the current rotation speed, it seemed capable of driving simple machinery without issue. He prepared the testing apparatus to gauge the steam engine's maximum power. Lacking suitable machinery for a more sophisticated test, Gooden resorted to a rudimentary method to familiarize himself with the steam engine's capabilities. The testing tool comprised a winch and a frame, connecting the winch's rotational mouth with the flywheel's power. This arrangement allowed the flywheel's rotation to drive the winch, effectively performing the task of winding. Beneath the frame, a tray would continuously receive iron ingots to serve as counterweights, determining the maximum load the prototype could pull. The weight of the objects would also provide a means to calculate the steam engine's horsepower, albeit in a rather crude manner, yet it remained the best available method. As the iron ingots accumulated, a total of 75 pounds, approximately 34 kilograms, was placed on the tray. Upon reaching this weight, the steam engine could no longer drive the winch. The steam operation within the cylinder and piston exhibited subtle signs of potential explosion. With the limit test completed, it was time to assess the engine's normal power operation, ultimately determining that it could function perfectly at around 25 kilograms. This data came as a pleasant surprise to Gooden, considering this was merely a prototype, devoid of many additional components, such as multi-piston cylinders and high-pressure steam chambers. If all these elements could be integrated, perhaps a steam power station could be realized? With this thought, Gooden chided himself for contemplating such distant possibilities before the engine had even been put to use. The steam engine was functioning well. Now, he would outline the subsequent research plans. As he spoke, the apprentices around him fell silent, eagerly awaiting their master's instructions. First, they would expedite the research and development of a prototype for a stone crusher. Second, the crushed stone powder must achieve a fineness akin to that of flour. Additionally, regarding the official model of the steam engine, it should be expanded to double the size of the prototype, with manufacturing tasks commencing after the stone crusher's completion. Buck, the development documentation has been handed to you. The next steps are now in your hands. Understood. I assure you the tasks will be completed on time. Buck responded with a solemn nod, conveying his confidence in fulfilling the assignment. While he could manage the manufacturing and research independently, such an approach would hinder his ability to facilitate small-scale production and promotion. Moreover, the various future development plans could not solely rest upon his shoulders for execution. If he were to handle everything by himself, it would be better not to venture into this other world. His plan is to educate a group of individuals to assist in the construction of industrial development. Meanwhile, he intends to serve as a guiding figure for development planning, while also taking the opportunity to appreciate the local customs and culture of this world. In essence, Gudern's strategy is to seek capable subordinates who can shoulder significant responsibilities, allowing them to drive development while he leisurely enjoys the fruits of their labor. However, during the initial phase of this venture, certain matters still require his personal attention. Upon returning to the castle, all tasks have been delegated, and Gudern finds himself free from immediate obligations. He then immerses himself in the laboratory, engrossed in the research of forging battle armor. Whenever fatigue sets in, he steps out for a stroll, casually assigning training to the new recruits. Simultaneously, if he encounters suitable modification targets, he takes note, planning to exhaust the day's quotas by evening. On the 15th of July, 3542, the 20th day since his arrival in this other realm, as in previous days, having completed his morning responsibilities, Gudern prepared to delve into the creation of pressure gauges when Aaron hurriedly approached with news. Young master, a guest claiming to be a tax officer has arrived at the castle. The old steward is currently away, and I took the liberty of inviting him into the reception hall. How shall we proceed? A tax officer? This title was not unfamiliar to Gudern. Typically, a tax officer would arrive a month in advance to announce the upcoming tax collection, informing how much should be paid to the empire. Historically, this notice would come around late July or early August. Yet this year, it arrived nearly 2 weeks earlier. Contemplating this, Gudern furrowed his brow. Old Joseph's words had proven true. The two empires were indeed on the brink of war. Very well, he replied. Once Gudern had arranged the tasks, Aaron understood how to receive the guest. Meeting an official from the empire required a degree of caution. After all, tax matters had always been handled by old Joseph. Now, if Gudern were to inadvertently utter something inappropriate, it could lead to an awkward situation. Timing his entrance, Gudern ensured he arrived just before old Joseph entered the reception hall. Upon facing the somewhat unfamiliar tax officer, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had there been a change in personnel this year? Gudern, Lord of the Realm, I am Krog, the tax officer responsible for the revenue of Qingyuan town this year. The officer greeted him with a smile as he rose. Greetings. Gudern replied with a modest hand gesture to his chest, signifying respect, and proceeded to introduce old Joseph. This is my steward, Joseph. He has always managed the tax arrangements. Good day, Steward Joseph, Krog responded courteously, acknowledging old Joseph. Greetings, Lord Krog. Please, take a seat. As Gudern gazed at Krog, he felt a sense of puzzlement. According to the customary practices regarding tax collection, the same officer typically oversaw the process each year. What had prompted this sudden change? Before Gudern could voice his inquiries, Krog preemptively began to explain. In the past 2 years, border turmoil has surged. By the command of His Majesty, taxes have been collected in advance this year as a wartime precaution to ensure the proper allocation of all tax grain. It is necessary to disrupt the traditional jurisdictions of tax officials, thereby preventing any instances of tax evasion. Kroger emphasized the phrase tax evasion, causing Gudern's eye to twitch sharply at that moment. Glancing at old Joseph, he observed a slight nod, indicating that Kroger's background posed no issue. At last, He comprehended the content of Roy's secret correspondence and the nature of the sedative that the Charleston family had administered to him. Chapter 62. The layout from 4 years ago. Old Joseph, as a steward, could discern the impending outbreak of war from certain events. How could the families entrenched along the border remain oblivious? The sudden replacement of tax officials, coupled with some manipulations, led the newly appointed tax officer to believe there were discrepancies in the tax grain submissions of Qingyuan town over the years, thus perfectly leveraging the imperial law against him. Subsequently, Kroger's remarks further confirmed that his suspicions were indeed accurate. As per the archival records, Lord Gooden, since assuming the title of Lord of Qingyuan Snow Ridge, has not fulfilled his tax obligations for a complete 3 years. I had heard in Jinyuan City of Lord Gooden's extravagant spending, initially believing it to be supported by his enterprises, only to discover it was funded by tax revenues. In response to Kroger's taunt, Gooden refrained from offering any explanations. The fact that the other party dared to bring this up indicated they were fully prepared. No matter how he justified himself, the tax officer would not entertain his defense. Old Joseph, standing nearby, also sensed the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent, coldly observing Kroger's performance. According to imperial law, a year's tax default results in a 20% increase the following year. With 3 years of defaults, the total amount owed reaches 826.69 gold coins. Coupled with this year's taxes, it seems Lord Gooden may have to liquidate a significant portion of his assets. As Kroger spoke, he suddenly recalled something and added, furthermore, this year's imperial grain requisition will not be converted into monetary tax. You are required to prepare 150 tons of grain, with the transport team arriving by the 15th of next month. I hope, Lord Gooden, you will refrain from any clever tricks. The monetary equivalent of 150 tons of wheat is roughly 30-odd gold coins, a trifling sum for Gooden at present. However, the burden of the overdue taxes weighs heavily upon him. Were these debts truly the consequence of his predecessor's mismanagement, Gooden would accept it, perhaps selling additional manganese steel to cover the deficit. Yet, as a commendable lord, he had consistently paid his taxes on time, returning surplus funds to the town for development. Why should he now be subjected to such indignities? Moreover, with the knowledge that someone was scheming behind the scenes, Gooden could not simply acquiesce. The series of conflicting events had ignited a fire of indignation within him. All he wished was to cultivate his territory, to lead a comfortable life in this foreign realm. Yet there always seemed to be someone intent on causing turmoil. I am aware of the tax situation. Does Lord Kroger have any further messages to convey? Gooden inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of the imperial official, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Kroger, aware that his words had likely provoked the other party, casually retrieved a document from the storage box at his waist. This proof of documentation was unfamiliar to Gooden, but old Joseph stepped forward to examine it. After verifying its authenticity, Joseph handed it to Gooden and discreetly nodded, indicating its legitimacy. Kroger, at this moment, also kindly offered a reminder, his tone imbued with sincerity. A word of caution for Lord Gooden: this year's taxation is not as easily manageable as in previous years. Should the tax not be gathered by the deadline, it is likely that your lordship will find your position in jeopardy. With that, he departed the parlor without further ado. Gooden's approach did not perturb Krog. His current standing was never one to garner favor, and such circumstances were to be expected. After all, he had endured worse predicaments in the past. Rising to face old Joseph, Krog exhibited no trace of embarrassment, instead greeting him with a mild smile. I shall rely on you, Joseph, to handle this matter. The young master's impudence was evident, yet old Joseph, as the steward, was well aware of the fundamental courtesies he must uphold. Once Krog's accommodations were arranged, old Joseph hastened to the study to confer with Gooden about the impending arrangements. The Charleston family has repeatedly attempted to undermine us. Young master, what course of action do you intend to pursue this time? Old Joseph's tone reflected a hint of indignation, emphasizing the distasteful nature of the Charleston family's actions. Having witnessed Gooden's transformation, old Joseph speculated on the method the young master would employ to address this predicament. As for the alleged tax arrears, I shall not pay a single coin. Gooden's resolute stance astonished Joseph, yet given the young master's current disposition, such a reaction was not entirely surprising. However, the documents from the Northern Governor's office were indeed legitimate. Failure to remit this sum might lead to dire consequences. Old Joseph refrained from persuading Gooden, instead highlighting the repercussions of non-payment. Let us set aside the consequences for now. I am curious as to how the governor's office came to possess this document. With a soft wrap upon the taxation papers before him, Gooden continued. Traditionally, tax dues should be accurately recorded and reported to the governor's office. So how has it come to be that I am now accused of 3 years of delinquent taxes? Hearing the young master's words, old Joseph lowered his gaze in contemplation, only for Gooden's subsequent remarks to widen his eyes in astonishment. If this hypothesis holds, the only plausible explanation is that the tax collectors of past years have been bribed in advance. The Charleston family began their machinations 4 years ago, coinciding with my ascension to the position of Lord Qingyuan. How can this be possible? Old Joseph struggled to accept the young master's conclusion. Yet upon further reflection, the veracity of this supposition could indeed reach a level of 7 or 8 out of 10, if not more. If I have inadvertently encroached upon the interests of the Charleston family, provoking them to retaliate with such coordinated efforts, then I shall accept that. However, I have merely indulged in my pleasures over the years, leaving me perplexed as to what grievous offense I have committed to warrant such relentless attempts to oust me, even to the extent of assassination. Gooden's ire grew, as the unjust envy and covert schemes of others would infuriate anyone in his position. Old Joseph, too, was baffled by the motivations of the Charleston family. After all, their young master was an outsider elevated to lordship, making such targeted hostility seem unwarranted. Joseph, could it be an issue within the family? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why they harbor such a deep-seated resentment towards me. Well, it should not be a matter concerning your family. The family's business is rather unique, and the Charleston family lacks the qualifications to engage in such matters. Chapter 63. Breaking the deadlock. Gooden possessed scant memories of his family. In his recollections, from the time he began to retain memories until he became the Lord of Qingyuan, he had never ventured beyond the confines of his home. The servants within the estate had never broached the subject of family matters, and he had never laid eyes on his biological parents. This led him to speculate whether he had been forgotten by those around him. Now, upon hearing of the family's enigmatic business affairs, Gooden pondered aloud. Never mind, never mind. He shook his head with a hint of regret. It seemed his predecessor had been dismissed as a mediocre and inept individual, relegated to the role of a languid lord. Based on my conjectures, if the machinations indeed originated from the former tax officer, the subsequent resolution would be considerably simpler. What was the name of the previous tax officer? Ah, Matthews. Yes, Matthews. Who had been responsible for the taxes in Qingyuan town over the years? You must have had considerable dealings with him, correct? Gooden turned to old Joseph, his inquiry not intended as an accusation but rather as a request for information. Noticing old Joseph nodding slowly, Gooden continued. If Matthews is indeed the source of our troubles, as long as we locate him before the tax collection concludes and invite him to the arbitration office to provide evidence, the fabricated debts of previous years could be entirely erased. However, if the issue does not stem from Matthews, he could serve as a witness, aiding us in our appeal to the arbitration office. Should the latter scenario be the case, our search for him would be quite straightforward. Yet, if it is the former, he would undoubtedly attempt to evade us, possibly fleeing the north to the Fungu Plains or even as far as the southern garrison. As he listened to the young master's analysis, a flicker of distraction crossed old Joseph's eyes. Had the young master displayed such astute reasoning while in the capital, he might not have been relegated to the distant northern frontier as a languid lord. Noticing old Joseph's rare moment of distraction, Gooden waved his hand in front of him. Old Joseph, were you listening to what I just said? Not pursuing old Joseph's lapse in attention further, Gooden resumed his discourse. The investigation into Matthews could be initiated through Krog, who, as another tax officer, should be acquainted with him, even if they are not familiar. You could concoct a reason for Krog to inquire with other colleagues regarding Matthews' whereabouts. Indeed, old Joseph nodded in agreement. Krog's attitude would undoubtedly dictate the extent of future interactions between the young master and himself. As the steward, he would have ample opportunities and justifications to inquire about Matthews, making him the most suitable candidate for the task. Moreover, relying solely on Matthews would not suffice. It was also time to reach out to Roy. Shortly, you shall seek out a clever and familiar individual among the guards, dispatching him to Charlton to rendezvous with Roy and gather intelligence on that front. Concerning this predicament, relying solely on Matthews as a breakthrough point would be inadequate. Gooden needed to prepare for all eventualities. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of resolving issues. The Charleston family has been excessively overbearing, and he must demonstrate some strength. Otherwise, they may truly perceive him as an easy target. Old Joseph meticulously noted the young master's words, believing the conversation was coming to a close when Gooden continued with further instructions. There is another matter that requires arrangement. The economic circulation plan I proposed must be set into motion promptly. While this matter is not urgent, it serves as a precautionary measure. If there is no progress with the Matthews and Roy lines, I may indeed have to begrudgingly pay that tax. To stabilize the manganese steel market, it is advisable to implement the economic circulation plan as soon as possible, ensuring that the Treasury remains well-stocked for contingencies. Old Joseph expressed some reservations regarding the changes to the plan, stating that many matters would inevitably be postponed. No matter, let them be delayed. The priority is to ensure the foundational construction and the economic circulation, Gooden reassured him. Understood, Old Joseph nodded. With the plan established, he promptly set about executing the arrangements. Seated at his desk, Gooden rubbed his temples. He had initially believed that in such a remote location, the intrigues of power would be unnecessary. Yet reality had imparted a different lesson. Were it not for his experiences in the office, fraught with pitfalls and blame shifting, he would likely be scrambling to devise means of generating revenue to fill the gaps. The premature taxation disrupted Gooden's existing plans. For the next 3 days, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. The urgent need for the limestone quarry to commence operations was coupled with the simultaneous initiation of the vital rock salt extraction under the economic circulation plan. Due to the town's sparse population, the combined workforce for both mines barely reached 30 individuals. Gooden's original plan was to wait until the end of the month to recruit a batch of workers from Jinyuan City before commencing extraction. However, time was of the essence, and he was compelled to begin early. Though the workforce was limited and mineral collection minimal, it was certainly preferable to stagnation. Limestone awaited the advent of the stone crushing machine. Once it arrived, the issue of cement would be resolved. Simultaneously, the rock salt could also be processed through the stone crushing machine, allowing for the distillation of edible salt with the addition of water. In pursuit of the machine's development, Gooden dedicated half of each day for 3 consecutive days to collaborate with Buck and others at the Engineering Research Institute. Following this intense period of research and development, the stone crushing machine was finally completed on the 6th day after the project commenced, with a specially designed transmission structure connecting the steam engine to the stone crushing machine. Gooden issued the testing command. To ensure sufficient power supply for the steam engine during the trial, he added 2 enhancements, increasing its maximum pulling force from 30 to 150 kilograms, with a normal operating force of 120 kilograms. In horsepower terms, this was approximately 1.6, barely meeting the requirements to initiate the stone crushing machine. Chapter 64. The Birth of Cement with a Resounding Clang. The steam engine sprang into action as the flames roared, the flywheel at its side whirling rapidly under the impetus of the crank. Its rotational speed was markedly greater than before, and with the assistance of a specialized power transfer mechanism, the nearby crusher was gradually set into motion. The crusher's structure was square, standing 2 meters tall and measuring 1.5 meters on each side, topped by an inverted pyramid-shaped funnel. This served as the entry point for the stones to be crushed, into which Gooden poured a basin of extracted limestone. As the limestone collided with the internal blades, a cacophony of clanging sounds echoed from within the crusher. To ensure durability, all internal blades were crafted from manganese steel, and there were 10 layers of these blades. Each layer operated at a different rotational speed. The topmost layer spun at a mere 30 revolutions per minute, equating to 1 rotation every 2 seconds. The second layer accelerated to 45 revolutions per minute, while the third reached 60, culminating in the final layer spinning at 120 revolutions per minute. The blades, rotating at varying speeds, were designed to handle mineral fragments of differing sizes, with the majority of the broken limestone being reduced to a powdery consistency, while a few retained a grain-like form. However, the process did not conclude there. At the bottom of the crusher lay an integrated roller compaction component. The crushed limestone would undergo a second phase of pulverization, and upon completion of this step, the fine limestone powder would cascade from the designated outlet. In less than 30 seconds, the entire basin of limestone was processed. Observing the somewhat coarse limestone powder, Gooden felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For this achievement brought him one step closer to the creation of cement. He then proceeded to add the prepared iron ore to the crusher. For the production of cement required not only limestone powder and clay, but also a small quantity of iron powder, which could be substituted with iron or residue. In a brief interval, the iron powder derived from the iron ore began to flow forth from the crusher. The raw materials were weighed and combined in accordance with the prescribed ratios before being placed into the adjacent blacksmith's furnace for calcination. This process did not take long, as the high temperatures facilitated the amalgamation of the 3 substances into clinker. Finally, the calcined clinker was reintroduced into the crusher, where it was pulverized into cement powder. As the gray cement powder emerged from the crusher, Gudin could hardly contain his eagerness to conduct a test. Adding water and mixing it thoroughly, he proceeded to layer the mixture onto the prepared bricks, adhering them one by one. Under Gudin's direction, a wall half a meter high rapidly took shape. He then applied the remaining cement evenly across the surface, giving birth to a familiar cement wall in this alternate world. Glancing up at the midday sun, Gudin estimated that by evening, the cement would dry sufficiently, with the hardening test likely postponed until the following day. He harbored no concerns regarding the testing of the cement, for throughout the entire process from creation to completion, no anomalies had arisen. In the worst-case scenario, if the ratio of cement to gray is incorrect, adjustments can be made gradually. To avoid the curiosity of the masses compromising the structural integrity of the cement, Gudin issued a direct order for restraint. Henceforth, this wall is strictly off-limits for any contact or approach. Testing will commence after the cement is hardened by tomorrow morning. The command was obeyed without question. Under such circumstances, his words held the weight of law. Consequently, upon receiving the order, everyone took a step back, signaling their intention to refrain from encroachment. Buck, please take the time over the next couple of days to meticulously organize the design schematics for the stone crusher, while also dividing the personnel of the Research Institute into 2 groups. Each group will simultaneously construct a steam engine and a stone crusher. Pansy and Eden will receive guidance from me shortly, as they will serve as your aides in developing the respective divisions. During this period, Gudin has not neglected to refresh the apprentices at the Engineering Institute, and thus far, 2 promising candidates have been identified as potential backups. Upon hearing of the apprentices being mentored, a joyful smile immediately spread across Buck's face. The burden of the development tasks had weighed heavily upon him in recent days. Although many intricate processes were facilitated by the master's magic, at least 2/3 of the remaining work had been painstakingly forged by his own hands. Now, with an assistant to share the load, even if they possess only half his skill, the forthcoming tasks will undoubtedly become significantly easier. As per usual, Gudin employed his method of carrot and stick, elevating the loyalty of the 2 individuals to around 90 before proceeding with the modification of their entries. After the revisions, both individuals were left astonished, exchanging glances, before promptly expressing their unwavering loyalty. The following morning, Gudin, accompanied by old Joseph and several soldiers, arrived to test the cement brick wall. After nearly a day's exposure and hardening, the cement surface on the front of the wall had become remarkably solid. Observing the uncoated section from the back, it was evident that the bricks had firmly adhered to one another through the hardening cement. 2 of you, support the sides. Else, give it a kick. Don't use full force, Gudin instructed, employing the simplest yet most forceful method to assess the hardness of the cement. Initially, he contemplated using a rifle for the test, but reconsidered, realizing that such a weapon could easily penetrate manganese steel, making it an excessive means for testing the cement brick wall. Thus, he opted for a more manual inspection approach. The wall lacked a foundational support, necessitating assistance to prevent it from collapsing under a single kick. Following Gudin's guidance, Els approached and delivered a gentle kick to the wall with about 30 to 40% of his strength. Expecting the fragile wall to shatter upon impact, he was surprised to find that it merely left a slight, pale dent in the cement surface. Now, let's increase the force to 70 or 80%, Gudin suggested, intrigued by the mark left on the wall. With Els applying greater strength, this time the cement surface fractured, revealing the reddish bricks beneath. Yet the wall remained steadfast and appeared largely unscathed. Step back a few paces, take a running start, and give it a full-force kick. With a vigorous sprint and an explosive kick, the fragile concrete wall was finally shattered, just as Ears had envisioned, creating a gaping hole. The onlooking apprentices of the Engineering Academy gazed in astonishment at the scattered fragments of concrete on the ground. They had not anticipated such formidable hardness and adhesive properties in this seemingly thin layer. Even the soldiers under the young master's command required a full-force run-up to breach it. If several layers were stacked, who could possibly dismantle it? The crowd's minds raced with numerous potential applications for this novel material. Chapter 65. Sensuality pales in comparison to cuteness. The ultimate outcome of the cement and bricks left Gudin exceedingly satisfied. The construction of the brick wall was executed with remarkable precision, each layer neatly stacked in parallel rather than staggered. Had the bricks been arranged in a staggered formation, their mutual strength could have potentially increased by another level. With the experiment deemed successful, the next step was production. Gudin turned to Buck and instructed, "You must swiftly learn to operate and maintain the steam engine and stone crusher," compiling a manual for this purpose. The subsequent production tasks will be delegated to others, and I need you to appoint someone to oversee the operation and maintenance. Understood, my lord, Buck replied. Additionally, expedite the manufacturing process. Aim to have all 4 sets of machinery required for the cement factory ready by the end of the month. If time is too tight, 2 sets will suffice. With only 10 days remaining until the month's end, the pressure from Gooden's assignment was considerable. Nonetheless, Buck nodded in agreement. After the return of the 2 apprentices the day before, he had conducted some tests and noted a significant improvement in their skills. While they had not yet reached the expected proficiency, managing a project was certainly within their capabilities. Once the personnel were arranged, Gooden hummed a tune as he led the group to the tailor's shop to collect their garments. The order comprised 80 military training uniforms and 14 maid outfits, totaling 6 gold coins, a price reduced due to the tailor's recognition of his noble status. Although somewhat pricey, the quality of the items was commendable. Furthermore, to complement the maid outfits, the tailor had woven 20 pairs of long white cotton socks at Gooden's request, presented as a complimentary gift. In the absence of fiber weaving technology, the exquisite stockings had to be temporarily substituted with cotton socks. Each maid will receive 2 sets, Gooden declared. Eileen, you will distribute them. Each set has a name embroidered on the cuffs. As the reigning top student for 2 consecutive weeks, Eileen had been appointed by Gooden as the first graduate of the inaugural class. In contrast, her contemporaries were still grappling with basic characters. Only a few capable of writing their names and ages. Possessing legendary talent, Eileen had mastered nearly 90% of reading and writing within just 10 days of study. The newly attired maids eagerly tried their outfits against their figures. Oh, this dress appears far more beautiful than my current one. But why does the skirt only reach my knees? One inquired. My lord, did there perhaps an error in sizing? Cough, the size is correct. Go try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can make adjustments later, Gooden replied, clearing his throat and sidestepping the issue of the skirt's length. Initially, Gooden had envisioned the apron design to extend above the knees, but reconsidered, fearing that such a style would deter wearers. Thus, he settled for a mid-length design. The contrasting black and white colors created a striking aesthetic, especially when paired with the white knee-high cotton socks, a perfect match. Observing the new attire of the maids, Gooden silently commended the choice. This was indeed the proper way for a lord of another realm to present himself. However, he suddenly noted that only 6 individuals were present. Where had Eileen gone? Surely, a simple change of clothing should not take such an extended duration. As Gooden pondered in confusion, Eileen finally made her entrance, gracefully descending the stone staircase. Following the sound, he beheld her in a freshly donned outfit. At that moment, a single adjective filled Gooden's mind. Adorable, utterly enchanting. The previous gray maid's attire bore a resemblance to a nun's garb, concealing her figure with remarkable modesty, save for the absence of a headscarf. In stark contrast, her current attire revealed considerably more skin. The fabric was significantly reduced, with only the skirt extending to her knees while the material around her neck and sleeves was entirely absent. This alteration magnified Eileen's allure exponentially. Her long grayish-white hair, secured with a white ribbon, cascaded down her back, complemented by a black and white headpiece that neatly held back the excess strands. Beneath her hair, her porcelain skin glowed. And the most striking feature was the prominent display of her feminine form. Gooden was taken aback. For beneath that seemingly delicate exterior lay such powerful allure, she appeared to be at least a D-cup, and she was merely 18. To aid the maids in acclimating, Gooden had intentionally designed additional fabric for the chest area. However, this very design on Eileen exuded an enigmatic charm that was both subtle and captivating. From her slightly anxious, pale green eyes and the faint flush on her doll-like face, it was evident that she felt somewhat ill at ease in this ensemble. Eileen shyly lowered her gaze, her adorableness stirring within Gooden an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. In the hall, upon seeing Eileen, the discussions came to a halt, and everyone stared at her, transfixed. Adorned in exquisite attire, Gooden, who had already recognized Eileen's beauty, was astonished at how her mere change of clothes enhanced her charm. As Eileen stood under their scrutiny, the blush on her cheeks deepened, creeping toward her neck. Clearing his throat, Gooden broke the silence enveloping the hall. Ahem, let us continue discussing. Is there anything that seems amiss? He continued. Oh, this dress is quite lovely. The apron in front alleviates concerns about soiling the outfit while cleaning. And yes, the absence of sleeves makes it much more convenient. As the crowd chattered animatedly, their eyes remained fixed on Eileen, for such an adorable sight was a rarity. How do you find the dress? Any modifications needed? Gooden inquired, satisfied, as he approached Eileen. It fits well and is beautiful, though it is a bit tight at the chest. I'm not quite accustomed to it. Eileen murmured her assessment, and Gooden discreetly cast a glance. Little did he know that the design was intended to be universally sized. Even with the added fabric, it still felt insufficient on Eileen. Meanwhile, old Joseph observed the peculiar attire of the maids and couldn't help but admire the young master's flair. Initially, he had harbored doubts, having noticed that since the young master's recovery from his injuries, he had steered clear of female company, worrying there might be some underlying issue. However, it now appears that I have grown old and can no longer keep pace with the thoughts of the younger generation. On the other hand, the soldiers' attire was not particularly refined. After trying on their uniforms, they experienced no discomfort. Initially, during training, they were either bare-chested in shorts or donned linen tank tops, presenting a disarray of styles. In the midst of the training, they resembled a group of refugees, utterly lacking in discipline. Even though they had managed to adhere to the principles of conduct, there remained an ineffable gap in their demeanor. Yet, upon donning the new, standardized uniforms, an inexplicable aura began to emanate from them. From the castle balcony, Gooden observed the regimented drills, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind, followed closely by the voice of old Joseph. Chapter 66, Analyzing Intelligence. The serial killer Hummingbird is the code name for the informant dispatched by Gooden to rendezvous with Roy within the borders of Charleston. It has been 4 days since his departure. Where is he now? In your study. The study, being Gooden's most significant office space, signifies a level of trust when one is summoned here to report. Without delay, Gooden hastened his steps toward the study. Hummingbird, whose true name is Austin, sat quietly to the side, awaiting the arrival of his master. As the wooden door of the study creaked open, Austin promptly rose to his feet. Master, Austin, please sit. How have you fared these past few days in Snowy Valley? Gooden chose not to immediately inquire about the mission, but instead engaged in friendly banter, aiming to strengthen their rapport. Reporting to you, Master, I have successfully procured the intelligence as you anticipated. Observing this demeanor, Gooden felt a surge of satisfaction. Austin had indeed learned swiftly in this regard. Thus, he abandoned the pleasantries and delved straight into the matter at hand. Yes. Austin nodded and began to meticulously recount their conversation. Regarding the tax information, Roy mentioned that he had acquired it from a tax collector at the tavern, noting that the tax collector for Snowy Valley arrived a week earlier than that of Qingyuan town. Indeed, the tavern, Austin confirmed with a nod. Gooden harbored considerable skepticism about this revelation, yet he decided to wait until Austin finished reporting before analyzing the information further with old Joseph. Please, continue. Austin continued. The farmers of Snowy Valley have had more than half of their harvested grain purchased at a low price by the Charleston family. There are even times when they need to source grain from outside to supply the town's consumption, a situation that has persisted for 2 years. With that, Austin concluded his report on the intelligence he had gathered from Roy. Gooden was immensely pleased with Austin's astuteness, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Well done. You've earned a respite. Take a break for the next couple of days. Additionally, your training uniform has arrived. Do try it on shortly." "Thank you, Master." In the current guard, the allure of monetary rewards pales in comparison to the prospect of a day off or an extra meal. After all, during duty and training, they are prohibited from indulging in alcohol or entertainment, which can be quite stifling for these robust young men. However, every 7 days, the master grants them a day of leave, during which only minimal training tasks are assigned, allowing them to roam freely afterward. After expressing his gratitude, Austin exited the study, his task complete, leaving the remaining matters to be deliberated by the higher-ups. It was indeed remarkable that Roy had inadvertently obtained such sensitive information from the tax collector at the tavern, and that he had successfully conveyed the message to Austin. Gooden could hardly believe in such coincidences. The probability of such a chain of events occurring was even lower than that of him traversing time again. Old Joseph shook his head. "I do not believe it. I was pondering how such intelligence was obtained, but upon learning the truth, it seems rather absurd. I share your sentiments." Gooden wholeheartedly concurred with old Joseph's words. At that moment, a recent event in the town came to Gooden's mind. What happened? Old Joseph nodded in acknowledgement. The termites Gooden referred to were the townsfolk who provided correspondence for the Charleston family. Had it not been for Gooden's preemptive arrangements, wherein he had already bribed all the residents surrounding each termite, their actions would have been promptly reported to the castle. Even the concealed letters sent out would have been intercepted. To further ensure that the Charleston family remained oblivious to the exposure of their informants, Gooden had specifically sought out a master of handwriting from among the literate townsfolk. This handwriting expert had been meticulously altered to handle these letters, erasing sensitive content before forwarding them to the Charleston family. Recently, the reports from the termites had merely detailed their daily activities, emotional states, and even the peculiarities of the blacksmith shop. One might ponder the possibility that the Charleston family still harbored suspicions about Roy, thereby deliberately releasing this information to gauge our reaction. If that were the case, it would indeed explain how Roy fortuitously overheard this particular piece of news at the tavern. Gooden's logical conjecture, coupled with the termites' reactions, sent a chill down old Joseph's spine. If such an analysis held true, the Charleston family's masterstroke was intricately designed. They were fully prepared for the taxation event, even if this matter were to be prematurely exposed. The young master's character and mindset rendered him incapable of managing it. Simultaneously, they could assess Roy's loyalty. If he were a false traitor, they could utilize him to relay misleading information to the young master. Moreover, the second message Roy conveyed bore intriguing implications. Gooden stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the bookshelf, engaging in a soliloquy of analysis. Let us hypothesize that due to my covert preparatory orders, Roy inadvertently remained undisclosed. What could possibly cause the sprawling Snowy Valley Ridge to experience a grain shortage necessitating external purchases to sustain the town? The population of Snowy Valley Ridge far surpassed that of Qingyuan town, yet the arable land was limited if all crops were devoted to personal use. Self-sufficiency could barely be achieved. In such circumstances, why would the Charleston family procure over half of the grain at a low price and even import supplies from outside? Moreover, this situation persisted for 2 years. Where did all the hoarded grain go? Was it reserved for sale or personal use upon the outbreak of war? But how could they ascertain the date of such an outbreak? Chapter 67. Astonishing Speculations and Countermeasures. Gooden's soliloquy sent a chill down old Joseph's spine. Yet, this was not the end. The brainstorming continued as Gooden persisted in his musings. The ingress of such a large contingent posed numerous logistical challenges, particularly regarding sustenance. The infiltration of the Orc clan, numbering around 100, raised an intriguing question. How did they manage their provisions? This inquiry echoed both the words of the commander of the Dirtilo Cavalry Detachment in Golden Origin City and Gooden's own conjectures. If this grain supply was indeed intended for the Orc Scout unit, at this revelation, old Joseph was left breathless by his master's astonishing deductions. Should this be true, the implications would be profound. He might need to reach out to his family for assistance, as this matter transcended what his master could handle alone. However, if preparations for the grain supply had commenced 2 years prior, it would hardly be a challenge to support an additional 100 orcs with the yield from Snow Valley Ridge. Even after 2 years of sustenance, there would be ample resources without necessitating external grain reserves. As memories flickered, Gooden's mind settled on the day he was ambushed. Private soldiers. The thought ignited a spark in Gooden's mind, prompting him to seize a blank sheet of paper and swiftly commence calculations. Observing his master's intense focus, old Joseph felt a pang of sorrow. He had hoped that being sent here would allow them to evade the treacherous intrigues of power and lead a tranquil life. Yet they found themselves amidst grave dangers. Nevertheless, this could also be an opportunity to leave and seek broader prospects in a larger city. Perhaps this year would be the right time to reconnect with the family? As old Joseph contemplated Gooden's future, the latter finally arrived at a rough estimate. Yet, upon reviewing the figures, his brow furrowed once more. "What troubles you, my lord?" Old Joseph inquired, deeply concerned for Gooden's well-being. Something felt amiss. Based on the yield from Qingyuan town, the grain reserves from Snow Valley Ridge should suffice to sustain 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. Even accounting for the slain orcs and the maximum number of private soldiers permitted by the Lord, the total only amounted to 600 or 700. What then? Was the purpose of the remaining surplus? To nourish pests? Old Joseph struggled to keep pace with Gooden's unconventional analytical approach, relegated to quietly listening from the sidelines. Could it be that he had contravened the law by maintaining an excess of private soldiers? But that seemed implausible. Where would he conceal such a multitude? Their basic needs could not possibly be met in the same manner as the orcs. Suddenly, a breakthrough illuminated Gooden's mind. What if the orcs under his command numbered not just 100, but in the thousands? This revelation would provide a plausible rationale for the vast stores of grain. Reflecting on his initial encounter with the orc scouts, Gooden had always deemed it an unfortunate coincidence. But what if it were a second assassination attempt orchestrated by the Charleston family? If all the aforementioned conjectures hold true, then for the Charleston family, their territory could be effortlessly seized through debt. Upon contemplating this, a chill ran down Gooden's spine. He had initially believed that the orcs within the territory had been completely eradicated. However, it now appeared that matters were far more complex than anticipated. Meanwhile, old Joseph, connecting the dots from Gooden's earlier statements, found his thoughts abruptly clarified, rendering him momentarily speechless. The act of harboring an orc army had already transgressed imperial law, and assembling a force of such magnitude suggested a potential insurrection. After a prolonged silence, Gooden broke the stillness of the study. There was no need for excessive concern. The previous thoughts were merely speculative, and the veracity of the situation needed verification. His words seemed to serve as a self-soothing monologue, and upon hearing them, old Joseph exhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Initially, he had doubted that the lead regarding Roy would yield significant results. But now it appeared there was a promising avenue for further investigation. With that, Gooden paused momentarily, swiftly formulating a brief plan in his mind. If the reports of food shortages at Snow Valley Ridge were accurate, then neighboring lords and the city of Jinyuan would undoubtedly possess pertinent information. Assign someone to inquire. There should be considerable findings. The Charleston substantial grain purchases indicated that there must be a designated storage location. Normal consumption could not possibly deplete such an enormous stockpile. And once the granaries were identified, I would dispatch scouts. If the reserves were adequate, all would be well. However, should the inventory prove insufficient, we must brace ourselves for the worst. Understood. Old Joseph recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to personally select a suitable team for reconnaissance. Gooden gently tapped the surface of the desk and continued, "Additionally, what progress has been made regarding Matthews? As you suspected, he has gone into hiding. I inquired with Krog, but he showed no inclination to share any information with me." Gooden had anticipated this development and remarked, "His concealment only suggests he harbors guilt. Thus, it is imperative to continue our pursuit. Furthermore, in the search for his whereabouts, we shall reach out to his acquaintances, informing them that a reward of 5 gold coins would be offered for verified information leading to Matthews' location. For individuals in hiding, Gooden felt there were few effective means to uncover them. Thus, he resorted to the power of currency, intending to entice with gold. Upon learning of this reward, Matthews would undoubtedly feel a surge of trepidation, growing wary of those around him. Once this objective was achieved, locating him would merely be a matter of time. Moreover, Gooden did not intend to settle for just 5 gold coins. As time progressed, he would increase the bounty further. He could not fathom the existence of anyone in this world who would not covet wealth. Furthermore, do not cease communication with Kroger, should we obtain information from him. This predicament may be resolved sooner than anticipated. Indeed, young master. Chapter 68, Super Wheat, Fertile Lands. If the conjecture proves to be true, where would the remaining thousands of orcs be? Would he once again fall victim to their ambush? Such speculations left Gooden's mind in a state of turmoil. The intricacies of this power struggle were indeed taxing. After sipping some tea from the table, Gooden resolved to take a stroll outside. His responsibilities below were well managed by old Joseph, so he did not need to keep a constant vigil on the proceedings. As he made his way to the farm outside the town, Gooden felt no need to don armor, but he did ensure he was armed and accompanied by guards. After all, he could not dismiss the possibility of hostile assassins lurking in the town, albeit such a notion seemed far-fetched. Nonetheless, a measure of precaution was warranted. In this season of transition from summer to autumn, the crops in the fields surrounding Qingyuan town had transformed into a sea of golden hues. The midday sun, tempered by the gentle caress of the autumn breeze, felt less oppressive. Perched atop his horse, Gooden swayed gently as he gazed upon this golden expanse. Such a scene, reminiscent of his childhood in the countryside, was a rare sight for him. In those days, vast harvesters would be at work, leaving behind barren, tilled earth. This boundless vista, however, was a first for him. The expansive golden sea was not a singular entity. It was interspersed with paths and divided into numerous plots. There were over 80 farming households in Qingyuan town, with a total population exceeding 400. These individuals, tending to their fields, resided scattered across the 2,000 acres of farmland. Naturally, not all of them cultivated wheat. Several families had also established gardens for fruits and vegetables on the town's outskirts. To inspect the crops and gather agricultural data, Gooden dismounted and proceeded on foot into the wheat fields. As he walked, he meticulously ensured that no plot was overlooked. Within a mere 100 meters of his advance, he stumbled upon an exceptional entry. Super Wheat, a superior variety of wheat suitable for year-round cultivation, requiring only 120 days to mature, with a yield of 1,000 kilograms per acre, can be replanted, inheriting the entry. However, Gooden did not immediately alter it. Instead, he rose to ascertain how many other wheat entries bore this option. Upon a brief examination, he discovered that within a square area of 100 meters on each side, all the wheat was accompanied by the selectable option. He then turned to the accompanying recorder and inquired, "To whom does this entire expanse of land belong?" "According to the plan, it should be the property of the Horrell family." "Very well, make a note of that. I shall pay them a visit shortly." The recorder, Broman, nodded, committing the young master's words to memory. As the sole designated central database of Qingyuan town, Broman possessed a remarkable eidetic ability, allowing him to serve as Gooden's personal repository of information. The entire layout of Qingyuan town, along with its residence details, was firmly etched in his mind. After marking the fields, Gooden continued his leisurely inspection. Over the expanse of thousands of acres of farmland, he managed to assess nearly everything within a single afternoon, ultimately selecting 3 varieties of wheat for modification and 4 plots for accelerated cultivation. Remarkably, he spent less than 5 gold coins to acquire all of these. In truth, all land in Qingyuan Snow Ridge legally belonged to Gooden, unless his position were revoked by the Emperor of the Empire. In addition to examining the wheat, Gooden also visited the vegetable and fruit fields to inspect the beets. Within the economic cycle plan, sugar was the most crucial item for generating revenue. As a naturally sweet product, beets were highly favored by various races across the continent. In winter, a pot of beet soup, savored in a single sip, was utterly refreshing. Furthermore, given their short growth cycle, beets could be cultivated 3 times a year, ensuring a reliable yield. However, Gooden discovered that there was only one farm in Qingyuan town dedicated to beet cultivation, effectively monopolizing the market. The reasons for this were straightforward. Beet cultivation was not as simple as that of wheat, which required minimal maintenance post-planting and harvesting. Beets, on the other hand, necessitated regular monitoring and fertilization throughout their growth period. Should any unforeseen circumstances lead to the wilting of immature beet seedlings, the entire harvest for that half year would be lost. Such a high-risk crop naturally resulted in fewer cultivators, and it required experienced hands. Consequently, due to the monopolistic nature of the market, Gooden decisively contracted the beet fields at a price of 1 gold coin per month, hiring a family to maintain the crops. After completing this acquisition, Gooden finally found the time to refresh the entries for the beet seedlings. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as 3 consecutive attempts yielded no suitable results. When the new entries were revealed, Gooden could not help but curse under his breath. Rich soil, crops planted here yield double the output, and the growth time is reduced by 50. My goodness, such a formidable entry, combined with super wheat, would allow for a harvest every 2 months. Recognizing the potential, Gooden promptly decided to replace the entry. The accompanying entourage exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what their master meant. But as subordinates, their duty was to follow orders, and they nodded in understanding. With necessary precautions in place, Gooden chose to modify the entry. Almost immediately, the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. However, this time it was milder compared to previous experiences. After shaking his head, the dizziness subsided substantially. At this moment, the beet field had transformed in its soil quality, appearing somewhat glossy and dark, indicative of fertile land. As this was his first attempt at modifying land, Gooden was uncertain how many areas had been impacted by the entry. Thus, he and his team set out to conduct a thorough inspection, and the final results left him somewhat astonished. I initially believed that the scope of modification would be limited solely to the beet fields. However, much to my surprise, it encompasses a square of 1,000 square meters, akin to the super wheat. If this is the case, it is likely that by next year, all the arable land in Qingyuan town will benefit from enhanced yields and accelerated growth. Chapter 69, Expansion of Entries. Master Craftsman. The modification intensity of entries related to farmland and crops surpassed Gooden's expectations. This not only enhanced productivity but also reduced growth cycles, casting a shadow of doubt in his mind. If he could fully optimize the seed and land entries, might it be possible to harvest daily? Regrettably, such aspirations felt exceedingly distant, not to mention the arduous task of maxing out the seed entries. Merely modifying the land would demand an indeterminate expanse of time. As the process of modifying the sugar beet entries commenced, Gooden simultaneously devised a plan for the mass production and refinement of white sugar. While he could produce a small quantity of sugar from beets using magic, achieving mass production without it involved a myriad of additional steps: juice extraction, impurity removal, evaporation, crystallization, honey separation, and drying. These constituted the core procedures, each further subdivided into several essential substeps. The endeavor of sugar refinement could not be accomplished by a singular machine. Rather, it necessitated a cohesive assembly of equipment. Now was a pivotal moment for construction. To prevent hindering the manufacturing progress of the equipment, Gooden plunged into independent development. Furthermore, the machinery for white sugar production did not require the extensive manufacturing and utilization akin to that of steam engines or crushers. Given the growth cycle and yield of sugar beets, a single set of production equipment sufficed. In the absence of mass production demands, crafting it himself would not pose a significant drawback. However, after 2 days of research and development, Gooden realized that the complexity of constructing this equipment was several times greater than he had anticipated. The initial steps of juice extraction and impurity removal alone left him bewildered. The subsequent critical processes of evaporation, crystallization, and honey separation seemed increasingly daunting. Originally, Gooden had hoped to have white sugar ready for sale before the merchant caravan's arrival at the month's end, but at the current pace of development, completion before the autumn harvest appeared uncertain. With his own knowledge and the convenience of magic, achieving mechanized mass production of white sugar should not be insurmountable. Yet the prolonged development time left Gooden somewhat discontented. After much contemplation, he accessed his personal panel. Name: Gooden Aldea, Qinyun, occupation: mage. Lord: strength, awakened, entries: mineral appraisal expert, dragon-like vitality, multitasking potential, extraordinary, description: among ordinary people, he is considered relatively successful. Since modifying the multitasking entry, the changes on his panel had been minimal, with only slight alterations to his strength and occupation. However, Gooden's focus was drawn to an unmodified entry below. Master craftsman, proficient in the manufacturing techniques of any item, possessing unparalleled craftsmanship, with a chance to enhance the quality of any creation. Should he replace that entry? While the mineral appraisal expert appeared to lack immediate utility, it would prove invaluable in the future when more rare metals were required, as only it could aid in their identification. Based on Gooden's own knowledge, he was familiar with only a small portion of common elemental minerals. As for the term mineral appraisal expert, which guarantees the strength of his physique, Gooden was reluctant to replace it. Regarding the last term, multitasking, such an extraordinary skill would remain untouched even if he were to exchange the first two. Gooden, who inherently grappled with indecision, now found himself in profound contemplation. Ultimately, he resolved to replace the term mineral appraisal expert first. He believed that in the future, when he required specialized metals, he would likely have the talent at his disposal to assist him. With this assurance in mind, Gooden directly selected ingenious craftsmen for modification. However, when he chose the target for the term replacement, an unfamiliar interface appeared. 3 additional plus signs materialized behind the original 3-term options. What is this? Gooden pondered, instinctively selecting one of the plus signs. In the next moment, an additional term appeared in the previously limited 3-term slot. Terms: mineral appraisal expert, dragon's spirit and tiger's might, multitasking, ingenious craftsman. What? It turns out his term slot can accommodate more than 3. Upon realizing this, Gooden felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why had he not immediately swapped in this term after discovering it? To preserve this term, he had refrained from refreshing for a full 5 days. How many powerful terms had he missed out on? With a tinge of remorse, Gooden began to absorb the knowledge imparted by ingenious craftsmen. Countless crafting techniques and forging processes intertwined with his historical memories, flooding his mind. Simultaneously, solutions to the conundrum of mass-producing sugar also began to take shape in his thoughts. With a resolution in mind, Gooden set aside his contemplation of term modifications and rose to begin his work. With the assistance of the ingenious craftsman term, Gooden resolved the issue that had plagued him for an entire day in just one afternoon. The first part of the machine functioned to wash away dirt and pre-slice the beets. The washing mechanism consisted of a horizontal cylindrical component, operating similarly to a washing machine, which would rotate autonomously when powered by a steam engine. With continuous sprays from several specially designed nozzles, the dirt and stones clinging to the beets would be thoroughly cleansed. After multiple rounds of washing in the cylinder, the beets would then be transported via a specially designed conveyor belt to the second section for slicing. This section bore a resemblance to a crusher, but its internal structure was markedly different. While a crusher aimed to reduce materials to powder, the processing of beets required them to be transformed into thin slices or shreds suitable for sugar extraction. Consequently, the internal design comprised a pressing plate and rotating, wave-shaped blades. Gooden had tested this design using a basket of radishes, and the resulting product met his expectations remarkably well. Thus, the next step would be the development of the crucial machinery for extracting sugar juice. With the aid of the ingenious craftsman term, Gudin felt confident that if he acted swiftly the following day, the sugar factory would likely be operational within a few days. Chapter 70. Fortuitous breakthroughs. During these recent days, Gudrun has diligently engaged in modifying various individuals and objects. However, while altering the entries, the emblem of addition had never appeared. This piqued Gudrun's curiosity. Could it be that the 3 modifications he had previously completed were automatically supplemented by this addition? If so, would expanding his entry count necessitate filling the remaining 2 slots? Contemplating this, Gudrun's gaze fell upon the refresh option. With 2 modification attempts still available for the day, he pondered whether to take a chance. If successful, it would surely be a delightful outcome. Lost in thought, he pressed the refresh button. And with the emergence of new entries, Gudrun shifted his attention. His objective now was to fill the entries, rendering the specific content of lesser importance, unless, of course, they all possessed detrimental effects. In that case, he would settle for a somewhat acceptable choice for the time being, intending to replace and modify them later. However, upon reading the descriptions of the entries, Gudrun's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Master of Elements, command of all elements in the world. All elements shall heed your command. Requiring minimal mental control to unleash magic. The first 2 entries were merely glanced over, but it was the third that commanded his focus. The name alone conveyed its formidable nature, and the description was even more impressive. Gudrun held unwavering faith in the entry's explanations. There was no need to dissect the wording for its implications. Whatever was inscribed could indeed be realized. For instance, should he choose shy moon and blushing flowers, the night sky would undoubtedly be cloaked in clouds. As for the Master of Elements, it meant he could genuinely wield dominion over all elements, even the most challenging to master, space and time. Without hesitation, Gudrun selected the modification for Master of Elements. At the moment of confirmation, he sensed the elements around him becoming increasingly vibrant. Simultaneously, he could perceive several unfamiliar elements: the gray space element, the white time element, and the green life element. After a brief exploration of these sensations, Gudrun could distinctly appreciate the immense power bestowed by the Master of Elements. This enhancement was utterly beyond description. Exhaling deeply, Gudrun took a moment to relish the improvement brought forth by the Master of Elements before shifting his gaze back to the refresh option, preparing to utilize his final modification of the day. As the new round of entries appeared, he quickly scanned them and suddenly sprang from his seat. Heart of Legend. If you are passionate about a certain field, pursue it wholeheartedly. The path to legend shall always remain open for you. The description of the Heart of Legend entry appeared rather ambiguous. However, it was clear that entering the realm of legend required not only talent, but also significant fortune. The history of the mainland spans over 3,200 years, yet the number of individuals who have achieved legendary status barely exceeds 10,000. And among the few hundred legends that endure today, many are venerable beings of several centuries. The emergence of new legends is indeed a rarity. Morse, being the youngest among those who have attained such legendary status, undoubtedly possesses a unique fortune. As his thoughts wandered, Gudrun decided not to dwell further and proceeded to amend the entry. Upon completing the modification, he sensed a peculiar feeling, akin to the notion that a mere slumber could elevate his status. This enchanting thought flickered briefly in his mind before dissipating. Having modified 2 exceptional entries in a single day, Gudrun pondered whether this might be the result of accumulated fortune from the recent lack of refreshes. Noticing he had one more refresh opportunity, he clicked to refresh, reasoning that any favorable entries that appeared would remain as long as he refrained from refreshing again. With a hint of anticipation, he glanced at the new entry description, yet the anticipated stroke of luck did not materialize. This did not surprise Gudrun, nor did it dishearten him. After all, he was already elated by the 2 exceptional entries he had secured. However, with no modification attempts left, he could not verify whether his entry count had indeed expanded. Yet, Gudrun remained unperturbed, knowing that he could wait until the next day's refresh to confirm. As the day's modifications were unexpectedly interrupted, Gudrun opted not to venture outdoors but rather to focus on enhancing his fields and crops. Casting his gaze upon the sugar-making machine, his spirit surged with determination, compelling him to embark on the path of research and development. It was not until the late hours of the night, feeling slightly fatigued, that he completed his simple evening routine and retired for rest. The following morning, Gudrun awoke, eager to check whether his entry count had increased. However, upon selecting an entry for modification, he found that the plus sign indicating an expansion was absent. Could I have miscalculated? Doubts regarding the growth of his entries began to cloud his mind. Was it a gradual process over time? How long would it take for an increase? Or was there a limit of merely 6 entries that he had previously overlooked? As questions multiplied in his mind, frustration crept in, prompting him to scratch his head in agitation. Never mind, if it's 6, then so be it. With a swift motion, he threw off the covers, marking the beginning of a busy day. The modifications made yesterday had evidently rendered today's tasks considerably easier. Whether aided by the knowledge of skilled artisans or the magic of elemental lords, the creation process was remarkably smooth. It was noteworthy that without relying on his staff the day before, he had managed to achieve over 120, and now, after a restful night, his progress had doubled. He sensed intuitively that if he continued to cast spells throughout the day, he might well advance to the initial tier by evening. Gooden surmised that this might be the effect of the Heart of Legend, and that fleeting idea from the previous day was likely its response. Thus, Gooden exerted himself even more fervently, employing various spells to commence the creation process, filling the laboratory with a lively atmosphere. 5 furnaces continuously churned molten iron, while 7 or 8 mages collaborated seamlessly in forging component parts. Such extravagant expenditure of magical energy allowed Gooden to ascend to the rank of an apprentice mage by noon. This advancement was achieved without relying on the quantity of mithril staffs. Had he utilized the attributes of the mithril staffs, the count could have reached 372. If he employed the most rudimentary fireball spell, he could now unleash 37 simultaneously. Although the destructive potential of such spells was rather limited, the mere presence of so many fireballs would surely instill fear in anyone nearby. Chapter 71. Upgrading and Expansion. Mass production of white sugar. To ascertain the authenticity of his recent advancement, Gadain opened his panel for inspection. Name: Gadain Aldia, Qin Yun. Occupation: Sorcerer. Lord: Strength. Initial stage: Attributes: Mineral Appraisal Expert, Fierce and Doughty, Multitasker, Master Craftsman, Elemental Sovereign, Heart of Legend. Potential: Unquenchable Legend. Description: Legend. For you, it is merely a question of time, but time may be insufficient. By the heavens! The panel's information had been updated, confirming his successful promotion. However, the description bore an unsettling tone. After muttering a silent curse, Gadain shifted his gaze to the refreshable attributes, preparing to eliminate the undesirable ones he had acquired the previous day. With his 3 refresh opportunities exhausted, the alternatives did not include the fortuitous attributes from yesterday. Gadain was not particularly surprised by this outcome. To prevent the expansion of attributes while foolishly neglecting modifications, he resolved to attempt changes immediately after the daily refresh. Casually selecting an attribute for modification, he paused at the confirmation section of the replacement options. Initially bereft of hope, Gadain intended to close the panel with a mere glance. But the familiar plus sign reappeared before his eyes. The unexpected delight momentarily left Gadain in a state of shock. Hadn't he tested this in the morning without any results? Could it be that filling the attributes would lead to automatic additions? Wait, could this signify an upgrade? Suddenly, a possibility flickered in his mind. The only change to his panel since morning was his upgrade from Awakening to Initial Stage. Previously, his strength level had displayed none, and since replacing Insulation with Multitasker, he had not modified anything for himself. If this were the case, could it be that each upgrade would grant him additional attribute slots? This would indeed rationalize the 3 vacant slots from yesterday and the sudden reappearance of attribute positions today. Regardless of the speculation, any increase in the number of attributes was a cause for celebration. The equipment for producing white sugar was immense and heavy, far exceeding the confines of his laboratory. Merely relying on a temporary shed for storage seemed overly inadequate. Concurrently, a substantial sugar factory was already under construction. The materials utilized included bricks and cement. Although the cement production facility was not yet complete, with the assistance of a single experimental machine's capacity, processing 100 pounds of cement in a day was not a challenge. This amount of cement was entirely devoted to the construction of the sugar factory. Furthermore, there was no need for Gadain to insist on a solid foundation. The sugar processing equipment could have been installed and secured long ago. An afternoon was ample time for Gadain to make minor adjustments to the entire set of sugar production equipment. As the last screw was tightened, the information on the attribute panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Name: Comprehensive Sugar Production Machine. Entry: Industrial Mass Production. Extreme Extraction. Vacant entry. Vacant entry: Quality: Excellent. Description: A set of machines capable of sugar extraction, industrial mass production, When producing white sugar, the production speed increases by 100, and the output of finished products rises by 50. Extreme extraction maximizes the extraction of all sugars from raw materials, raising the sugar yield to 20. Observing the two entries along with the excellent quality, Gooden felt an overwhelming sense of the craftsmanship's prowess. Before any modifications were made, these two entries were absent, and the quality was merely fine. Now, however, it had been elevated by an entire tier, accompanied by two formidable entries. Based on the sugar yield from extreme extraction, 1 ton of sugar beets could produce 200 kilograms of sugar. With the enhancement from industrial mass production, the final output could reach 300 kilograms. What does this signify? Previously, 1 ton of white sugar required 33 tons of sugar beets, but now, only 3.3 tons suffices. This is a tenfold increase, given that the yield per acre of sugar beets is approximately 3 to 4 tons. And with around 3 acres of beet fields, the total production of white sugar could easily exceed 3 tons. Estimating based on current market values, 1 pound of white sugar is worth over 5 gold coins. 3 tons equates to around 6,600 pounds, potentially yielding 30,000 gold coins if sold at the original price. Of course, this does not account for market fluctuations. Considering the market, he might only manage to sell for 1 or 2,000 gold coins before demand wanes. Such an extravagant luxury item has a consumption ceiling in the region of Jinyuan City. After all, how many individuals can afford such expensive luxuries here? In the bountiful lands of the capital city, Fenggu Plain, not only 3 tons, but even 30 tons could be readily consumed. Therefore, pricing would not be excessively high. And when sold externally, a price reduction would be appropriate. The early completion of the white sugar mass production equipment inadvertently shifted Gooden's focus to his next two objectives, salt and vodka. To stimulate the economy most rapidly, the best items would be these essential consumables. With white sugar being a luxury, reducing its price would make it accessible to the residents of Qingyuan town. Considering their current income levels, vodka, on the other hand, is the ace up Gooden's sleeve. The town's geographical position to the north, adjacent to the Everfrost Mountains, and named Qingyuan Snow Ridge, inherently lends itself to a colder climate. Moreover, more than half of the town's populace enjoys drinking to ward off the cold, resulting in taverns operating 24 hours during winter until spring arrives. If a high concentration distilled spirit were to emerge now, its popularity would be undeniable. Additionally, vodka, which does not require aging, can be consumed immediately upon production, making it the ideal brewing target for Gooden, who is pressed for time. In the evening, Gooden was in his study, arranging the mass production plans for salt and vodka, when old Joseph arrived to deliver some good news. Young master, news has arrived from the beet farmers that the beets have fully ripened and will be ready for harvest and delivery tomorrow. Chapter 72, Justice and Integrity. The inexpensive sale of sugar, the early maturation of beets was anticipated by Gooden. The fertile lands had the effect of accelerating the ripening time of crops. The beets, which would originally mature by the end of August, had surged in growth as if stimulated by hormones in recent days. Indeed, it is known that the sugar factory will be completed within these few days, with all equipment ready. Tomorrow, I shall send some workers to gather and store the beets. Very well, young master. Old Joseph nodded, taking note of the young master's instructions. By the way, has there been any news from Kroger? Upon mentioning Kroger, a hint of helplessness appeared on old Joseph's face. No, he remains tight-lipped about that matter, completely avoiding any mention of it. I have hinted several times. Yet he acts as though he has not heard me. Gooden was not surprised by this outcome. After all, Kroger possessed a unique trait on his panel: justice and integrity, a just person with a righteous soul, fair and upright without sycophancy. It was this very trait that alleviated Gooden's suspicions. Someone endowed with such a commendable description could not be easily swayed by the Charles-Sun family. However, whether he had been deceived remained uncertain. Let us attempt to engage him again. Gooden did not compel old Joseph to complete this task. It entirely depended on the other party's disposition. Additionally, do not forget to pursue the bounty on Matthews and double the amount. I refuse to believe that no one would be tempted by it. The deeper they hide, the more it indicates the significance of the information they possess. Gooden was not stingy with the small sums. The original bounty of 10 gold coins would now amount to 20. Such a considerable sum could comfortably sustain an ordinary family for several years. Old Joseph understood Matthew's importance and promptly made arrangements. Very well, I shall attend to it now. He was not overly anxious about the pursuit of Matthews. After all, there were numerous ways to settle the tax issues. Having him would certainly make things easier, but it was not insurmountable without him. July 25th, 3 days later. With the completion of the sugar factory's construction and the transfer of equipment, Gooden would personally oversee the initial sugar production process. He estimated that each work session would not exceed 1 week. Thus, when selecting workers, Gooden focused on young women, specifically those currently engaged in literacy programs at school. To ensure the hygiene standards of the sugar factory, these female workers would undergo training in health and safety before commencing their duties. Only those who passed the assessment would be allowed to join the factory, enjoying a 2-month work schedule of merely 7 days. Of course, this temporary arrangement would change as more factories emerged in the town, leading to their reassignment to other roles. As Gooden personally ignited the steam engine, the machinery of the sugar factory began to hum to life under mechanical guidance. The meticulous process of cleansing, extracting, soaking, evaporating, crystallizing, and centrifuging honey, followed by drying and baking, consumed the entirety of a morning. As the final drying and baking concluded, the refined granulated sugar lay quietly within its container. These translucent white granules epitomize the essence of granulated sugar. Observing the substantial quantity, estimated at over 100 kilograms, within the iron vessel, Gooden casually reached for a nearby bowl and spoon. He personally scooped out a bowl of sugar, sampling a small amount with his fingers. The sweetness and granular texture that danced upon his palate attested to the reliability of the equipment used. "Come, taste this and see how it fares," he invited, handing the bowl filled with sugar to his companion, Kroger. As an invited guest, Kroger remained momentarily stunned by the mechanical operations surrounding him. Gooden called out to him once more, prompting his realization. "My lord, is this crystal sugar?" "Indeed," Gooden affirmed, "this factory is dedicated to the production of crystal sugar. Do sample it and discern the flavor." With a smile, he raised the bowl and spoon once again. Kroger cautiously accepted it and extracted a small portion. "I cannot fathom how you achieved this, but in terms of quality, it far surpasses the offerings of the sugar merchants from the southern Redero Empire." As he spoke, Kroger gazed at the bowl of crystal sugar, feeling a tinge of reluctance as he returned it to Gooden. Such a small bowl of high-purity crystal sugar would incite a frenzy among many. To have tasted it is already a stroke of luck. "Keep it for yourself. There is ample supply here." Gooden observed Kroger's hesitance and waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards the container brimming with sugar. Following his gaze, Kroger's expression gradually solidified. He had been so engrossed in the machinery that he had overlooked the bounty of crystal sugar before him. The sheer amount of sugar must be worth a fortune. As an official of the empire, Kroger's annual salary was scarcely 15 gold coins. This small bowl alone could be worth a third of that, and here was the lord, Gooden, who had been in debt for 3 years, offering it to him. Was he attempting to curry favor with crystal sugar? Just as Kroger was about to voice his suspicions, Gooden interjected, speaking aloud to himself. "Crystal sugar will no longer be considered a luxury in Qingyuan town. It goes for 5 gold coins per pound outside, but I shall sell it for merely 10 silver coins per pound." "My lord, are you serious?" Kroger inquired, astonished. You speak of crystal sugar, indeed. The price has been inflated by those unscrupulous merchants from the Redero Empire. Selling it at a lower price benefits my subjects. Does it not?" Caught off guard by this inquiry, Kroger found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While simultaneously grappling with a profound question, why had Gooden chosen to defer tax payments? He had spent several days living in Qingyuan town, and the atmosphere there was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Every day, a multitude of individuals gather at a location adjacent to the town square to acquire the art of literacy. Not far from the town, a peculiar structure emits wisps of smoke daily, seemingly engaged in the process of smelting something. What perplexes the mind even further is that these machines are all crafted by the skilled hands of the blacksmiths of Qingyuan town. Could it be that the dwarven clan of the kingdom of Tasa resides here? Otherwise, he finds it utterly incomprehensible where such wondrous and intricate devices could have originated. Chapter 73, School Construction, Open Hearts. After allowing the visitors a brief sampling, Gooden stepped outside the factory and addressed the gathered townsfolk. He announced that henceforth, the crystal sugar of Qingyuan town would no longer be a luxury item, but rather a commonplace commodity accessible to all. Priced at 10 silver coins per pound. Families would be limited to purchasing 2 pounds per month, with a strict prohibition on resale. Any violators would face confiscation of their property and expulsion from Qingyuan town. As Gooden spoke, his aides revealed containers brimming with white sugar, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, instantly silencing the crowd before an eruption of jubilant cheers ensued. The townspeople had long anticipated this moment, having heard through friends and family that the Lord intended to sell crystal sugar. Initially, they had assumed it would be available only in limited quantities at exorbitant prices, merely gathering to witness the spectacle. However, they were astonished to learn of the drastically reduced price of 10 silver coins per pound. In the past, such a sum would have seemed substantial to the townsfolk, even though it was significantly less than the market price. Yet, their circumstances had transformed. Nearly half of the town's residents were now engaged in the Lord's enterprises. With generous wages and benefits, they had managed to save a modest amount, and this price was within their reach. Observing the ecstatic crowd, Gooden waved cheerfully before leading his team to their next destination. In addition to the completion of the sugar factory, the cement plant, salt factory, and vodka distillery had also commenced operations. However, the salt and vodka facilities were progressing more slowly, likely producing their first batches by evening or the following day. Thus, Gooden headed directly to the cement plant. Unlike the gentle and refined atmosphere of the sugar factory, the cement plant was a cacophony of noise, with multiple stone crushers roaring in operation. The gray cement, once produced, was stored in well-ventilated, cool, and waterproof areas as per Gooden's instructions, lacking dedicated packaging. The cement would be uniformly stored and transported via carts when needed. After a brief inspection, Gooden motivated the workers with words of encouragement to boost their morale. After all, verbal praise cost him nothing and could enhance his rapport with the residents. The inspection at the cement plant was succinct. After issuing a few directives, Gooden led his entourage to meet with the construction team, which he had invested considerable effort in forming, as they would be crucial for the future transformation of Qingyuan town. Through their experiences from constructing kilns to factories, the members of the construction team had become adept in the use of cement and acquired unique architectural knowledge. Gazing at the construction workers standing in 3 rows, Gu Dian slowly began to elucidate the forthcoming tasks. The quality of the factory construction is commendable, and I am exceedingly pleased. This lays a solid foundation of experience for all of you. Henceforth, I must entrust you with an essential undertaking, the construction of a school. With regard to this endeavor, you must approach it with utmost seriousness. Cutting corners and hastily completing the work is strictly prohibited. Any transgressions will be met with severe consequences. And in grave cases, the punishment could be death by hanging. Gu Dian imposed the most stringent laws to address the issue of shoddy workmanship. Furthermore, beyond legal constraints, he sought to instill empathy within the workers by allowing them to experience the ramifications of substandard construction. As the first school in Qingyuan town, I presume many of you have children who will attend classes there, correct? This inquiry elicited nods of agreement from several construction workers. In that case, would you wish to witness the collapse of the very school you built, burying the students within its ruins? Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily shook their heads in terror and exclaimed, "My lord, we absolutely will not allow such a calamity to occur. My child is studying there. I certainly do not wish for that." The enthusiastic response from the crowd prompted Gu Dian to nod in satisfaction. He then raised his hands to signal for quiet and continued, "Not only for the school, but I hope that you will carry this mindset into every future project you undertake. Upon the completion of each construction, I shall ensure that a monument is erected outside, inscribing the names of those who participated in the work. If the building stands for 50 years, your accomplishments will endure for 50 years, if it lasts a century. Your names will be remembered and revered by future generations. Conversely, should the structure exhibit flaws within 50 years, your names will be scorned, and descendants will bear the brunt of ridicule. It is a choice. Do you wish to be esteemed by posterity or reviled?" "Esteemed, esteemed, esteemed." The construction workers chorused in unison. "Excellent. I hereby declare the commencement of the first phase of the project, the construction of the school." With that proclamation, applause erupted around him in celebration. Among the spectators, Kroger clapped while casting a puzzled glance at Gu Dian's profile. Before arriving to collect taxes, he typically conducted a brief investigation into the local lords. Gu Dian's reputation was among the least favorable among his peers, compounded by issues of tax arrears, leading Kroger to harbor a negative impression. Yet, after days of interaction, he discovered that the external rumors contrasted starkly with the realities observed in Qingyuan town. Where were the claims of lechery, greed, arrogance, and narrow-mindedness? Here, he witnessed a lord devoted to the welfare of his subjects. Not only does the sale of crystal sugar at a modest price bring benefits to the populace, but the construction of schools further exemplifies Gooden's far-sighted vision and aspirations. Such a lord would hardly resort to skimping on the meager annual taxes, would he? Once the groundbreaking ceremony concluded, Kroger strode forward and approached Gooden. "My lord," he began, I apologize for intruding on your schedule, but I wonder if you might have a moment to discuss matters concerning the taxes in Matthews? Upon receiving Kroger's invitation, Gooden smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly, I have the time. Shall we converse leisurely at my castle? Very well. Chapter 74, The Golden Sea of the Northern Desert. 100 miles of pursuit in the castle's reception room. The atmosphere was markedly different from their initial, tension-filled encounter. This time, Krog had altered his demeanor, refraining from his previous sarcastic remarks. My lord, the town of Qingyuan that you govern is, to be frank, in stark contrast to the rumors circulating outside. I apologize for my earlier attitude, he stated, bowing slightly and placing a hand on his chest in a gesture of contrition. It is of no consequence. You were merely speaking from the perspective of the Empire, and I bear no grudges over such trivial matters, responded Lord Gudern, dismissing Krog's former harshness. Provided it was not aimed specifically at him. Had Krog been sent by Charleston to undermine him, Gudern would have expelled him from Qingyuan immediately after their initial meeting. Since it was unnecessary for the tax collector to reside in his territory, he could easily reside in Jinyuan City instead. Thank you for your understanding. Krog replied with a serious expression, then proceeded to the crux of the matter. Lord Gudern, to be candid, I believe there is no need to withhold this tax payment regarding the development of Qingyuan. Furthermore, I do not perceive you as the type to engage in such actions. Additionally, in recent days, Butler Joseph has inquired about the whereabouts of Matthews. I suspect you may be facing some difficulties. Would you be willing to share the details with me? Finally addressing the main issue, Gudern nodded and briefly organized his thoughts. The notion of tax arrears is, in essence, a grave misrepresentation. Since I assumed the role of Lord, the tax matters have been entrusted to old Joseph, and we have duly paid our dues each year. Any surplus tax collected has been reinvested into the town's infrastructure, and my personal expenses have been covered by family support. Thus, there has been no need to covet this meager tax revenue. Now that a significant issue has arisen, the only party I can suspect is the former tax collector, Matthews. In just a few sentences, Gudern succinctly conveyed the sequence of events to Krog. Are you suggesting that Matthews embezzled and concealed this tax revenue? Krog inquired. Yes and no. Gudern replied, nodding slightly before continuing. The underlying circumstances are somewhat intricate, yet it cannot be dismissed that such a possibility exists. Initially, I intended to seek his assistance in verifying the tax records to pinpoint the source of the issue. However, Matthews has seemingly vanished, rendering him impossible to locate, which only heightens my suspicions. At this point, Gudern's tone carried a hint of exasperation. After all, who would remain composed when unjustly burdened with a debt exceeding 1,000 gold coins? Krog pondered for a moment before responding. If this truly is a matter concerning Matthews, then you shall not be held accountable for this tax. I will draft a petition to submit to the Northern Governor's office, requesting a postponement of your payment until Matthews is found and the situation clarified. I am immensely grateful, Gudern replied. Having the deadline extended is the greatest assistance I could ask for, even in the absence of locating Matthews. His recourse to the arbitration office to appeal against his grievances and to summon officials from the Empire to investigate the circumstances surrounding the matter would undoubtedly yield resolution. Furthermore, once the arbitration office intervenes, the Charleston family cannot evade accountability, although there is no concrete evidence of their alleged conscription of work troops. It is increasingly apparent that there lies a substantial truth beneath. However, upon analyzing the information at hand, it seems that the opposing party's remarks were merely a momentary outburst. Should the arbitration office become involved, the false mining case pales in comparison to the egregiousness of the orc troop conscription, which is a direct breach of protocol. By that time, not a single member of the Charleston family would be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, Krog scratched his head and paused. Speaking of Matthews, I did possess knowledge of his whereabouts prior to my arrival in Qingyuan town, but now, after such a considerable passage of time, I am uncertain if he remains there. If the Lord could spare some personnel, perhaps they could be dispatched to investigate. The search for Matthews has yielded no news from Gudern thus far. Seeing a potential lead, he hastened to speak up. It would indeed be advantageous to have any information, as my own inquiries over several weeks have borne no fruit. Observing Gudern's eagerness, Krog promptly divulged what he knew. Matthews had been assigned to collect taxes in a territory to the east, near the Golden Sea of the Northern Desert, specifically in Nabeo town. If one were to send someone there, they could stay in New Corner City to gather intelligence. New Corner City serves as a vital transit hub. Matthews would undoubtedly pass through here, where he would receive his assignments before proceeding to Nabeo. Upon hearing the name of the location, Gudin swiftly rifled through his memories. The northern desert Golden Sea lies within the northeastern territories of the empire, adjacent to the Frosty Peaks, which correspond to the northern borders. As for my Qingyuan Snow Ridge, positioned at the extreme northwest of the northern territories, traversing nearly 700 to 800 kilometers to reach the vicinity of the northern desert Golden Sea is no minor feat. The magnitude of this distance necessitates a journey of no less than 5 or 6 days. It is no wonder that my efforts, both in issuing bounties and searching the frequented locales, have yielded no clues. The distance traveled is indeed substantial. Matthews has been dispatched to such a remote location, which raises new questions for Gudin. Is it customary for the tax officials to be reassigned to such distance posts? Krog shook his head and replied, logically speaking, such an occurrence is unlikely. Relocations typically involve minor adjustments within a localized area, and it is rare for there to be cross-regional transfers unless initiated by the individual. I, too, heard of his assignment to such a far-off place, which piqued my interest. Listening to the explanation, Gudin nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, he excused himself, citing pressing matters. Krog, understanding that the other was about to arrange the search for Matthews, refrained from further interruption. After bidding farewell to Krog, Gudin made his way to the training grounds in the backyard. He called for an immediate halt to training and summoned an emergency assembly. The entirety of his military strength consisted of 2 squads of recruits and a squad of instructor soldiers. In less than 10 seconds, as the assembled crowd completed their formation, a look of satisfaction filled Gudin's eyes, yet his expression remained stern. This is an urgent mission. I must select personnel to undertake it. The top 5 trainees and the top 5 instructors stepped forward. With a sharp command, 10 individuals marched out of the ranks simultaneously. Among the remaining personnel, the top 5 from the Humanities Department also advanced. After a brief pause of several seconds, 5 qualified individuals emerged. The selected personnel lined up, and I announced the mission. Former Imperial Tax Officer Matthews has colluded with foreign adversaries to embezzle tax funds. He is now fleeing to the town of Dabao, near the Golden Sea in the northern desert, where he is serving as a tax officer. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers replied with fervor. This mission is of utmost importance. Success is imperative, and failure is not an option. Immediately change your gear. Each of you will take 2 warhorses and alternate riding. Depart at once. Yes. Chapter 75, The Burning of the Granary, Industry 2. 0 in less than half an hour, 15 soldiers rode forth, leading 30 warhorses towards the outskirts of the town. The sight of them, fully armed, astonished the townsfolk, who speculated about the alarming events that warranted such a display of readiness from the Lord's guards. The chatter among the townspeople grew, and Kroger, who was privy to the situation, marveled at Gudin's swift mobilization. To gather and prepare a contingent within such a brief time frame was no small feat. The destination lay near the northern desert's Golden Sea, a daunting 700 to 800 kilometers away. Typically, a regular unit would require half a day to prepare, and given the late hour of departure, they would likely not set out until the following morning. Yet, Gudin's soldiers were fully equipped and ready to depart in less than 30 minutes. It was evident that they had long been prepared for the pursuit of Matthews. At the castle, Gudin gazed after the departing contingent. The pursuit had commenced, and it was time to strategize for subsequent advance tasks. Although he proclaimed the necessity for the mission to succeed, the uncertainties of a chase spanning hundreds of kilometers loomed large. Should Matthews catch wind of the endeavor and conceal himself in some obscure location, the chances of locating him before the autumn harvest would be slim, perhaps even extending into winter. Thus, in addition to swift action, Gudin needed to devise contingency plans. If Matthews remained elusive, he would have to seek an opening with the Charleston family. Upon returning to his study, Gudin swiftly penned a secret directive and summoned a messenger. He entrusted the command to Ears, instructing him to expedite the arrangements. Indeed, the so-called breakthrough was more aptly characterized as an act of vengeance. However, to enlist the aid of the orcs, he required solid evidence to support his claims. Otherwise, presenting unsubstantiated accusations might not elicit the desired response from the arbitration office. At best, they would send someone to conduct a perfunctory investigation, which could inadvertently alert the adversary, pushing them to retaliate fiercely. To preempt the worst-case scenario, Gudin began his preparations in advance. The Charleston family placed great importance on their grain supplies. Thus, he resolved to incinerate their granary post-harvest. Once their grain was consumed by flames, would the Charleston family remain complacent? deprived of the sustenance necessary for survival in the coming year. How could the vast Snow Valley Ridge, along with its hidden orc population, maintain their composure? Once their supplies dwindled, the concealed orcs would inevitably reveal themselves, at which point he could prompt the arbitration office to intervene. Concurrently, the residents of Snow Valley Ridge, facing scarcity, would descend into chaos. At that juncture, whispers would be spread from Qingyuan town, informing them of ample supplies and available work opportunities. This plan not only addressed the immediate issues but also expanded the population, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. A strategy yielding threefold benefits was indeed too fortuitous. Meanwhile, Ears, engrossed in his training, promptly commenced the execution of the mission upon receiving the secret order. The task of setting fire to the granary is not merely about incinerating one or two structures. If one is to undertake such a mission, it must be executed with absolute resolve, culminating in the complete destruction of all granaries in the Snow Valley Ridge. Consequently, this endeavor necessitates a considerable number of personnel, and to avoid suspicion, it is imperative to covertly infiltrate Snow Valley Ridge in advance. Once Gu Dunin had arranged the task, he set out once more, heading to the Engineering Research Institute to plan the next phase of construction research. Upon arriving at the institute, he found two two-story buildings and three single-story houses adjacent to the blacksmith shop, all serving as the site for engineering research and fabrication. The individuals resting and conversing in one of the rooms stood in unison upon Gu Duin's arrival, greeting him. "Young master, please take a seat." Gu Duin gestured for them to sit. With the cement factory's equipment nearing completion, the busy workers were afforded a rare half-day respite. There were 14 individuals present in the room, including 6 supervising machines outside, summing up to a total of 20 personnel. This constituted the entire staff of the Engineering Institute. "You have all performed admirably in the development of the cement factory equipment, and I shall briefly outline the rewards." Upon hearing of the rewards, the group eagerly perked up to listen intently. All participants, in addition to monetary compensation, would each receive a pound of crystal sugar and fine salt. And there would be a special reward presented the following day. The announcement of this reward sparked incredulity in their eyes, and before long, someone joyfully shouted, prompting an eruption of fervent cheers throughout the room. After the jubilant clamoring persisted for nearly half a minute, Gu Duin raised his hand to signal for silence, and he commenced the formal allocation of tasks. "Now, I will distribute the new assignments. First, the number of personnel at the Institute is still insufficient. We must continue to expand. We have nearly completed the selection process in the town, and in a couple of days, a new group of residents will arrive. You shall have the first pick from this batch. Bark, prepare for the selection." "Yes, young master." Second, we will be organizing departments within the Engineering Institute, allowing individuals to focus on their respective fields rather than the current situation where everyone is engaged in various tasks. We will divide into 3 departments: the Design Department, the Experimental Forging Department, and the Mass Production Department. Each department will have its own responsibilities. For now, Bark will lead the Design Department, with Ponzi and Eden participating. The 2 of you will also oversee the remaining 2 departments. Understood. With this arrangement, Bark's 2 apprentices were officially assigned roles. Thirdly, we need to develop the ancillary equipment for the smelting plant. The Design and Forging departments will be responsible for its development, while the Production department will continue to manufacture steam engines. Upon receiving the directives, the group rose to depart the room, leaving only Bark, Ponzi, and Eden behind. "I have prepared the development plan for the new equipment. Please take a look," Gu Duin stated as he handed the prepared document to the trio. The task of forging equipment for the smelting plant was simplified to the development of basic components, such as the pressing of large steel plates or the urgent mass production of prefabricated steel bars. Given the extensive technical knowledge possessed by the members of the Engineering Institute, the aspiration to independently construct the core of a smelting plant indeed presents a considerable challenge, one that can only be surmounted through his personal design and forging efforts. Naturally, for more straightforward tasks, Gooden would simply delegate the responsibilities without needing to be physically present. As the 3 individuals perused the documents, they finally uncovered the genuine research and development content: the distillation tower, the pumping machine, and the generator. This is precisely what Gooden needed to entrust to the Engineering Research Institute. As they examined the various introductory descriptions, an expression of disbelief emerged on their faces as they turned their gazes towards Gooden. Chapter 76. A Letter from the Former Master. The mystery unveiled. Observing the astonished expressions of the 3, Gooden smiled gently and clarified, as the heads of the research institute. It is advantageous for you to have foresight into the future direction of our studies, allowing you to prepare accordingly. The distillation tower, the pump, and the generator are each the backbone of a vast system. The distillation tower is intended for the extraction of various gases, such as coal gas or gasoline, serving as crucial energy sources. The pump is designed to provide a water circulation system for the entirety of Qingyuan town, and can even be advanced to develop various types of motors. Meanwhile, the generator represents the most vital component that will transform Qingyuan town. Each plan will encompass a multitude of subsidiary projects. These undertakings will ultimately require maintenance, and while I currently possess the capability to swiftly produce these elements, it is impractical for me to shoulder all subsequent issues alone. Therefore, it is essential to delegate these intricate tasks to the local populace. The overarching objectives of our research are established. In the near future, apart from the component shaping equipment for the smelting plant, you will have only two primary goals. The first is to upgrade the existing steam engine to enhance its power and to design a lightweight, transportable version based on the original. The second is to expedite the development of the first-generation pump, even if it is merely an experimental version, for dewatering purposes in the mines. I understand. I shall commence arrangements immediately, Bark replied, aware that the young master had acquired an iron mine from an unknown source. However, due to water infiltration, development had long been stalled. As the iron consumption in Qingyuan town continued to escalate, the previously purchased supply from Jinyuan City was nearly exhausted, and relying on continual purchases was unsustainable. Thus, the development of the iron mine must be prioritized. Indeed, let us strive to complete the industrial upgrades before the spring of next year, Gooden encouraged, clapping his hands to motivate the group. He then continued to elucidate various aspects of their plans. After enjoying a hearty meal and indulging in a warm bath, life felt exceedingly pleasant. Although entertainment was scarce in Qingyuan town, Gooden, as an outsider, found an abundance of intriguing tales within local literature. For instance, in the northernmost reaches of a desolate land lies a place known as the Land of Flames, where massive columns of fire erupt from the earth year-round, surrounded by flammable black oil. Gooden mused, isn't that just oil? According to the texts, this site had been ablaze since the Third Demon War a millennium ago, burning for nearly 1,000 years without extinguishing, an impressive reserve that tantalized Gooden. Regrettably, the distance to the Land of Flames was no less than 2,000 kilometers, making it unlikely to exploit such resources until the advent of widespread railway transportation. Beyond this, he harbored a profound interest in the historical development of this world, dedicating his days to studying the history of Dawn Continent, Volume 1. Emerging from the bathroom, Gooden hurriedly dried himself and swiftly donned a slightly thick cotton robe. The weather in Qingyuan town can change as swiftly as a fleeting expression. Just days ago, wearing a slightly longer robe felt stifling, yet now, without such attire, the autumn breeze at night sends shivers down one's spine. Upon returning to his study, Gooden effortlessly conjured a light spell on the ceiling, and a milky glow instantly filled the entire room. Ever since he attained the status of Elemental Lord, such rudimentary magic no longer required his mental focus to sustain. He could effortlessly turn it on and off at will. This illumination was far superior to the previous candlelight, which often necessitated relighting the wick halfway through. However, after merely flipping through a couple of pages, a folded sheet of white paper fell from the book. What could this be? Observing the folded paper, which seemed to contain some content, Gooden picked it up and unfolded it for a cursory glance. With a soft thud, the brief inspection sent a chill racing down Gooden's spine, causing the book on the history of the continent to slip from his grasp. To the future Lord of Qingyuan. Upon discovering this message, it signifies that my family and I have met with misfortune. My demise is undoubtedly the result of a conspiracy orchestrated by the Charlison family. Regardless of how natural my death may appear, I implore you to remain vigilant against them. Within my study, I have concealed a secret compartment. Behind the penultimate shelf of the third bookcase, press the upper left stone brick lightly, and you will find all evidence of the Charlison family's collusion with Aster. The Charlison family has covertly betrayed the Empire. I beseech you, unseen Lord of Qingyuan, to ensure these documents are submitted to the Empire. Charlison, should you uncover this letter, I curse your family to face utter annihilation amidst this insurrection. Once, the Lord of Qingyuan, Sekit Keltia, signed. The hasty scrawl of over 200 words revealed to Gooden the urgency of the previous lord's plight. It was evident that he was in a state of extreme peril at that moment. The contents left Gudrun astounded. The Charlison family had indeed conspired to murder the former lord of Qingyuan and sought to eliminate him in secrecy as well. The third bookcase. The penultimate shelf. Gudrun gazed at the filled shelves and summoned a magical hand to roughly pull out all the books. He then reached out to touch the back wall, discovering a noticeable difference in texture at the upper left corner. Gently pressing it, he heard a faint sound of stone grinding against stone. Following the sound, Gudrun hastily approached to investigate. A section of the stone wall opened under the mechanism's force, revealing what appeared to be a book and an iron round box within, illuminated by the light. For safety's sake, Gudrun refrained from directly retrieving the items from the secret compartment, opting instead to use his magical hand. He also conjured a magical shield in front of himself, just in case. After a meticulous examination confirmed there was no danger, he finally opened the book to inspect its contents. The first half was filled with records akin to ledgers, while the latter pages bore hasty annotations of what seemed to be place names. After pondering for a considerable time, Gudrun remained perplexed by the nature of the object before him. He then shifted his gaze to the iron round box, which appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet, Gudrun discerned a faint trace of magical energy emanating from it. Possessing the title of Elemental Master, he was capable of distinguishing between the remnants of his own magic and the inherent properties of the object. The residual trace of lightning magic present was undoubtedly not of his making. Having toyed with the item for a while, Gudrun could not locate any mechanism to open it. Could it be a magical artifact? In this world, he had encountered a magical item only once at an auction. Considering staves and magical cloaks would be a separate matter entirely. Gazing at the round box in his hand, Gudrun found himself at a crossroads of indecision. Its placement in a hidden compartment suggested it was a crucial piece of evidence. It appeared that activation required lightning elemental magic. Yet he had never dealt with such items and was utterly unaware of the operating procedure. A misstep could lead to its destruction, which would be disastrous. After some contemplation, Gudrun decided to extend his mental energy, seeking the location of old Joseph within the castle. He then utilized a spell of magical communication. "I have an urgent matter. Please come to the study." Old Joseph, who was busy organizing tasks for the following day, was startled by the sudden voice that echoed beside him, prompting him to rise hastily. Although the young master had previously summoned him with magical communication, he had never invoked the term urgent, which suggested a significant dilemma had arisen. Rushing to the study, he entered to find the young master seated on the floor, surrounded by a scattering of books. After closing the door behind him, Gudrun deftly cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping. "Old Joseph, do you recall how the former lord of Qingyuan met his demise?" Gudrun inquired without immediately handing over the note. "Baron Sahit, was it not? I remember that his family encountered a torrential storm while en route to Jinyuan City. Their caravan was unfortunate enough to be swept into the river by a flood while crossing a stone bridge, resulting in the drowning of the entire family. Several surrounding families assisted in the search for over a month before recovering all the bodies. What troubles you, young master?" Upon hearing such a plausible cause of death, Gudrun nodded and used a magical hand to present the note left by Sahit to old Joseph. "Take a look at this." With a hint of confusion, Joseph reached out to accept the note. After a brief glance, his expression mirrored that of Gudrun moments prior, initial surprise swiftly morphing into gravity. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Gudrun, seated on the floor, inquired. Such shocking news left old Joseph momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he replied with a tone of seriousness, "If what the letter states is indeed true, this issue is beyond our capacity to handle. We must report it to the Empire and request their intervention." "Indeed, but whom should we contact to relay this information? The Lord of Jinyuan City? The arbitration office? Shall we proceed directly to the governor's mansion in the north?" Upon being asked this, old Joseph found himself at a loss for an answer. Had there been no local imperial officials to investigate the meticulously orchestrated assassination plot against the Baron Lord, devised for years prior? If such crucial intelligence were to be recklessly transmitted and intercepted by adversaries, the demise of our party would be imminent. Observing old Joseph's indecision, Gudrun recognized the complexity of the dilemma and opted to temporarily divert the conversation. "Never mind that," he said. "Take a look at this. Can you discern anything?" As he spoke, Gudrun handed over a tome containing evidence. This matter was beyond his comprehension. Surely old Joseph would grasp it without difficulty. As old Joseph perused the pages, he soon provided a response. It appeared to be a ledger. Although it did not explicitly state its contents, the entries indicated provisions such as grain, iron, and horses. The subsequent addresses, I surmised, could denote storage locations or perhaps some form of transit station. The expert's analysis indeed yielded a remarkably accurate conclusion. Gooden's expression was tinged with contemplation as he subsequently presented an iron disc. Do you recognize this? I found it in a concealed compartment. I sense a faint residual of elemental energy upon it, suggesting it may be a magical artifact. Old Joseph, gazing at the vaguely familiar item handed to him by the young master, appeared thoughtful. I have encountered this before. It is a magical device capable of recording surrounding sounds, typically employed in significant meetings or in scenarios where one cannot be physically present yet needs to convey commands. A magical recorder? Gooden listened to the explanation, slightly astonished as he examined the metallic circular box in his hand. He raised his gaze, intending to inquire about the usage of this device, but old Joseph preempted him. I am uncertain of its application, though I do know that once it records sound, it can be reproduced with the provision of magical energy. Beyond that, I am not informed. Very well, Gooden replied, a tinge of disappointment in his voice as he shook his head. It would be prudent not to experiment with such an important item recklessly. It would be better to consult a professional. The farewell letter left by Sekhet had alleviated many of my uncertainties, yet one matter remained elusive. What were the Charlson family truly after? They had been plotting this clandestine scheme since 4 years ago, perhaps even longer. The extermination of the Sekhet family, the training of orc troops, the attempted assassination to install a new lord. Each of these actions, if revealed, would spell the downfall of the Charlson lineage. What could possibly justify such perilous risks? Was it indeed, as the letter suggested, a coup d'etat? Every situation demands a narrative context, yet the myriad actions of the Charlson family leave one utterly confounded, rendering it impossible to ascertain their true intentions. Master, I fear these matters are beyond our comprehension, old Joseph remarked. Old Joseph shook his head and remarked, our current dilemma lies in finding a way to deliver this information to trustworthy imperial officials. That is indeed true. But I am not acquainted with any reliable officials, especially after all these years. Cough, right? Gooden responded somewhat helplessly, then suddenly glanced at old Joseph as if a thought had struck him. Our family does possess some influence. Surely, we can trust our own over outsiders? Chapter 77. The caravan arrives, bestowing noble titles. Upon hearing this, old Joseph's face revealed a trace of distress. Young master, if you wish for the family to intervene in such matters, it would be prudent to present more substantial evidence. The artifacts left by Baron Sekhet indeed hold some significance. Yet for your family, this situation is far from ripe for their intervention. Listening to old Joseph's words, Gooden scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Very well. We shall set this matter aside for now, for years have already elapsed, so what is a moment more? Old Joseph nodded in agreement. For the time being, that is the only arrangement we can make. Such evidence may not yield the desired results against a long-standing local power. Only when the young master attains a certain level of authority will he possess the stature to confront this. Go on with your duties. I wish to be alone for a while, Gooden requested. How can one aspire to be a good lord in peace when troubles abound? Perhaps a trip to Golden Origin City would provide some respite. At the doorway, old Joseph caught wind of the young master's musings and couldn't help but feel a flicker of concern. Would this matter frighten the young master into retreat? Yet, considering the various tribulations faced over the past month, the mere fact that the young master had only wavered now was already a small miracle. In the study, Gooden gazed vacantly at the letterhead on the table. His sole ambition upon arriving in this world had been to live as a leisurely lord, content to enjoy a life of ease. Naturally, he intended to exert some effort initially to reshape Qingyuan town to better suit his lifestyle. However, the unrelenting chain of events seemed to entangle him in a vast conspiracy, leaving him increasingly vexed. He had yet to truly relish his existence, yet troubles incessantly knocked at his door. After a long silence, Gooden sighed, muttering to himself, well, I must assist you in avenging your grievances. So I suppose I can endure this for a while. Glancing at the history of the continent he had picked up, Gooden shook his head, his desire to read extinguished. He set it aside in the corner of his desk and began to pen his upcoming plans anew. The emergence of Sekhet's legacy did not alter Gooden's daily routine. Upon waking the next day, he resumed his tasks without the slightest disruption. After a brief morning exercise, he led a team to inspect the factories once more. A month of development had brought numerous new constructions outside the town. In addition to the sugar and cement factories inspected the previous day, there were 2 more production facilities yet to be explored, the salt factory and the vodka distillery. Much like the sugar factory, these establishments were also the fruits of Gooden's solitary labor. Upon unlocking the ingenious craftsman achievement, The challenges of designing and forging were no longer obstacles for him. Within just a few days, he had meticulously established a comprehensive set of processes, which included various testing and adjustment phases. However, the extraction process proved slower than that of the sugar factory, as luck had not favored him this time, preventing the salt production equipment from upgrading its capabilities. Indeed, it was only after a full day of operation that the salt works completed the refinement of its first batch of fine salt. The salt, as delicate as granulated sugar, appeared indistinguishable at first glance. However, while sugar resembled an endless expanse of fine sand, the salt presented itself as a collection of sharply fragmented stones. Upon sampling a small portion from the meticulously crafted pile, the tiny grains erupted with a savory burst of flavor in the mouth. Although the taste of salt is generally uniform, Gudon felt that this particular salt surpassed the bricks he typically used in his kitchen by a considerable margin. The salt he had previously consumed required him to chisel off pieces from a solid brick and then grind them down before they could be incorporated into his dishes. Moreover, the color of the salt brick paled in comparison to the pristine whiteness of the fine salt. It bore a dull, off-white hue tinged with a hint of grayish yellow, which, though not affecting the taste, was somewhat off-putting in his mind. Gudon was immensely satisfied with his manufactured product and subsequently directed that some be set aside for distribution as rewards for his subordinates. For the common populace, while salt was affordable, it was typically used sparingly to enhance the flavor of their meals. A 1-pound salt brick could sustain a family for 2 to 3 months. Yet it came at a cost of 20 to 30 silver coins, which was not insignificant. Gudon intended to price the fine salt similarly to sugar, at 10 silver coins per pound, while also implementing a purchase limit. After concluding his inspection, he proceeded to the vodka distillery. To facilitate the production of vodka, Gudon had even recruited staff from local taverns, much to the dismay of tavern owners and many a thirsty patron. The impact on business and the perceived decline in the quality of available spirits left both parties disgruntled. However, Gudon regarded these concerns as trivial. Once vodka was available for sale, public sentiment would undoubtedly shift in his favor. In contrast to the earlier factories, the future potential of the vodka distillery was of paramount importance, thus the entire facility was secured with utmost vigilance. Only 3 smokestacks atop the roof emitted wisps of blue smoke. High-proof alcohol held significant potential not only for consumption but also for its ramifications in medicine and chemical industries. In a world still on the cusp of chemical advancements, it was crucial to maintain confidentiality regarding this technology. Even if the workers did not fully comprehend the machinery's underlying principles, the vodka extraction process was not swift. Merely a day had passed, and it was likely that only the raw materials had been processed thus far, with filtration and distillation yet to consume considerable time. Consequently, Gudon merely conducted a cursory review before departing to attend to other matters. By midday, he received a letter from Jinyuan City, dispatched by the auction house. Considering the timeline, it appeared that the first transaction between the parties was set for the following day. He casually opened the letter and perused its contents, quickly grasping the situation. This transaction involved a vast array of items, from various raw materials to livestock, with quantities of staggering magnitude. Notably, Jinyuan City had managed to recruit over 300 individuals to assist in his endeavors. According to the previous recruitment orders, Gudon must pay at least 15 gold coins. Despite the significant population influx, he found himself pleasantly surprised, as the lack of inhabitants in Qingyuan town had been a pressing issue. Initially, he had anticipated that this recruitment would yield no more than 100 individuals, yet the actual number exceeded his expectations threefold. Such a transformation necessitated that Gudon prepare arrangements in advance. Previously, several vacant houses had been freed up on the western side of the town, but it now appeared that additional cleaning would be required. Although there were 500 to 600 residents currently inhabiting Qingyuan town, the number of houses was far greater than that. When the former lord had not yet met his untimely demise, Qingyuan town was not as impoverished as it is now. The population then was roughly 2,000 to 3,000. Following the unexpected deaths of the former lord's family, many residents were lured away by neighboring lords. Consequently, most of the houses left behind fell into disrepair and abandonment, sparing Gudon the effort of constructing new residences. While these stone and mud houses would inevitably require demolition and reconstruction in the future, the current shortage of manpower rendered it imperative to avoid wasting labor. After receiving a letter of notification, Gudon set aside his current tasks to begin arranging for the reception of the merchant caravan the following day. Meanwhile, the townsfolk were mobilized to assist, clearing spaces and tidying up the rooms. The next day, At noon on the 27th of the 7th month, a vast merchant caravan arrived as promised at the outskirts of the town. Having received prior intelligence, Gooden, accompanied by old Joseph, came to greet them. And the ever-curious Kroger joined as well. The caravan was led by familiar faces Mr. Farrows and Captain Dedalo. This time, the cargo being transported amounted to over 40 wagons, along with the newly recruited individuals and their escorting teams, bringing the caravan's total population close to 500. Mr. Farrows, Captain Dedalo, it has been a while. And who might this be? Gooden approached the two men, noting a third companion whose demeanor seemed somewhat different. Your lordship, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, Lord Renus. The Governor-General of the Northern Territory. Dedalo quickly dismounted to present Renus to Gooden, lending a hand to assist him dismount as well. The Governor-General of the Northern Territory? Gooden momentarily faltered, pondering the purpose of such a distinguished figure visiting his domain. A sideways glance at old Joseph revealed a similar surprise. After assisting Renus, Dedalo continued his explanation. Lord Gooden, do you recall our conversation during our last encounter? Your title has been sanctioned by the Empire, and Lord Renus is here to confer your noble rank. Upon hearing this, Gooden came to a sudden realization. Dedalo had indeed mentioned this matter during their previous nocturnal assistance. His solitary valor in vanquishing nearly 100 orcs was a commendable feat sufficient to warrant a noble title. Now fully aware, Gooden hastened to extend his cordial greetings to Renus. Welcome, Lord Renus, to my humble border town. Lord Gooden. Oh, I should now refer to you as Baron Gooden. No need for such formality. This title is well-deserved. Renus smiled and waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Krog beside Gooden, somewhat surprised. Krog? What brings you here? Hearing Renus call out Krog's name, Gooden turned in astonishment to look at Krog. Do these two know each other? Recognized by an old classmate, Krog stepped forward, no longer hiding, and teased. I thought that after your promotion to the governor's office, you would no longer recognize me, your old friend. As for why I am here, I have been dispatched on a mission. Listening to their conversation, Gooden felt a twinge of surprise. Their relationship seemed rather extraordinary. I recall you were stationed at the border fortress as a military inspector. How did you end up here? Ahem, no, I have changed positions. I am now the Imperial Tax Officer, responsible for the tax collection in Qingyuan town. Krog spoke candidly about his demotion without any reservation. Just as the two were about to engage in further conversation, Gooden interjected with an invitation. Since you both are acquainted, why not discuss it inside the castle? We can leave the handover of work to the subordinates. Well, that sounds reasonable. Renus nodded in agreement. It was indeed inappropriate to chat here. In the castle's reception room, Gooden had already arranged for hospitality and led the group to this place. As the four settled down, Gooden opened the conversation. It appears you two have worked together in the past? Not exactly, but we were classmates at the Imperial Academy. And we both ended up working in the north after graduation. Renus did not conceal their relationship and simply explained, then turned to Krog. Speaking of which, my old classmate was among the top performers at the academy. His abilities are not inferior to mine. Yet now, he has even lost his position as military inspector. Did you offend your superior and get pushed out? Krog nodded, unperturbed. More or less, I was feeling stifled in that position. So it's better to change jobs for a change of pace. Hearing such a conclusion, Renus expressed some regret. If only you could temper your disposition a bit. Your current standing would undoubtedly surpass mine by 2 ranks. Once this tax collection is over, I will apply for you to transfer to the governor's office as my assistant. With your capabilities, you would surely rise to the rank of supervisor within a year. Forget it, my situation isn't that dire yet. If it truly becomes unbearable, I will come to seek your help. Listening to their exchange, Gooden's astonishment was nearly overwhelming. The positions under the Northern Governor's office are broadly classified into 3 categories: the Grand Governor, the Supervisor, and the Chief Administrator. The position of the Grand Commander is akin to that of an ambassador at the frontier, a role that can be described as one above many yet below only the Emperor himself, who is the sole authority to whom he must answer. The Commander, on the other hand, resembles a provincial leader, overseeing numerous subdivisions within a vast region such as the Frosty Peaks. Below him, the Steward acts as the head of local departments, akin to figures like Rianos, who may be tasked with errands yet wield substantial power. Observing their conversation, it is remarkable that Kroger managed to ascend from the humble position of tax collector to that of commander within a single year. This leap is comparable to a newly appointed bureaucrat swiftly attaining the rank of provincial chief within the same time frame, a meteoric rise that even Gooden finds hard to believe. My apologies, Baron Gooden, for indulging in conversation with an old friend after such a long time. Let us now turn to more pressing matters. Not at all. It is only natural for old friends to share a few words, Gooden replied, maintaining a composed smile as he emerged from his astonishment. Rianos nodded and continued, Indeed. You are aware of my purpose for this visit. With that, he retrieved several items from his waist and added, Let us get straight to the point. The ceremony for the conferral of titles has been entrusted to me by His Majesty, and I will be responsible for your honor bestowal. Chapter 78. The Salt and Sugar Trade. Shocking the caravan as Rhaenys spoke, he began to extract items from his waist one by one. He subsequently produced an unopened ceremonial sword and a circular metal object. The circular metal appeared somewhat familiar to Gooden, prompting him to recall the evidence he had discovered the previous night. In the hidden compartment of his study, there was a similar object. With a slight exertion of energy, Rhaenys infused the circular metal with a unique force. Almost immediately, the metal began to emit a series of crisp sounds. He placed it on the table and solemnly addressed Gooden. In light of the grave nature of the moment, Gooden rose without hesitation and placed his hand over his heart, reciting Rhaenys' vow. I shall remain forever loyal to the Empire and to His Majesty, pledging to stand alongside him in times of crisis. Observing Gooden's earnest expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Rhaenys' solemn visage, and he stepped forward to pay homage with the ceremonial sword. May your courageous heart never wane, and may your path in battle be unrivaled. Rhaenys intoned the ceremonial words with gravitas, gently tapping the sword on Gooden's shoulders. As a member of Aurelia, forged from countless races and nations, the entire realm was imbued with a warrior's spirit. In such a momentous ceremony of nobility, the blessings carried an air of ferocity. The ritual of conferring titles concluded here, for he was merely a minor baron, not yet of hereditary rank. Congratulations once more, Baron Gooden. This will serve as your external credential, should it be lost. Kindly report it promptly for a replacement. Indeed, thank you. The central emblem depicted three symbols of the Empire, two crossed longswords, a fierce griffin, and a crown representing royalty. Baron Gooden, you still have business to discuss with the city of Jinyuan. As an outsider, I shall refrain from participating. Would you be so kind as to arrange for me a quiet room to converse with an old friend? Of course, no problem at all, old Joseph. Please make the necessary arrangements for our esteemed guest. Gooden discreetly glanced at the location of the circular metal disc at Rhaenys' waist before turning to old Joseph to fulfill the request. Very well, young master. Old Joseph replied with a slight bow, then addressed Rhaenys. Please, Master Steward, follow me. As Gooden watched Rhaenys depart, he had intended to inquire about the use of the recorder, but it seemed prudent to wait a while longer. Old Joseph went to personally attend to Rhaenys, while in the reception room, Erin awaited the master's command. Her delightful visage, paired with her unusual attire, caught the attention of both Faraz and Dedalo, who couldn't help but steal a few glances. Observing their momentary distraction, Gooden mused on the brilliance of contemporary fashion design, which could still captivate in such an environment. Noting Erin's slight unease under their gaze, Gooden decided to redirect the focus. Mr. Faraz, I would appreciate it if you could report and reconcile the accounts for this transaction. Certainly. No wonder Gooden previously declined the services of the dancers at the auction house. It turns out he has such a delightful maid at home. With such an enchanting maid, who would bother to invest their energy in those dancers? Shifting his thoughts, Faraz swiftly retrieved the ledger and the transaction list from his waist pouch and handed one copy of the transaction list to Gooden. The total amount for this transaction is 800 gold coins, after deducting your request for the payment of 20,000 silver coins and 100,000 copper coins. The remaining 500 gold coins will be allocated for purchasing supplies. The quantity of manganese steel ingots for sale has been increased to 100 pounds, and the required monetary payment has also doubled, to assure the counterpart of his sincerity and capability to settle the remaining balance. He preemptively sent 30 pounds as a deposit, which facilitated the auction house's willingness to prepare the 100,000 copper coins, effectively depleting the entire copper coin reserves of Jinyuan City. Due to the imperial requisition order, the procurement of staple grains did not yield significant results, summing up to merely 50,000 pounds of flour, valued at 10 gold coins. Additionally, the purchase of wrought iron and iron ore was somewhat affected, totaling 200 pounds of wrought iron and 3,000 pounds of ore, amounting to 50 gold coins. Aside from these, the procurement of other requested items remained unaffected. After briefly summarizing the impacted purchases, Faraz paused and continued his report. The procurement of poultry and livestock remained unscathed. Adhering to the request for an equal distribution of male and female, he acquired 6 cattle, 10 pigs, 20 sheep, and 40 horses, totaling 475 gold coins. Moreover, considering your conscription order, a total of 346 individuals meeting your criteria were brought, amounting to 17 gold and 30 silver. After conversion, apart from the remaining 70 pounds of manganese steel you need to pay for, an additional 52 gold and 30 silver in cash is required. After all calculations, Gooden will still incur a considerable loss in this transaction, yet this was anticipated. The primary expenses of this transaction lay in the poultry and livestock, which are inherently costly, and bulk purchases naturally exceed the budget. There are no issues with the bill. As for the excess amount, Mr. Faraz, do you recall my mention of new commodity transactions in my letter? The excess amount had already been foreseen by Faraz as being offset through the exchange of new goods. However, he was unaware of the specific items involved. This method of settling the remaining balance did not astonish him. Rather than directly stating the goods he intended to use for the offset, Gooden instructed Eileen, please bring me the 2 boxes I prepared. Yes, sir. The metal boxes contained salt and sugar, and Gooden opened them, presenting them before Faraz. I believe the auction house would find these quite intriguing. Staring at the 2 boxes of pristine white crystal sugar, Faraz paused. Could it be that Gooden intends to use crystal sugar as collateral? But how much would Gooden need to produce to cover the price difference? 5 pounds? 10 pounds? However, just as Faraz found himself puzzled, he noticed that the crystal sugar within the metallic box appeared somewhat different from what he had encountered before. Let us sample the box on the left. This crystal sugar is produced in Qingyuan town, and its purity and sweetness far surpass the offerings from the southern sugar merchants. Is this manufactured in Qingyuan town? Faraz could not help but inquire upon hearing Gooden's assertion. Crystal sugar is indeed produced and sold within the empire. Yet the purity of those products pales in comparison to what is crafted in the Rieterl Empire. The pristine white crystal sugar before him was undeniably of the highest quality. If you doubt it, feel free to taste. Consider this box a complimentary gift. Gooden generously offered a whole box of the white sugar. Faraz was taken aback by Gooden's magnanimity. The box appeared to contain at least 1 pound. In terms of market value, this would surely start at a minimum of 5 gold coins, and given its apparent high purity, the price would only rise. Yet now, it was being presented to him freely? Come, savor the flavor. Gooden gestured invitingly, and at that moment, Eileen brought forth a small bowl and spoon to place before them. Observing that Gooden was not jesting, Faraz hesitated no longer and sat up slightly to sample some of the sugar. The melt-in-the-mouth sweetness instantly illuminated his gaze. He had tasted numerous types of crystal sugar and desserts made from it, but none could compare to the exquisite flavor of this offering. Mr. Gooden, you claim that this is produced in Qingyuan town. Do other producers' crystal sugars possess even half this purity? At that moment, Faraz considered this batch of crystal sugar to be the finest among the products available. To find anything with even half this level of purity would be quite a challenge. His words momentarily filled him with disappointment, but then Gooden shifted his tone. After all, one cannot expect me to dilute other sugars of the same purity by half. Can one? The implication was clear. All produced crystal sugars were of identical purity, indistinguishable from the one before him. It took Faraz a moment to process, and he found it hard to believe that such high-purity crystal sugar had not yielded any dregs. Mr. Gooden, what process do you use for refinement? The astonishing news compelled Faraz to inquire, but he quickly realized he had overstepped and hastily waved a hand to amend his words. I apologize, Mr. Gooden. I did not mean to pry. I am simply overwhelmed. He paused before adding, if you intend to trade crystal sugar, as long as the price is reasonable, I will purchase as much as you can provide. The surprise of the day was no less than when he had first witnessed Gooden presenting manganese steel, prompting him to swiftly steer the conversation towards the sale of the crystal sugar. Such confidence? Observing the assured expression on the other's face, Gooden stroked his chin thoughtfully. Last time, the beet field underwent a fortification of the fertile land entry, which doubled the yield during harvest. Ultimately, a total of 21 tons of sugar beets were harvested. According to a 1:3 extraction ratio, this quantity is sufficient to produce 3 tons of white sugar. What does this signify? This amount of sugar could potentially rival half a year's production from the Empire of Rydlot. However, Gooden did not refine all of it into white sugar. He extracted only 5 tons, while the remaining sugar beets were released into the market. After all, monopolizing the sugar beet market could lead to discontent among the residents. Therefore, Gooden decided to release a small portion this time, with plans to introduce some sugar beets into the market in the future to diversify flavors. On the other hand, Feroz, observing Gooden's demeanor, mistakenly assumed he was being underestimated. He lifted his head slightly and remarked, "Mr. Gooden, I am the primary person responsible for this trade, and I have the capability to acquire the crystal sugar you possess." Hearing Feroz's confident assertion, Gooden sighed inwardly and responded slowly, "As for the price, let us set it at 3 gold coins." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Gooden's words, Feroz immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped, fortunately managing to turn his head to avoid splattering the table. Dardalo, who had been listening nearby, looked at Gooden with a face full of astonishment. "Mr. Gooden, are you not joking with me?" The quantity offered left Feroz bewildered, and the pricing was equally perplexing. Was Gooden's mind not functioning properly? "No. This price has been carefully considered. I have a substantial stock of crystal sugar. If I set a high price, while some may be willing to buy, the quantity sold would certainly be limited. What I currently lack is money. By setting a lower price, I can compensate with volume. And now it is up to you to decide if you can handle this batch." Gooden took a small sip of the fruit tea sent by Aileen, a local specialty of Qingyuan town, which had a delightful sweet and sour taste that he truly enjoyed. "All right, but before finalizing this transaction, I must personally inspect the purity of the crystal sugar." Of course, Gooden nodded in agreement to this request and then gestured towards another box on the table. "Having discussed the crystal sugar, let us talk about this now." Following his gaze, Feroz looked at the salt with a hint of confusion. "Isn't this also crystal sugar? Though it seems somewhat different." Noticing Feroz's puzzled expression, Gooden felt a surge of mischief and replied, "Consider it a variant. Do give it a try." Upon hearing it was a variant, Feroz, having received permission, eagerly scooped a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. Just as Gooden was about to caution him, Feroz had already swallowed a spoonful of salt. Cough, cough, cough. The briny taste unexpectedly exploded in Feroz's mouth, prompting a fit of coughs as he instinctively spat out the salt. However, halfway through coughing, he quickly closed his mouth and forced himself to swallow the salt he had in his mouth. This unexpected reaction left Gooden utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this? After a brief pause, Feroz slowly spoke. "This is refined salt, isn't it?" "Indeed, this is also one of the items I intend to sell alongside it. Like white sugar, I will allocate 500 pounds for you from the first batch, priced at 1 gold coin per pound." Gooden, indifferent to the terminology used by the other party, nodded in affirmation. "I'll take it." Chapter 79, The Cavalry's Arrival, The Maid Knight. A mere 2 words encapsulated a transaction worth over 2,000 gold coins. Although the contract had yet to be signed, given the current circumstances, as long as Gooden was not lying, the purity of the sugar and salt could be assured. Thus, this deal was virtually set in stone. Feroz took a sip of tea to wash away the lingering salty taste in his mouth. Pure refined salt bore a price comparable to crystal sugar. Not only did high-purity salt enhance flavor, but it also possessed antibacterial properties for the mouth. The previous obsession with sweets had led many nobles to flaunt their decayed teeth as a symbol of pride. However, as these nobles discovered that lacking teeth made eating cumbersome, they shifted their loyalties, now viewing a set of white teeth as a new symbol of pride and wealth. The taste and efficacy of refined salt starkly contrasted with that of ordinary impure salt bricks. Regrettably, he had just choked on some, and as he lamented this misfortune, his gaze drifted toward the box of fine salt on the table. Unbeknownst to the ancient Gooden, a mere glance revealed Feroz's yearning for the exquisite salt. Adhering to the principle of delivering one's best, he waved his hand generously. "These are sample gifts, presented to you. Additionally, Captain Dardalo, you shall receive a portion as well. I will have someone deliver it to you shortly." "What? I receive one too. Thank you so much, Master Gooden." Dardalo, who had been quietly savoring his tea, hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon hearing he would also receive a share. Such an item was not particularly rare for Gooden, and he seized the opportunity to distribute these scarce goods to garner goodwill. After all, having an additional ally could prove beneficial in the future. "By the way, have there been any updates on the knight candidate I previously commissioned you to find?" Gooden had not forgotten about the legendary knight maid he intended to employ at his castle. Lacking knowledge regarding the requirements to become a knight, he had enlisted the auction house's assistance in locating someone to guide him. Upon posing this question, Feroz exchanged a glance with Dardalo before slightly raising his head to meet Gooden's gaze. "Indeed, the individual is right before you." "Before me?" Gooden paused in surprise. There were only 2 people present. Feroz was not a cavalryman. Could it be Dardalo? Casting a look filled with astonishment and skepticism towards Dardalo, He found the latter nodding in affirmation. Master Gadine, it is indeed me. But are you not an Imperial cavalryman? Has your superior granted you an extended leave? Ah, not quite. The results of my last mission were quite satisfactory, and I have effectively been promoted by half a rank. Dirtalo shook his head and continued to explain. The situation is as follows. You must be aware of the unrest at the borders. A large-scale war between the Empire and the Beastmen is imminent. Although we are not on the front line, the recent incursion by Beastmen has heightened the vigilance of the military hierarchy. According to the speculations from the military headquarters, it appears that the previous contingent of Orc scouts has not been entirely eradicated. Consequently, it is necessary to dispatch a troop to garrison Qingyuan Ridge for defense, in order to avert any unforeseen occurrences. At this juncture, Dedalo let out a chuckle. The responsibility of this garrisoning assignment has fortuitously fallen upon me. And having heard from Pharaohs that you were in need of a guiding knight, I shamelessly came forth to apply for the position. Listening to Dedalo's explanation, Gadane discreetly cast a glance at Pharaohs, lost in contemplation. Behind the auction house stands the Lord of Jinyuan City, who concurrently holds the highest command in the border forces. While the intention behind stationing an imperial army within his territory may be benevolent, doing so in the nascent stages of a commercial partnership inevitably stirs suspicion within Gadane. However, his countenance betrayed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he inquired with mild interest, "Is the team planning to garrison within Qingyuan town?" Dedalo shook his head, stating, "No. We will seek a nearby location outside Qingyuan town for our encampment. The primary supplies will be managed by Jinyuan City, ensuring no disruption to Qingyuan town." As he elucidated, he produced 2 documents from an unknown source and continued, "These are the official orders for the garrisoning. Consider this a record. This copy is for you. With this document, aside from direct military orders, you shall hold the highest command over our stationed forces in Qingyuan Snow Ridge. Any non-conflicting directives may be delegated to us." Taking the document, Gadane examined it and found it as Dedalo had described. As long as the troop remained stationed at Qingyuan Ridge, he would possess secondary command authority for mobilization. After all, bearing the signature and official seal of the Lord of Jinyuan City, could this not be considered an alternative gesture of goodwill, mitigating any overstepping on his part? Folding the document away, Gadane maintained his smile, expressing cheerfully, "Then I shall entrust the garrisoning of Qingyuan Ridge to you, Captain Dedalo. It is but a straightforward duty. Nothing to trouble oneself over," Dedalo replied with a hint of modesty, before shifting the conversation. "By the way, Master Gadane, are you considering training new knights? Or do you wish to attempt becoming one yourself?" "Training new knights seems prudent. I am well aware of my own limitations. Even if I were to become a knight, I would likely remain at the awakening level for my entire life," Gadane replied, interspersing a touch of self-deprecation, as the label of failure has become his societal moniker. Despite having attained the status of a mage, he preferred that this information remain undisclosed to a wider audience. Furthermore, a leader perceived as a harmless underachiever is undoubtedly more approachable than one branded a genius. In terms of cultivating new knights, it is crucial to carefully select candidates, ideally under the age of 20, as this significantly enhances the likelihood of successful awakening and breakthroughs. A suitable candidate has been identified, their age aligning with the requirements. Yet, Gadane glanced at the freshly cleared ground where Eileen stood and continued his thoughts. The chosen candidate for training is a female knight. Might this cause concern for Captain Dedalo? Upon hearing the term female knight, Erin momentarily halted, her expression revealing surprise as she glanced at Gooden. Training a female knight? It is hardly a troublesome matter. As long as one can achieve awakening, gender is inconsequential. Dedalo was indifferent to the gender of the candidate, for there are numerous female knights on the continent who surpass him in strength. He would not discriminate based on gender, yet Gooden's subsequent words left him astounded. "Very well. The candidate for training will be this head maid, Erin." Upon hearing from the young master that the chosen candidate was none other than herself, Erin could hardly believe it. She never anticipated that the young master had truly remembered her desire to become a knight and had even sought out a knight minor for her. Both Dedalo and Pharaohs were somewhat perplexed regarding the choice of candidate. Such a charming maid, and Gooden wished to train her as a knight? Setting aside talent and aptitude, her delicate stature seemed visually pleasing, yet whether she could endure the rigors of training was uncertain. To ascertain that Gooden was not jesting, Dedalo cautiously inquired once more. "Young Master Gooden, are you certain that the candidate for knight training is your head maid? The process of becoming a knight may be arduous, and I am concerned. Would you like to give it a try?" Gooden disregarded Dedalo's concerns and turned his gaze toward Erin. Erin hesitated. Becoming a knight was indeed her dream. Yet, if she were to falter in her training, it would bring shame upon the young master. Moreover, her duties as a maid would undoubtedly be affected. I wish to try, but I worry that if I do not become a knight. Erin voiced her apprehensions with a hint of hesitation. Fear not. If you truly wish to learn, dedicate half a day each day to study with Captain Dedalo. Gooden waved dismissively, confident that Erin would succeed in her endeavors, especially with the legendary title at stake. Since Erin was eager to attempt it, Gooden then turned to Dedalo. It will not hinder me. I can remain in that capacity just the same. The arrangements for the troops stationing have already been finalized, requiring no concern on my part. As the individuals directly involved in the training showed no objection, Dedalo ceased further discussion and nodded, moving past the topic. Once official matters were concluded, the three began to converse casually about recent intriguing events. Meanwhile, in the adjacent small parlor, Renas and Krog were also concluding their reminiscing and shifted the topic to Gooden. Krog recalled their conversation 2 days prior regarding tax issues. Strange occurrences? Pray, enlighten me. Upon hearing of peculiar happenings surrounding Gooden, Renas became instantly intrigued. Despite the military's testimonies and evidence of achievements, the Northern Governor's office remained quite curious about a seemingly unremarkable lord undertaking such significant matters. While investigating the archives concerning Gooden, it was discovered that only a scant few records existed, originating from the capital, son of a wealthy merchant, fond of leisure. Beyond these meager details, there was a complete absence of any traceable familial background. This lack of information piqued the interest of the supervisor responsible for approving noble titles, prompting an inquiry. Most critically, on the eve of Renas's journey to Qingyuan Ridge, he encountered an invitation from a colleague, who expressed a desire for Renas to uncover any misdeeds of Gooden to impede the granting of his title. Although Renas did not acquiesce to his colleague's request, his curiosity regarding Gooden's identity only deepened. Subsequently, after a conversation, it became apparent that the issue might stem from a tax officer named Matthews, who had previously overseen tax collection in Qingyuan Ridge. However, the situation took a crucial turn following the recent transfer orders. Matthews had swiftly relocated to tax collection near the northern desert. Logically, personnel responsible for a particular area would not venture so far afield, indicating a significant problem. Listening to his friend's insights, Renas shook his head. You ought to reconsider your approach. A mere tax issue has become overly convoluted. Initially suspecting Renas would be unwilling to assist, Krog began to explain, but Renas continued. Thank you. Krog fell silent for a moment, nodding in gratitude, while Renas remained indifferent. We are old classmates. There is no need for thanks. When you rise in status, I shall seek your favor in return. As he spoke, Renas lowered his voice and recounted his own tasks and experiences prior to departure. Krog, confronted with the challenges faced by his old friend in Gooden, arrived at a conclusion without much deliberation. Has Gooden offended a powerful figure? Or could it be a vendetta from an enemy of his family? I heard he recently survived an assassination attempt, barely escaping with his life. Renas did not refute this speculation, but merely shook his head. Such matters are beyond our capacity to meddle in. Your assistance in resolving Gooden's tax predicament is already a considerable limit. Do not entertain thoughts of unearthing the individuals behind this. Your current position is precarious enough that a single word from them could cost you your job, or worse, your life. Understanding Krog's stubborn nature, Renas promptly cautioned him about the consequences of his potential involvement. I understand, Krog replied, slightly downcast, though I abhor their actions. I am not foolish enough to provoke them. Displaying a sense of self-awareness, Krog acknowledged his own situation. Despite the fluctuations in his position, even if diminishing, they were within the realm of normal transitions. Even in this tax collection assignment, he had been allocated to deal with notoriously delinquent accounts. And if he successfully resolved the task, promotion would eventually follow. Moreover, the recent tensions between the two nations have become increasingly evident, and new opportunities for advancement are on the horizon. Kroger need not fret about his career prospects. It was not until evening, when Gooden sent old Joseph to extend an invitation for dinner to the two of them, that the conversation ceased, and they proceeded to the restaurant for the feast. Chapter 80. The Banquet's Truth, Evidence of Treason. As the host, Gudrun had long instructed the maids to prepare a grand feast. With the constraints of seasoning lifted, the culinary creations flourished without significant limitations. A table adorned with 12 dishes, 2 soups, 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and 2 cold platters, exemplified Gudrun's regard for his guests. The increasingly skilled maids had prepared dishes that captivated the 4 guests with their vibrant colors and enticing aromas. Having never witnessed such an extravagant banquet, The guests' appetites were immediately piqued by the sight of the crimson and emerald delicacies, accompanied by the rich fragrances wafting through the air. Once they were seated, Gudrun briefly introduced the evening's offerings before formally commencing the feast. Following his example, the guests utilized public chopsticks and spoons to serve themselves. Upon tasting the delectable dishes, they were effusive in their praise. Observing their enjoyment, Gudrun was suddenly struck by a thought. How could one not indulge in a bit of wine to elevate the spirits? Eileen, please bring forth the prepared wine and the special glasses. Certainly, young master, Eileen responded, promptly retrieving a bottle of vodka that had just been produced that afternoon. Gudrun had stolen a taste earlier and found it to be exceptionally potent and remarkably pure. As the guests were savoring their meals, they noticed Gudrun preparing to drink, prompting them to set down their forks and spoons. After all, this was his domain, and given the joyous occasion of his recent elevation to Baron, it was only fitting to raise a glass in celebration. Yet, a sense of confusion washed over them as they beheld the minuscule glasses being presented. Barely able to accommodate 2 fingers, the capacity seemed insufficient for even a modest sip. Noticing their perplexity, Gudrun smiled enigmatically and remarked, "This evening's vodka is no ordinary spirit. You shall discover its true nature after tasting." His mysterious demeanor ignited curiosity among the guests. Even the well-traveled Renus found himself pondering the nature of the drink. Could it be red wine from the Reideler Empire? Yet, even red wine wouldn't necessitate such diminutive glasses, would it? While still musing, the maids began to pour the drinks. The crystal-clear vodka flowed smoothly into the glasses, halting at 2/3 full as per the young master's instructions. The maids deftly filled the glasses, and the pristine vodka, appearing almost like water, trickled quietly within them. Its clear, tasteless skies led the guests to question its true nature, although a faint whiff of alcohol and grains lingered, leaving them uncertain. At that moment, Gudrun raised his glass and explained the proper manner of consumption. When drinking this vodka, you must finish it in one gulp. Do not sip it like so. Slurp? Ah. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the vodka in one go, exhaling deeply afterward. Observing the exuberant scene created by Gudrun, the crowd eagerly mimicked his actions, raising their glasses and tilting their heads back in preparation to down their drinks in one swift motion. The onlookers, dismissive of the gravity of the situation, believed that consuming this liquor would be as effortless as sipping ale. However, upon the first taste, a fiery and piquant sensation erupted in their mouths, catching several unprepared individuals off guard, causing them to cough uncontrollably. To Gudrun's surprise, Kroger managed to endure the sharpness of the vodka, resolutely emptying his glass without leaving a single drop. The fiery sensation traveled from his mouth down into his throat and stomach, ultimately transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body. Moments later, Kroger, much like Gudrun, exhaled a long sigh of relief. After a brief pause, Kroger finally offered his assessment. This is a top-tier spirit. If there exists any liquor in the world that could rival it, it would likely be the moonlight of the elves, the magical elixirs of Weimar, or the dragon fire of the mighty dragons. Upon hearing Kroger's evaluation, the recovering Reynes inhaled sharply, his gaze instinctively shifting toward the vodka on the table. The other two exchanged glances and, mimicking the earlier display, took another gulp. Initially, the intense flavor was overwhelming. Yet as the warmth spread through their stomachs and the effects of the high-proof alcohol took hold, they began to grasp the exquisite nature of this drink. Such a potent spirit was indeed a rare treasure, and to savor it even once was worth the ultimate sacrifice. "Gudrun, dear sir, what is the name of this remarkable liquor?" Reynes inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after relishing the taste. Gudrun, finding it challenging to refer to the peculiar name of vodka directly, revealed the new name he had prepared along with its significance. It is called pure water, symbolizing purity akin to that of water, yet, in certain respects, it is far more precious. Pure water. Reynes echoed softly, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a splendid name. I initially thought it was merely ordinary water, wondering why you, Gudrun, would be so stingy as to deny us even a sip at the banquet. Indeed, I too had that impression at first, but I never anticipated that you would be generous enough to share such an extraordinary spirit with us. After experiencing the essence of pure water, the group shifted their focus from the meal to the beverage. While they engaged in lively conversation, the maid promptly refilled their glasses with vodka. Gudrun also introduced a delightful custom of alternating between sips of liquor and bites of food, elevating the atmosphere of the banquet to new heights. Eventually, as the pouring became slow and insufficient, the guests took it upon themselves to serve their drinks, delighting in their intoxication. Noticing Rhaenys' flushed face, Gooden seized the opportunity to pose a question. "My Lord Rhaenys, what was the small round box you presented during the award ceremony today? It seems strangely familiar." Wasn't that a magical artifact?" "My Lord Rhaenys, when will you also master magic?" interjected the knowledgeable pharaohs, contributing to the discussion and supporting Gooden. "I have no mastery of magic. This is merely a novel invention developed by the Imperial Military Academy. It harnesses vitality to record energy, though I am not entirely clear on the specifics. However, its usage is quite similar to that of magical artifacts. After inputting vitality to record sound, one can input vitality again to release the sound. Vitality can be regarded as a form of operational energy specific to physical cultivators, akin to a singular attribute that diminishes the functional essence of magical power, even though it resembles a weakened version of magic. Physical cultivators can exploit its properties for various enhancements and to unleash more potent attacks. Moreover, it is considerably easier to master and utilize. Compared to the stringent conditions of magical power, vitality is, to some extent, more suited for dissemination in this world. After effortlessly acquiring the information he sought, Gooden feigned ignorance, pretending to be unacquainted with such matters. "I see. It appears the Empire is on the verge of surpassing the scholarly folk of Vimmel in this technological domain." At this statement, laughter erupted among the group. The Vimmel Empire and the Aurelia Empire each emphasize different pursuits. One prioritizes magical studies while the other focuses on physical training. Although the two nations have not engaged in warfare since their inception, they have continuously competed in specific fields. Vimmel, known for its mages, is often mockingly referred to as the realm of bookworms by Aurelia, which prides itself on physical prowess and is similarly nicknamed the muscle-bound tribe by its counterpart. After several rounds of drinks, the effects of pure vodka became markedly evident, leaving every face in the gathering flushed. As the intoxication set in, the scope of conversation expanded to encompass topics such as women, military affairs, and history. Gooden initially estimated that 2 bottles of pure vodka would suffice to incapacitate the group. Yet it took a staggering 4 bottles to conclude the evening. Krog alone managed to consume 1.5 bottles. A remarkable feat considering each bottle weighs approximately 2 pounds, amounting to an impressive 1.5 pounds of alcohol. Given that this was vodka, albeit diluted to a potency of 40%, Krog's capacity to handle such a high concentration of spirits, especially for a first-timer, left Gooden utterly astonished. Observing the remaining 3 who lay sprawled across the table, mumbling incoherently, Gooden shook his head with a bemused smile. "Aileen, please send for a few nimble hands from the barracks." "Certainly," replied Aileen, who promptly set off to fulfill the request. Just then, Krog, who had been rendered nearly senseless by drink, began to laboriously shift, attempting to rise from the table in search of a more comfortable position. With the surrounding maids having been dismissed, Gooden stood and approached to assist him, allowing Krog to lean back in his chair for a moment of respite. Gooden, sir? The banquet. Has the banquet concluded? Then I should take my leave. Before I go, allow me to divulge a piece of news. The governor's office. There is another faction that intends to target you. Hick. However, it was rejected by Rhaenys. The upper echelons, those scoundrels, not a single one possesses integrity. Be cautious, Hick. Krog had barely finished speaking when his head lolled, and he fell into a deep slumber. Standing nearby, Gooden was startled into a stupor by this revelation. Someone within the governor's office was conspiring against him? He had never even set foot in Qingyuan Ridge. How could he have provoked such powerful adversaries? The weight of this critical information swiftly sobered Gooden, prompting him to glance at the flushed countenance of old Joseph, as they still had matters to attend to that night. The two decided to limit their drinking at the banquet to maintain clarity of mind. Krog's murmured words had certainly reached old Joseph's ears in this setting. This covert intelligence rendered old Joseph's emotions as intricate as Gooden's. Let us discuss this later. This situation, old Joseph said softly, shaking his head. Being targeted by the northern governor's office was a grave matter. Fortunately, Rhaenys did not seem to be part of the opposing political faction, thus rendering the plot ineffective. Gooden then accompanied old Joseph to the study, intent on deliberating Krog's words and attempting to activate the audio recorder. Initially, he deemed it a stroke of luck to even grasp the operation of the recorder. However, he had not anticipated acquiring such significant intelligence at the conclusion of the banquet. The 4 bottles of vodka had proven to be a worthy sacrifice. Old Joseph, what are your thoughts on Krog's statement? Gooden inquired. After a moment of contemplation, old Joseph gradually articulated his hypothesis. Regarding the governor's office conspiring against you, I too find it somewhat surprising. I have pondered various possibilities, and the only plausible explanation seems to involve the forces behind the Charleson family. Please continue. Gooden nodded slightly, having also considered this possibility. Old Joseph took a moment to organize his thoughts before continuing. The Charleson family has been entangled in dubious affairs these past few years, with so many significant undertakings. Had there not been a powerful figure concealing and orchestrating matters on their behalf, they would have long since been exposed. In truth, I now feel a tinge of trepidation. When I received Lord Second's letter, I contemplated handing it over to the Northern Governor's office for resolution. But now, I can only be thankful that I refrained from making that decision. Touching the heavy wooden table, Gooden expressed his relief. Given that the opposing party has allies within the governor's office, any evidence submitted would likely vanish without a trace. And there is a real possibility they could retaliate by framing me. All we need is to be mentally prepared for this. I'm curious about the secrets this audio recorder may hold. Gooden shifted the topic, using his magical hand to trigger the mechanism, opening the hidden compartment to retrieve the recorder. Following the instructions imparted by Rhaenys at the banquet, Gooden summoned a wisp of dark purple lightning upon his palm. Given the residual elemental traces, it seemed feasible for him to charge with lightning magic. As he cautiously approached the recording apparatus, the lightning element in his hand suddenly appeared to respond to an unseen summons, darting directly into the machine's interior. The sounds of crackling and clattering ensued. How are the preparations for the food weapons coming along? Very well. Once His Majesty the Beast King leads the army across the Everfrost Mountains to seize the northern territories, all 10 cities will be allocated for your autonomous development. All hail His Majesty the Beast King. I shall not disappoint. Crash. Who? Bang. Crackle. Despite the somewhat muffled quality of the recorded voices, Gooden unmistakably recognized the voice of Jigel Charleson within. The other speaker, known as Lord of 1,000 Armies, had a tone and vocal pattern that clearly deviated from that of an ordinary human. In less than 30 seconds, the brief exchange cast an eerie silence over the study that lingered for nearly 3 to 4 minutes. Chapter 81. The cause and effect of the assassination plan. If this is the case, then all the issues can be elucidated. After a prolonged silence, Gooden slowly articulated his thoughts. With such concrete evidence, the various actions taken by the Charleson family can be rationally explained. The former Lord, Baron Seder, had discovered and investigated evidence of the treachery of the Charleson family, but unfortunately, this exposure led to an assassination attempt against him. Following the obliteration of his family, it is certain that the Charlesons dispatched individuals to scour Qingyuan Castle extensively in search of the remnants left by Baron Seder. However, the results of this search were ultimately fruitless, and it was during this time that he assumed the role of the new Lord of Qingyuan. From his memories, Gooden vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in Qingyuan town, several nearby lords sent envoys to congratulate him, among whom the Charleson family was represented by Jurgil himself. The latter's gestures of gift-giving and inquiries about his well-being left Gooden, who was still unaccustomed to such attention, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The former captain of the guard, Reg, along with various pest informants in the town, served as evidence of the Charlesons' intentions. They had even attempted to bribe the elderly Joseph, but he had successfully rebuffed their advances, preventing their schemes from coming to fruition. The purpose of these internal operatives was to thwart any accidental discovery of evidence that Baron Seder may have concealed, even if evidence were to be uncovered. With numerous insiders poised to relay information, Gooden believed that merely reporting this evidence would likely ignite renewed discussions surrounding the second extermination of the Qingyuan family. By the time he traversed into this realm, the Charleson family must have already completed their preparations to supply orcs with food and weaponry. Thus, they had set their sights on him, a hapless lord whose demise would scarcely elicit a response. Regrettably for them, his arrival disrupted the Charleson family's plans, prompting them to resort to desperate measures to eliminate him or to force him out of Qingyuan town. Gooden shared his conjectures with the elderly Joseph, omitting mention of his own transference to this world. Moreover, he suspected that the allegations of tax evasion were indeed true, but it was the Charleson family, not them, who were culpable. To prepare provisions and equipment for 1,000 men requires astronomical resources, which a border territory like the Charlesons could scarcely amass. The only plausible explanation is that they have suffered significant deficits in recent years and have diverted tax revenues to patch the gaps, all the while casting the blame of tax evasion upon them to preclude any unforeseen complications. Joseph nodded slightly at Gooden's observations. Young master, your analysis may be perilously close to the truth, but what are your intentions moving forward? The frontier war is on the verge of erupting, and you find yourself embroiled in these events. By the timeline, it seems Qingyuan town will soon be engulfed in flames of conflict. Are you suggesting that I should leave Qingyuan town to evade the impending war? Gooden inquired, his tone calm. At that moment, Joseph remained silent, tacitly affirming the implication of his words. The war has yet to commence, yet I, as the Lord, abandon my subjects and flee. Can the imperial arbitration truly ensure my comfort? Gudewin perceives the current situation with remarkable clarity, elucidating it to old Joseph. Furthermore, this war will not erupt immediately. Based on the present timeline, its actual onset is likely to be in early spring of next year. Currently, as the autumn harvest season unfolds, should the Orc army consider initiating conflict, mere weather conditions could impede their efforts. Calculating the time, the true outbreak of war is at least 3 to 4 months away. And in that span, Qingyuan town will have amassed sufficient strength to confront this impending crisis. Gudewin remains unperturbed by the prospect of war, drawing upon his modern historical knowledge. If the commanders of the Orc Empire possess even a modicum of wisdom, they would not choose to commence hostilities at the cusp of late autumn, transitioning into winter. The northern regions are characterized by harsh winters, consistently marked by heavy snowfall, particularly near the Everfrost Mountains. During winter, towns seldom engage in communication with one another, as inhabitants remain indoors, warming themselves against the biting cold. Even the Orc clans, long accustomed to the severe cold, would find it exceedingly challenging to wage war under such conditions. Should they dare to do so? Gudewin would not hesitate to stage an otherworldly version of the defense of Moscow. Within 2 months, he possesses ample confidence to complete the fortifications of Qingyuan town. Should he not yet possess the means to develop firearms, he would redirect his focus towards the mass production of crossbow mechanisms, thereby ensuring the town's defensive capabilities. My apologies, young master. I was thoughtless, my mind dulled by drink. Gudewin's explanation prompted old Joseph to recognize the implications of such actions. As a lord of the empire, it is imperative to defend one's territory. Fleeing alone during wartime could lead to the loss of lordship and titles, or even worse, a public execution. Do not worry. Your words have served as a timely reminder for me to prepare an escape route. I am no fool, should danger truly arise. I would certainly flee, just not at this moment. Old Joseph nodded gravely. With the young master's acknowledgement, he felt a slight relief. He feared that the young master might stubbornly cling to Qingyuan town, which would spell disaster. Although the young master has displayed remarkable strength and inventive ideas since his awakening, the time for development has been too brief. Given 1 or 2 more years, he would not have to worry about such predicaments. Old Joseph, what do you think of Reynes? Is he trustworthy? Upon hearing the young master mention Reynes, old Joseph, despite his usual sluggishness, grasped the underlying meaning of the inquiry. Young master, do you intend to enlist his aid in submitting evidence? Indeed, Gudewin nodded, continuing, the concerns I previously harbored have indeed materialized. However, it appears that the governor's office is not a monolith, but rather a collection of factions. Furthermore, we remain oblivious to the dynamics of the factions within the governor's office. Should the Reynes faction prove to be formidable, the evidence we possess could indeed wield considerable influence. However, if Reynes is feeble and seeks to ascend, he might consider offering this evidence as a gift to the allies of Charleston. The ideological nuances of this otherworldly realm elude us, and the mere suggestion from old Joseph renders such a scenario plausible. In that moment, Gudern found himself in dismay. This matter was undeniably a precarious hot potato. He had initially believed that the Charleston family was merely ambitious and singular in their dominance. Yet it appeared that they had the backing of individuals from the governor's office to shield their interests. Such uncertainties were not something Gudern dared to gamble upon. Should the adversary opt for a scorched earth policy, it would spell trouble for him. He understood well that while one might evade open threats, hidden daggers are far more treacherous. After a moment of contemplation, Gudern lifted his gaze towards old Joseph. I intend to test the waters with the Reynes line tomorrow, subtly hinting at the potential connection between the Orc scouts and Charleston to gauge their reaction. If all goes well, I shall entrust him with the ledger and the recordings to present to the governor's office. Even in the event of failure, it should alert the upper echelons of the empire. Additionally, summon Walter, who can imitate handwriting, to come and transcribe a copy of the ledger overnight. Should the reaction be unfavorable tomorrow, we will provide him with the duplicate. Understood. Old Joseph nodded and rose to make the necessary arrangements. As he departed, Gudern expanded his mental reach, enveloping the entire castle in search of Els. His initial mental probing lacked extensive range, yet with the modified mithril staff and the dual enhancement of the elemental master, he managed to extend his consciousness to encompass the castle. Come to the study, there is a task at hand. Upon locating Els, who was on night patrol, Gudrun transmitted a magical message directly to his ear. Upon receiving the summons, Els's expression remained unchanged as he turned to the accompanying guards and instructed, "Continue your patrol. Remain vigilant against fire and theft. The young master places great importance on this supply." "Yes, Captain." With the tasks assigned, Els hastened to the study to heed Gudrun's command. "There is a crucial mission that requires your personal oversight. Shortly, go to the barracks and select 2 capable individuals. Then discreetly depart the confines of Qingyuan Ridge under the cover of night. Prepare an ambush along the route to Jiyuan City. And should you encounter Renas alone or accompanied by only a few guards, proceed to eliminate him without leaving any survivors." "Yes, young master." Els accepted the command without question. Gudrun nodded in approval of such loyalty. He retrieved his magical rifle from beneath the table and handed it to Els. "This is my weapon. Use it during the ambush. The method of attack and aiming is akin to the crossbow training you have undergone. Align your sights in a straight line and pull the trigger to fire. You have 3 opportunities to strike. There is no need for meticulous aiming. Merely focus your gaze on the intended target." When Els witnessed the young master entrust him with his weapon, his eyes reflected surprise, yet he solemnly accepted it. "I assure you, the task will be completed flawlessly," he declared. Gudrun nodded in acknowledgement and further elaborated. "If Renatus is alongside Pharaohs, this assassination mission shall be brought to an end." The plan to eliminate Renatus was a recent conception of Gudrun's, and he felt no qualms in issuing such an order. Shortly thereafter, Waters, who had been imitating handwriting, arrived in the study to retrieve the samples he needed to transcribe. The transcription would take place in the public hall on the castle's 1st floor, rather than in the young master's study. After the evening banquet, Erin, having completed her duties, brought a pot of hot tea to Gudrun in the study. Though she had not tasted the strong spirits served at the banquet, she could discern their potency by observing the guests who indulged in them. Observing the young master by the window, where the autumn breeze danced, Erin gently suggested, "Young master, perhaps you would like to have some hot tea to alleviate the effects of the drink." As Erin approached with the tea, Gudrun rubbed his slightly chilled cheeks and closed the window before raising the cup to his lips and drinking deeply. Unlike Krog, he was not as robust in his drinking. After consuming merely 2 taels, he began to feel the effects. Had he not been using magic to maintain his clarity, he would likely have succumbed to slumber long ago. Upon finishing his cup, Gudrun did not wait for Erin to refill it but took the initiative to serve himself. As a maid, Erin could only stand by and watch. Accustomed to her young master's conduct, becoming a knight was her aspiration, yet various realities hindered her from taking that step, even with a well-paying position within the castle. However, today, the young master had sought out a knightly mentor for her, something she could hardly have dreamed of. Naturally, the situation had its reasons, and thoughts of whether the young master harbored feelings for her had crossed Erin's mind more than once. Yet, such an embarrassing notion was too delicate to broach with Gudrun, leaving her to silently gaze at him, caught in a moment of wanting to speak yet hesitating to ask. After consuming 3 cups, she finally exhaled a long breath. Noticing Erin still waiting nearby, Gudrun casually dismissed her. As Erin departed, Gudrun found himself puzzled. Where had the lively and spirited Erin gone? She seemed so adorably dazed tonight. The night passed in silence. As midday approached the following day, the 4 who had succumbed to intoxication began to stir from their slumber. Chapter 82. The revelation of truth and the commencement of plans. The 4 individuals reminisced about the flavor of pure water vodka, a beverage they regarded as both precious and rare. Regrettably, having indulged in considerable quantities the previous night, they felt it inappropriate to mention it during the luncheon, and thus they tacitly abstained from discussing it. Nonetheless, the meal afforded them a splendid opportunity to savor the exquisite delicacies of this other world. Their memories of the dishes they had tasted while inebriated were now faint, leaving them with a sense of wistfulness. As the luncheon drew to a cheerful conclusion, Gudrun approached Lord Rhaenys with a desire to converse. "My Lord Rhaenys," before departing, "there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Uncertain of Gudrun's intentions, Rhaenys did not decline and readily agreed. "Of course, Lord Krog. You may accompany me to my study. You are, in a sense, a witness to this matter." Upon seeing Gudrun include Krog in the invitation, Rhaenys instinctively presumed that the discussion would revolve around taxation, a subject he had previously learned about from his old acquaintance Krog. Thus, He began to ponder the intricacies and potential solutions related to this topic, considering that it was only natural to assist after partaking in such fine pure water. In the castle study, Eileen skillfully served tea and a selection of post-meal desserts before excusing herself. As the door closed, Gooden immediately broached the subject, eschewing any circumlocution. "My Lord Rhaenys, before we deliberate on the matter at hand, I must audaciously pose 3 inquiries. Firstly, are you aware of the taxation issues in my town of Qingyuan?" Glancing at Krog, Rhaenys nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have heard about it from Krog. Then I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, do you understand the circumstances surrounding my acquisition of the title of Baron?" The unexpected shift in topic to the baronial title momentarily startled Rhaenys, who had been contemplating the previous subject. Through the personal defeat of numerous Orc scout units and assisting in the completion of significant military tasks, one accrues sufficient military merit to be awarded a title. Recognizing that Rhaenys was well informed on these matters, Gooden chose not to probe further and directly stated, "Precisely. In this case, the final question is likely known to you as well, the location of the Orc slayings." A contingent of approximately 100 Orc scouts appeared within the snowy borders of Qingyuan, and I fortuitously encountered Captain Dedalo during an ambush, offering my assistance. However, prior to this, around 7 or 8 days earlier, I had already faced an Orc scout attack, involving approximately 40 to 60 individuals. Upon hearing this, Rhaenys and Krog exchanged surprised glances, and Rhaenys replied in a somewhat subdued tone, "Young Master Gooden, are you suggesting that you wish to add another entry to your military commendations in the records?" "Not at all." Gooden gently shook his head and continued. "When I rescued Captain Dedalo, he uttered words that ignited my suspicions. With such a large Orc contingent consuming resources within the Empire, how is it possible that their presence went unnoticed by the surrounding inhabitants? To understand, the location of the battle at that time was merely 30 kilometers in a straight line from Qingyuan town, which could be considered as having entered the heart of the region. Had the Orc forces chosen to assault Qingyuan town instead of surrounding Dedalo, the consequences would have been dire. The more he spoke, the more solemn and grave Gudon's tone became. The 2 individuals, who had not experienced the events firsthand, felt a chill run down their spines at Gudon's words. Upon reflection, had the Orcs not besieged Dedalo but attacked Qingyuan town instead, it was likely that Qingyuan would now be a desolate ghost town. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize, and with Lord Burner organizing troops to patrol the borders, a temporary sense of stability was achieved. As he spoke, Gudon took out the letter left by Lord Sahit and handed it to Rhaenys for inspection. Rhaenys, frowning slightly, remained unclear about Gudon's intentions as he hastily glanced at the letter. The contents caused his forehead to furrow further, prompting him to scrutinize it word for word, fearful of missing any crucial information. After examining it 3 or 5 times, Rhaenys suddenly looked up sharply and inquired of Gudon, "Where is the evidence left by Lord Sahit?" "Right here," Gudon replied, his expression unchanged, as he retrieved the copied manuscript from the drawer of his desk and presented it to Rhaenys. After a moment, Rhaenys handed the ledger he held to Krog. "You have experience with military inspections. Take a look." Uncertain of why his old classmate's demeanor had soured so dramatically after reading the note, Krog nonetheless detected a subtle clue within the ledger. If the supplies listed in this ledger were converted into military provisions, aside from the horses and equipment which would barely suffice for half a cavalry regiment, the remaining supplies would be adequate to arm 3 legions. Furthermore, based on the amount of stored grain, it would be sufficient to sustain these individuals for approximately 6 months. However, the pricing in this ledger appeared somewhat amiss, reflecting figures from 5 or 6 years ago. As the military inspector, Krog possessed a keen ability to prevent officers from misappropriating supplies, and he was well versed in the price fluctuations of various items. His memory of these price variations was no less sharp than that of some unscrupulous merchants. Upon hearing Krog's analysis, Rhaenys' expression grew even more troubled. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and addressed Gudon. "Young Master Gudon, your information is of utmost importance. I will personally relay this matter to the Grand Governor. I must take this letter and ledger with me. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, there is no issue. I am somewhat anxious about keeping these items here," Gudon replied. "Indeed, once the governor's office verifies the findings, the actions of the Charleston family will undoubtedly attract the Empire's retribution, and you shall receive a substantial reward. Perhaps even elevation to the rank of Viscount will not be out of reach." Listening to Rhaenys' assurances, Gudon remained indifferent. At that moment, his focus was on Rhaenys' favorability rating on the panel. From an initial score of 68 prior to the announcement, It had now risen to 79, indicating that Reynes's words could indeed be trusted. At the very least, he was exceedingly incensed by the actions of the Charlison family, and the likelihood of uncovering concealed evidence seemed rather bleak. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gooden resolved to further stoke the flames. He recounted the betrayal by Reg, his assassination, and the various machinations of the Charlison family directed against him. Damn Charlison, Krog muttered under his breath upon hearing Gooden's plight. A man of innate integrity, he found the methods employed by the Charlison family utterly abhorrent. Gooden, if you permit, allow me to take that traitorous guard with me. Having a witness will prove far more beneficial than a mere will or an account book. Certainly, that scoundrel has been languishing in the dungeon. I have been pondering how to deal with him, and it seems the Empire will grant him a just reprieve. In light of Renuz's demands, Gooden was more than willing to oblige. As he remained fixated on Renuz's panel, he noted the ascent from 79 to the pivotal threshold of 80, prompting him to contemplate whether to escalate matters further. Should he release the recording, it would inevitably expose his identity as a mage. Was it wise to place all bets on Pharos? However, the implications of Renuz's recent words suggested that mere circumstantial evidence might not suffice to bring about direct retribution against the Charlison family. With this in mind, Gooden resolved to go all in with his evidence. Lord Renuz, I shall present a piece of evidence of even greater significance. However, I will not be submitting it to you. Should the imperial hierarchy wish to verify it, they must send someone or come personally to Qingyuan town. Upon hearing Gooden's grave declaration, both men exchanged solemn glances. The evidence previously shared was sufficient to embroil the Charlison family in dire straits, even to the brink of annihilation. Yet Gooden had carelessly handed it over to Renuz. Now, however, he chose to withhold this particular piece and insisted that the higher-ups send someone or come themselves for further verification. Without waiting for Renuz to respond, Gooden activated the mechanism of the bookshelf with a magical gesture, revealing a hidden compartment, and briefly explained, ever since my last assault, I inadvertently awakened my abilities as a mage. During yesterday's banquet, I had a specific purpose in inquiring about your use of the audio recorder, Lord Renuz. I possess a similar device, a relic from the former Lord, and the contents. Well, you shall hear them for yourselves. As he spoke, Gooden retrieved the recorder and charged it for playback. In mere moments, the silence of the study was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Renuz sprang to his feet. Gooden, you must fear that this evidence may be lost once submitted, correct? Wait for me. I have 2 unrecorded audio devices. You can play it again later, and I will bring copies as well. Ah, I see. So you had backups? Gooden scratched his head awkwardly, having assumed that such devices were rather precious, and thought it fortunate to possess one for his noble oath. It now appears that this item has become an essential accessory for civil servants on their outings. Regarding the emergence of duplicates, Gooden was generous, channeling his magical power once more to initiate the recording of the content for the duplicate. With this evidence in hand, I can assure that within a month, the Charlison family will undoubtedly vanish from the Snow Valley Mountains. Such significant and irrefutable news, when presented to the governor's office, will ensure that the Charlison family faces the wrath of the Empire in the future. With this assurance, Gooden's expression softened slightly. However, it seems that Renuz will not encounter significant issues, so there is no longer a need to seek excuses to delay his stay in Pharos. Yet for Pharos, these seemingly inconsequential 2 carts of supplies contained wealth amounting to several thousand gold coins. Most surprisingly, before his departure, Gooden procured 10 bottles of pure water, gifting one to him and another to the Lord of Qingyuan City, while the remainder were slated for auction. Furthermore, Gooden was equally generous with Renuz, presenting him with 3 bottles as well. Accepting such gifts, Renuz solemnly vowed to rectify the disgrace and eliminate the Charlison family. As for the allocation of resources, there was little to dispute. All iron ore was designated for the Research Institute, while food storage and livestock were arranged accordingly. The focal point of this transaction was the arrangement of the population. Following yesterday afternoon's registration, Gooden acquired a rough understanding. 346 individuals, comprising 80 families, with 100 children and adolescents, 63 males and 37 females. Additionally, among the remaining 86 individuals, there were 50 males and 36 females, all single. The adult labor force, aged between 20 and 40, constituted the primary demographic Gooden aimed to recruit. According to his planned arrangement, he intended to enlist 30 individuals into the military for new recruit training, 50 into construction teams, and another 30 into the Research Institute as apprentices. The remaining adults would be assigned to the mines as miners. As for the minors, they would all be enrolled in school, while the women not yet assigned jobs would participate in preliminary factory training and semi-day literacy classes. With nearly 100 new individuals joining, the town's growth rate is set to double. Concurrently, the integration of new residents necessitates the advancement of social management tasks such as territorial administration and identity verification. To facilitate effective management and verification, Gyudin resolved to establish an identification system. Currently, the population of Qingyuan town has reached 1,425 residents, and this number will inevitably rise. Implementing an efficient management registration system is thus paramount. Fortunately, he need not strain his intellect to design this. He can simply replicate the blueprint of modern identification cards. This includes regional codes, date of birth, a random 4-digit verification code, and other minor designs to distinguish gender. In an effort to simplify memorization, Gyudin reduced the 6-digit regional code to 3 digits, decreasing the original 18 digits to 15. Meanwhile, Gyudin also employed magic alongside manganese steel to craft 10 templates, intended for the creation of samples for anti-counterfeiting marks. However, while this work was merely commencing, old Joseph arrived to deliver news. Young master, the night training for Aaron is about to commence. Shall you attend to observe? Chapter 83, The Legendary Night. Awakening of the Maid in a world endowed with extraordinary powers, Gyudin harbored a profound curiosity regarding the process of awakening for those with abilities. Although his former guard comprised entirely of awakened individuals, their enhancements merely pertained to physical prowess and strength, lacking systematic training in the utilization of their energy. This very reason had prevented Gyudin from allowing his guards to mentor Eileen in her awakening. Now, equipped with professional guidance, he was eager to observe the distinctions between energy and magic. Setting aside his quill, Gyudin rose and made his way to the training grounds in the castle's rear courtyard. The area, once bustling with new recruits, now appeared desolate due to various assignments. At this moment, only Eileen and Dedalo occupied the training field to facilitate her training activities. Eileen had exchanged her maid uniform for trousers and a gray-white long-sleeved shirt. Though her attire was simple, her youthful visage and resolute azure eyes still emanated an extraordinary aura. Upon noticing Gyudin's arrival, both individuals turned to greet him with respectful bows. "Young master," they said in unison, while Dedalo arranged a chair under the sun. Squinting as he observed the two, "Let us continue to explore the history of knights," he remarked, unperturbed by the observational training. He then began to recount some historical anecdotes about knights, slightly reorganizing his thoughts. Through the passage of time, the process of becoming a knight had become less intricate than it had been centuries ago. However, should you aspire to be a knight, I hope you can uphold the virtues of bravery, loyalty, and justice, he advised, casting a reassuring glance at the still somewhat anxious Eileen before commencing the formal lesson. The current path to knightly awakening no longer necessitated decades of training. Even female knights, if they diligently followed the awakening tutorial, could achieve a breakthrough within a year at most. Take Countess Janessa, for instance. She became a knight in just under 11 months, defying the belief that she would never surpass the threshold of mastery. Yet, she not only succeeded but transcended to the realm of the extraordinary. Eileen's eyes sparkled with wonder upon hearing of Countess Janessa's legendary journey. As the continent's foremost female knight, Janessa was idolized by countless admirers. Eileen had grown up hearing tales of Janessa, and her admiration for this figure, who was not merely a legend but exceeded it, was boundless. Noticing Eileen's diminishing tension, Dedalo proceeded with the lesson. He drew the long sword from his waist and approached the prepared training dummy, explaining as he moved. Energy is the fundamental source of power for all physical practitioners. Mastering its application signifies a breakthrough in awakening. Although utilizing energy for awakening does not provide the physical enhancements associated with natural awakening, once one has mastered the essence of qi, a small fraction of this energy will continuously transform and enhance the physical form with its ongoing usage. Conversely, those who awaken their strength without grasping the essence of qi may initially possess a certain advantage during subsequent class breakthroughs. However, as time progresses and they reach higher tiers, this advantage dissipates. Although they can learn to wield qi after awakening, the capacity to utilize it to further empower themselves is lost. Not far behind Dedalo, Aaron attentively records his words in a notebook. "Let me first demonstrate a comparison of knightly qi. Observe closely," Dedalo instructed as he elegantly executed a flourish with his sword. Positioning himself before a row of training dummies approximately 2 meters away, he then unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep with one hand. The swift arc of the long sword sliced through the air, creating a distinctive sound of tearing accompanied by a metallic hum. The resultant sword wind slightly rustled the tattered fabric of the dummies. This exemplifies the effect of pure brute force, while potent. It fails to pose a genuine threat to the targets. Next, allow me to showcase the effect conferred by Qi. With that, Dedalo subtly shifted his stance and swiftly executed a Qi-infused horizontal strike. The long sword glided across the dummy's surface, leaving behind a conspicuous gash. This illustrates the power of Qi. It not only extends the range of attacks but also enhances one's own capabilities, should one attain a more refined control over Qi. It could even facilitate a simple enhancement for weapons and armor, rendering a greatsword as nimble as a longsword, or imbuing armor with a resilient, rebound effect. Nonetheless, such applications are highly taxing on one's Qi, and it is advisable to use them sparingly at lower tiers, focusing primarily on augmenting personal strength and physical prowess. As Dedalo explained, Gudon attentively absorbed the distinctions in the application of Qi. It is no wonder that Qi is often dubbed a weakened version of magic. These enhancement functions are indeed achievable through magical means. However, Gudon was particularly intrigued by the self-reinforcing capability of Qi, a feature seemingly unattainable by magic. While magic can temporarily and significantly bolster one's state, achieving a long-term permanent enhancement of attributes is something he had yet to encounter. After his exposition, Dedalo pointed towards the dummies and continued, "This is a restrained application of Qi on my part. If I were to unleash my full strength, these dummies would be reduced to mere dust. However, should you awaken and master Qi, you too could effortlessly inflict such damage. Consider it a demonstration of entry-level proficiency. The standard for graduation, however, is to fell all dummies before you in a single strike. Simultaneously take down the dummies." Erin's face reflected astonishment at this benchmark. At her current level, the notion of defeating even a single dummy posed a significant challenge. However, now that she has chosen this path, Erin has mentally prepared herself to overcome all challenges. Dedalo had initially intended to offer some words of comfort and explanation, but upon witnessing Erin's transformation from surprise to determination, he redirected his thoughts. Before formally learning about vitality, there was still something that needed to be understood. Unfortunately, this particular teaching experience was somewhat different. As the style of instruction had shifted, vitality, while fundamentally a singular attribute of magic, necessitates a combination with magical elements when utilizing certain specialized combat techniques or exclusive class skills. For instance, the fusion of vitality with the wind element significantly enhances mobility, rendering the body more agile. This is precisely why different professions face certain limitations in the application and interchange of vitality. For example, the warriors of the Empire do not rely on vitality, but rather on blood energy, a force that demands much from the individual yet possesses formidable explosive power. The knowledge and skills I can impart to you are merely foundational, should you wish to pursue advanced studies. It would be prudent to enroll in an academy or seek a mentor for guidance. Dedalo's final remark was directed not only at Erin but also at Gudon. Gudon pondered this statement, realizing why Anna had appeared regretful when she was unable to take Erin with her. It was not solely about not being able to bring Erin along. There were likely other considerations at play. After all, as a lord of the borderlands, he would require substantial resources to offer Erin quality academic mentorship. Given the prevailing circumstances, it seemed Anna believed she would not expend such resources for a mere maid. While Gudon was lost in thought, Dedalo had already begun teaching Erin how to perceive the presence of vitality. Sensing and guiding vitality is a process that must be approached gradually. It is perfectly normal not to perceive it on the first attempt, as many individuals. Is that so? Before Dedalo could finish his thought, Erin, who was mimicking his actions, successfully sensed and guided her vitality. A transparent, flowing orb of wind danced at her fingertips. Although vitality is colorless and transparent, to Dedalo, who also possesses the ability to harness it, this orb appeared dazzlingly vibrant. This. Cough. Yes, this is vitality. Cough. Miss Erin, have you ever studied or sensed vitality before? Oh, no, I haven't. Suddenly addressed in a different manner, Erin felt a bit flustered and responded in a somewhat flustered manner. If that is the case, it seems that before long, a new legendary female knight will arise on the continent. Observing Erin's demeanor, Dedalo understood that this was her first encounter with such powers. His heart swelled with envy at her innate talent. He had only begun to grasp vitality after awakening and had spent an entire week to successfully sense and guide it. Before her stood Eileen, who, after a mere brief explanation, had effortlessly grasped the concept. Could this be the legendary martial arts prodigy? In light of the remarkable talent Eileen displayed, Dedalo offered her ample respect. Given her current aptitude, it would likely take her no more than 2 or 3 years to surpass him. As her introductory mentor, he would then have a point of pride to boast about, not to mention the opportunity to forge a connection with such a formidable individual. Eileen felt a twinge of embarrassment at Dedalo's praise, as she had mentally prepared herself for arduous nightly training. However, it now appeared that mastering energy manipulation was not as daunting a task as she had anticipated. Once she had command over her energy, the next step would be selecting a weapon. Although one could switch between various weapons at will, a knight's primary role would naturally align more with the expertise of archers or scouts than with those of other professions. Thus, it was imperative to choose a primary weapon for focused training, as each weapon possessed its unique techniques and combat styles. Should she select a primary weapon? Eileen gazed thoughtfully at the practice dummy in the distance. Indeed, Dedalo nodded in affirmation and continued his explanation. Knights, having evolved over millennia, no longer relied solely on mounted combat. The diversification of their skills had allowed them to match the prowess of warriors, swordsmen, and gladiators even in foot combat. Furthermore, the choice of weapon had become far less rigid than in the days of ancient knights, who were limited to the spear and polearm. In addition to spears, one could wield longswords, great swords, scimitars, or even flails and morning stars, as long as they felt comfortable with the weapon. Nevertheless, I would recommend opting for one of the more conventional weapons: spear, sword, and shield, or greatsword. These weapons have the most adaptable combat techniques, facilitating future development. After carefully considering Dedalo's guidance, Eileen resolved to make her choice. I would like to choose the greatsword, if that is permissible. Of course, that is no problem. As for the weapon, we have them in the armory. I shall have 2 brought to you. At that moment, Gudrun, who had been eavesdropping nearby, interjected and promptly sent someone to retrieve 2 greatswords. One of the iron greatswords exceeded 5 meters in length, with a tilt standing almost as tall as Eileen herself. As she hefted the weighty sword, Eileen found it surprisingly manageable, thanks to her years of household chores. However, this was without armor, donned in full regalia. It would likely prove quite burdensome. The greatsword, also known as a giant sword or two-handed sword, with its broad and hefty form, necessitated a combat style characterized by sweeping, grandiose movements, while also demanding strict precision in footwork. Yet, these were lessons for another time. For now, allow me to teach you how to channel your energy into the greatsword. With the massive blade in hand, Dedalo began to demonstrate the application of energy manipulation for Eileen. This time, his target was not a mere dummy, but rather an expanse of ground. With a powerful surge of energy, he struck down, cleaving a gash approximately 3 meters long and 4 to 5 centimeters deep into the meticulously compacted earth. The sheer destructive capability left both Gu Dian and Eileen utterly astonished. After all, this marked Gu Dian's first encounter witnessing a physical cultivator harnessing energy in an attack. Previously, when Dedalo was besieged by orcs, he wielded a longsword from a considerable distance, rendering the extent of its lethality unnoticed. However, this demonstration vividly illustrated the extraordinary combat potential within this world. Certainly, one could employ a great sword for slashing attacks as well, albeit with a slight alteration in technique. Allow me to illustrate, and then you may practice channeling energy into your weapon and executing a strike. Dedalo meticulously guided Eileen, demonstrating repeatedly until she could awkwardly mimic the motions of wielding the greatsword. Excellent. Now attempt to infuse your energy and strike the dummy, he encouraged. With a nod, Eileen approached the dummy, her distance mirroring that of Dedalo's earlier stance. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the greatsword tightly, following Dedalo's instructions to channel her gathered energy into the blade's edge. With a swift twist, she swung the sword forcefully towards the dummy. The resulting gust of energy cleaved through a line of dummies, severing them at the waist and exposing the metallic framework within. Simultaneously, a faint horizontal line appeared on the wall behind the dummies. Dedalo, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly speechless. Finally turning to Gu Dian after a moment of stunned silence. Young Master Gu, your maid is extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Gu Dian affirmed with a look of agreement. Dedalo. Chapter 84. Adult Maid, Gift of Armor. Gudin, who had been observing the maid's panel, noticed the changes upon it. Name: Eileen. Occupation: Maid, Knight. Strength: Awakened. Traits: Wholehearted, Legendary Knight. Versatile Maid, Grudge. Potential: Unfading Legend. Affection: 90. Introduction. The Legendary Knight has embarked on an unforeseen path, Perhaps her destiny is not confined to this. Not only had her occupation and strength changed, but her affection and introduction had also been altered. Aileen, who had maintained an affection level of 89, had now elevated it to 90. However, the subsequent question mark raised queries within Gyuden. What could this signify? What concerned Gyuden most was the content of the character introduction. From the phrasing, it seemed that he had altered Eileen's future trajectory. Yet, was not her destiny to become a knight? Casting a glance at the legendary knight trait, he noticed that the locked symbol had vanished, and the trait now shimmered with a vibrant glow, signifying its activation. Without further contemplation, Gyuden shifted his focus to Aileen. The impact of her gathered energy was unexpectedly formidable. Initially, she believed that merely severing a scarecrow was a success, but it now appeared, according to Daedalus. Had she graduated? Turning back, Aileen gazed at Gyuden and Daedalus with a hint of confusion. Miss Aileen, with the prowess you have displayed, you have indeed graduated successfully. Hearing this from Daedalus, Eileen's expression was one of surprise. Was it truly over? Had her employment concluded after merely half a day? Would he not impart any further skills? The news of Eileen's graduation unsettled Gyuden, who could no longer remain still. Now that makes sense. Otherwise, charging 50 gold coins for the mere instruction of energy manipulation is excessively steep. Well, I believe I have observed enough. The forthcoming training duties will be entrusted to Captain Daedalus. Very well. Aileen, do train diligently. Yes, Master. As Aileen watched Gyuden's figure recede into the distance, she could not help but inquire of Daedalus regarding their earlier conversation. Oh, that matter? Young Master Gyuden had previously commissioned the auction house in Jinyuan City to seek a knight instructor. I happened to be assigned to the defense mission in Qingyuan town, so I took it upon myself, for a fee of 25 gold coins per month for knight training, over a duration of 2 months. I previously wondered why young Master Gyuden was only willing to pay for 2 months. Now I comprehend. Training to become a knight cannot be achieved in a short span. It requires considerable time and financial investment. Today, Eileen's displayed talent had indeed astonished Daedalus. However, what puzzled him most was how Gyuden had discerned Eileen's potential. At that moment, Aileen appeared somewhat dazed. 50 gold coins? Just for her guidance? How many years of her salary did that equate to? Even though she has now ascended to the position of head, made with a slight increase in salary, gathering 50 gold coins still feels like an insurmountable task, one that would take 100 years. It seems as if she has been unexpectedly sold off. Shaking her head slightly, Daedalus refocused his attention on Miss Aileen. Miss Aileen, your talent is extraordinary. I dare say you are the strongest I have encountered. Your future achievements may rival those of Count Janessa. Hearing Daedalus' flattering praise, a faint blush crept across Eileen's face, rendering her somewhat bashful. Since you have already mastered the use of Qi, there is no need for basic physical training. This afternoon, we shall explore your limits with Qi and some techniques. Very well. The research continued until evening, and Aileen had just concluded her night training for the day. Upon returning to the castle, the first thing Aileen did was head for a bath. Although autumn had arrived and the weather was relatively cool, her body was drenched in sweat from the afternoon's rigorous swordplay and obstacle evasion drills. After filling the tub with hot water, Aileen eagerly shed her sweat-soaked garments and sank into the steaming pool. The scalding water worked to soothe and relax her overworked muscles, sending a delightful tingling sensation coursing through her body to her mind. Ah, a soft sigh of pleasure escaped her lips. Though Captain Daedalus had taught her methods to alleviate fatigue using Qi, those merely provided temporary relief. In truth, nothing compared to the comfort of a hot bath. As her body began to soften in the water, Aileen curled her legs and sat up. At that moment, her chin rested on her knees as she tilted her head, pondering Gyuden's recent behavior. Ever since the young master had awakened from his grave injury, he seemed like a different person, exhibiting a level of attention and care towards her that was entirely new. Having heard of the young master's achievements, Aileen had once thought he had taken an interest in her, which had caused her considerable anxiety. However, as they continued to interact, she realized that the young master did not harbor such intentions, which had eased her mind considerably. Yet now, as she contemplated finding a knightly mentor, her thoughts began to spiral once more. 50 gold coins. Would the young master truly spend such a sum solely to secure a knightly instructor for her? With that amount, one could purchase a charming cat girl at the slave market in the northern borderlands. Such a lavish expenditure sent her mind racing. In the steamy atmosphere, Eileen's face flushed even more as a thought struck her, and she submerged herself in the water, whispering to herself, calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Gyuden, conversing with Daedalus in the dining room, remained blissfully unaware of Eileen's inner turmoil. After her bath, she quickly donned her maid's uniform and made her way to the kitchen to prepare dinner, only to be greeted by the head chef, Ina, with a beaming smile. Tonight's dinner has already been prepared, and the young master has requested your presence in the dining room to dine together. Oh, he wants me to join him for dinner? Indeed, little Erin has become the cherished one of the young master, who thinks of her in every fortunate circumstance. Alas, such words must not be spoken lightly. Should the young master overhear, I would lose all dignity to remain in the castle. In response to Ina's playful teasing, Erin's cheeks quickly flushed a rosy hue, and she lightly tapped her fist against her companion's shoulder. However, she did not forget the young master's instructions. After a brief bout of playful banter, she promptly made her way to the dining hall. In the dining hall, Gooden and Dardalo were engaged in conversation at the table, where the dishes were covered with plates. Upon noticing Erin's arrival, Gooden gestured towards the seat beside him. Come, sit here. Young master, this. When Gooden insisted she join him for the meal, Erin hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, the maid Bella, waiting nearby to serve, flashed a narrow smile and winked at Erin, as if urging her to proceed. Since Bella stood behind Gooden and Dardalo, they were unaware of her encouraging expression, which only Erin perceived. Very well. With Gooden's urging and her friend's prompting, Erin took a seat beside him. Bella then approached, lifting the covers from the dishes, signaling that the banquet could commence. Gooden addressed Erin, raising his cup filled with pure water, and continued, You are still young. You need not drink wine. Tea will suffice. But I have already come of age this year. Erin quickly retorted, eager to assert her maturity in response to Gooden's remark. Oh, is that so? Gooden scratched his head, calculating. And indeed, it seemed Erin had reached adulthood. Then I shall pour you a little, just to taste. Cheers. Clink. The three gently tapped their cups together, and Gooden downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion, while Erin mimicked his action, swallowing it in one go. The fiery sensation traveled from her mouth down her throat to her stomach, transforming into a warm current that spread throughout her being. Though the flavor was not particularly delightful, it served well enough to warm her. After the trio enjoyed their drinks, they began to dine happily, although the evening's discourse predominantly revolved around Erin herself. Yet, Erin participated little, as the conversation flowed mainly between Gooden and Dardalo. Eventually, when Dardalo, having indulged in too much wine, collapsed onto the table, the banquet came to an end. Old Dard is admirable in many respects, but his capacity for drink is woefully inadequate. Just 3 cups in, and he is out. Observing the slumbering Dardalo, Gooden sighed softly, shaking his head. By the way, Erin, come to the study next door. I have a gift for you. A gift? Young master. I must decline. You have already gone to great lengths to help me find a mentor. I cannot possibly accept another gift. Upon hearing the word gift, Erin quickly shook her head in refusal. The gift has already been prepared. If you do not accept it, it would simply go to waste. Rather than let it go to waste, you should accept it now. Gooden's words left Erin momentarily at a loss for a counterargument, and she was subsequently led, half pushed and half dragged, into the adjacent room that housed the study. As Gooden illuminated the space, a suit of armor gleaming with metallic luster stood proudly in the center, supported by a specialized rack. This suit of armor was a knightly ensemble meticulously crafted by Gooden specifically for Erin. The armor predominantly featured a silvery white tone, complemented by accents of black, with touches of red and gold, striking a balance between a sense of menace and a hint of elegance. At the waist, where the skirt connected, Gooden employed a design reminiscent of a skirt, utilizing riveting and intricate piecing. It boasted 2 layers. The first layer showcased silvery white and golden red hues, resembling the front of a maid's outfit, covering only the front half, while the second layer was crafted from specially dyed black manganese steel, extending down to cover the knees. In the most crucial part of the armor, the chest area, Gooden had worked tirelessly through the night to forge a space that would ensure a perfect fit for Erin. Moreover, the most significant aspect of this armor lay within its attributes. Name: Maid's Night Armor, custom tailored. Attributes: lightweight and breathable, indestructible, damage offset. Rapid charge, quality. Rare, description: a special armor forged from manganese steel and magic, featuring excellent protection and comfort, as well as impressive visual appeal. Lightweight and breathable. Reduces the weight significantly without compromising performance, while also ensuring breathability. Indestructible. Attacks below the extraordinary level cannot damage the armor. Damage offset. The armor automatically transfers 70 of the damage received to the ground. Rapid Charge utilizes kinetic energy to enable a swift 10-meter dash forward. Normal usage of the charge results in a 50 speed increase. Apart from the lightweight and breathable attribute, the remaining 3 were innovatively modified by Gooden. Overall, this armor was not only formidable in terms of defense but also impressive in its resilience. Upon seeing the armor for the first time, Aaron was deeply captivated by its appearance and design. The unique shape and the intentionally enlarged chest area made it clear that this armor was commissioned specifically for her by the young master. It is noteworthy that a standard, generic suit of armor costs 10 gold coins and tends to be cumbersome and stifling. How do you like it? Gooden inquired with a smile, observing the stars of admiration sparkling in Aaron's eyes. Young master, this is too precious. There's no way around it. This is likely something only you can wear. Go ahead and try it on. Casey, come help the maid change her equipment. Of course, young master. Casey, the maid originally designated to assist in donning the armor, appeared with a cheerful demeanor. Gooden, wishing to avoid any awkwardness, stepped outside to wait until the door was closed behind him. Noticing Casey's unperturbed expression, Aaron couldn't help but ask, Sister Casey, did you all know about this already? Indeed, the young master has sought our counsel on numerous occasions to refine and design this armor. To be candid, I truly envy your ability to don such exquisite attire. Were it not for my lack of talent and prowess, I too would wish to give it a try. Come now, let us remove your garments so that I may assist you in changing. With a playful smile, Casey approached to help Aaron change her clothes, but Aaron, startled by the sudden advance, quickly retreated 2 steps. No, please don't. I'll manage it myself. Chapter 85. Thoughts on launching after an arduous journey spanning 47 days. The moment for this book to be launched has finally arrived. Reflecting on my performance during the new book period, I must say this is my finest work to date, truly. It is my utmost aspiration to reach an average subscription of 500. Here, I must extend my gratitude to my editor, the magnificent YY. Of course, numerous unforeseen events have occurred during this time, leading to moments of frustration and nearly jeopardizing the updates. Fortunately, I have managed to regain my composure. Even the pandemic could not hinder my regular updates and the launch. Speaking of which, I must mention that I am currently in Italy, where the pandemic situation is quite grim. A worker residing above me was suddenly found to be COVID positive, which is rather alarming, as our living arrangements are closely connected. My room is directly across from the lobby, making the proximity concerning. Although I am a reclusive individual and seldom venture outside, even in a new country, my habit of remaining indoors persists. However, with a second case emerging, it raises the question, after 2 years of avoiding the virus, could I nearly succumb within my own home? In an effort to evade the virus, I have ventured out for supplies no more than 30 times in the past 2 years, when encountering writer's block. I often spend the day researching or engaging in discussions, and before I know it, the day has slipped away. Yet, this does not deter my fervent ambition to achieve daily updates. Now, let us discuss the rules for additional updates, as we may just reach our goal. Although I hold high hopes for achieving an average subscription of 500, the current readership situation is less than optimistic, thus I rely on everyone's support. Hence, I humbly request your initial subscriptions. It is truly vital. For the initial subscription, if we reach 300, I will add one more update. Surpassing 400 will grant another, and 500 will earn yet another. Thus, the achievements likely fall within this range. Let us see how many extra updates I can provide. Furthermore, for every increase of 100 in the initial and average subscriptions, I shall add an additional update, with no upper limit. Additionally, regarding monthly votes, each 100 will earn 1 extra update. Given the current circumstances, adding 2 extra updates per month is certainly feasible. It all depends on your willingness to support me in achieving more. Lastly, there is the matter of rewards for updates. While I do not expect much from this, I have set some parameters. A leader will earn 10 extra updates, a captain 1. And as for silver, I will not be able to provide 200 updates. Moreover, each update consists of 2,000 words as the standard, while my current updates are combined versions of 4,000 words. Do not accuse me of brevity. Having discussed various matters, let us turn our attention to the book itself. The application of the narrative's golden finger is too varied, the development too slow, the excitement insufficient, and the plot riddled with numerous flaws. I acknowledge these shortcomings, and after considerable reflection, I intend to make changes. However, addressing these issues will likely require a gradual approach. Regarding the narrative of the first volume, it has only just begun to unfold. I have planned a total of 6 volumes. My friends often claim that I am a fervent creator of elaborate settings, and while I endeavor to incorporate various elements into my writing, it often results in a chaotic mess. Thus, I shall strive diligently to pin my words. I have also established a reader group for those who wish to encourage updates or discuss certain concepts. In this group, I will share some maps, nations, and geographical details. And if there are any external territories, I will certainly include those as well, though I currently have no plans to write about them. You may obtain the group number from my profile. Additionally, I would like to recommend a book at the end. In the World of the Divine, I Can Alter Destiny. It is said to be a pseudonymous work by a certain renowned author, and it is truly worth a read. Chapter 86, The Shifting of World Lines. Sienna's assistance. The soft padding embedded within the armor allowed Aelins to feel no discomfort from the metallic clashing. Simultaneously, the lightweight and breathable design left her momentarily uncertain if she was truly clad in iron armor, as it felt remarkably light and comfortable. The skirted armor design provided her with exceptional agility. Even executing a split on the spot would not hinder her in the least. Kathy surveyed Aelins, now donned in her armor, with a glimmer of unexpected delight in her eyes. "Well, I must say, this suit of armor suits you quite nicely," she remarked with a chuckle. Aelins, slightly embarrassed by Kathy's praise, smiled in response. She had anticipated some degree of discomfort in the armor, but upon fully donning it, she felt no unease whatsoever, as if the armor were intrinsically tailored to her form. After ensuring Aelins was properly equipped, Kathy proceeded to open the door, inviting the young master, who had been waiting patiently, to behold Aelins in her armor. As the designer of the armor, Gydain's eyes lit up upon seeing Aelins adorned in it. He had expected her to appear stunning, yet the reality surpassed even his wildest expectations. With her cascading white-gray hair, emerald-like eyes, and this armor harmoniously colored in 4 shades, the formerly cute Aelins transformed into a figure of gallant elegance. Regrettably, her youthful visage slightly detracted from the overall impact, yet it did little to diminish the striking visual effect. "How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" Gydain inquired as he circled around Aelins. "It fits perfectly and feels remarkably light. There is nothing I find uncomfortable," she replied. "Ah, splendid. I wasn't sure what weapon you preferred, hence I didn't forge one yet. In a few days, your custom greatsword will be ready. By then, you will officially become the first female knight of Qingyuan town." The title of female knight left Aelins momentarily dazed. She had never dreamed that such a vision would one day materialize, especially while clad in this unique armor, so distinct from the usual iron encasements. "Thank you, young master," Aelins uttered softly, her cheeks flushed. Had it not been for Gydain's extraordinary perceptive abilities, he might have missed her quiet expression of gratitude. Upon reflection, he pondered whether the mid-autumn festival of this otherworldly realm was approaching. The calendar system here resembled a lunar calendar, with 12 months of 30 days each, remarkably precise. And the phases of the moon were consistently predictable. Otherwise, analyzing this with modern knowledge would reveal that the conditions triggering such occurrences were dismally low. Gazing at the luminous moon, Gydain suddenly recalled the information displayed on Aelin's panel. Had he not traversed into this otherworldly realm over a month ago? The original inhabitant would likely have long since given up, succumbing to defeat. Subsequently, a substantial bill loomed ominously, if left unaddressed. The entire town of Qingyuan would be engulfed by Charlie. Even if the venerable Joseph could alleviate this crisis, Qingyuan, bereft of its lord, would once again succumb to an interminable period of lordlessness. The crux of the matter lies in Charlie's treasonous collusion with the Orc Empire, which, based on calculations, suggests an impending assault at the year's end, coinciding with the advent of spring. Without his obstruction, a formidable Orc army, numbering in the tens of thousands and well-equipped, could suddenly emerge from the northwest of the empire, sweeping through with relentless ferocity. The initial point of entry is highly likely to be Qingyuan. In the absence of a lord and the protection of an army, Qingyuan would merely be a prelude to the Orc's feast. For the townsfolk, should they fail to depart before his demise, they would likely find themselves as mere fodder beneath the Orc's blades. As for the Eileen family, who had only recently settled in Qingyuan, contemplating another relocation seemed an impossibility. For Eileen, a figure of legend, her path forward had become clear. Although she might survive this calamity, the fate of her family remained uncertain. According to Gydain's understanding, numerous instances exist where sorrow and hatred have been transformed into a potent force, igniting awakening. Perhaps it is during this turmoil that Eileen will transcend her limits, embarking on a vengeful quest as a legendary knight. In anticipation of this, Gydain endeavored to seek a mentor for her, hoping to alter her destiny. thus giving rise to notions of unforeseen paths and fates beyond mere circumstance. Contemplating this, Gooding exhaled deeply. If this were indeed the case, the initial hurdle for Eileen on her journey to legend was overwhelmingly daunting. Her father's death, intertwined with the church's avarice, and the subsequent sacrifice of her family in this conspiracy constituted a dual blow. No matter how resilient Eileen's spirit, such a tragedy would be exceedingly difficult to bear. He could not allow such a narrative to unfold in Qingyuan. Meanwhile, clad in armor, Eileen was making her way home, lantern in hand. The night was still young, and the town was free from curfew. Households had gathered after dinner, engaged in lively conversations and gossip. The various alterations to Lord Gooding's commands, coupled with the influx of new residents, had breathed a renewed vitality into what was once a listless town. Additionally, addressing the issue of sewage flooding the streets, Gooding had mandated reforms, and after days of cleaning and dispersing, the foul stench had significantly dissipated. Many residents, previously confined indoors, now congregated outside, vocally discussing the day's events. As Eileen, with her lantern, passed by, she captured the attention of the onlookers. "Oh, isn't that Eileen, the Lordess maid? Why is she dressed in armor?" "Indeed. That armor gleams splendidly. It suits her remarkably well. I heard Eileen has aspired to be a knight since childhood. Could it be that after a year of service in the Lord's castle, she has earned enough to purchase such exquisite armor?" As Aaron approached her home, the familiar faces in the neighborhood gradually became more recognizable. Observing Aaron clad in full armor, the once boisterous neighbors fell silent. "Good evening, Uncle Norton, Aunt Nora." Aaron greeted the familiar faces with enthusiasm. "Little Aaron, how is it that you're wearing armor? I barely recognized you," Norton inquired, eyeing Aaron's impressive attire. Without hesitation, Aaron revealed her newfound identity with a playful grin. "Hee, Uncle Norton, I have awakened and officially become a knight." The news elicited gasps of disbelief from the surrounding neighbors, who then began to whisper among themselves about this astonishing revelation. "Little Aaron, is it true that you've become a knight?" Aunt Nora could not suppress her curiosity. As neighbors of Aaron's family, they were somewhat aware of the girl's aspirations, yet hearing of her actual awakening left them in awe. "Of course, this armor was a gift from Lord Goodin," Aaron explained. Upon learning that the armor was bestowed upon her by Lord Goodin, the townsfolk no longer doubted her remarkable achievement. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with the crowd, Aaron joyfully made her way home. Standing before her two-story house, constructed of stone and wood, she felt a sense of belonging. Since being taken in by Lord Goodin, this house had been granted to her family. Taking the key from her waist, Aaron gently turned the lock. Inside, her sister Amy was diligently studying. Upon hearing the noise at the door, she looked up with alertness. As the door opened and she beheld her sister in armor, Amy was momentarily stunned before excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, sister!" Seeing Amy rush towards her, Aaron quickly knelt down to embrace her. "Don't run so fast, you might fall." Aaron lifted little Amy into her arms, her gaze filled with affection. "Hee." Amy giggled, eager to snuggle as she usually did, but this time she was met not with soft warmth but the coldness of armor. Clang. "Ouch, sister. Why are you wearing armor?" Amy blinked in surprise, looking up at Aaron in confusion. "This was given to me by Lord Goodin. I've awakened and become a knight. Now I can protect you all properly," Aaron said gently, raising her hand to caress Amy's cheek, only to realize she was wearing iron gloves. Instead, she leaned in to nuzzle her sister's face with her own. Aaron's long, gray-white hair brushed against Amy's ear, causing her to burst into laughter. Their playful interaction caught the attention of Shiana, who slowly wheeled herself out. "Mom." Upon encountering Shirana, Amy, nestled in Eileen's embrace, struggled momentarily before breaking free and dashing away. "My sister has successfully awakened. She has now become a knight and is adorned in splendid armor. From this day forth, she will be able to protect us." Looking up at her eldest daughter Eileen, Shiana's gaze reflected a hint of surprise. Had it not been for the striking gray-white hair and emerald-like eyes that mirrored her own, she might not have recognized her at once. "Mother, I have succeeded," Eileen exclaimed. "Good, good, good," Shirana repeated thrice, her heart swelling with pride upon hearing Eileen's affirmation. Shirana had always supported Eileen's aspirations before her husband's untimely demise. They had even planned for Eileen to begin her literacy education. However, unforeseen circumstances had disrupted these plans. Now, noticing Eileen's contemplative expression, Shirana sensed that her daughter was grappling with an important decision. Understanding her eldest's nature, Shirana knew that Eileen was deliberating on something she wished to discuss. "If there is something on your mind, come to my room, and we can talk," she gently suggested, approaching Amy and affectionately stroking her similarly colored hair. Remember to study your letters well. If you encounter any unfamiliar characters, your sister will teach you later. Amy nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. After smoothing Amy's slightly disheveled hair, Eileen retreated to her mother's room. Have you encountered a difficulty? Sharana inquired, her voice imbued with concern. Eileen nodded slightly in response. Yes, it pertains to Master Guden. Not concealing her thoughts in the presence of her beloved mother, Eileen shared her doubts and recent experiences, feeling a flicker of anxiety about the advice her mother might offer. I see. Sharana pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Eileen, your fears and worries are somewhat unfounded. Master Guden is not as malevolent as you perceive. Without him, our family might still be wandering the streets. And you and Amy would not have the opportunity to learn to read. Eileen acknowledged her mother's perspective with a nod. Furthermore, if Master Guden truly values you and expresses affection, as your mother, I would naturally wish for you to accept it. However, Shiana's tone shifted to a more serious note. This matter ultimately rests on your own will. Should you find yourself disinclined, have the courage to reject him. I believe Master Guden would not impose upon you. Remember, your current role as a maid and your accomplishments as a knight were bestowed upon you by Master Guden. Even if you were to turn him down someday, never forget the essence of loyalty, regardless of the heights you may reach in the future. Always remember that our journey commenced with Master Guden's benevolence. He is our family's savior and the beacon of hope for our future. After reflecting on her mother's words, Eileen nodded firmly. I understand. Eileen silently nodded before exiting the bedroom and entering the hall. Upon observing Amy, who was diligently striving to read under the candlelight, a smile involuntarily graced Eileen's face. She then approached, lifted Amy into her lap, and began to guide her through the learning process. Had Guden been present at that moment to examine Eileen's affinity panel, he would have been astonished to discover that her fondness had reached its zenith, subsequently annotated as unwavering until death. Chapter 87. The Emergence of Danger and the Construction of City Walls on August 1st. The monthly auction in Jiyuan City attracted numerous nobles and merchants. This particular auction was even more bustling than usual, not only due to the news regarding manganese steel, but also the announcement of a substantial supply of fine salt and high-purity crystal sugar for sale. Such extraordinary tidings drew the attention of nobles from surrounding cities, who hastened to send representatives to participate. In the auction hall, within a private room on the second floor, Lord Jigel of the Charleston family and Lord Bertea of the Lantaiga family were engaged in conversation regarding the auction items: manganese steel, fine salt, crystal sugar, and an array of mysterious treasures. Guden truly exceeded expectations, possessing such an impressive collection of valuable goods. Had it not been for our chance encounter with the caravan from Qingyuan town, we might have remained oblivious to this young man's hidden depths. Jigel tossed the list provided by the auction house onto the table with a sigh, his tone laced with resignation. He never anticipated that the seemingly frivolous lord, known for indulgence, would conceal such profound resources, given the value of these items. I suspect your attempt to leverage tax issues to force him out will likely yield no results, he remarked. Bertea's voice carried a hint of fatigue, tinged with helplessness. Additionally, my informants have uncovered that Guden is also dispatching agents to locate Matthews. I fear that the man's tongue may not be discreet enough. He made a gesture across his throat, conveying a clear implication. I have stationed Matthews near the northern desert. It should not be easy for Guden to track him down. Jigel added thoughtfully. Moreover, the tax discrepancies remain under my purview, with only legitimate figures reported upwards. Does Guden possess the extraordinary capabilities to erase such accounts? Bertea sighed quietly, acknowledging his friend's obstinacy. Do not be overly confident. Guden has already performed actions that have taken us both by surprise. If he is indeed seeking Matthews, he will surely exert every effort, even if it means venturing near the northern desert. Furthermore, we have overlooked a crucial aspect. Is Guden's repeated evasion of peril attributable to his own strength or that of his family? This matter must be investigated by those above us. We are currently too reactive. If the Guden family possesses significant influence, finding Matthews would merely be a matter of time. Jigel felt a sudden tightening in his chest at Bertea's cautionary words. I understand. I shall dispatch a confidential message to expedite matters. Matthews is indeed a potential liability. I will send someone to deal with him to prevent the situation from escalating. Seeing Jigel concur with his suggestion, Bertea spoke with a grim expression. Indeed. This means Guden will have to swallow his tax dues. However, I have a new idea. Since Guden is currently in need of funds for auction items, what if we were to? What do you think? As Berta spoke, He made a cutting gesture. Having worked alongside each other for many years, Gigier understood his intent without any ambiguity. If they could intercept the final payment from the auction house intended for Gooding, they were uncertain whether Gooding would be able to settle the tax liabilities. However, the prospect of acquiring such a substantial sum of cash would enable them to procure more equipment and provisions. Gigier refrained from delving deeper into this topic. Although the risk of eavesdropping in such a VIP box was negligible, the sensitive nature of their discussion could lead to considerable complications if even a hint were to escape. The duo's objective for participating in the auction was the recently hyped manganese steel. It was almost infuriating to see such a promising mining opportunity handed over to Gooding on a proverbial silver platter. Nevertheless, anger aside, upon reflection, they recognized that had it not been for Gooding's assistance in discovering this opportunity, they might have missed out entirely. This realization alleviated some of their frustrations. Their current role in the auction was to research this resource and ascertain whether they could devise a method for its extraction, thus avoiding confusion upon assuming control of the mine. Meanwhile, the auction was fervently underway. In the nearby Qingyuan town, Gooding was also immersed in the organization of work, managing the allocation of nearly 200 personnel along with various administrative tasks, which kept him exceedingly busy throughout the morning. Fortunately, the distribution of work proceeded smoothly, with all recruited individuals assigned to their respective roles. With a sufficient workforce in place, Gooding, neglecting even his lunch, made his way to the assembly point of the second construction team to announce task assignments. Upon the Lord's arrival, the crowd quickly gathered, eager for his instructions. Of the newly recruited 50 workers, 30 were assigned to this site while the remaining 20 were transferred to the first construction team. Additionally, 10 seasoned craftsmen were dispatched from the first team to mentor the newcomers, creating a ratio of 1 experienced worker for every 3 novices. As the assembly concluded, the newcomers felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of receiving direct guidance from Gooding. Their curiosity was palpable, especially since they had not yet commenced work. They were promised housing, and their children would be able to enroll in school on the same day, learning to read. Furthermore, they were guaranteed an hour of study each evening, complemented by dinners provided by the Lord. With such enticing benefits, it was likely that a significant number of them would willingly take up arms should the need arise. Standing atop a makeshift platform, Gooding surveyed the crowd below and spoke with conviction. The establishment of the second construction team was for a vital and noble purpose. Your responsibilities are considerable. Yet this mission serves as the most crucial barrier to ensure the safety of Qingyuan town. That mission is to construct the city walls. Gasps filled the air at the mention of building the walls. How could this possibly be? With our limited manpower, we would struggle to even complete the task of quarrying stone. Surely, the Lord must be jesting. Such an undertaking as constructing a city wall cannot simply be initiated on a whim. It requires meticulous planning and several years of preparation before work can commence. The individuals present, all newcomers, engaged in fervent discussion, while the local craftsmen from Qingyuan town remained silent, their demeanor somber. With a touch of magic, Gooding amplified his voice, allowing the seemingly soft utterance to resonate throughout the gathering. Upon the Lord's command, the discussions halted, and a profound silence enveloped the assembly. I understand that you may harbor doubts and reservations regarding this project, yet such concerns are not for you to bear. I have devised a comprehensive plan for the construction of the walls, and I shall address 2 of your uncertainties. Furthermore, allow me to clarify, the 4-month timeline is entirely feasible. If any of you are skeptical, I invite you to participate for 1 month. Should you perceive my intentions as deliberately obstructive, I will permit your withdrawal from the project in favor of alternative employment. Gooding's assertions left the crowd in a state of astonishment, speechless in the wake of his revelations. A wall constructed without stone, completed in 4 months. Was this merely a refurbishment of the Lord's castle? Yet, the subsequent words from Gooding utterly bewildered them. Was he proposing the establishment of a new city along the borders? In response to their dazed expressions, Gooding continued to elucidate the tasks at hand. During the first month, new members of the engineering team would quickly acclimate to the processes of mixing cement and laying bricks, while the veteran craftsmen would be entrusted with the execution of these tasks. Yes, my lord, exclaimed Peter. This afternoon, you shall lead the team to the construction site to familiarize the newcomers with the allure of cement and bricks. Indeed, my lord, we shall complete the task, Peter vowed earnestly. Gooding nodded slightly, satisfied with the arrangements, but he still needed to visit the Engineering Research Institute to assess the wall specifications. He had meticulously planned and organized the scale of the city wall. The first batch of 5 brick kilns had been fully constructed, and with the aid of enhancements, they now produced an astonishing 500 cubic meters of bricks daily. Although this output was insufficient for the wall's construction, he intended to expand the number of kills in the future. With 4 months available, constructing 5 kills each month would enable him to increase production to over 1,500 cubic meters daily within 2 months. Achieving a daily output of 1,000 cubic meters would suffice to meet the brick demands of the entire town and the future needs of Qingyuan town. However, in contrast to the brick situation, Gooden's primary concern lay with cement production. Currently, the daily output of cement barely exceeded 10 tons, a figure woefully inadequate for the wall's construction. Thus, Gooden's plan necessitated an increase in cement production to over 100 tons within a month. Upon entering the Engineering Research Institute, the recent influx of apprentices transformed the previously spacious environment into a somewhat crowded space. At that moment, Buck hurriedly exited the main research building and was delighted to see Gooden. "Young master, I was just about to seek you out. The testing of the mobile steam engine and pump you requested has been completed, and the results are quite promising. Would you care to take a look? Come along." Without hesitation, Gooden followed Buck. As per your specifications, the entire setup of the mobile steam engine weighs less than 150 kilograms, and it is equipped with shock-proof and dust-proof designs, featuring buffers and quick-release hooks for easy transport. Its operational power can stabilize around 110 kilograms, with a load capacity reaching 150, fully meeting the pump's power requirements. As Buck led Gooden to the testing site, he also provided a detailed explanation of the relevant data. The testing area for the mobile steam engine and pump was located not far behind the main laboratory, where the reluctantly assembled engineering team had excavated 2 water basins measuring 2 by 3 by 1 meters. One of these was already filled with approximately 6 cubic meters of water, equivalent to 6 tons. "Let's proceed with the testing. How does the pump's power perform?" Gooden casually instructed, then inquired of Buck. "Based on the formula you provided, this reservoir can transfer roughly 10 kilograms of water per second, which means it should take about 10 minutes to drain this basin." 10 kilograms per second, you say? Gooden pondered, contemplating whether such efficiency could be harnessed for the town's water supply system. However, the complexity of the calculations involved made it difficult for him to arrive at a clear conclusion, even with the various enhancements available. As the mobile steam engine and pump were activated, a substantial flow of clear water began to pour from the pipe leading to the dry basin. Simultaneously, the water level in the reservoir visibly decreased at an impressive rate. In less than 10 minutes, the entire basin was drained. It seems this setup has already demonstrated its fundamental practicality. Gooden reflected momentarily before giving instructions. Select 5 individuals proficient in operating this equipment, pack it up, and accompany me on an expedition tomorrow. Yes, young master. The utility of this equipment was undoubtedly intended for the iron mine. It is worth noting that the iron mine is an underground site, with one of the tunnels currently submerged. Although he had previously eliminated the negative attributes associated with water infiltration, there remained a possibility of future complications necessitating a standby solution. However, to venture to the mine, Gooden realized he needed to recruit another individual. Upon returning to the castle, Gooden made his way directly to the training grounds in the castle's rear courtyard. The safety concerns surrounding the mine had long occupied Gooden's thoughts, and with the Imperial Cavalry's recent deployment, he began to formulate a plan. He envisioned stationing the Imperial Cavalry near the mine, having already devised a rationale for their presence. Frequent encounters with orcs in the vicinity have instilled a sense of insecurity. Thus, I have dispatched personnel to monitor the area and patrol, ensuring the safety of the citizens. The military authority granted without cost should not be squandered. It also serves as an opportune moment to gauge the attitude of Jinyuan City towards him. Arriving at the training grounds, I found Dedalo instructing Eileen in the techniques of wielding a great sword. Chapter 88. 1,000 pounds with a single strike. Harvest season as Erin swung her great sword, Gooden refrained from interrupting her training immediately. The sight of Erin nimbly maneuvering and striking within the designated area left Gooden in quiet admiration. Beside him, Dardalo expressed both astonishment and concern regarding Erin's rapid learning pace. Possessing legendary talent, coupled with her unwavering dedication, Erin was destined to master the techniques after merely a few attempts on either side. This remarkable aptitude and swift learning left Dardalo, her mentor, envious. At this rate, it would not be long, perhaps within a month, before he would have nothing left to teach her. After Erin flawlessly completed another round of training, Dardalo paused the session, allowing her some time to rest. "Young Master Gooden," Dardalo turned to him with a gesture. "Yes, Captain Dardalo, I have a matter of business to discuss." Shall we converse in my study? Very well, D'Artolo nodded, glancing at Aaron before leaning closer to Gooden. Miss Aaron's talent is truly extraordinary. I suspect that within a month, I will run out of things to teach her. That is of no concern. As long as the results are satisfactory, I shall continue to pay her for the remaining month, Gooden replied. Upon reaching the study on the second floor, Gooden shared his thoughts on mobilizing troops to secure the mining areas nearby. There should be no issues with this order. I will arrange it shortly and send a resupply request to Jinyuan City to establish a direct supply route. D'Artolo agreed without hesitation. He did not even inquire about Gooden's reasoning, leaving Gooden somewhat taken aback by the unexpected ease of the process. Mobilizing the troops from Jinyuan City does not require approval from higher authorities? Gooden questioned. Not at all. You are currently the highest commander. Unless the military issues a direct order for us to withdraw from Qingyuan Ridge or to execute a particular mission, we shall not bypass your commands, D'Artolo clarified. Such troop movements merely require a notification to logistics. Military approval is unnecessary. I understand, Gooden remarked thoughtfully, realizing the convenience of mobilizing imperial forces, which rendered his prior preparations redundant. The two then briefly discussed the number of troops to be stationed, their subsequent tasks, and various contingency plans. After bidding farewell to D'Artolo, Gooden hastened to find old Joseph to arrange personnel distribution for the following day's trip to the mines. He intended to personally visit the manganese and iron mines once more, as only he could modify the parameters. As a busy day rushed by, the following morning, Gooden donned his manganese steel armor with Aaron's assistance. His own battle attire lacked the flamboyance of Aaron's. Instead, it was understated, designed purely for defense. As a final bastion of protection, Gooden's armor boasts 3 out of 4 attributes focused on enhancing his defensive capabilities, with an additional one dedicated to fortifying mental resilience. The composure feature enables the wearer to mitigate damage from minor psychic assaults. With this, he has secured comprehensive defenses against both physical and magical threats. Admiring his handsome reflection in the bronze mirror, Gooden silently commended himself before addressing Eileen. All right, you should change into your armor as well. We shall depart shortly. Young master, am I to accompany you? Eileen responded, momentarily taken aback by the direct invitation. Indeed, with the young master's encouragement. Eileen hesitated no longer and promptly went to don a splendid suit of armor. 10 minutes later, with D'Artolo leading 2 steeds, Eileen was mounted on one. Attentively following her mentor's guidance, she firmly pressed her feet into the stirrups, adopting a riding posture that balanced between sitting and standing. During a slow trot, she could lean back slightly to conserve energy, yet when galloping, it was crucial to rise slightly. Keeping her feet firmly planted in the stirrups and adjusting her position in harmony with the horse's movements. The rein should not be yanked too tightly to halt the horse. A gentle, gradual pull is advised, allowing it to anticipate her intentions. Under D'Artolo's patient instruction, Eileen quickly mastered the fundamentals of riding, gaining the ability to control her mount competently alongside the caravan. By the time they arrived at the manganese mine, she navigated her steed with remarkable finesse. Even at high speeds, such extraordinary talent led D'Artolo to remark that Eileen was akin to a natural-born knight. Every related skill she learned effortlessly, evoking his deep admiration. At the manganese mine, the atmosphere became notably lively with the arrival of new supplies and personnel. Mining, despite its inherent dangers and monotony, offered some of the highest wages in the entire Qing source town. The arrival of their lord not only replenished their essential provisions but also brought an extraordinary bounty of 200 kilograms of sugar and fine salt intended as rewards for the workers. Such luxuries were seldom afforded even to nobility, making the lord's generosity particularly impactful. Consequently, the morale of the miners surged significantly. Old Joseph, please arrange the personnel handover and gather those willing to transfer to the iron mine. Once I conclude my matters here, we shall set off. Understood, young master. Gooden planned to assign half of the veteran miners to the iron mine while also selecting 2/5 of the newly arranged personnel, totaling approximately 60 individuals, along with logistical support and their families, bringing the total to around 130. Those employed at the iron mine would receive a salary adjustment due to the heightened risks associated with underground mining. After assigning the task, Gooden led Aaron into the mine, preparing to investigate the modifications to the manganese mine's entries. Although over a month of extraction adjustments had not resulted in significant changes within the mine, the gleam of numerous metals was revealed amidst several extraction pits. Approaching the vicinity, Gooden summoned a panel, and a familiar luminescence flashed, unveiling the information regarding the manganese mine. Name: manganese vein. Entries: fragile, weathered. Description: an open-air weathered manganese mine with an exceptionally considerable reserve. Fragile: the manganese vein as a whole is highly susceptible to breakage due to unknown pressures during extraction. Weathered: the open-air manganese vein has undergone millennia of weathering, resulting in a scarcity of manganese elements in the upper ore. The entries for the manganese vein were not as dire as those for the iron vein, yet they did not stand out as particularly favorable either. Subsequently, Gooden shifted his gaze to the new entry below. Hard land: the land surrounding the mine has hardened, significantly increasing the difficulty of extraction. Methane accumulation: methane permeates the subterranean layers, causing the bottom of the mine to be persistently filled with methane, complicating extraction efforts. A pig for 1,000 pounds requires the prerequisite entry. Fragile greatly simplifies the extraction process of manganese, increasing its yield by 1,000. The emergence of the entry A pig for 1,000 pounds elicited a distinct expression of astonishment on Gooden's face. For zeros? An increase of tenfold in yield? After the initial shock, Gooden hesitated not a moment before directly modifying it to the fragile entry. Naturally, the only applicable position for the overlay was fragile. Gooden found himself intrigued by the first occurrence of a combination entry concerning prerequisite entries. Did this imply that some undesirable entries could also be transformed into powerful effects through subsequent enhancements? However, such occurrences depended on chance, and Gooden could not afford to retain a worthless negative entry unaltered. Opportunities of this nature were rare and elusive. Shaking his head slightly, Gooden focused on the refresh section, continuing his search for suitable entries. Upon exhausting his 3 refresh opportunities, Gooden managed to find one somewhat acceptable entry to settle for. Safe extraction: miners within the mine will strictly adhere to safety protocols, reducing the accident rate by 20. The 2 modifications to the vein once again enveloped Gooden in a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, this time he did not faint outright, and the dizziness resulting from the modifications was considerably diminished. This led Gooden to speculate whether it was a consequence of his enhanced mage rank. When he first arrived, he had only just awakened. His mental fortitude was not as robust as it was now. With the increase in his mental power, he could better withstand the negative effects of such modifications. On this occasion, Gooden's party consisted solely of himself, a few guards, and miners. The Imperial Cavalry, who had initially accompanied him, were led by Dardalo to survey the surrounding terrain, preparing to establish a base camp at a suitable location. The 2 teams proceeded to operate separately. The modifications to the iron mine had already been completed during the previous visit, thus this time, Gooden merely played the role of a mascot. Examine the fields that are suitable for modification and enhancement, striving to procure incremental attributes prior to the harvest. Concurrently, Gooden has not forgotten to modify the attributes of several livestock he has purchased for himself. Cattle, pigs, sheep, and chickens, these sources of meat have consumed Gooden's considerable effort. As the supreme nurturing entity, Gooden has executed ultimate modifications in their breeding. A pig can live for over 20 years, yet it matures in merely a little over a year. Under the ultimate acceleration of attributes, piglets birthed by the supermaternal entity can reach maturity in just 3 months. However, this remarkable acceleration bears a negative consequence. The quantity of piglets birthed has been halved. Previously, a single pig could produce 10 to 12 offspring. Now, it yields only 5 to 6. Nonetheless, Gooden remains unconcerned, for the advantage of time sufficiently compensates for the reduced quantity. In due course, further modifications to the 2 supermaternal pigs will rectify this issue. On the 7th day of August, the wheat in the fields has largely matured, marking the time for harvest. Consequently, Gooden has temporarily suspended numerous personnel requests, directing them to assist in the harvesting. The modified wheat fields have presented the townsfolk with the arduous experience of reaping. The harvesting of over 2,000 acres of wheat, which would typically be completed in 3 to 4 days, has taken a full 3 days this time. Even the women and elderly of the town have rallied to assist, barely managing to complete half of the harvest. Gazing upon the remaining expanse of wheat, despite the evident fatigue, the townspeople's eyes shimmer with joy. Judging by the yield, this year promises to be a bountiful harvest. Such news is monumental for farmers who toil year-round for mere sustenance. Within the castle of Qingyuan town, Gooden quietly listens to old Joseph's report. After careful counting and accounting, the harvested wheat stock has surpassed 500 tons, considering the remaining fields. This year's yield is projected to reach between 1,000 to 1,300 tons, a figure that is double that of previous years. Moreover, The imperial demand for 150 tons of reserve grain has been separately stored and is ready for transport at any moment. Oh, how fares the collection of super wheat? Gooden inquires, nodding in acknowledgement. In accordance with your directive, the first batch harvested from these specific fields has been completely collected, totaling over 50 tons, with designated soldiers guarding the storage point. Super wheat represents the seeds for Gooden's future widespread sowing. With this variety, the initial harvest next year is projected to exceed 1,000 tons, potentially tripling that figure. Storing all super wheat seeds in one location is unwise. Selecting several portions for additional storage will suffice for the quantity required to sow the farmlands of Qingyuan Town. Furthermore, notify the farmers to switch entirely to super wheat seeds for sowing at the conclusion of the autumn harvest. Understood. Come in. Gooden ceased his dialogue with old Joseph and turned his gaze towards the door. The one who entered with a creak was Els, his face now bearing a hint of gravity. After a convoluted 24-hour wait, the report on the first day performance had finally emerged. The initial subscription stood at 230, a figure that, while not entirely unexpected, brought with it the unfortunate news of a halted plan for additional updates. However, there remains the prospect of monthly subscriptions contributing to further updates, hence the current backlog of content. Furthermore, an incident on the day of the launch had disrupted both my routine and my writing flow. To compound matters, I later learned that I would have to pay a fine of 2,000 euros on Monday, an announcement that nearly incited my ire. 2,000 multiplied by 7 amounts to a staggering 14 to 15,000. I would need to maintain perfect attendance in my writing for 2 years just to recuperate. Alas, should any unforeseen circumstances arise today, there may only be a single update, which I will schedule for after 9 in the evening. As for the overdue content, I shall address it promptly once I have resolved these pressing real-life issues. That is all. Chapter 89, Pursuit Details, Preparation for Burning the Warehouse for K-Chapter, Who? Upon hearing the news, a flicker of astonishment crossed Gooden's face as he incredulously inquired. In response to the young master's question, Els could only brace himself and reiterate the confirmation. The former tax collector, Matthews, puzzled by the sudden announcement of Matthews' demise. Gooden found it difficult to comprehend how a seemingly healthy individual could pass away so unexpectedly. Reflecting on Els' earlier words, Gooden furrowed his brows and asked the capture team, did they first apprehend the living Matthews, only to have him meet an unfortunate and afterward? Indeed, Els nodded in affirmation of the young master's assertion. Let us proceed to the barracks, then. As Gooden spoke, he draped his coat over his shoulders and stepped out of the study, followed closely by old Joseph and then Els. Inside the barracks, the soldiers, weary from weeks of pursuit, sat together in somber silence, their heads bowed. Such an outcome was undeniably difficult for everyone to accept. Through their interrogations along the way, they had come to realize the significance of the individual they sought. Suddenly, the door to the barracks swung open, and Gooden entered first. Upon seeing the young master's arrival, the men rose to their feet. Young master. Observing the despondent expressions on their faces, Gooden understood that this failure had dealt a severe blow to their morale. His training had instilled in them the belief of invincibility. And now, with their first mission ending in failure, it was akin to delivering a grievous wound to their spirits. After surveying the soldiers' faces, which reflected a mix of shame and unease, Gooden finally fixed his gaze upon Hubert, the temporary team leader. Hubert, present. Hubert responded, bracing himself for the inevitable reprimand. Fully prepared for the consequences of their failure. Please report on the course of this mission. Yes. As the leader of the temporary team, Hubert had steeled himself for the worst. According to our intelligence, we changed horses and traveled through the night, taking 3.5 days to reach New Corner City. Following the provided leads, we took a brief respite and conducted inquiries upon our arrival, confirming that Matthews had previously passed through this area and had lingered for about 7 or 8 days. With this intelligence in hand, we set off under the cover of night, and on the evening of the 5th day after our departure, we located Matthews in a tavern in Naboo Town. Upon hearing this, Gooden found it hard to believe the ease with which the team had captured Matthews. Was it truly possible to apprehend the target on the 5th day of their journey? What then had this squad been doing for the subsequent 9 days? Surely, even with breaks, they should have reached Qingyuan Town by now. Though curiosity nagged at him, Gooden refrained from voicing his doubts and continued to listen attentively to Hubert's report. On the morning of the 7th day after our departure, we made a supply stop in a small town near Peak Rock City, only to be ambushed by unidentified assailants. The attackers were clearly intent on targeting Matthews. During the initial skirmish, we maintained our formation of 3-2-2, which prevented them from succeeding. Though Jeff sustained severe injuries as a result, the arrangement referred to by Hubert, known as the 322 deployment, involves 3 individuals concurrently residing in the same room as the target, Matthews, accompanied by 2 overt and 2 covert sentinels. This strategy ensures that half of the personnel are poised to respond swiftly to any unfolding situation. Evidently, this tactic has proven effective. Matthews expressed confusion regarding our efforts to shield him from external interference, yet he quickly deduced our identities. Upon realizing we hailed from Qingyuan town, he became visibly agitated. However, given the unclear circumstances and Jeff's severe injuries, I ordered an immediate withdrawal. But wait, what happened to the assailants? Had they departed so swiftly? Regarding Hubert's remarks on combat, Gooden was somewhat perplexed. If the adversaries were targeting Matthews, shouldn't there have been a confrontation? Why did they seem to retreat so effortlessly after a single attempt? After all, there was only one of them. In response to Gooden's inquiry, Hubert, with a hint of resignation, clarified, one individual? Yes, indeed, our opponent was a solitary assassin, at least of master-level caliber. Our capabilities were insufficient to restrain his actions. Moreover, he focused solely on Matthews, sparing anyone who obstructed him. Jeff sustained severe wounds while shielding Matthews from a lethal blow. Hubert recounted the facts candidly. A master-level assassin, specifically targeting Matthews. This revelation deepened the worry etched on Gooden's brow. Had Matthews offended a formidable power? Yet, he refrained from dwelling on it, and gestured for Hubert to continue. As we proceeded, Matthews seemed aware of his impending fate, citing 3 or 4 potential factions, cautioning us that the likelihood of the Charleson family seeking his demise was the highest. This constituted the entirety of our recorded dialogue with Matthews. Hubert, as he spoke, retrieved several papers from a hidden compartment within his breastplate. Gooden took possession of the dialogue records, scrutinizing them closely while attentively listening to Hubert's subsequent remarks. This time, the adversary was evidently well prepared, despite being detected by the covert sentinels. Before we could react, he had already infiltrated the room and struck Matthews with a poisoned arrow. After successfully hitting Matthews, the assassin vanished without engaging further, exhibiting no inclination to linger. By the time I reached Matthews, he was already in a state of near collapse. Having listened to and reviewed the dialogue, Gooden recognized that being targeted by an assassin was an unavoidable predicament, particularly when the assassin's prowess far surpassed that of the soldiers present, instilling a sense of helplessness among us all. However, as Gooden contemplated this, he sensed something amiss. Considering everyone's circumstances, we were only 2 days' journey from Qingyuan town, even accounting for the delays caused by the ambush. We should have rejoined our ranks by the 9th or 10th day after our departure. Just as Gooden was about to question this, Hubert preemptively spoke up, offering Gooden an unexpected revelation. Before his demise, Matthews provided me with an address, instructing us to seek out an individual to retrieve an item for you, claiming it would serve as a means of vengeance on his behalf. Consequently, I took the initiative to lead a team southward to acquire the item as directed. As Hubert spoke, he simultaneously produced the item referred to by Matthews. Upon receiving it, Gooden realized it was yet another ledger. A casual glance revealed to Gooden the gravity of the situation. The ledger meticulously documented all transactions of the Charlerson family over the past 2 years, including the names of every seller involved. It also clearly outlined their methods of tax evasion and the false accusations laid against him. This information was undoubtedly a boon for Gooden. The ledger and recordings left by Sect were sufficient to prompt an investigation into the Charlersons by the Empire. While Gooden was uncertain of the duration this inquiry would take, he was adamant that it must not conclude before the winter's end. This evidence would indisputably confirm the treasonous actions of the Charlersons. A simple verification with the sellers listed would expose their ambitions completely. Has anyone perused the contents of this ledger? Gooden inquired. I have flipped through it, but not examined it in detail, Hubert replied honestly, having been the one to safeguard the ledger. You have not seen a single word within it until now. Is that clear? Understood. Gooden nodded slightly, satisfied, and then solemnly summarized the outcome of the mission. Furthermore, in terms of the final handling, you executed it commendably. This mission cannot be deemed a failure. There are reasons for actions, and merits balance faults. Yet I hope that when faced with such circumstances again, you will possess the requisite strength to resolve them. Can you achieve that? Yes. Excellent. Rest well for a day. In a couple of days, you will have another mission to undertake. I trust that this time you shall not disappoint me. After a moment, Gooden lifted his gaze to old Joseph, who stood beside the desk. I am certain that the Charlerson family orchestrated the ambush on Matthews, and they likely know of the team I dispatched. Our exchanges have become quite overt. However, their audacity troubles me. I am uncertain if my continuous disruptions to their plans might provoke them to unleash their assassins directly upon the castle. Therefore, I have resolved to disrupt their forthcoming plans preemptively. Young master, you intend to. The personnel we dispatched are nearly in position. It is not too late to act. Gooden had previously discussed the plan to incinerate the granaries with old Joseph. However, Joseph displayed some reluctance regarding such an approach. After all, Gooden intended to set ablaze all the granaries in Snowy Valley, compounded by the imminent winter and the approaching war. Food has become a scarce commodity. Even if available, the prices would be exorbitantly high. Consequently, for the town of Snow Valley, which boasts a population exceeding 5,000, the impending winter and even the entirety of the following year will pose significant challenges in replenishing their food supplies. Although it may be possible to salvage a considerable amount from the aftermath of the fire, it will undoubtedly fall short of sustaining them until the next harvest. The prospect of surviving this winter remains a substantial uncertainty. Even if the young master devises a plan to distribute resources among the residents of Snow Valley, he harbors no certainty about the number of lives that may be lost to hunger thereafter. Currently, the pressing question is what tasks need to be arranged. To execute a decisive fire attack on the granaries of Snow Valley Ridge, it is imperative that the method of ignition is not easily extinguished. However, obtaining gasoline or kerosene is out of the question, and he lacks the raw materials for thermite, a potent incendiary. Thus, Gu Dian's gaze turned toward white phosphorus, a substance he believes he can procure. Once ignited, it is notoriously difficult to extinguish and can also produce toxic effects, which would serve to contaminate the grain stored within the granaries effectively. Gu Dian is aware of the dire consequences such actions may entail. Yet he understands that showing mercy to the enemy would be cruelty to oneself. If such deeds are to be undertaken, they must be executed with absolute resolve. After briefly contemplating the necessary items, Gu Dian paused and began to arrange the tasks one by one. First, he requires a substantial quantity of bones to be processed into ash. The more, the better, and he expects as much preparation as possible by tomorrow evening. Second, he instructs the distillery to produce a batch of unfiltered raw liquor, extracting 1 or 2 barrels for reserve. Third, he requests a well-ventilated, independent room, ensuring it remains dry and isolated from the surrounding populace. That will suffice. Understood. Old Joseph diligently noted the young master's requirements and promptly set off to make the necessary arrangements. After Joseph's departure, Gu Dian pondered for a moment and, drawing upon his limited knowledge of chemistry, began to theorize the feasibility of synthesizing white phosphorus. He had only heard of its extraction from bone meal, but practical experience would reveal the true intricacies. The extraction of phosphorus from bone meal necessitates the combination with other elements, which Gu Dian could forcibly procure through magic. Of course, should the production of white phosphorus munitions prove unattainable, he has a secondary plan that, while perhaps less lethal, remains viable. This involves utilizing high-purity alcohol from the unrefined vodka to create incendiary devices, which would serve the purpose of ignition swiftly, albeit with less sustained effect than the white phosphorus munitions. Gu Dian intends to pursue both plans concurrently, dedicating the night to wrestling with the complexities of chemical bonds to ensure the success of his endeavors.